Gazing at the system prompt that seemed visible only to him, Lin Fan fell into deep contemplation. He had traversed realms that he had truly crossed over. Was it merely because he had stayed up late to watch a few episodes of Naruto? How could this happen to him? Was it really necessary? Nonetheless, he was fortunate to have acquired a golden finger right from the outset. The system, an essential asset for every traveler of dimensions. As a seasoned bibliophile with a decade of experience, Lin Fan had perused countless web novels, making him intimately familiar with such narratives and beginnings. Thus, he realized that he might never return to his former life. Fortunately, I had no attachments in my previous life. I shall embrace my new reality, he sighed, offering himself this solitary consolation. In his past existence, he had no family and few friends. After graduation, his career was fraught with challenges, and his life was far from fulfilling. Therefore, his transition into this new world was something he could readily accept. This world is rather intriguing. As memories began to flood back, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with elation, and a smile began to break through his composure. This world was utterly fascinating. It was no longer Earth, but a planet named Blue Star, which bore a striking resemblance to Earth, yet was vastly larger. 5 centuries prior, a monstrous invasion occurred, awakening the power of chakra within the inhabitants of Blue Star. Simultaneously, various mystical realms and dungeons descended upon the world, providing people with methods to cultivate ninja techniques. Thus, the era of universal ninjutsu was inaugurated. Is this a metropolitan version of the Naruto world? Lin Fan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within him. After all, in his past life, Naruto was his utmost favorite. It was his late-night viewings of this beloved series that led to his transference into this realm. To his astonishment, he found himself in such an extraordinary world. It was nothing short of miraculous. Exchanging the school beauty for the wood release bloodline limit, he cast his gaze upon the task issued by the system. For a moment, Lin Fan was taken aback. Could a bloodline limit be exchanged like this? However, just as confusion enveloped him, more memories surged forth. Ah, I see. Lin Fan chuckled softly. Indeed, within the myriad secret realms of this world, there existed a domain known as the Dimensional Realm, present in nearly every nation. Moreover, anyone whose mental strength reached 20 could enter this realm upon turning 18, obtaining a form of dimensional power. This so-called dimensional power encompassed advanced ninjutsu, bloodline limits, forbidden scrolls, and much more. Just moments ago, his predecessor had acquired the dust release bloodline limit. It is widely acknowledged that this is an exceptionally powerful ninjutsu, excelling in offense, defense, and support. Thus, his predecessor was utterly elated. Indeed, it was quite literal. His joy was so overwhelming that it led to his demise. Absurd. Lin Fan expressed his bewilderment with a hint of sarcasm. Yet, as he reflected on the circumstances of his former self, he found a semblance of understanding. The previous incarnation was merely an ordinary war orphan, devoid of any notable background or innate talent in ninjutsu. Thus, the sole hope rested upon his exceptional mental fortitude, aspiring to acquire a bloodline limit within the dimensional secret realm, thereby soaring to greatness. Although his former self did not attain a formidable bloodline limit, he did, however, acquire a remarkably potent ninjutsu, dust release bloodline elimination. At last, he could hold his head high. Naturally, the excitement led to an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. Shaking his head, Lin Fan resolved to cast aside such thoughts. With a mere flick of his consciousness, he summoned forth a radiant white energy sphere. This sphere, known as the Dimensional Sphere, harbored the essence of the dust release bloodline elimination. By merging with this sphere, one could unlock the formidable powers of dust release ninjutsu. Of course, should one choose not to merge, the sphere could remain intact for a duration of 3 months. Furthermore, it was not exclusive to its possessor. Anyone could potentially merge with it. Thus, this object indeed held significant potential for trade. However, the notion of exchanging dust release for wood release seemed utterly disadvantageous. It is essential to recognize that, within the world of Naruto, the wood release bloodline limit, attributed to the legendary first Hokage Hashirama, is often regarded as the most formidable of all bloodline limits. Yet here, there are no figures here akin to those of the Senju. This world has never been truly mastered or developed by anyone. Thus, would release naturally ranks as the weakest of the bloodline limits. This system actually requires me to exchange my formidable dust release for the most feeble wood release. Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. The system's voice resonated once more. Time limit, 24 hours completion reward, peak Hashirama template. In that instant, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with intensity. His entire being trembled with excitement. Goodness gracious. The first Hokage, the god of shinobi, Senja Hashirama, the very man who had once bested Madara, and it was during his peak. Hiss. He inhaled sharply, feeling a tingling sensation race across his scalp. The very first task issued by this system offers a reward that could render him invincible. My goodness, this task, this reward, this system. How splendid. I absolutely adore it. Stowing away the dust release dimensional energy sphere, Lin Fan rose, preparing to depart from this dimensional secret space. Next, he must immediately seek out the campus bell, Lu Yunshang. For this task is time-sensitive, it must be completed within 24 hours, or else the reward shall be forfeited. Lin Fan, congratulations, you have actually attained dust escape. Upon emerging from the secret realm, the principal, along with an array of esteemed faculty members, rushed forward with palpable excitement to extend their heartfelt congratulations. There were also classmates and some younger students, all greeting him with beaming smiles. Even those who had previously made life difficult for him were compelled to utter a word of congratulations in this moment. Lin Fan, congratulations. Senior, you truly deserve this. Brother Fan, I always knew you could do it. Brother Lin Fan. In an instant, Lin Fan found himself surrounded by a throng of admirers. He could only politely express his gratitude while attempting to navigate through the crowd. Is this really the bottom dweller of Class 1? Who would have thought he would achieve dust escape? Now he truly soars. Ha! Just moments ago, that genius flower of Class 2 merely acquired would escape. I can't fathom what sort of luck he stumbled upon. Lin Fan could even faintly hear whispers regarding himself and the school beauty. Indeed, the school beauty had obtained the wood escape bloodline limit and had already exited the secret realm. Teacher Shui, has Lu Yunshang come out yet? Lin Fan quickly approached the homeroom teacher of Class 2 and inquired, where is she now? Meanwhile, in the classroom of Class 2, the school beauty Lu Yunshang was seated by the window. Dressed in a striking ensemble of blue and white, she exuded both elegance and charm. Her fair complexion and subtly alluring figure painted a vivid portrait of beauty. With an air of rare languor, she displayed her long, delicate fingers, atop which rested a vibrant green sphere of energy and unmistakable manifestation of the wood release Kekkei Genkai. While others fortunate enough to unearth wood release from the secret realm might feel a tinge of disappointment, she appeared utterly unperturbed. Possessing the boil release Kekkei Genkai, and now merging it with wood release, would not yield significant benefits for me. It would be far better to bestow this upon my younger siblings within the family, she mused inwardly. Originating from a family renowned for their mastery of boil release, she had inherited their formidable Kekkei Genkai. For her, the wood release offered little enhancement. Rather than keep it for herself, she deemed it more prudent to pass it on to her kin. After all, even within her powerful lineage, not everyone was destined to inherit the boil release Kekkei Genkai, nor could everyone aspire to become a ninja. The transformation from dust release to wood release left the school bell utterly astonished. The dimensional secret realm opens its doors annually. Accessible solely to those around the age of 18, possessing a mental capacity of 20 or above. It is worth noting that the average person's mental strength rarely exceeds 10, highlighting the extraordinary nature of those who surpass the threshold of 20. However, it is essential to clarify that possessing a mental capacity above 20 does not necessarily indicate exceptional genius. For instance, Lin Fan is quite ordinary. Nevertheless, within this dimensional secret realm, individuals are granted the opportunity to acquire a bloodline limit. This is a treasure that no other secret realm can offer. The bloodline limit signifies a potential for generational inheritance. Should one be fortunate enough to obtain a bloodline limit, apart from wood release, not only will their strength ascend to new heights, but they may also have the chance to establish a bloodline clan, thereby enhancing national power. Thus, it becomes evident how crucial individuals with a mental capacity of 20 are to the nation and the extent to which the state would go to protect them. Given the vast population of Long Kingdom, those who achieve a mental capacity of 20 and gain entry into this secret realm are fewer than 10 each year. Remarkably, this year, 7 individuals emerged, all concentrated in the esteemed first high school of the imperial capital, the finest ninja academy in Long Kingdom. 4 from Class 1 and 3 from Class 2 mark this as the most significant year in nearly a decade. Various factions have long been observing the developments here, waiting for these prodigies to emerge from the secret realm, eager to court and recruit them. Naturally, individuals like Lu Yunxiang, hailing from a prominent family, cannot be swayed by any faction. Rather, it is she who attracts others. Moreover, apart from those who possess unique bloodline limits such as melting, ice, and boiling release, it is highly improbable that these prodigies would align themselves with any familial faction. Such individuals would yearn to establish their own lineage, striving to cultivate their own influence. The state would also extend its support in this endeavor. However, Lin Fan is a different case altogether. He has acquired the formidable dust release technique, which, unlike most bloodline limits, cannot be inherited through mere lineage. This makes him an ideal candidate sought after by various factions. Shortly after his emergence from the secret realm, he found himself surrounded by numerous teachers and classmates. Just as he managed to break free from their encirclement, he was immediately besieged by representatives from various powers. Lin Fan, consider joining our Xiao family. Lin Fan, my dear brother, come to our Li family. We can offer you generous treatment. Our Su family might as well known, and I need not elaborate further. You are a wise individual. I trust you will make the right choice. Join our conglomerate. Here, you will face no constraints. Upon your graduation, the position of general manager will be yours. Lin Fan, please accept this invitation. All the esteemed figures from the military will be attending this banquet. When the time comes, I will introduce you to them. Lin Fan, my young friend, I have a daughter of unparalleled beauty. Everyone naturally assumes that Lin Fan has merged with the rare species of dust escape, yet they remain unaware that he did not undergo direct fusion within the secret realm. Faced with the enticements from various factions, Lin Fan could only mutter phrases like "I'll consider it" while hastily making his exit. His sole desire was to swiftly locate the school bell. As Lin Fan slipped into the teaching building, the crowd reluctantly turned away, none daring to follow him in a futile pursuit, for such behavior would only provoke his disdain. Nevertheless, they remained undeterred, for they understood that matters of this nature could not be resolved hastily. It required a gradual approach, akin to boiling a frog, taking one step at a time to win his favor. Before long, Lin Fan arrived at classroom 2. As most of the students had congregated at the entrance of the secret realm for the spectacle, the classroom was surprisingly empty, save for Lu Yunxiang. She rested her eyes against the window, the sunlight casting a golden glow upon her exquisite visage. A gentle breeze swept through, and she appeared to be savoring the moment. The scene was indeed picturesque, the campus goddess, truly captivating. Lin Fan could not help but steal another glance before he knocked on the door and called out, Lu Yunxiang. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Yunxiang opened her eyes and turned her head. I didn't expect you to be the second one out. What did you obtain? Although they were not in the same class, they were more familiar with one another than many classmates, as all individuals with a spiritual power exceeding 20 belonged to a special department of the nation known as the Heavenly Dao class. The designation Tian Dao class is indeed rooted in reason. Individuals endowed with a spiritual strength exceeding 20 not only gain entry into the dimensional secret realm, where they may acquire bloodline limits, but they also stand a chance of being chosen by the Tian Dao to enter a mysterious domain known as the Tian Dao secret realm. The nation consolidates these spiritually potent individuals into a specialized division, serving both to safeguard them and to provide rigorous training aimed at enhancing their capabilities. The Tian Dao class bears resemblance to a conventional school class, as each year witnesses the emergence of several members who are entrusted to a fixed group of instructors. Consequently, the current cohort of 7 Tian Dao class members often trains together, fostering bonds that, at times, surpass even those of traditional classmates. Chakra dissipation, Lin Fan succinctly articulated. You are quite fortunate. A flicker of joy sparkled in Lu Yunxiang's eyes, though it was soon overshadowed by a sigh and self-deprecating remark. Regrettably, my luck has waned, for I have attained wood release. Lin Fan not only languished at the bottom of his school class, but also ranked as the weakest among the 7 Tian Dao class members. Nevertheless, upon acquiring chakra dissipation, Lu Yunshang felt genuine happiness for him, recognizing that their 7 would likely share the battlefield in the future and undertake numerous missions together as future comrades in arms. She naturally wished for her allies to possess strength rather than be a burden. While Lu Yunshang sighed, Lin Fan sensed the serenity and composure within her, a testament to the confidence inherent in the strong. However, he is currently indifferent to such matters. His sole focus rests upon wood release. The thought of invincibility being within his grasp at this very moment stirs a wave of excitement within him. What? Upon hearing that I have obtained wood release, you appear quite pleased? Lu Yunshang perceptibly noted the subtle shift in Lin Fan's expression, her brow slightly furrowing. Well, I am delighted for your acquisition of dust release. And you, in turn, are elated for my attainment of wood release, are you not? Elated. In fact, it transcends mere joy. It is an overwhelming surge of excitement and exhilaration. Lin Fan no longer concealed or restrained his exuberance and delight. In the midst of Lu Yunshang's discontented gaze, he boldly declared, Lu Yunshang, relinquish your wood release to me. Give it to you? Lu Yunshang's frown deepened further. Even if wood release is the weakest of the bloodline limits, it still constitutes a bloodline limit, does it not? To give it to you? Since when has our relationship reached such a level? How am I unaware of it? What I mean to say is, Lin Fan flashed a grin, producing his dust release and extending it towards the school beauty, stating, I propose a trade, my dust release bloodline limit for your wood release bloodline limit. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunshang sprang to her feet in disbelief. You, what did you just say? She gazed at Lin Fan incredulously. Lin Fan had even placed the dust release before her, making it unmistakably clear that he was not jesting. But how could this be possible? That is dust release. Could he truly be offering his dust release in exchange for her humble wood release bloodline limit? You heard me correctly, Lu Yunshang. Lin Fan's expression turned serious as he reaffirmed, I intend to exchange my dust release for your wood release. Why? Lu Yunshang almost blurted out, her confusion palpable. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a possibility flashed through her mind. Lin Fan harbored feelings for her. He sought to advance their relationship. This was not mere vanity. It was a reflection of her exceptional qualities. In the past 6 months alone, countless scions from noble families and prodigies had been captivated by her, striving to approach and understand her. At this moment, she could conceive no other reason for Lin Fan's proposition. For, regardless of wealth, resources, status, or power, once he integrated dust release, all obstacles would vanish, rendering everything within reach. Lu Yunshang did not believe she possessed anything particularly special that could compel Lin Fan to trade away his dust release. So, could it be that Lin Fan's motives were not rooted in affection? Was there any other explanation? You need not concern yourself with my reasons, Lin Fan stated directly. Just tell me whether you are willing. Are you serious? The school bell swallowed hard. I have already placed my dust release in your hands. Lin Fan spread his arms wide and smiled. Do I appear to be jesting? It seemed as if Lu Yunshang's mind had suddenly short-circuited. The entire person stood there in a daze. Wait a moment. Allow me to ponder this and gather my thoughts, she said. Ponder? Transitioning from dust escape to wood escape. Is there even a need for contemplation? Lin Fan shot her a glance. The meat is already presented on the table, given Lu Yunshang's character. Would she truly hesitate to partake? When circumstances deviate from the norm, something is amiss. Suddenly, Lu Yunshang fixed her intense gaze upon Lin Fan, as if conducting a soul-searching interrogation, and asked, Tell me, have you been coerced by someone? If Lin Fan harbored feelings for her, this would have been the opportune moment to express his affection or perhaps make an outright confession. Yet, he did neither. There were no other demands either. Thus, Lu Yunshang rapidly contemplated another possibility. Was Lin Fan being threatened by certain members of his family? Such situations had indeed occurred before. Prior to the members of the Heavenly Dao class entering the secret realm, they had faced intimidation from certain noble families, ultimately leading to their acquired treasures being appropriated by those families. Naturally, in the end, those noble families would vanish without a trace. For the members of the Heavenly Dao class are untouchable. Therefore, Lu Yunshang needed to ascertain the truth. Otherwise, a catastrophe for her family might be imminent. Are you overthinking this? Lin Fan was taken aback. This scenario deviated significantly from his expectations. Perhaps it was due to his recent arrival in this world. Or perhaps the thrill of invincibility had overwhelmed him, causing him to focus solely on exchange, thus neglecting to consider the broader implications. Investigation. A single pebble can stir 1,000 waves. Lu Yunshang, I once again respond to you with utmost sincerity. I assure you, I have not been coerced or tempted by anyone. This is solely my decision. I merely wish to exchange or would release Kekiai Jinkai. Please do not overcomplicate matters. After a prolonged contemplation, Lin Fan finally comprehended the reason behind Lu Yunshang's hesitation, and he proceeded to elucidate. Lu Yunshang scrutinized him intently, circling around him several times, and discerned that he was indeed truthful and did not appear to be under duress. Furthermore, Lu Yunshang considered that even the most foolish members of her family would not resort to such actions. After all, the last family that threatened a member of the Heavenly Path class to relinquish their Kekiai Jinkai now has graves that tower over 2 meters high. Such occurrences are strictly prohibited by the state. If this were to happen to someone else, there might be some room for negotiation. But when it involves a member of the exceptionally unique Heavenly Path class, it equates to breaching the nation's fundamental boundaries. The annihilation of a clan can transpire in the blink of an eye. Thus, who would dare to undertake such a venture? Or perhaps, someone seeks to frame my Lu family. At this moment, Lu Yunshang's mind raced with myriad thoughts. Although the Lu family is formidable, it is not devoid of adversaries. Could it be that those lurking enemies have orchestrated this scheme? For a fleeting moment, she hesitated to seize this opportunity that had seemingly fallen from the heavens. A mere top-tier ninjutsu pales in comparison to the safety of the entire clan. This matter is not as simplistic as you might envision. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yunshang turned to Lin Fan, her expression earnest as she stated, even if you truly remain unaffected by others, and even if an exchange is inevitable, we cannot conduct it in secrecy. Indeed, I may have been a tad hasty. Lin Fan nodded, realizing that he had perhaps underestimated the complexities of the situation. It was only natural, given his background, that he lacked the profound understanding of this realm that Lu Yunshang, hailing from a distinguished lineage, possessed. He had never even heard of the recent annihilation of the family that had threatened the members of the Tiandao class. Thus, it was perfectly reasonable for him not to have considered these issues immediately. Let us approach the school leadership now, Lin Fan suggested decisively. The transition from Dust Escape to Wood Escape is not a seamless match. Aside from Wood Escape, what else do you wish to obtain? Lu Yunshang inquired first. Lin Fan countered her question. What do you believe, aside from Wood Escape, my Dust Escape could be exchanged for? He was fully aware that, given his current insights, he might not propose anything of significant value. However, presenting this inquiry to Lu Yunshang, with her integrity and character, he felt assured that he would not emerge at a disadvantage. Before long, the two exited the classroom, making their way towards the principal's office. Soon thereafter, the upper echelons of the school became aware of the situation. Amidst their astonishment, they also grasped the gravity of the matter. A mishandling of this issue was simply unthinkable. Thus, they promptly reported to their superiors. The investigation team would arrive in 10 minutes. You two should wait in my office. The principal spoke in a grave tone. After saying this, he exited the room, leaving only Lin Fan and the two of them behind. You seem rather anxious. Lu Yunshang inquired. Indeed, I mentioned earlier that I have a compelling reason to acquire Wood Release, so naturally, I wish to obtain it as swiftly as possible. Lin Fan affirmed with a nod. What is this reason? Could you share it with me? Lu Yunshang frowned and said, otherwise, seeing you so eager, I can't help but feel that you are truly being manipulated to jeopardize the Lu family. With the state already involved, the possibility of any malfeasance is virtually non-existent. However, if you insist on a reason, I would like to strengthen our relationship a bit. Would that suffice? Lin Fan jested, feeling rather cheerful. Lu Yunshang immediately rolled her eyes. Regardless of whether Lin Fan's final statement was sincere or merely a jest, his preceding assertion held truth. With the state's involvement, the notion of jeopardy had indeed dissipated. Lu Yunshang, could you find a way to expedite this process? Because if by this time tomorrow the investigation remains unresolved and the transaction incomplete, I might have to forego this deal. Lin Fan pondered, then added, so, if you genuinely wish to acquire Dust Release, I will contact my grandfather and see what can be done. Lu Yunshang replied after a moment of contemplation. As long as it can be confirmed that Lin Fan is not threatened by the Lu family, she would bravely embrace the formidable technique of Dust Escape, regardless of Lin Fan's intentions or any underlying schemes. After all, she is also a member of the Heavenly Path class. Once the state sends investigators to conduct their inquiry, what reason would she have to hesitate in accepting Dust Escape? Grandfather, a classmate from the Heavenly Path class, has just acquired Dust Escape, and he wishes to exchange it for my would escape bloodline limit. We have already reported this to the authorities. The investigation team is en route. Please inform the family to cooperate fully with the investigation without delay. We need to complete this transaction swiftly. Lu Yunshang succinctly conveyed the situation before abruptly hanging up, leaving the astonished elder on the other end of the line. Before long, the principal arrived with the investigation team in tow. The inquiry commenced promptly, isolating the two for questioning. Lin Fan, is anyone coercing you? Absolutely not. Do you have feelings for Lu Yunshang? Not at all. Then why do you wish to exchange Dust Escape for her would escape? As far as I know, your talents are quite average, even in the Heavenly Path class. You are among the weakest. Now that you have acquired the powerful Dust Escape, why not keep it for yourself? If I must provide a reason, each to their own, I simply have an earnest desire for would escape. It is what I truly wish for. Is it truly that simple? Indeed it is. I believe there exists vast potential for the wood release. Its upper limits should not be so confined. I am quite confident in my ability to develop it into a formidable bloodline limit. It is common knowledge that the wood release harbors much room for advancement, and no one wishes for its potential to remain so limited. However, mastering the wood release is exceedingly challenging, more so than any other ninjutsu. And this is an undeniable fact. Therefore, I harbor doubts about your capacity to achieve this. In other words, I am not entirely convinced by your previous assertion. The investigator replied with a slight shake of his head. Yet, this is my most genuine belief. Lin Fan shrugged and said, well, let us take a hypothetical step back. Even if you could indeed develop the wood release into a powerful bloodline limit, could its upper limits ever rival those of the dust release? The investigator inquired once more. Sir, one must aspire to ideals. To cultivate the weakest bloodline limit into something that reveals the wood release's broader possibilities is a vision worthy of respect. Lin Fan responded. For the sake of the Hashirama template, he was indeed committed, unashamedly spinning tales. Furthermore, even if it cannot be developed, I would still find joy in the endeavor. As the saying goes, each has their own preferences, Lin Fan added. Can you accept inquiries under the influence of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu? I cannot accept such a thing. Lin Fan swiftly shook his head. That is preposterous. Once ensnared by the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, one becomes not but a puppet, compelled to respond to any query posed. Although with Tsutsuki present, he felt unafraid. There was no need to take such a risk. The current situation remains within his expectations. There is no rush. Observing Lin Fan's vigilant demeanor, the investigators found it rather amusing and remarked, you need not be so cautious. I am merely inquiring casually. As long as you do not consent, we will not impose. After all, you are not a criminal. Moreover, as a member of the Heavenly Path class, who would dare to coerce you? Lin Fan nodded in understanding. He genuinely feared that they might disregard all decorum and subject him to an elaborate illusionary scheme. Is there anything further you wish to add? An investigator inquired. Indeed. Lin Fan replied after a moment's contemplation. I admit that I exchanged dust release for Lu Yunshang's would release Kekiai Genkai. Aside from what I have already mentioned, I do have my own intentions. However, I wish for this to remain confidential. I assure you that my motives will not harm the nation or its people. I have not been coerced or enticed, nor do I have any intention of implicating anyone through this matter. With that, he concluded his statement. Very well. We have duly noted your words. We confirm that your chakra flow was normal while you spoke, indicating no external control or other anomalies. The investigator nodded. Time passed, and at last, Lin Fan's interrogation came to an end. Now, the focus shifted to the outcome concerning the Lu family. As moments ticked by, the mysterious disappearance of Lin Fan and Lu Yunshang sparked curiosity and speculation among the classmates of both classes. Soon, they discovered that the Lu family was also in a precarious situation. It seemed they were under investigation. Among the elite classes of the prestigious Daido High School, it was rare to find individuals without significant backgrounds. Those with more formidable connections could glean information with just a little inquiry. Before long, they unearthed a sensational piece of news. Lin Fan intended to exchange his dust release for the wood release of the school beauty, Lu Yunshang. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the entire school, like a tempest sweeping through the halls, and it gradually spread across the entire capital and even the whole of Long Nation. Mission accomplished. Merging the Hashirama template, I am invincible. Have you heard? That bottom-ranking student in Class 1 actually plans to trade his dust release for the bloodline limit of the school beauty, Lu Yunxiang. Is that for real? This person must be out of his mind. Who knows? I heard the Lu family was immediately subjected to national investigation. I suspect they are in deep trouble this time. They say Lin Fan was just a beggar from a remote area. I can't tell if that's true. No wonder he's at the bottom. It all makes sense now. Huh. Those noble families relish individuals without any connections. They are much easier to manipulate. So, you mean he was coerced by the Lu family into this? Isn't that obvious? Securing the dust release would catapult him to greatness. Wouldn't he want to exchange it for the wood release? My goodness. The last time such an incident occurred was 2 decades ago, when that esteemed family resorted to threats to obtain another's bloodline limit, only to be eradicated by the state after a thorough investigation. Can it be that anyone still dares to engage in such actions? Everything remains under investigation. It is far too early to draw conclusions. Indeed, the Lu family is no fool. How could they possibly dare to act in such a manner? Perhaps it is merely Lin Fan's pursuit of the school belle that has led to this scenario? As public opinion swells, the Lu family has swiftly become the target of widespread criticism, with only a handful of individuals maintaining rationality and awaiting the results of the state's inquiry. Meanwhile, in the investigation room, Lin Fan encounters a familiar face. Lin Fan, tell your uncle, has someone threatened you? Uncle Zhang, I did not expect this matter to have reached you. Looking at the middle-aged man before him, Lin Fan smiled helplessly and shook his head in response. Rest assured, I am a member of the Tiandao class. No one dares to threaten me. This man is a comrade of his father's from the past. It was only 3 years ago, upon arriving in the capital and joining the Tiandao class, that Lin Fan became aware of this connection. Nevertheless, it must be said that Uncle Zhang has indeed treated him exceptionally well. Whether this kindness is a result of his affiliation with the Tiandao class or not, Lin Fan cannot help but feel grateful. Thus he patiently explains everything to him. By the way, Uncle Zhang, what did Ming Ming acquire from the secret realm? After finishing his explanation, Lin Fan inquires further. The Ming Ming he referred to is Zhang Shu's daughter, Zhang Xiaoming, who is in the same class as him and also a member of the Tiandao class. Currently, he finds himself under investigation, unable to use any communication devices, thus remaining oblivious to the external circumstances and unaware of what the other members of the Tiandao class have acquired from the secret realm. As for your cousin, she was fortunate enough to obtain an S-rank combat medical ninjutsu, the 100 heal technique. A proud expression immediately appeared on Zhang Shu's face. That suits her perfectly, Lin Fan remarked in admiration. Zhang Xiaoming, being a combat-oriented medical ninja, has now gained this technique, which is akin to adding wings to a tiger. It is worth mentioning that this year, in the dimensional secret realm, only the 2 of you obtained top-tier ninjutsu. The others received rather mediocre abilities. Yet, I never expected you would wish to trade your dust release for someone else's wood release. Zhang Shu sighed, a hint of melancholy in his tone. I truly do not understand your thoughts. Lin Fan chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon, Zhang Shu departed. He was perhaps the closest elder that the school and the nation could gather in such a short time. After that, no one else came to visit, until the following morning. Following our investigation, it was indeed confirmed that no one coerced you. The dust release is rightfully yours, and you are free to trade it as you please. The investigation team finally reached a conclusive verdict. Lin Fan was overjoyed. The swift resolution was certainly aided by the Lu family's involvement. Firstly, their family possesses an excellent reputation and cooperated fully with the investigation team. Secondly, the school belle is also a member of the Tiandao class. In the end, both Lin Fan and Lu Yunxiang, the prodigies of the Heavenly Dao class, exerted pressure on the investigation team to conclude their inquiries within a mere 20 hours. Consequently, by 9 o'clock in the morning, the results were revealed. Although the state had already given its consent, I still could not comprehend your motivations behind such actions. Are you truly certain and unrepentant? The principal gazed earnestly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned to present dust release to Lu Yunxiang. Aren't you going to take a look? Apart from wood release, do I not have anything else to offer you? Are you truly ready to accept dust release without any reservations? Lu Yunxiang shook her head and smiled. I trust you. You would never let me suffer a loss. Would you? Lin Fan grinned and replied, there's no rush for the other matters. Just hand over wood release for now. No. We must clarify the situation first, Lu Yunxiang said with a resigned smile. This document is what I intend to use for our exchange. Please review it first and confirm that there are no issues. Once you are assured, just sign it, and then we shall exchange dust release and wood release. Lin Fan nodded, accepting the terms without objection. He picked up the document and began to read. A plethora of rare resources filled the pages, some of which he had never even heard of, in addition to a substantial sum of money. Indeed, it appeared he was not at a disadvantage. After a moment, having confirmed everything, he signed the document. Excellent. The wood release bloodline limit is now yours. The items will be delivered to your home, and I will transfer the money to you later. Lu Yunshang beamed with joy as she happily accepted dust release. Upon obtaining the wood release light sphere, the task did not conclude there, for the system panel displayed the following. Task: exchange the school bell S wood release bloodline limit. Task details: the host is required to eliminate their own dust release bloodline to exchange for the school bell Lu Yunshang S would release bloodline limit, and to merge. Thus, he still needed to integrate the wood release to consider the task complete. This system certainly does not allow for any bugs to hinder progress. Lin Fan did not hesitate. He sat down cross-legged before the onlookers and began the process of merging wood release. He appeared almost eager for the endeavor. Witnessing this scene, even the principal felt a sense of helplessness. Originally, two top-tier prodigies were to emerge, but now one had transformed into an even more extraordinary being, while the other had become a mere wastrel. To claim it was not regrettable would be a falsehood. Upon seeing Lin Fan immediately commence the merging of wood release, Lu Yunshang was momentarily taken aback. However, this also dispelled the last remnants of anxiety lingering in her heart. The dust release now truly belonged to her. Without further contemplation, she promptly sat down and began to merge her dust release, lest the night stretch on with unwelcome dreams. Ding. Task completed. Reward acquired. Peak Hashirama template. Shall you merge the Peak Hashirama template? As Lin Fan opened his eyes, he was overwhelmed with joy. Very well. I shall take my leave now. He rose and turned to Lu Yunshang, who had just finished merging her dust release. Are you not planning to attend the graduation ceremony? Lu Yunshang inquired. In the present moment, the investigation team had long departed, and the principal along with several teachers were occupied with preparations for the upcoming graduation ceremony, leaving only the two of them behind. I still need to return home to attend to some matters. If I can make it in time, I shall come. Lin Fan contemplated before responding. This graduation ceremony held little significance for those in the Tiandao class, as they were graduating from the Ninjutsu Academy. Yet they were still far from completing their studies in the Tiandao class. All right, Lu Yunshang nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Lin Fan had previously informed her that this task needed to be accomplished within a day or even 20 hours. Otherwise, he might forego the exchange. Given his current urgency to rush home, it was quite likely that he had pressing matters to address. However, that was of no concern to her, so she chose not to pry further. Before long, Lin Fan returned home. It was a luxurious villa provided by the state, fully equipped, even featuring a training room. As soon as he arrived, he securely closed the door and settled in the living room to check the fusion progress. Since acquiring the template, he had commenced the fusion process. To his surprise, it was still under 20%. Continue the fusion. Lin Fan sat down in meditation, losing track of time until the system's voice echoed. Ding. Fusion successful. Only then did he open his eyes. In that instant, it felt as though the world had transformed entirely. All the abilities related to Hashirama, Sage Body, Ninjutsu, Sage Techniques. Everything had seamlessly integrated into his very being. Especially the wood release technique. It felt as though it had been cultivated by him through sheer perseverance. He could wield it as he wished, and anything he could conceive became manifest, coupled with an oceanic depth of chakra. It was as if he could simply clap his hands and summon anything he desired. He could distinctly sense his own power, which could only be described as terrifying. He felt that he was now capable of anything. Is this the might of Hashirama at the peak of his power? Invincible. Truly invincible. How exhilarating. Lin Fan shouted aloud. Rapidly trending on social media, he became the subject of widespread ridicule. Breaking news. The investigation results are in. Lin Fan was not coerced. He acted entirely of his own volition and has exchanged the wood release technique with the school bell, even merging it publicly. What? Unbelievable. He truly exchanged dust release for wood release. That dust release. A formidable ninjutsu that encompasses offense, defense, and support. He actually traded it for the seemingly inferior wood release. Absurd. Outrageous. I initially thought he was compelled. However, It turns out he proposed it himself. Could he have lost his senses? Ha ha. He was a fool to begin with, and now he remains a fool. Incredible. I suspect he did this to win the affection of the school belle. Otherwise, his actions are utterly incomprehensible. Wanting to pursue the school belle? Huh. How foolish. If the dust release could be integrated, perhaps Lin Fan might still harbor a glimmer of hope to pursue the campus belle. But as it stands, do you truly believe a mere waste could achieve such a feat? To exchange dust release for wood release. What extraordinary individual possesses the prowess to execute such a remarkable maneuver? A prodigy. One can only declare him a true talent. Sure, even a mind dulled for a decade could not accomplish this. Yet he has succeeded. Lu Yunshang, already endowed with the boil release Kekiai Genkai and possessing exceptional talent, has now acquired dust release. She could very well be hailed as the foremost genius of the Dragon Kingdom. The investigation into the Lu family has generated considerable commotion, making it impossible to keep this matter under wraps. Now, it has spread throughout the school. Having just integrated the Hashirama template, Lin Fan had scarcely begun to test his newfound abilities when he received a call from Lu Yunshang. Lin Fan, you made the right choice by not attending the graduation ceremony. Do you know? The entire school is talking about you, claiming you've lost your mind. I had anticipated this. Not only that, Lu Yunshang sighed and continued, you should check your computer. You've already made it to the trending list. Trending? Is that really possible? It hasn't been that long. Lin Fan, somewhat incredulous, promptly opened his tablet. Indeed, it was true. This matter had genuinely made it to the trending list. Incredible. A student at Imperial Capital High has actually exchanged dust release for wood release. It held the 10th position on the trending chart. Although he had foreseen this outcome, the swiftness of it all was astonishing. From the moment he exchanged the wood release with the campus belle until now, it has been a mere hour, yet astonishingly, he has already made it to the trending topics. Absurd. At this pace, it won't be long before, in a few hours, the trending list will be dominated by him, if not entirely filled with discussions surrounding him. Wow, the current netizens are truly ferocious. Lin Fan chuckled lightly, expressing his sarcasm. Are you still in the mood to laugh? Can't you see the comments section? You are being ridiculed across the entire internet. Lu Yunshang remarked. I've seen it, so what? Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Having just integrated the Hashirama template, he felt an unprecedented sense of elation, rendering him indifferent to the trending topics or the mockery directed at him. Let them laugh. In no time, they will realize how foolish it is to mock Lin Fan today. I truly do not mind those who ridicule me. However, it seems that some remarks are rather unfriendly towards you and your Lu family, which could potentially cast a shadow over you and your kin. Lin Fan noted certain malicious comments aimed at the Lu family. For instance, the Lu family is quite adept at manipulation, using beauty to easily deceive this country bumpkin. According to the national investigation, he was a willing participant, and I can only chuckle. This fool is completely ensnared. How could it not be voluntary? This is the true face of the aristocracy. Their gluttony is simply too unbecoming. Do they truly believe we are fools? Prejudice forms a barrier. Even when the nation reveals the investigation process and its findings, some individuals remain unwilling to accept the truth, choosing instead to believe only what they wish to. This minor negative impact pales in comparison to the benefits of dust evasion. The Lu family can certainly bear it. As for me, it matters even less. Lu Yunshang replied nonchalantly. The two continued their conversation for a while longer. Eventually, as the graduation ceremony approached, Lu Yunshang ended the call. Setting aside his phone and tablet, Lin Fan rose, clenched his fist, and closed his eyes, feeling the unparalleled strength coursing through him. In that instant, he displayed an expression of pure enjoyment. He could no longer suppress the urge to find a place to unleash his energy. After the graduation ceremony comes a lengthy holiday. There is no time like the present. Release is imperative. But where to go? Lin Fan pondered. He had initially planned to attend the graduation ceremony after mastering wood release, but now, what graduation ceremony? The priority is to find a place to familiarize himself with this invincible power. Perhaps he should head directly to the underground? Suddenly, Lin Fan thought this way. Since he intended to seek a location to fully experience Hashirama's abilities and adapt to the power of the god of ninjas, it would surely create quite a stir. In light of this, why not venture directly into the abyssal world? This way, not only can one hone their skills, but also alleviate the burdens faced by the valiant soldiers guarding the depths. It is a win-win situation. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Fan felt no hesitation. Invincible and free-spirited, He could go wherever his whims led him. The era of incursions from the abyss had long since passed. Humanity had grown increasingly formidable, launching counteroffensives against the abyssal world over a century ago, establishing fortifications at both the entrances and exits between the two realms. In present-day Blue Star, the conflicts had shifted to battles among individuals, or rather, between nations. It was precisely due to these overt and covert struggles, even wars, that a nation's resources could not be excessively allocated to the abyss. Consequently, the military typically remained stationed, merely defending the territory without initiating incursions into the abyssal world. Only when ferocious beasts sought to break free from their confines would the military be dispatched to suppress them. Engaging in warfare against these beasts often proved to be more costly than beneficial. Thus, as long as they refrained from invading the mortal realm, it was best for all to coexist peacefully. In fact, the abyssal world had even transformed into a training ground for certain individuals. However, despite being a place for honing one's abilities, it was undeniably more perilous than the beast-laden mountains scattered across the globe or the majority of hidden ruins. Moreover, entry to the abyssal world was not something that just anyone could accomplish, resulting in a scarcity of individuals who dared to train within its depths. Generally speaking, those brave enough to embark on such training were far from ordinary. As a member of the Celestial Path class, Lin Fan naturally possessed the privilege of entering the abyss. In the present day, the concept of invincibility has rendered the notion of daring or hesitating obsolete. Lin Fan, en route to the abyss, unexpectedly encounters a familiar face. His prowess has burgeoned to unprecedented heights, rendering the once explored and perilously assessed so-called secret realms beneath his notice. To him, these were mere trifles, akin to children's playthings. Thus, his ambitions are firmly directed towards the abyss. The planet Blue Star is replete with such abysses. Even within the Dragon Kingdom, several exist. Each entrance leads to a distinct abyssal world, varying in size and environment, some cloaked in perpetual darkness, while others boast verdant hills and flowing waters. He opts for the third abyssal world, as its entrance is the closest to the imperial capital, and moreover, its environment is deemed the most favorable among the three. It is not until the afternoon that Lin Fan arrives at the entrance to the abyss. Before him stands a formidable steel citadel. He successfully navigates through the entrance at the heart of this citadel, stepping into the realm of ferocious beasts. Here, a grand city rises, guarded by troops stationed at the exit to prevent the beasts from breaching their confines. This serves as the first line of defense. As Lin Fan makes his entrance, a tall woman adorned in military attire, sporting glasses and the rank of second lieutenant, approaches him. It is evident that she is there to welcome Lin Fan. Not everyone who ventures here for training is afforded such an honor. Yes, Commander, Lin Fan acknowledges with a nod. How may I assist you? The female officer responds with a warm smile, inquiring. Recently, how is the situation here? Lin Fan did not engage in needless chatter. He inquired about the circumstances while walking towards the city with her. It has been relatively stable lately. However, that may not be the case for long. Oh, what do you mean? Lin Fan exhibited a curious expression. According to intelligence gathered by recent scouts, the Fox Demon tribe has been increasingly in touch with several other beast clans, suggesting that in a year or so, we may find ourselves embroiled in conflict once again. The female officer sighed, shrugged, and smiled. Knowing that there are beasts wishing to instigate war, yet still managing to smile, devoid of excessive anxiety or fear, is undoubtedly a testament to the current strength of humanity. These creatures have always yearned to venture into the vastness beyond. Thus, they never cease their probing of us. Small skirmishes every 5 years and major battles every decade are merely the norm. However, there is no need for concern. The coming months will surely be safe. The female commander smiled again. The beasts are inherently disunited, and some are even mortal enemies, even for those cunning foxes. Uniting several races to wage war is no simple task, and it is unlikely to materialize in the short term. Moreover, even if it were to come to fruition, it would not pose a significant threat, for by that time, the underground fortifications would be well prepared. The Fox Demon tribe, you say? Lin Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. In this world, the beasts can be categorized into two types, demons and ferocious beasts. Demons possess the ability to articulate human speech, akin to the tailed beasts in the Naruto universe. The Fox Demon, without a doubt, belongs to this category. This reminded him of the nine-tailed fox. It presents a perfect opportunity to test whether wood release techniques possess the same suppressive and controlling power over these mythical beasts as they do over tailed beasts. Since the fox spirit delights in causing mischief, perhaps it would be prudent to choose a training ground within the territory of the Fox Demon clan. Lin Fan maintained a calm demeanor, yet his mind was already swirling with ideas. As they walked, the female officer began to introduce Lin Fan to this world. For your training, are there any specific regions you wish to explore? She inquired at last. I seek an uninhabited area for my training. Could you recommend one? Lin Fan replied. He yearned for an unrestrained experience. The presence of others would only stifle his enthusiasm. An uninhabited area? The female officer looked at Lin Fan in surprise. This cavernous world was vast and desolate, with its inhabitants being exceedingly rare and insignificant, making encounters between them exceedingly difficult. How could anyone request such a thing? Indeed, an uninhabited area. In truth, I wish to practice a particular ninjutsu without anyone knowing. Lin Fan hinted subtly, since anyone included those so-called scouts. The female officer quickly understood, stating, very well, wait here for me. I will obtain a distribution map of our scouts from the general for you. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible, but since you are from the Heavenly Path class, the general should agree. The distribution of scouts is akin to a military secret. How could an ordinary person inquire about it? Lin Fan expressed a slight sense of regret. His intention was merely to ascertain the territories of the Fox Demon clan, identifying areas devoid of personnel. Otherwise, should he unleash his ultimate move, it could inadvertently harm the scouts, which would be quite unfortunate. Please wait over there. It will take approximately 10 to 20 minutes for the sea. The female officer instructed Lin Fan before promptly turning away. In this subterranean realm, communication tools such as mobile phones and computers were rendered useless, complicating the process of contact. During this prolonged wait, Lin Fan unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Not far from the city gate, a group of several individuals, both male and female, appeared to have just returned from an external expedition. They were greeted by a woman who had recently entered the cave, seemingly a companion of the group. Upon their reunion, a lively exchange ensued. What on earth? I sent you out to procure supplies, and you returned with these cheap goods? We risked our lives in there, exclaimed one. Humph. As long as it is usable, that should suffice. Must you be so picky? Initially, Lin Fan paid little heed to the group. However, suddenly, he believed he heard his name. Really? Is that true? Who is so foolish as to use dust escape to replace wood escape? Surely, their mind must be muddled. How did such a person gain admission to the prestigious Imperial Capital No. 1 high school? It seems to be someone named Lin Fan. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan turned around, a wave of emotion washing over him. He never anticipated that his affairs would reach the depths of the underground world. It was utterly absurd. Among the group, there was a woman who perpetually wore a black mask. Initially, she sat there with her eyes closed, rejuvenating herself, leisurely listening to her companion's gossip. However, no one noticed that the moment Lin Fan's name was mentioned, her gaze sharpened sharply. Instantly, her demeanor transformed completely. Lin Fan had not initially paid attention to this masked figure, who concealed herself so thoroughly, yet inadvertently, he sensed the murderous intent emanating from her. Though it was not directed at him, he glanced toward the woman, and in that fleeting moment, he recognized her. And a flood of memories regarding her surged into his mind. Her name was Li Yu, approximately 23 or 24 years old. When Lin Fan's parents passed away, he nearly succumbed to the life of a beggar in that remote town, but it was Li Yu's arrival that began to alter the course of his existence. This woman claimed to be his aunt, stating that she would take care of him from then on. However, at that time, Lin Fan was already 12 years old and was well aware that his mother had no sisters. Yet, for the sake of survival, he did not refuse her offer. It was only later that he learned Li Yu had been saved by his mother on the battlefield. It was indeed thanks to Li Yu that he had the opportunity to attend school, which ultimately led to the discovery of his extraordinary mental prowess. This in turn allowed him to arrive in the imperial capital, enroll in the nation's finest high school, and join the most prestigious class, becoming a member of the country's most exceptional department, the Tiandao class. One could say that without the initial intervention of Li Yu, Lin Fan would not be who he is today. However, the question arises, how did she find herself here? Li Yu, initially a mere bystander, unexpectedly became entangled in Lin Fan's affairs. In an instant, her composure shattered. At that moment, her astonishment was eclipsed by a profound sense of confusion. How could Lin Fan have acquired dust escape from the dimensional space? Moreover, using it to exchange for the would-release bloodline limit of the prestigious Liu family's daughter, Liu Yinshang. This was unfathomable. Knowing Lin Fan as she did, she understood better than anyone that he would never engage in such foolishness, unless, of course, he was coerced. If that were the case, who among the Tiandao class would dare to impose such pressure upon him? Who would be audacious enough to treat him in such a manner? In that fleeting moment, Liu could only think of the prodigy who possessed Dust Escape, was also a member of the Tiandao class, and hailed from an elite family background, Liu Yinshang. In an instant, her murderous intent surged to a boiling point. Not far away, Lin Fan quickly grasped the reason behind Liu's sudden bloodlust and could even surmise the target of her wrath. This situation could not be ignored. Otherwise, he feared he could not predict the chaos she might unleash upon exiting the abyssal realm. After all, she was a top-tier professional assassin. She remains indifferent to whether you belong to any prestigious faction or possess a formidable background. The moment you inflict harm upon her or those she holds dear, you shall find yourself facing a dire fate. And indeed, Lin Fan is acutely aware that he is the person she cherishes above all else. After a brief moment of contemplation, he rose and approached. As he passed by their group, he coughed rhythmically a few times. As anticipated, upon hearing that familiar sound and signal, a glimmer of disbelief flickered in Liu's eyes, and she abruptly looked up, only to behold Lin Fan. Her gaze was filled with astonishment, yet neither of them expressed any intention of acknowledgement. Liu swiftly masked her emotions and discreetly signaled Lin Fan with her eyes. Lin Fan, in turn, maintained an air of nonchalance as he walked past her. As a killer, Liu could not afford to exhibit any vulnerability. Therefore, the nature of their relationship remained concealed from the public eye, a measure taken to protect both of them. Thus, they had always conducted themselves like a couple engaged in a clandestine romance, meeting in secrecy. Lin Fan understood the meaning behind Liu's glance. He cheerfully proceeded towards a nearby restroom. Their companions remained oblivious to the silent exchange between him and Liu, engrossed as they were in fervent discussion, unaware that the very subject of their chatter had just passed by. Shortly after Lin Fan entered the restroom, Liu's voice resonated from outside. He coughed a few times to indicate that the men's restroom was unoccupied. Moments later, Liu boldly stepped inside. Upon reaching the location where Lin Fan stood, she closed the door and their gazes locked. With a furrowed brow and an air of urgency, she dispensed with any pleasantries and directly inquired, "What on earth is happening? Is what they said true?" The situation felt reminiscent of a clandestine meeting from a spy film, and oddly enough, it almost made Lin Fan want to laugh. Though he managed to suppress it, he promptly responded with utmost seriousness, "Yes, it is true." He understood that this matter was no laughing matter. He could only imagine the repercussions if Liu were provoked. "Who forced you?" Liu's voice surged with palpable menace, her tone unervingly calm as she demanded, "Tell me. Please do not be agitated. No one is coercing me." Lin Fan sighed in resignation. The more composed her final words became, the heavier the undertones of threat loomed. However, this issue was complex and could not be elucidated in haste, especially not in a place unsuitable for thorough explanations. "I am about to venture out for some practical experience. If you have no other matters to attend to, you may accompany me. I will wait for you ahead." "All right." After a moment of contemplation, Liu nodded. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Fan emerged from the restroom first, carefully scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was present before signaling for Liu to follow. As soon as she exited the men's restroom, she entered the adjacent women's restroom, while Lin Fan turned and walked away without casting another glance in her direction. Before long, Lin Fan returned to his previous position, coincidentally encountering the young female lieutenant just as she arrived. She held a map of the subterranean realm in her hands, marked with numerous red and black dots. The red dots indicated the presence of military personnel, while the black dots represented other individuals who ventured into this perilous domain for training. Given the high level of danger in this world, those who sought to hone their skills typically marked their training locations for safety, allowing their families a chance to recover their remains should the worst occur. Simultaneously, this practice provided valuable information to the military stationed within the depths, rendering it a tacit requirement for those embarking on their training journeys. Lin Fan nodded, beginning to scrutinize the map carefully. However, he soon detected an anomaly. Wasn't this territory claimed by the Fox Demon clan? Why was it devoid of any presence? While it was understandable that no one would dare to train here, considering the formidable strength of the Fox Demons, Though not as absurdly powerful as the Nine Tails from the Naruto series, they were certainly not beings to provoke lightly. Furthermore, these fox demons typically traveled in family groups, often appearing in clusters of 3, 5, or even 7, making this locale a less than ideal choice for training. Yet, the complete absence of even a single scout left him perplexed. Hadn't the fox demons intended to connect with other factions to incite war? Why had they not dispatched anyone to monitor their movements? Lin Fan voiced his confusion. The fox demon clan was notoriously cunning, and extracting useful intelligence from them was exceedingly challenging. Coupled with the inherent dangers of the area, sending individuals there would incur a high fatality rate, rendering such efforts futile. Thus, it was deemed sufficient to monitor the other demon beast clans instead. Upon hearing the woman's explanation, he finally comprehended the situation, and a sense of joy welled up within him. Since that area was unoccupied, he decided to head there directly, intending to teach that group of fox demons a lesson. With Liu present, there was no need for lengthy explanations. He could simply take her along to witness his prowess firsthand. Acquiring the map, Lin Fan rose and proceeded to exit. The female officer followed closely beside him. Upon reaching the city gate, a guard produced a ledger. Lin Fan casually registered a region without leaving his name, then stepped outside the city. The guard, accustomed to such occurrences, noted that many individuals preferred to document only the area of their endeavors, eschewing personal identification for the sake of avoiding potential tracking. It was not that external foes would infiltrate this place to ascertain their whereabouts. Rather, certain bloodline families would scheme against one another in the pursuit of the family head position, leading to treachery even among brothers. There had once been an heir from a family who was covertly assassinated by his own sibling in this cavernous realm. Who was this young man? The fact that the frosty beauty of an officer personally escorted him out of the city is quite remarkable. As they witnessed Lin Fan being seen off by the female officer, Liu and her entourage were filled with both envy and curiosity. Although they had managed to enter this place, which suggested some level of influence, they had never received such treatment. Clearly, this young man was extraordinary. Perhaps he was even an heir from a prestigious family? Daring to venture out of the city alone, indeed, demonstrates remarkable courage and skill. I suspect these must be the prodigies of the Heavenly Path class. Listening to the discussions of those around her, a flicker of concern crossed Liu's eyes. She had never anticipated that Lin Fan's so-called adventure would entail departing the city by himself. Although it is true that individuals from the Heavenly Path class seldom exhibit weakness, Lin Fan is an anomaly. He entered the class significantly later than his peers. While others were often identified for their exceptional mental prowess, as early as 7 or 8 years of age, subsequently receiving the nation's full support for their development. In contrast, Lin Fan only joined the Heavenly Path class 3 years ago. Thus, while others might be oblivious to his true capabilities, surely Liu is not unaware of them. This fellow. I must hasten to reunite with him. Liu contemplated. In the imperial capital, within the prestigious Liu family, Yun Shang inquired, "Where is Lin Fan? Why have you not invited him to our home? He has indeed granted you the dust escape technique, and while it was an equitable exchange, we ought to extend our gratitude. Grandfather, I am currently unable to reach him." Liu Yunshang replied with a hint of exasperation. "Since yesterday, I sensed he seemed preoccupied, so perhaps we can express our thanks once he is available. I will certainly invite him over for a visit then." This afternoon, after the graduation ceremony concluded, she intended to promptly transfer the funds to Lin Fan. However, when she attempted to call him, the line was unexpectedly unreachable. Even when she went to his residence and knocked on the door, there was no response. Grandfather had repeatedly urged her to invite Lin Fan to their home, so that the Liu family could express their gratitude properly. Meanwhile, on another front, Zhang Taijun inquired, Ming, why didn't Xiao Fan return with you? Didn't I ask you to invite him over for dinner tonight? Who knows about him? He vanishes all day, doesn't respond to messages, and his phone is unreachable." Zhang Xiaoming replied irritably. Perhaps the public opinion online has overwhelmed him, rendering him disinclined to even check his phone. Zhang Taijun sighed, shaking his head. Serves him right. Who told him to go mad and exchange his own dust escape for someone else's would escape? It is simply foolish beyond redemption. Zhang Xiaoming scoffed. At this point, Zhang Taijun found himself at a loss for words. He had always intended to bring his daughter and Lin Fan together, but now it seemed that Lin Fan had an inclination towards that campus belle. "Daughter, did you inquire about the campus belle today? What is her relationship with Lin Fan? Is he trying to pursue her?" "Absolutely not." Zhang Mingming promptly shook her head. Firstly, that aloof campus belle probably looks down on him. Secondly, the Liu family would never agree to it. Moreover, I have asked her, and their relationship is purely transactional. Lin Fan seems genuinely eager for the wood escape. Well, that is reassuring. Zhang Taijun smiled contentedly. Reassuring? What is there to be reassured about? Zhang Mingming frowned, still unable to contain her frustration. What use is the wood escape? He was originally the weakest among us, unable even to defeat me, a medical ninja. Just when he finally had a chance to turn the tables, and now this. I truly cannot fathom why he desires wood release so fervently. The most exasperating part is that when I inquired, he refused to divulge anything. It drives me to the brink of frustration. Over the past 3 years, no one has had a closer bond with Lin Fan than she has. After all, they are cousins, classmates, and fellow members of the Heavenly Dao class. Whether it be during special training sessions or executing tasks, they were always together. Yet, despite their close relationship, Lin Fan has not confided in her about his recent actions. When asked, he simply stated his fondness for wood release, offering no further explanation, and now, he is unreachable. Zhang Xiaoming, of course, is infuriated. Lin Fan remains blissfully unaware of the ire he has incited. During the investigation, he did not have his phone. Upon its conclusion, he merged with wood release, followed by assimilating Hashirama's template, and then he hastened to the underground world, eager to test the pinnacle of Hashirama's power. Thus, he did not contemplate the repercussions and directly entered the cavern. Additionally, having recently traversed into this realm, he is not fully acclimated to his former identity. At this moment, he reclines beneath a large tree, a blade of grass clutched in his mouth, leisurely awaiting Li Yu when it finally dawns on him. Oh no, he forgot to inform Uncle Zhang and Mingming. Lin Fan shakes his head, pondering that when he returns, he is likely to receive another lecture from her. But wait, she can no longer defeat me. With this thought, Lin Fan chuckles to himself. What is he laughing about? Why do you smile so lewdly? At that moment, Li Yu's voice echoed. Upon seeing Li Yu, Lin Fan hastily rose, yet he offered no response to her remark. Miss Li, are you aware of the preciousness of my time? You have made me wait far too long. Enough of the nonsense. I am not in the mood for banter. Li Yu retorted, devoid of any playful spirit. Quickly tell me what is going on. Just now in the restroom, you claimed no one was forcing you. So why did you exchange the formidable dust release for mere wood release? Mere wood release? Lin Fan chuckled, reflecting, I hope you can utter that statement again shortly. What do you mean? Li Yu inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. This matter is too convoluted to explain, and even if I did, you might not believe me. So, just follow me. It won't take too much of your time. I will treat you to a performance, and after witnessing it, you shall understand, Lin Fan declared. And without awaiting Li Yu's response, he dashed toward the territory of the Fox Demon. Upon reaching the domain of the Fox Demon, he delivered a single punch that obliterated the target. Li Yu, momentarily incensed, felt frustrated. This fellow offered no explanations, merely beckoning her to follow him, then turning his back and walking away. It was infuriating. What do you mean I wouldn't believe you? Why don't you just explain it first? However, despite her irritation, she could not allow Lin Fan to venture into peril alone, so she quickly followed suit. Yet as she trailed behind, she soon sensed something was amiss. Initially, I intended to catch up with this fellow and impart a lesson through sheer force. However, as she accelerated, Lin Fan matched her pace, and after a considerable pursuit, he maintained his distance. What a remarkable lad. At this juncture, Li Yu disregarded the need to conserve her energy and chakra, choosing instead to accelerate once more. She was eager to discover just how swift Lin Fan truly was. Thus, the two engaged in a thrilling chase, their speeds increasing exponentially. Before long, Li Yu was struck with astonishment. To her utter disbelief, she realized she was unable to close the gap with Lin Fan. His speed was, astonishingly, greater than her own. The most alarming aspect was that, despite the prolonged exertion under the darkening sky, he showed no inclination to pause for rest. From a distance, he appeared completely unfazed. An unsettling sight indeed. Had this young man truly developed to such an extent without her noticing? How long had he been training? When she first discovered Lin Fan at the tender age of 12, her sole intention was to ensure he led a peaceful and ordinary life. Never once did she consider instructing him in chakra cultivation. It was only 3 years ago, upon the revelation of his extraordinary mental prowess, that he truly embarked on the path of cultivation. This meant that he had only devoted a mere 3 years to his training, yet was now so far beyond her reach that despite her 2 decades of rigorous practice, She found herself unable to keep pace with Lin Fan. Could you possibly slow down? Li Yu finally conceded, huffing in annoyance. If you think it's too fast, then let us slow down a bit. Only then did Lin Fan reduce his pace and glance back. When did you become so formidable? Li Yu asked, somewhat incredulous. It's been 3 years. I told you, I am a genius, Lin Fan chuckled, then turned to her again. Is this truly your limit, Miss Li? Li Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. Previously, she had boasted about her own talents and strengths in front of Lin Fan, and now, she found herself the subject of his mockery. What do you know? Out there, danger lurks at every corner. How could I squander my chakra on mere travel? I was merely being considerate of you. Li Yu retorted defiantly. All right. We shall slow down even more. Others have often remarked that everyone in the Heavenly Path class is extraordinary. I used to doubt it. But now I find myself somewhat convinced, Li Yu reflected. After easing their pace, the two began to engage in light conversation. What do you believe in? Lin Fan shook his head and said, the individuals in the Heavenly Path class merely possess higher mental acuity, coupled with the nation's full support and resources dedicated to them, which enhances their prowess. There are indeed geniuses, like Lu Yunshang, but to claim that everyone is a genius is simply unfounded. Oh, is that so? Li Yu scoffed. What nonsense. To measure individuals from the Tiandao class by my standards is a grave misjudgment. Do you truly believe that anyone in the Tiandao class can rival my exceptional talent? Li Yu rolled her eyes. After some time apart, this fellow has certainly become more boastful. Nevertheless, she has begun to understand why Lin Fan dared to venture into the abyss alone. With such speed and an unfathomable reservoir of chakra, even if he cannot win, he can certainly escape. However, this is not her primary concern. What truly occupies her mind is the matter of exchanging dust release for wood release. Stop rambling and tell me directly. Why do you wish to trade dust release for wood release? Spare me the excuses about my disbelief. You have yet to explain how you can presume I would not believe you. Li Yu was tired of engaging in pointless banter with Lin Fan, so she pressed him further. Additionally, what did you mean when you mentioned inviting me to witness a performance? Do you truly wish to know why I want to exchange dust release for wood release? Lin Fan turned his gaze towards her and elucidated. The reason is quite straightforward. In my hands, wood release will become incredibly powerful, far surpassing dust release, hence my decision to make the exchange. Upon hearing this, Li Yu certainly could not accept it. How could wood release surpass dust release, especially in your hands? Throughout the history of Blue Star, countless wood release ninjas have failed to demonstrate any remarkable feats. Do you expect to be the exception? Do you fancy yourself a deity? See, I was correct, wasn't he? I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Lin Fan shrugged, disregarding her entirely, and stated, the destination we are heading to is the territory of the Fox Demon Clan. Do you wish to rest a while to regain your strength? Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing this, Li Yu immediately hit the brakes. Just the two of us, to provoke the Fox Demons? Even if you seek demise, do not drag me along. I am far from finished with life. What's your hurry? Lin Fan also came to a halt and replied, do I appear to be a fool? If I lacked certainty, would I not be courting death? How could I possibly take you along? Li Yu narrowed her eyes. She was well aware that Lin Fan would never endanger her. Thus, his words bore truth. Since he dared to accompany her, it was undoubtedly with the confidence to ensure their safe return, regardless of the source of that confidence, which was indisputable. Just as she would never lead Lin Fan into a perilous situation. However, that is indeed the realm of the Fox Demons. Even if one were an S-class ninja, escaping unscathed is not guaranteed. Right now, you appear to be a fool. Performing actions like switching from dust release to wood release, what else could you be? Li Yu retorted with irritation to Lin Fan's initial statement. Do I look like a fool to you? He inquired. Yes, you do. She replied with a smirk. Regardless, I must venture into the territory of the Fox Demon Clan. Their recent unrest is intolerable, and I must go and restore order. Oh, Li Yu appeared to have heard an extraordinary jest, unable to suppress a laugh as he inquired. Pray tell, esteemed genius, how do you intend to keep them in check? Naturally, with my own power, utilizing my wood release bloodline limit, Lin Fan replied. This is precisely what I wished to present to you earlier. With that, he concluded his words. If you wish to return now, I shall not hinder you. However, should you choose to accompany me, you will witness the sheer terror of my wood release ninjutsu. Thus, the decision rests with you. With that proclamation, Lin Fan had already vanished without a trace. You insufferable brat, Li Yu shouted in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to follow. This was precisely why Lin Fan had been so cryptic with her. Had he revealed everything, she would likely have dragged him back to the city. Now that they had come this far, there was little to fear from her knowing the truth. As for the Fox Demon Mountain, what of the pig demons? That foolish lot, fixated solely on some absurd peace treaty with humanity, lacks the audacity to act out. They are simply ludicrous. It would be exceedingly difficult to deceive them into becoming cannon fodder. And what of the Dog Demon clan? Those dim-witted canines are of no better disposition. Long since cowed by humanity, utterly spineless, making them scarcely useful. Alas, if we cannot deceive them into becoming cannon fodder, it is unlikely that the Tiger Demon and the Lion Demon clans will consent to our proposal. Within the mountains, numerous foxes have gathered. Some are as enormous as mountains, while others are as diminutive as kittens. Their hues vary from fiery red to soft pink. Some possess human heads with fox bodies, while others are entirely in fox demon form. At this moment, as the assembly of foxes deliberates their strategy, an exceedingly discordant voice suddenly pierces the air. Are the pig demons foolish? Are the dog demons dim-witted? Ha ha ha, I think not. With the abrupt emergence of this voice, the expressions of the foxes instantly shift to one of alarm. Although they had just been conversing in human language, it was evident to all that this voice belonged to a human. Yet, they were discussing highly confidential matters here. How could it be possible for humans to infiltrate this place? Logically, human spies should be unable to conceal themselves in such proximity. Nevertheless, the truth is that a human has indeed infiltrated their midst. How could they not be filled with trepidation? It is said that foxes are clever and cunning. Yet it is amusing to realize that you are merely indulging in unrealistic daydreams each day. In my opinion, you are far more foolish than those dim-witted pig demons and dog demons. As the voice continues to resonate, the assembled demons turn their gazes toward its origin and finally spot two figures standing on a nearby hilltop. Have you lost your mind? You dare to reveal yourselves? Liu bellowed in fury. Their ability to infiltrate so closely is undoubtedly attributable to Li Yu's skill and prowess. Li Yu initially believed that upon witnessing such a congregation of formidable demons, Lin Fan would be intimidated. If not frightened, he would at least retreat. To her astonishment, not only did Lin Fan remain undeterred, but he boldly emerged from the shadows to confront the assembly of fox demons directly. In that moment, she felt a chill run down her spine. With so many fox demons present, even a single spit from one could drown them both. How on earth were they to navigate this predicament? Don't panic, Auntie. Just watch my performance, Lin Fan said, gently pressing down on Li Yu's delicate shoulder, attempting to reassure her. Yet how could she find solace? She felt as though she was on the brink of death at that very moment. What audacity! A mere human dares to intrude upon our domain. Such folly. A fox demon, speaking with human tongue, fumed with rage. At the center, the largest and most striking crimson fox demon, known as Xiao Jiao, narrowed its eyes slightly and spoke in a measured tone. Simultaneously, the fox demon referred to as Xiao Jiao, as if receiving a divine mandate, erupted with glee, its eyes gleaming with a mockingly cruel light. In an instant, with a deafening sound, it transformed into a projectile, hurtling towards Lin Fan and Li Yu with astonishing speed. Wait. After just a few words, they're already attacking? Lin Fan sighed in resignation, pulling Li Yu behind him. Indeed, beasts are beasts, they possess not an ounce of civility. With a clenched fist, the fox demon appeared before him. Lin Fan stepped forward and unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, boom. The fox, which had previously worn a mocking expression, was sent crashing to the ground, causing the entire mountainside to tremble. How's that? Is it dead? Humph. Such a mere human dares to wreak havoc on our territory. It's simply courting death. The surrounding fox demons began to murmur among themselves, their voices filled with disbelief. However, moments later, as the dust settled, every fox demon present was left in astonishment. The fox demon named Xiao Jiao had not only failed to vanquish these two humans with a single strike, but had instead been knocked down to the ground by that human boy's punch. How could this be possible? Xiao Jiao was formidable. Lin Fan could even hear the gasps of the fox demons. No, Xiao Jiao. It seems like it's dead. Suddenly, one keen-eyed fox demon exclaimed. The others soon noticed that Xiao Jiao lay at Lin Fan's feet, its head completely obliterated. It had truly met its end, felled by this human youth's single blow. Li Yu maintained an outward calm, yet her heart surged with tumultuous waves. Throughout their journey, she believed she had gauged Lin Fan's strength to a degree. Yet, she realized she had gravely underestimated him. Although this fox demon was not the strongest in the area, it was certainly above average, requiring at least a high-ranking ninja to contend with. The outcome was unexpectedly simple. Lin Fan dispatched his opponent with a single, casual punch. To his surprise, he was indeed a formidable adversary. The fox demon leader fixed its gaze intently upon Lin Fan, registering a hint of astonishment, even finding the situation somewhat amusing, yet displaying little else in terms of emotion. 17. You shall go, it commanded. In response, a fox demon with a human physique and a fox head grinned broadly, stepping forward from behind the leader to confront Lin Fan directly. Young man, your physical skills are commendable, it remarked as it approached Lin Fan, offering an assessment. However, when compared to our demon clan, even the most adept human techniques pale in comparison. You should be aware that the one standing before you is the strongest in martial prowess among our fox tribe. Upon hearing this, and feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the fox demon, Liu became thoroughly apprehensive. This humanoid fox demon was nothing like the previous one, Lin Fan. She instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Fan's hand. At this moment, they found themselves surrounded by a multitude of demons, encircled 3 layers deep. Liu, already on edge, felt her anxiety heighten further. Do not fret, this is merely a minor encounter. Stand behind me, Lin Fan reassured her, patting her delicate hand. He then raised his gaze towards the fox demon referred to as 15N, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, is it customary among your kind to select names so casually? Do you simply call each other 1, 2, 3, 4, and so forth? Youngster, reveal your name, the fox demon demanded. Regarding Lin Fan's inquiry, the 17-tailed fox demon, disinterested, proclaimed, this king does not slay nameless wretches. State your name. Do you even deserve it? Lin Fan shook his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. The mocking expression upon your face is strikingly similar to that of the beast beneath my feet just moments ago. I wonder, will your fate be any more favorable than his? In the realm of the tree world, the fox demon clan possesses formidable abilities akin to the tailed beast balls, with some even mastering human ninjutsu and taijutsu. Furthermore, those with exceptional talent possess the capacity to innovate and create their own techniques. At this very moment, the fox demon before Lin Fan exemplifies this caliber. It has drawn inspiration from human martial arts and devised a powerful system of body techniques tailored for fox demon cultivation, elevating its status within its kin, transforming its demon form into that of a human. Its physical prowess far surpasses that of mere mortals. The self-created techniques, crafted specifically for its own needs, allow it to thrive with unparalleled ease. Throughout the ages, while it has encountered numerous human martial artists, few have been able to withstand its full-force strike. Thus, it undoubtedly holds the right to disdain any human practitioner of martial arts. This is a far cry from the previous fool who simply looked down upon humanity. Comparing me to that deceased waste? It seems you also. The fox demon narrowed its eyes, poised to utter a few scathing remarks aimed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, already growing impatient, stepped forward and interrupted, saying, let us dispense with the trivialities. I did not come here to engage in verbal sparring. My time is precious. Since your arrival until now, I have been waiting for you to make your move. Although our dragon nation values decorum, if you continue to prattle and fail to act, do not blame me for disregarding the respect due to elders. I shall strike first. Such audacity. You are truly bold. The fox demon sneered, its lips curling into a wicked grin as it bellowed, judging by your age, you can hardly be more than 20. How long have you been cultivating? How dare you display such arrogance before me? Do you really believe that a modicum of talent and strength renders you invincible? You are sorely mistaken. With no desire to prolong the exchange, it charged forward, its fist aimed directly at Lin Fan's head. It sought to emulate Lin Fan, to crush his skull in the same ruthless manner, demonstrating to this presumptuous youth the true meaning of humility. After all the words exchanged, Lin Fan finally affirmed, you have indeed uttered one truth. I am, without a doubt, invincible. Ha, ha ha ha. Upon hearing Lin Fan's declaration, the fox demon was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, intensifying the force of its strike. In the blink of an eye, its fist was poised to smash into Lin Fan's head, ready to bring forth chaos. In the next moment, a resounding clap echoed as a hand effortlessly caught the fearsome fist. So casual, so nonchalant. It caught the terrifying punch that had been delivered with almost full force. It was Lin Fan's hand. How could this be possible? The fox demon's expression changed dramatically. At that instant, it wondered if it had fallen prey to some illusion, for how could such an absurd scene unfold before its eyes? Fortunately, being seasoned in experience, it swiftly retreated, putting several hundred meters between them before finally stabilizing itself. Lifting its head, it gazed at Lin Fan with a mixture of terror, apprehension, and lingering fear. Cold sweat trickled down its back, its heart raced violently, and it gasped for breath, as if it had just returned from the brink of death. The strongest of the Fox Demon clan in physical combat? Is this truly the case? Having briefly unleashed his celestial mode, Lin Fan exuded an air of calmness and invincibility. How could this be? How could your strength surpass that of our demon race? In the past 2 centuries, I have encountered few human body cultivators capable of withstanding my full-strength punch. How could a mere youth like you achieve such a feat? The Fox Demon swallowed hard, the mocking expression on its face having long since vanished, and the confidence that once seemed so assured had dissipated into thin air. In that moment, it resembled a frightened dog. A frog at the bottom of a well. How could it comprehend the vastness of the sky? Just because it had encountered a few weak practitioners of physical cultivation, it presumed all humans to be similarly feeble. How laughable! Lin Fan scoffed. In the blink of an eye, he soared forward. Following the previous collision, he had gained a rough understanding of the Fox Demon's level of power. In fact, basic physical techniques would suffice to handle it. Moreover, he was currently in Sage mode. Utterly defeating it required no ninjutsu whatsoever. Bang! As Lin Fan's fist rushed towards him, the humanoid Fox Demon could only raise its arms in defense. However, Lin Fan's strength far exceeded its expectations. Its arms were shattered by the force of the blow, and Lin Fan's fist surged forward, poised to smash into its face. In the next instant, Lin Fan suddenly transformed his fist into an open palm. Grasping the fox's head, with a swift motion, he slammed it down into the ground. Boom! In that moment, dust erupted and the earth trembled. Simultaneously, atop the mountain, the Fox Demon leader sprang to its feet with a swift motion. Humph! Lin Fan smirked coldly, and as he rose, he dragged the lifeless body of the fox from the deep pit and hurled it towards the mountaintop, landing it right before the Fox Demon leader. Indeed, the strongest of the Fox Demon clan's physical practitioners had now become a corpse. At that moment, the expression of the Fox Demon leader was grim and heavily burdened. The surrounding horde of demons was struck with terror. Xiaojio, merely a warrior, had been effortlessly slain by this seemingly insignificant human, leaving them slightly shocked. However, 17 was a formidable powerhouse within their clan. It had not even had the chance to unleash its full capabilities, yet it had been dispatched so swiftly. For the Fox Demons present, the scene was nothing short of astounding. Some have already succumbed to weakness, slumped to the ground. Others tremble all over, gripped by terror. Some have even taken flight in a panic. Liu, equally astonished, was utterly bewildered when Lin Fan effortlessly absorbed the full force of the Fox Demon's attack with a single palm. The prowess of that fox, at the very least, was that of a top-tier shinobi, potentially even reaching S-class strength. How could its most potent strike be so easily repelled? Throughout their journey, she believed she had overestimated Lin Fan's capabilities, yet she realized, to her dismay, that she had gravely underestimated him. Although she discerned that the Fox Demon was no match for Lin Fan, she never anticipated that it would be dispatched in the blink of an eye. It was simply outrageous, truly beyond comprehension. As she gazed at Lin Fan's silhouette, witnessing his audacious challenge to the Fox Demon leader, she found herself lost in thought. Was this still the Lin Fan she once knew? The fragile boy she once had to care for and protect? Had he, without her noticing, matured to such an extent? It seems I misjudged him entirely. The Fox Demon leader caught the body of 17, shook its head with a sigh, and then laid the body down before turning its gaze back to Lin Fan, saying, I initially believed that, given your age, even if you were formidable, 17 could handle you with ease. I did not expect this to be no mere trial for a human prodigy, but rather the arrival of a top-tier human champion. I wonder what brings you to our clan so unexpectedly. Upon first laying eyes on Lin Fan, it was clear that disdain lingered in its gaze. Believing that the human prodigy had come for training, it inadvertently stumbled into this place. Hence, it tasked Xiaojio with a trial. To its astonishment, this human prodigy turned out to be a formidable expert. Thus, the appearance of 17 was warranted. However, it never anticipated that 17 would be vanquished in an instant. This youth was not merely a fledgling human-seeking experience, but rather a true pinnacle of human strength. specifically seeking out its Fox clan. In such circumstances, the arrival of a top-tier human powerhouse could only pertain to that particular matter. Therefore, it was indeed a case of asking questions already known. Considering that you have exhibited a modicum of reason, I shall grant you an opportunity. Lin Fan gazed at it with serene composure and spoke calmly. Abandon any thoughts of invading the mortal realm and cease stirring up chaos. And I may spare your Fox Demon clan. What say you? Upon witnessing a human infiltrate their territory, the leader did not command the myriad of demons to charge recklessly, but rather allowed them to approach one by one. This was already a display of considerable martial ethics. In other clans, they would undoubtedly disregard all caution and rush in to eliminate the threat without hesitation. Thus, Lin Fan was willing to extend an opportunity to these fox demons. After all, an agreement had been made. As long as this fox demon consented and promised to uphold the terms of peace, he would refrain from unleashing a massacre. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was nearly impossible. As expected, are you perhaps jesting, my lord? Leaving aside the fact that we could never resign ourselves to being confined in this desolate place indefinitely. As for my territory, it lies closest to your city. If you allow your ambitions to flourish unchecked, there will inevitably come a day when you will turn your attention toward us, and when that time arrives, it is my Fox Demon clan that shall bear the brunt of your aggression, rather than imploring us to abandon our intentions of invading the mortal realm. Perhaps you should instead advise your human leaders to grant us our freedom. The Fox Demon chief scoffed, declaring, the world beyond is vast and teeming with vitality, with countless relics and secrets awaiting discovery. Such treasures should not be solely monopolized by your kind. If only you were willing to release us. Alas, Lin Fan sighed, interrupting this daydreaming with a trace of regret in his voice. It appears you are unwilling to accept the opportunity one offer. Humph. The Fox Demon chief retorted coldly, if your human forces were at my doorstep, perhaps you would have the standing to utter such words. But in this moment, do you truly believe you have the right? When words fail to resonate, further dialogue becomes futile. Since you refuse to remain compliant, I shall resort to my own methods to compel your submission. Lin Fan shook his head, weary of further discourse. In a swift motion, he appeared before Li Yu. Aunt, hold me tightly, he instructed. Huh. Li Yu momentarily faltered, but she quickly complied, wrapping her arms firmly around Lin Fan's waist, her body pressed closely against his back. She had come to realize the disparity between herself and Lin Fan. It is clear that, under such circumstances, she would likely be of little assistance. Thus, it suffices for her to remain obedient. Simultaneously, her heart swelled with tumultuous emotions. Previously, she had always feared that her identity would adversely affect Lin Fan, potentially even bringing him calamity. Consequently, each encounter was approached with utmost caution and vigilance, her nerves taut at every moment. Yet now, no, from this day forth, she need not abide by such constraints any longer. What do you intend to do? She inquired while embracing Lin Fan. She understood that the forthcoming spectacle was one he wished to share with her. She was genuinely intrigued by his assertion that he would utilize his own methods to ensure the Fox Demon clan remained subdued. What, she pondered, might those methods entail? Particularly since they were related to a release. This notion sparked both her curiosity and anticipation. With a resounding clap, Lin Fan brought his hands together in prayer, and she soon heard him declare, would release. Birth of the Tree Realm. What? Is this even human? Would release. Birth of the Tree Realm. In that moment, a terrifying force descended. With her keen sense of danger, Li Yu instantly perceived something amiss, her expression shifting dramatically. The Fox Demon leader mirrored her alarm. However, the surrounding Fox Demons, who had just received orders to charge and tear Lin Fan and his companion apart, remained oblivious. They even expressed their disdain with scornful laughter. Would release? Ha ha ha, surely I did not mishear that. I had thought he was about to unleash some formidable technique, leaving me braced for an imminent demise. Yet this is all it amounts to? A mere wooden ninjutsu, and he dares to present it, exposing himself to ridicule? Young human, are you toying with us? Or has folly clouded your mind, leading you to seek your own demise? No matter how formidable an individual may be, their strength remains finite. Amidst the relentless assault of so many Fox Demons, the fate of these two humans is virtually sealed. Death is the only conceivable outcome. This is the domain of the Fox Demons. Even if it requires sacrificing countless lives from their clan, they can easily bury these two humans here today. This conviction fuels the leader's confidence, a shared understanding among all the Fox Demons present. The moment negotiations collapsed and the leader issued the command, they all grasped this truth, preparing themselves for the ultimate sacrifice. As they perceived Lin Fan seemingly readying a mighty move, they instinctively took defensive stances, even embracing the notion of death. However, to their astonishment, Lin Fan merely called out for wooden ninjutsu. This left them utterly flabbergasted. Laughter erupted among them. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Before their mocking words could fully escape their lips, they found themselves frozen in disbelief. With resounding thuds echoing, the ground erupted with trees and vines, which swiftly surged upwards, transforming into towering giants in the blink of an eye. Moreover, these very trees began to launch an attack. It is not merely 1 or 2 trees, nor 10 or 8. Rather, it is an entire expanse of peculiar and sinister trees as far as the eye can see. In an instant, it feels as though a forest of unparalleled magnitude has descended upon this place. The fox spirits, ensnared within this realm, perceive the countless vines and branches encroaching upon them like a relentless tide, seemingly endowed with eyes and a sentience of their own. Wherever one attempts to evade, they are pursued with unwavering determination. In the face of such a predicament, who could remain unperturbed? Who could possibly withstand it? Have you not noticed even the elder appearing somewhat beleaguered? Before long, the area is filled with the mournful cries of fox spirits. One by one, they find themselves ensnared by the trees and vines, either bound to the trunks or entangled within the intricate web of foliage, gradually rendered immobile. To these spirits, the once easily crushable vines now exhibit an astonishing resilience. Even if they manage to break free once or twice, the dense forest surges forth, and in the blink of an eye, they are submerged once more. In light of this dire situation, even those fox spirits still capable of resistance find themselves enveloped in profound despair. Furthermore, this would release ninjutsu astonishingly suppresses the chakra within them, proving to be exceedingly troublesome. Is this truly would release ninjutsu? Can it indeed reach such formidable heights, beyond merely serving as an auxiliary technique of the wood release bloodline limit? It is utterly inconceivable. This is nothing short of astonishing. The ground trembles violently as the surrounding mountains shake. In an instant, it transforms into a sea of trees. Countless fox spirits are ensnared, unleashing their cries of agony and roars of despair. At this moment, Lin Fan and Liu stood atop the highest point, a towering cylindrical wooden pillar that seemed to pierce the heavens, surveying the surroundings and beholding the mountains shrink beneath them. With but a single move, he subdued all the surrounding fox demons, truly a miraculous feat. As she gazed at this dreamlike scene, Liu felt as though she were ensnared in an illusion. Trembling, she struggled to find her voice. "Aunt, I know you are astonished, but please, try to contain your shock." Lin Fan, embracing the now somewhat weak Liu, smiled mischievously and remarked, "This is merely a fraction, merely 30% of my power. If you cannot withstand such a minor display, I fear you may be overwhelmed by my astonishment in the future." After what felt like an eternity, Liu regained her composure and, with a tinge of existential doubt, asked, How did you accomplish this? Is this truly the wood release Kekkei Jinkai?" The frailty of the wood release was widely acknowledged. In most cases, it was merely employed for the purposes of afforestation and similar endeavors. When had it ever exhibited such formidable strength? Setting aside all else, she could only pose one question. Seeing this scene before us, can you still utter the words merely wood release? Lin Fan chuckled in response, leaving Liu momentarily speechless. She sensed an unfamiliarity about him, as if he were a completely different person. Were it not for his familiar mannerisms and speech, she might have doubted whether he had been possessed by another. How could he have suddenly become so powerful, especially after only 3 years of cultivation? To speak of the wood release bloodline limit, it has only recently been acquired, yet it has reached such an extraordinary level? Surely there must be some bounds to this absurdity. In that moment, Liu's understanding was utterly shattered. Boom, 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 boom. At that instant, a surge of flames erupted into the sky amidst the forested expanse. The fox demon leader leaped into the air, opening its mouth to unleash a skill aimed at Lin Fan and his companion. "Kneel before me," Lin Fan declared from his elevated position, looking down upon the creature. As he extended his right hand, several trees surged forth from below, swiftly suppressing the fox demon leader, rendering it immobile. This would release ninjutsu could even subdue the formidable Nine Tails of Madara. The current fox demon leader, whose strength likely fell short of even the weakest-tailed beast in the Naruto world, stood no chance against such power. Friend, brother, it's all a misunderstanding. The fox demon leader, realizing that this binding was far more formidable than before and that escape was impossible, raised its hands in surrender, pleading for mercy. Did you think my words of urging you to remain docile were merely a display of intimidation? Do you believe there is still room for negotiation? Do not dream. When I said to be docile, I meant to find your rest in the depths of hell. If you have any last words, speak them now. Lin Fan commanded the trees to bring the fox demon leader before him, his gaze icy and devoid of emotion. We certainly have no intention of launching a counterattack on the world of the living. The leader of the fox demons first expressed his stance, then remarked, our actions are merely a means of self-preservation. We are compelled to deplete your strength and to hinder your growth. Otherwise, once you fully develop, we will have no escape. Lin Fan silently scoffed at his performance. He had not anticipated that, even at this juncture, this creature still perceived him as youthful and naive, believing he could be easily deceived. Humans had long established a peace treaty with them. This world is teeming with demonic beasts. If they truly united and launched a concerted invasion of the mortal realm, how could a mere couple of armies or fortifications possibly withstand such an onslaught? Most of the ferocious beasts that favored invading the mortal realm had already done so centuries ago. The ones remaining in this world are predominantly those reluctant to abandon their homeland and comfort zones, and they harbor no intentions of assaulting the Blue Star. There are also some who, initially hesitant to act, found it too late to venture out when they finally desired to do so. And thus they occasionally indulge in fantasies and may participate in human conflicts. The final category comprises those races that, in a bid to preserve their lineage, chose to split their forces, some invading the Blue Star while others remained behind. The Fox Demon clan belongs to this latter group. However, those like the Fox Demons, who yearn to escape and refuse to remain imprisoned in this realm, are ultimately a mere minority. Now, it speaks to Lin Fan with a mouthful of deceit, claiming that it is compelled to act for the sake of survival. Nonsense. They merely yearn to escape. Time and again, they attempt and fail. Yet, it is predominantly those naive pawns, akin to the foolish pig demons, who fall victim to their web of lies, genuinely believing that if they do not assault the human stronghold, they will be treated as mere sustenance. Is this not understandable? The fox demon leader rambles on before finally expressing its grievances. Is this your dying wish? Lin Fan replies, shaking his head in disappointment, rendered speechless. No. What I mean is, we can negotiate further. I can acquiesce to your prior demands. Our fox demon clan shall no longer stir trouble. The fox demon leader hurriedly interjects, unable to fathom that Lin Fan possesses such formidable strength. The terror of this wood-style ninjutsu is daunting enough. But to think it could also subdue them. This is truly their nemesis. How can they proceed in the presence of this human youth, devoid of any hope? Had they known this beforehand, they should have moderated their tone earlier. Alas, before it could finish, Lin Fan shook his head once more, sighing as he interrupted. Do you not realize that it is too late to speak to me now? I have already afforded you an opportunity, a choice, and you have indeed made your decision. Hence, you must learn to respect the outcome. Since you have no other final words, then farewell. Without waiting for the fox demon leader to utter another word, I plunged a sharp wooden stake directly into its body. Wood release, cutting technique. In an instant, the fox demon leader's form sprouted countless thorny cuttings. With a splatter, it coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring incredulously at Lin Fan. It had never anticipated that this young boy would truly refuse to parley. Nor did it foresee that he would so readily end the life of its kind, the leader of the Fox Demon clan. At that moment, a flicker of regret washed over it. Had it not instigated chaos, had it chosen to be as honest and humble as other tribes, refraining from coveting what rightfully belonged to humanity, perhaps it would not face death. It could have lived many, many more years. It would not have brought ruin upon its kin. With such thoughts, its life force came to a complete halt. It perished, imbued with a tinge of unwillingness and remorse. Thud. Lin Fan casually cast it aside. Such a massive body, when it fell within the realm of trees, produced merely a soft thud. Crack. At that moment, Lin Fan clapped his hands once more. The flower tree realm descended. In an instant, within the forested domain, an ocean of peculiar blossoms erupted forth. These colossal flowers began to release a myriad of toxic powders, gases, and toxins. He was intent on unleashing a massacre. He sought to make the countless demon and beast clans in this realm comprehend a singular truth. He aimed to convey a message. Those who disturb the peace shall perish. Who would dare to invade the present world? Who would dare to ignite the flames of war once more? Risks facing the annihilation of their entire lineage. What is this? Li Yu's mouth parted slightly, rendered utterly numb. She was stunned into silence by Lin Fan's overwhelming display, as she observed those fox demons, one by one, expelling blood and collapsing in agony, ultimately succumbing. How could she not discern the nature of the formidable flower from which such devastation emanated? Her heart trembled with realization. Lin Fan intended to single-handedly eradicate an entire clan. It must be noted that the majority gathered here to deliberate significant matters were the elite of the fox demon lineage. Lin Fan sought to eliminate these elites, ensuring that the fox demons would never again rise to prominence. How do you find these flowers? Lin Fan's response was completely off-topic. Li was left speechless. You inquire whether these flowers, capable of slaying fox demons, are beautiful? And you pose this question amidst such a massacre of kin? The very thought is chilling. This young man. In that moment, Li Yu's heart was a tumult of emotions. She could not fathom whether Lin Fan had intentionally unleashed these two moves to showcase the beauty of this floral expanse in the tree realm, leaving her uncertain whether to feel fear or elation. No, that is not right. Suddenly, Li Yu seemed to have recalled something astonishing, and she turned to Lin Fan with a look of horror, exclaiming, You actually don't need to perform hand seals? It was only at that moment that she realized with a jolt that this fellow, Lin Fan, had just employed two exceedingly powerful would-release jutsu without the need for any hand seals. Such formidable techniques should undoubtedly require a more intricate series of seals. Yet, astonishingly, Lin Fan had executed them effortlessly without any. Was he even human? It has been 2 days since Lin Fan exchanged the school flowers would-release bloodline limit, and this incident has already stirred a considerable uproar online. The discussions have transcended the boundaries of Long Country and sparked varying degrees of discourse in other nations across Blue Star. Lin Fan has undoubtedly become the target of both mockery and ridicule, his name echoing around the globe. Naturally, the Liu family has also felt the repercussions, albeit to a lesser extent. However, for them, it is a trivial matter. After all, the nation has already reached a conclusion. No amount of chatter could possibly undermine the foundation of the Liu family. A slight dip in reputation and a minor loss in profits pale in comparison to the acquisition of such an extraordinary jutsu. Within the Liu residence in the imperial capital, Liu Yunshang sat in her room, accompanied by another person. Where has my cousin gone? Zhang Xiaoming inquired. She was already displeased with Lin Fan for trading dust release for Liu Yunshang's wood release, and her discontent extended towards Liu Yunshang as well. How would I know where your cousin is? Liu Yunshang furrowed her brow. She could understand Zhang Xiaoming's irritation, but that did not mean she could tolerate it. Coupled with the recent unfavorable comments regarding their family, her mood was far from pleasant. Thus, she retorted, He is your cousin, not mine. Why are you asking me? Are you here to find someone at my house? Have you come to the wrong place? I can't get in touch with him, Zhang Xiaoming replied, pouting. She recognized that her accusatory tone was unwarranted. Why should she harbor any anger towards Liu Yunshan, who had done no wrong? If the roles were reversed, and Lin Fan were to offer a trade with her, only a fool would refuse. My dad is worried that something might have happened to him, she said softly. Liu Yunshang helplessly rubbed her forehead. Zhang Xiaoming's demeanor indicated that she understood her mistake and was now apologizing. She was not one to hold grudges. So her tone softened as she continued, I haven't been able to reach him either these past couple of days. Grandpa keeps urging me to invite him over for dinner to express our gratitude, but since the graduation ceremony, I have not been able to contact him. He doesn't answer calls or respond to messages. I doubt anything serious has occurred. I suspect he has gone to some secret realm for training or to hone his skills. If you are genuinely worried about him, I can accompany you to find the instructor and inquire about which secret realm Lin Fan has ventured into. There should be records for anyone entering or exiting a secret realm. Certainly, records of the caliber of Lin Fan and her peers are not accessible to the average individual. Even with the backing of the prestigious Liu family, Liu Yunshang cannot obtain such information. Thus, they must seek the counsel of the instructors from the Heavenly Tao class. Who would even concern themselves with that? Zhang Xiaoming muttered from the side. In the realm of cave number 3, within the territory of the wolf demons, have you heard? The Fox clan has nearly faced extinction. What is the situation, my friend? Quickly, sit down and tell us what happened. Who is responsible? Who else could it be but the human race? The human race? Why? Aren't they usually reluctant to leave their stronghold and engage with our demon and beast clans? What is going on? You wouldn't understand, would you? Not long ago, the Fox clan sought to instigate war once more, and the humans must have caught wind of their intentions. I see. I never imagined that when the humans finally intervened, it would be with such a devastating force. By the way, how many troops did the humans deploy against the Fox clan? How many troops, you ask? Ha ha ha. The answer might just terrify you. Oh, surely they didn't mobilize their entire army? Did they not leave some behind to defend the stronghold? You're mistaken. You might not believe it, but this time the humans dispatched merely one man and one woman to confront the Fox clan. What? Just two individuals? Are you joking? Indeed, just two people managed to bring that entire clan of foxes to the brink of annihilation? Could it be that you are merely indulging in fanciful delusions? How laughable. There ought to be limits to jesting, do you not think? Do you perceive us as foolish swine? Amidst the pack of wolves, laughter erupted in a cacophony. Yet suddenly, a resonant and commanding voice pierced through the mockery. It did not speak falsely. The laughter of the assembly ceased abruptly. They turned to behold the source of the proclamation, only to discover that the speaker was a distinguished prodigy from their own wolf clan. Indeed, this individual had not uttered a falsehood. The eloquent wolf, standing forth, calmly stated, "It is true that only two individuals, specifically these two, have nearly obliterated the entire Fox clan. No, to be precise, it was merely one person, a youth. The other did not even lift a finger." This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. As soon as the words escaped its lips, the surrounding wolves gasped in astonishment. What? One person? And a mere youth at that? My dear brother, are you truly speaking the truth? A single human youth could nearly annihilate the Fox clan? Indeed, if humanity were truly that formidable, how could we have engaged in such a balanced contention over the years? This defies logic. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Amidst the astonishment, confusion, and disbelief etched upon the faces of the wolf demons, one particular wolf demon exhibited a look of reminiscence, as if recalling something frightful. Its voice trembled slightly as it recounted, "A few days ago, I ventured to the Fox clan to meet with Xiaohua, cough, cough. Little did I anticipate that I would happen upon those two humans in Xiaohua's territory. At that moment, the higher-ups of the Fox clan were gathered atop the highest mountain, deliberating significant matters, and those two humans simply appeared before them, subsequently becoming ensnared in a tight encirclement. From a distance, I beheld this scene and naturally concluded that the two humans were doomed. I even shook my head and mocked them, calling them seeking death, before turning my attention back to my escapades with Xiaohua. However, little did I expect that when I later heard commotion and turned to witness the tragic fate of those humans, I would instead see the Fox clan's formidable warrior, Fox 17, being effortlessly subdued by that young human atop the mountain. As I reached this juncture, it embraced the pink fox nestled in its arms, which bore an expression of pain and terror. Subsequently, the wolf demon continued to narrate, slowly divulging all that it had witnessed and heard during that time, including the final exchange between Lin Fan and the leader of the Fox clan, which I recounted in full. You must be curious as to why. Upon realizing something was amiss, I did not flee, but remained to watch the spectacle unfold, right? The wolf demon chuckled self-deprecatingly and remarked, "In truth, it was not that I did not wish to flee. Rather, I was utterly taken aback by the scene before me. Fear rendered my legs weak, and my heart was frantically urging me to escape, yet my limbs refused to obey. I had resigned myself to the belief that death was inevitable. However, to my astonishment, the youth harbored no intention of extermination. When I finally regained my senses and sought to flee, he allowed us to escape unimpeded. Initially, I found this perplexing, but over the past couple of days, reflecting upon his earlier words, I began to comprehend. His reluctance to annihilate us stemmed from a need for the survivors present to disseminate this incident and its implications, ensuring that other demon clans would be made aware. He was issuing a warning to those demon tribes who, like the Fox clan, might entertain treacherous thoughts or incite turmoil. Their fate would mirror that of the Fox clan. At this juncture, the assembly of wolf demons was profoundly shaken. The once cacophonous forest had fallen into an eerie silence, each individual lost in contemplation. What two individuals had nearly obliterated an entire Fox clan were merely a single human youth, a mere boy, not yet 20. Throughout the ordeal, the woman had merely spectated. This human youth was astonishingly formidable. Such a notion sparked a terrifying hypothesis among the wolf demons. Could it be that the true prodigies of the human race are all as extraordinary as he? We must contact the clan leader and dispatch envoys. We must convey to the human race that we do not conspire with the Fox clan, nor have we in the past, and we shall not in the future. Suddenly, a wolf demon with the head of a wolf and the body of a human spoke loudly. The other demons nodded in agreement, expressing their consensus. Humans are indeed terrifying. They are not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital at the headquarters of the Heavenly Path class, a young woman clad in military attire was seated before a computer, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the investigation results, struggling to believe what she saw. Behind her were Lu Yunxiang and Zhang Xiaoming. The Abyss? Instructor Su, are you certain? Zhang Xiaoming was taken aback. The Abyss was fraught with peril. And Lin Fan was so weak. How could he venture there alone? Was he courting death? Indeed. Instructor, could there be a mistake? Lu Yunxiang also found it hard to believe. There is no error. The records indicate he entered the third abyss, but there is no record of his exit. It is highly likely that he has truly ventured inside to undergo trials. Su Yiru immediately rose. Preparing to head to the third abyss. I hope it's not too late, she thought to herself. Instructor, I will accompany you. Lu Yunxiang hastily followed. Seemingly anxious that Su Yiru might refuse, she quickly added, I promise I won't hold you back. Very well, Lu Yunxiang may join me. Zhang Xiaoming, you need not come. Lu Yunxiang is undoubtedly the most formidable and gifted among the 7 individuals she mentors. With the recent acquisition of Dust Escape, it is conceivable that her strength may soon surpass that of her instructor. There is no question of her being a hindrance. Furthermore, although the abyssal world is fraught with peril, it is a realm that the members of the Celestial Path class must traverse for their training. As fortune would have it, this presents an opportune moment for additional training and exploration. However, Zhang Mingming is a different case. As merely a medical ninja, her involvement in this venture poses a dilemma. While her accompaniment could be beneficial for training, the primary objective now is to locate Lin Fan. Bringing her along may impede progress. Time is of the essence, and there is no room for delay. Zhang Xiaoming understands the gravity of the situation. If her inability to keep pace results in wasted time for others, it could lead to dire consequences. Hence, she resolves not to join them. Yunxiang, please inform your family that we may be undertaking a few days of training within. Su Yiru adds to the school beauty. All right. Lu Yunxiang feels momentarily bewildered. If it were merely a few days of training, she would not mind. However, given Su's tendencies, it is unlikely that it would be limited to just a few days. After all, such a long-awaited break is a rare gift. Lin Fan, you have wronged me. On a distant mountain peak, Liu gazes at the picturesque landscape. Lin Fan sits beside her, sharing in the tranquility of the view. Behind them stands a charming wooden cabin. More than a day has passed since the extermination of the fox demon. They leisurely traverse the territory of the fox demon, ultimately arriving at the pinnacle of the most picturesque mountain, where Lin Fan effortlessly constructed a wooden cabin. The two spent an entire day there, engaging in conversation throughout. Initially, Liu persistently inquired about Lin Fan's extraordinary strength, how he managed to achieve such terrifying prowess shortly after merging with Wood Release. Lin Fan merely asserted that he was the unparalleled prodigy of the world, the foremost talent among humankind throughout history, thus rendering his feats unremarkable. Liu cast a few exasperated glances at him. However, since Lin Fan was reluctant to elaborate, she chose not to press further. Their conversation then shifted to Liu herself. In the past, Lin Fan was only aware that she was an assassin, knowing little else about her. He had inquired numerous times, yet she had always remained enigmatic. Now, with Lin Fan's strength sufficiently formidable, he could delve deeper into her past. Previously, Liu refrained from sharing details, fearing it might affect him or even endanger him. However, the circumstances had changed. Lin Fan had grown powerful enough that Liu could reveal whatever he wished to know. Thus, Liu began to recount her journey of growth, revealing that her life had been fraught with hardship. In the past, you were always the one supporting and protecting me. Now, it is my turn to assist and safeguard you. Lin Fan embraced her, affirming his commitment. Liu responded with a soft touched by his sentiment. Yet, she had her own matters to attend to. Having reached this point in their conversation, she felt it was sufficient, and thus she rose to her feet. With the task at hand, she felt compelled to return. She needed to go back to the encampment, to the team she had once belonged to. Her purpose for coming here was not for training. As an assassin who danced on the edge of a blade daily, what further training could she possibly require? They were constantly honing their skills. Thus, her presence here was solely for the mission, protecting a prodigious young girl within the team. The group was currently recuperating within the city, preparing to set forth once more at dawn. With the sun now set and darkness enveloping the land, she had to make haste back to the encampment to arrive before daybreak. Why not don a mask and accompany me? Lin Fan suggested eagerly. Let's not. Liu pondered briefly before shaking her head in refusal. I understand your concern for my safety, but you cannot remain by my side forever as my protector. Just as you were once weak, I could not always guard you. Lin Fan, each of us must confront our own lives. Earlier that morning, Lin Fan had expressed a desire to accompany her back to her team, offering to serve as a bodyguard, her bodyguard's bodyguard, so to speak. Without a moment's hesitation, she had declined. Despite Lin Fan's current formidable strength, she worried that such prowess, once revealed, might make him a target for their enemies. If adversaries found themselves unable to overcome Lin Fan, they would likely turn their attention to those closest to him. Thus, she feared becoming his Achilles heel. Once, Lin Fan had been her vulnerability, but now the roles had reversed. Thus, it is advisable for them to keep their relationship under wraps, avoiding unnecessary exposure to outsiders. As for donning masks, it is feasible in the outside world. However, within the depths of the cavern, where only a handful venture for training, a discerning individual can always uncover the truth if they are determined to investigate. Therefore, even if one were to wear a mask for concealment, it would prove largely ineffective. Hence, Liu refrained from acquiescing. Moreover, with a smile, Liu continued, "While my prowess may not match yours, I consider it adequate. Coupled with my skills in stealth and evasion, alongside the admirable abilities of my companions, we should be safe as long as we do not recklessly court danger in this subterranean realm. At the very least, I believe I will remain unharmed." Why do the scions of noble families tend to flourish more readily? It is undoubtedly due to the backing of their esteemed lineage. Even in a place like this cavernous world, their training occurs within designated areas and controlled risk parameters. Take this prodigious young lady, for instance. She remains oblivious to the fact that Liu, who is by her side, has been specially dispatched by her family to ensure her protection. She believes she is genuinely undergoing a life and death trial. Thus, it appears that Liu is unlikely to encounter any peril. Having come to this realization, Lin Fan could only nod in agreement. He was not entirely aware of Liu's capabilities, yet it was evident that her expertise in stealth and evasion was exceptional. Furthermore, she was right. Each individual must confront their own journey through life. Just now, I spoke with such confidence. Yet it feels as though I am on the verge of breaking my word, Lin Fan lamented with a wry smile. He had just boldly declared that from now on, it would be his duty to assist and protect Liu. Yet, here they were. Rest assured, there will be ample opportunities for you to prove yourself, Liu retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Fan. After all, I am not the type to engage in foolish bravado. It would be one thing if I were unaware of your capabilities, but now that I am informed, should I encounter peril, I will undoubtedly seek your protection without hesitation. That's for the best, Lin Fan nodded earnestly. I wish to avoid any regrets. Therefore, if you find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. At the slightest hint of danger, inform me immediately. No matter what, hold out until I arrive. How dependable you are, Liu replied, her tone tinged with sarcasm. You seem almost eager for me to encounter misfortune. Not at all. You are my only family in this world, Lin Fan exclaimed. Family? Liu pondered, seemingly lost in thought. What if? She trailed off, shaking her head, unwilling to continue. Yet Lin Fan's curiosity was piqued. What if what? He pressed. What if I attract a formidable enemy who intends to kill me, but you are unable to defeat them? What would you do? Liu posed half-jokingly. Such a scenario is implausible. Lin Fan shook his head directly. What? I assert that there does not exist anyone in this world whom I cannot defeat. Hence the situation you describe is utterly improbable. Surely, there must be limits to your arrogance. It is not arrogance. I am merely stating a fact, Lin Fan replied calmly. Very well, let me rephrase that, Liu. Not wishing to argue further, pondered for a moment and said, what if my enemy is not an individual, but a nation? A powerful country akin to the Dragon Kingdom or the Eagle Nation? Ah, surely not. And, until now, I have yet to inquire about your origins. You cannot possibly be a deposed princess of a nation, can you? A nation that was vanquished, with your family slaughtered by them. And they now seek to hunt you down, leaving no trace behind? Thus, you must conceal yourself, hiding within an assassin organization, biding your time, honing your skills. Awaiting the day you can exact your vengeance? Slap. Liu swiftly delivered a smack to Lin Fan's head, exasperated. What nonsense is swirling in that dog brain of yours? Have you been indulging in too many dramas and novels? Hee. Since you jest with me, I shall reciprocate with a jest of my own, Lin Fan chuckled, brushing aside Liu's delicate hand, sighing, as he observed Lin Fan's playful demeanor. Liu could hardly fathom that this young man before her possessed the formidable prowess of an S-rank ninja. However, in the next moment, the smile on Lin Fan's face vanished, and he suddenly became serious, Joking aside, if such a colossal power truly seeks to take your life, you must inform me. Liu was initially taken aback, then she shook her head with a smile and replied, if that were the case, even if I told you, what could you possibly do? It would only lead you to anguish and ultimately result in your demise. If such a day were to arrive, what good would it do me to confide in you? If you were to assist me, it would likely mean our mutual destruction. If you chose not to help, no, you would undoubtedly extend your aid, but that would only spell your doom. Liu pondered this within her heart. You simply need to inform me. Lin Fan insisted, all I require is to know who it is, which organization, which nation wishes to eliminate you. The rest shall be my responsibility. Oh, and how do you intend to resolve this? Liu asked with a light laugh. Naturally, I will persuade them with virtue, Lin Fan replied, demonstrating a fist bump. I am aware of your formidable prowess, yet, what good is strength? In this world, one must navigate through power dynamics. Liu could not help but chuckle. Take, for instance, the 5 great nations of our time. If they truly sought to hunt someone down with all their might, there would be scarcely any nation daring to offer refuge to that individual. Do you grasp the gravity of this concept? Thus, if such a situation were to arise, you must exercise caution and maintain your composure. Even if I were to perish before your eyes, refrain from exhibiting any emotional fluctuations. Do not allow any adversary to discern the nature of our bond. Only by surviving, and once you have grown stronger and amassed sufficient power, will you be in a position to seek vengeance on my behalf. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. He had initially believed that Liu was merely jesting, yet her earnestness in discussing this matter suggested that such a scenario might indeed come to pass. This realization dawned upon him. It was highly likely to be true. Perhaps the forces seeking to eliminate her were not merely the 5 great nations. Yet there undoubtedly existed a formidable force behind this threat. Then, who were her enemies? How had she provoked such powerful entities? In that moment, Lin Fan found himself at a loss. How could he possibly comprehend it? His understanding of Liu was still woefully insufficient. In his previous existence, he had only been concerned with taking, and after entering the Heavenly Tao class, he had focused solely on cultivation. When had he ever genuinely cared for Liu? And how could she possibly confide in him? Just as Lin Fan pondered how to respond, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Task: demonstrate your absolute strength to the person who cares for you most in this world, Liu. Compelling her to reveal her enemies. Had another task finally been triggered? Yet, what did the system mean by the person who cares for me most in this world? This is undoubtedly Liu. Upon witnessing the reward, Lin Fan was overwhelmed with joy. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Moreover, it was the dual Manjiki Sharingan of Obito. In the past, Kakashi wielded but a single Manjiki Sharingan and could contend evenly against anyone. Obito, with just one eye, traversed the entire ninja realm, commanding a significant ninja war. The might and invincibility of the dual Manjiki Sharingan require no further elaboration. Could it be that the rewards from this system are all of SSS rank? The first was the Hashirama template, the second was the Manjiki Sharingan. What could possibly come next? This system is remarkably exceptional. With this, the already invincible him is destined to become even more formidable. And he suddenly grasped Liu's hand. What? Liu was taken aback. I believe you still do not fully comprehend my strength. It is imperative that I demonstrate to you the true extent of my abilities. Liu? Ignoring her expression, Lin Fan continued. What I mentioned earlier was merely 3/10 of my power. Did you think I was jesting? I assure you, I am entirely serious. When I say that there is no one in this world I cannot defeat, I mean it sincerely, without a hint of jest. Do you understand what I mean? Huh? At this moment, Liu was genuinely astonished. If both of these statements hold true, and if the previously mentioned Tree Realm's descent and Flower Realm's arrival are merely a fraction of Lin Fan's true power, just 30% of his capabilities, then to what heights must his ultimate strength ascend? As per customary, hold on tight. Before Liu could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Fan swiftly drew her behind him, having gained some experience. Liu promptly extended her arms, firmly embracing Lin Fan, and Lin Fan instantaneously entered his celestial mode. With a swift clap of his hands, celestial technique would release True Thousand Hands. Another clap, and whatever he summoned appeared without the need for hand seals. Truly extraordinary, Liu mentally lamented. In the next moment, she felt both her and Lin Fan's bodies being elevated to an unimaginable height. It was staggering. She felt as though she could reach out and touch the heavens. Hiss, Lin Fan, this. Suddenly, a look of terror crossed Liu's face, prompting her to leap onto Lin Fan's back, as if she had encountered something profoundly horrifying. Fear enveloped her. She trembled, her voice quaking. What is this? She gazed ahead in horror. Lin Fan turned and gently pulled her down from his back, positioning her beside him. His gaze steady as he spoke. This is my most powerful wood-release technique, or rather, it should be referred to as a celestial art. Liu was left speechless, overwhelmed by astonishment. Though she could not clearly discern what lay beneath her feet, she felt as if she had ascended to the heavens, reaching the clouds. This indicated just how immense the colossal entity beneath her truly was. Would you like to behold its visage? Lin Fan grinned, not awaiting Liu's response. Wood dragon technique? A towering wooden dragon, seemingly summoned from nowhere, soared towards them and lowered its head. Let us go. Lin Fan grasped Liu's hand and stepped onto the dragon's head. As they soared skyward upon the wooden dragon, Liu gradually beheld the terrifying silhouette of that monumental being beneath them, which appeared to possess countless hands. As the wooden dragon continued its ascent, the dawning outline became increasingly vivid. Is it truly this vast? Liu's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed ahead, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. Just moments ago, she and Lin Fan stood atop that towering peak, surveying the world below as if it were all within reach. Yet now, that once proud summit paled in comparison to this colossal entity, appearing merely the size of a toe in comparison. This is utterly preposterous, she murmured, her voice laden with astonishment and confusion. This extraordinary spectacle shattered her previous understanding of reality. Are you still human? Casting another glance at Lin Fan, Liu felt utterly bewildered. She could hardly believe that the horrifying entity before her was conjured by Lin Fan. Celestial arts? Would release? Li Yuren was utterly astonished. How long had Lin Fan been cultivating? Not even 3 years. No, he had only acquired the wood release technique a mere few days ago. In such a brief span of time, he had already reached this level? Was this still human? Was this truly within the realm of human capability? The previous tree domain descent could be overlooked, but this colossal Buddha with 1,000 hands possessed the power to devastate the heavens and obliterate the earth. Regardless of whether he had trained for days or years, even if he had begun his cultivation from the womb. Such a terrifying mastery of wood release ninjutsu should not be attainable. Why was he still being insulted? Lin Fan chuckled, retracting his divine powers. Although they were in the territory of the fox demons, where it was unlikely anyone would witness this spectacle, leaving it displayed would genuinely frighten the fox demons and instill fear in the Yuren as well. The two of them sat upon the wooden dragon, gradually descending from the sky to the ground. At that moment, the earth lay in disarray. The once majestic mountains had nearly transformed into a flat plain. Observing Li Yuren's prolonged state of shock, Lin Fan chose not to disturb her, allowing her to process her thoughts and regain her composure at her own pace. After a considerable time, Li Yuren gradually regained her senses and calmed down slightly. It was then that Lin Fan turned to her, displaying an innocuous smile, and said, "You must keep this a secret from me. Otherwise, if word spreads, it could incite a tremendous uproar, perhaps even frighten someone to death." I was genuinely nearly scared to death by you. Li Yuren patted her heaving chest. The thought itself evokes a sense of fantasy. Were it not for my knowledge that you lack the Sharingan, I would almost suspect that I had fallen victim to the illusions of the kaleidoscope. Liu gazed at Lin Fan, her expression one of utter disbelief. I truly find myself questioning whether you are still the Lin Fan I once knew. No. Lin Fan shrugged, responding with utmost honesty. He was not lying. He indeed was no longer the same. The Lin Fan of yore had perished within the confines of the secret realm. Liu shot him a sidelong glance. The question remains, how did you accomplish this? You have only possessed the wood release bloodline for a mere few days. I've already mentioned it. I am a genius, Lin Fan replied. A genius? In this world, where can one find a genius as grotesquely talented as you? Liu shook her head, remarking, I can hardly fathom the terrifying power that the great Buddha of the 1,000 hands must possess. Even the phrase capable of destroying heaven and earth seems insufficient. Yet, you wield such extraordinary ninjutsu without the need for hand seals? It appears that this transcends the definition of merely being a genius. Only this explanation suffices, dear aunt, Lin Fan chuckled, spreading his hands. What other explanation could there possibly be? Liu nodded in silence. She understood that Lin Fan wished to refrain from elaborating further on this matter. And despite her heart being filled with confusion, she resolved not to pursue the inquiry relentlessly. Perhaps Lin Fan possessed this astonishing, extraordinary talent all along. Perhaps this lad had merely concealed it so deeply that he himself had remained oblivious. Regardless, it has become inconsequential. What she needs to comprehend now is that Lin Fan is indeed terrifyingly powerful. That is sufficient. Countless individuals are currently mocking your transition from dust release to wood release. If they were to learn that your would-release bloodline limit could achieve such an outrageous extent, one can only imagine the expressions that would grace their faces. Suddenly contemplating this, Liu could not help but smile. Let them laugh for now, let them indulge in their merriment. Lin Fan nonchalantly remarked, one day, I shall unveil my would-release ninjutsu in a spectacular fashion, and then I shall slap their faces with undeniable force. I eagerly anticipate that day. Liu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She then sighed, in the past, I was always concerned that my identity would bring you trouble, danger, or even calamity. But now, I no longer harbor such worries. At this moment, I feel an unprecedented sense of ease and joy. As long as you're happy, Lin Fan replied, with your formidable strength. It seems you are indeed correct. There truly is no one in this world who can defeat you. That is certainly the case. However, I must remind you that just because no one can confront you directly does not mean that no one can harm you, Liu stated earnestly. Then allow me to assert once more, in this world, there is truly no one who can inflict harm upon me, not even on the battlefield. Lin Fan replied with equal seriousness. Having traversed this realm for quite some time, he had long since understood where the pinnacle of this world lay. At this moment, he confidently proclaimed these words. Liu, you truly are audacious. While I am aware that you possess the audacity to back it up, I nonetheless hope you can remain humble and not genuinely believe yourself invincible, looking down upon everyone else. Such arrogance may lead to your downfall in the future. Rest assured. Miss, I do understand these principles, Lin Fan replied with a cheeky grin. I am merely showing off in front of you, in the presence of others. I maintain a low profile. That is reassuring, Liu nodded, clearly satisfied. Her gaze towards him grew increasingly admiring. To possess such formidable power at such a young age, yet still exhibit humility and the wisdom to conceal one's strengths, this is true strength, truly formidable. Lin Fan could not help but express his thoughts. What is the matter? Liu inquired, intrigued. I can see that you still do not entirely believe what I just stated, Lin Fan responded, somewhat exasperated. It seems that merely reaching this level is insufficient to coax her into revealing her adversaries. Clang. In that instant, Lin Fan suddenly drew his blade. Then, to Liu's horror, he plunged it into his abdomen. He knew it would be painful, but for the sake of the twin divine authorities, what is a little pain? Lin Fan, what madness has overcome you? Liu exclaimed, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Even if I do not trust you, there is no need for such self-harm. Do not panic, just focus here, Lin Fan said, pressing his hand firmly against her. It was only then that Liu realized, as Lin Fan withdrew the long knife from his abdomen, that the enormous gash was healing at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, his abdomen was completely intact, as if the earlier scene had never transpired. This. Liu's mind went blank once more. The art of self-healing without seals. What manner of healing technique is this? So it is true. He was indeed not jesting. Every word she had heard was genuine. Even on the battlefield, no one could inflict harm upon him. With such formidable would-release techniques, divine arts. In this extraordinary self-healing ability, Lin Fan could almost be deemed invincible. Who could possibly injure him? Did she not witness him being stabbed in the abdomen without a trace of damage? Moreover, there was likely no one in this world who could even reach his abdomen. He was invincible. Lin Fan was truly invincible. Liu fell into a profound silence. At this moment, myriad thoughts flooded her mind. Just 2 days prior, Lin Fan had nearly annihilated the upper echelons of the Fox Demon clan, showcasing his immense power and the terrifying nature of the would-release bloodline limit. His intent was undoubtedly to clarify the matter of dust release, transforming into would release. To prevent her from committing any irreversible actions against Lu Yunshang or the Lu family out of misunderstanding. Yet now, why did Lin Fan feel compelled to reveal these hidden cards before her? Liu was acutely aware that their previous conversation must have alerted Lin Fan to something. Thus, was Lin Fan urging her to be candid? Indeed, I possess some formidable adversaries. This statement appeared disjointed, yet Lin Fan nodded in affirmation. It has awaited this very moment. After a brief contemplation, Liu continued, I originally had no intention of divulging this to you, but now since you wish to know, I shall share it with you. Liu began to narrate her tale slowly. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed until Liu finally concluded. Lin Fan had at last uncovered the entirety of her past and the identity of her adversary. Simultaneously, ding. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Dual Kamui. Host, do you wish to merge? The system's notification echoed, announcing the arrival of the Dual Kamui. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. 14. Hornet, merged the Kamui eyes. Now you know who my enemy is. What are your thoughts? Li Yu inquired, her gaze fixed on Lin Fan. She did not desire his assistance in committing murder. Rather, she sought to understand how he, with his current strength, status, and perspective, would approach this dilemma. Hornet, the world's most formidable mercenary group. As long as the profit is substantial enough, they will not hesitate to involve themselves in any nation's conflict, even daring to confront the Eagle Nation. Simultaneously, they are also the most fearsome assassination organization globally. It is said that once someone falls under their gaze, there is no chance of escape. The notion indeed sounded terrifying. Lin Fan chuckled softly and remarked, however, it is still somewhat lower than I had anticipated. I was under the impression that your adversaries would be nations such as the Five Great Powers, or perhaps even the United States. Yet, it turns out to be merely a mercenary group, a mere assassin organization. Pausing for a moment, he gazed intently into Li Yu's eyes and stated calmly, I shall ensure their eradication from this world. The Wasp is the most ancient, enigmatic, and formidable mercenary assassin organization in existence. Their prolonged existence, aside from their strength, must be attributed to other reasons. Otherwise, they would have been obliterated by various nations long ago and would not still be present today. This is a notion that anyone could conceive. Yet, Lin Fan, without a second thought, declared his intent to annihilate them. If others were to overhear, they would undoubtedly find it laughable. However, Li Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. The more composed Lin Fan appeared, the more it signaled that he was not jesting, and thus Li Yu's heart raced even more. The Wasp is not so easily dealt with. Even if you possess extraordinary strength, extinguishing them is no simple feat. Li Yu shook his head. How can one know without attempting? Lin Fan responded succinctly. I will confront them directly and eliminate them one by one. Truly, straightforward and brutal. Li Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. Yet he shook his head and added, however, I mention this not with the intention of seeking your assistance in their extermination. Before they found me, or rather, before I was revealed to their gaze, I had no desire to provoke or entice them. The reason I share this with you is twofold. Firstly, because you are concerned for my well-being and wish to know more, even revealing your own cards to me. Secondly, it is to prepare for any eventuality. I fear that one day, should I fall victim to an attack, you might remain unaware of the true culprit behind it, leaving you unable to seek vengeance on my behalf. Lin Fan nodded, sensing that Li Yu was not inclined to complicate matters. She simply wished to live in peace. However, the Hornet organization must be eradicated. They are not only our adversaries, but also the enemies of the Dragon Kingdom. As a member of the Heavenly Path class of the Dragon Kingdom, it is my duty to alleviate the nation's concerns and eliminate them, Lin Fan declared. Li Yu found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the Hornet organization had grown increasingly audacious in recent years, committing acts of aggression within a powerful nation like the Dragon Kingdom and assassinating many of its elite and prodigious talents. They are undeniably foes of the Dragon Kingdom. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the Hornet group is not to be underestimated. Their strength may very well rival that of other formidable nations. Even we in the Dragon Kingdom must exercise patience and proceed cautiously, she cautioned. I am aware. I did not imply that we should act against them immediately. Lin Fan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. If Li Yu's enemies were a particular nation, then, given his status, taking action might indeed prove problematic. Otherwise, what would become of the Dragon Kingdom? However, at present, the opposing force is merely a mercenary assassin group, a presence that warrants universal condemnation. Thus, he is devoid of any reservations. Even if the Hornet team is backed by numerous nations, what of it? Even if they are supported by the nation of eagles, so what? It appears you are unwilling to heed my advice. Observing Lin Fan's serene countenance, Li Yu realized her counsel had fallen on deaf ears. With a helpless sigh, she remarked, had I known, I ought not to have spoken to you at all. Dear aunt, rest assured, I shall not act recklessly. Furthermore, they are not only your adversaries, but also your nemesis. Should I embark on their annihilation, I assure you, I would not proceed without your knowledge. I must involve you, at the very least, to let them comprehend the reasons for their demise at my hands. Lin Fan assured her with a reassuring gaze. That is more like it. Li Yu nodded with slight satisfaction and said, you have just turned 18. Yet you are already so formidable. In a few years, you shall only grow stronger, even invincible. By that time, you will have graduated from the Heavenly Path class. Implicit in her words was the notion that even if you wish to undertake something, it would be prudent to wait a few more years until after your graduation. Yes, I understand, Lin Fan replied. Given his current standing, he indeed bore too many constraints and considerations. In every endeavor, The nation's interests must be prioritized. There are actions he is capable of performing, yet must refrain from executing. And there are individuals he could eliminate, but must not. This principle was clear to them both. After conversing for a while longer, Liu rose, preparing to take her leave. I wish to share a few more words with you, Liu remarked. You see, Lin Fan observed her intently. The capacity of an individual is ultimately limited, akin to the finite nature of each person's chakra. Therefore, do not presume that you can handle everything alone. It is imperative to recognize the significance of teamwork. In the world of caverns, you may navigate independently without issue. However, there exist many other secret realms far more perilous than the cavernous world. Hence, I hope that when you eventually venture into such domains, you refrain from attempting to tackle them solo. It is entirely appropriate to seek out companions and form a team. This serves not only as a commentary on the caverns, but also as a reminder to avoid solitary pursuits in search of the wasp. Lin Fan, fully aware of her intentions, nodded in acknowledgement and replied, I understand, Aunt. You should know me well enough to recognize my profound fear of death and my deep appreciation for my own life. Implicitly, he conveyed that without absolute certainty, he would refrain from taking action, let alone placing himself in jeopardy. Liu departed, burdened with her own tasks. Needing to reach the bastion before dawn to rendezvous with her teammates, Lin Fan, in haste, began the fusion of the dual Kamui. Moments later, the fusion was successful. Upon opening his eyes, they transformed into the three Tomo Sharingan. As the Tomo spun, they morphed into a shuriken-like kaleidoscope. Kamui, with a mere thought. The fabric of space began to distort. Centered around Lin Fan's right eye, his entire being warped with the space, vanishing instantaneously from his location. Is this the realm of Kamui? Once again, Lin Fan found himself enveloped in a dimly lit, isolated space, and he recognized it as the realm of Shinwei. In the ensuing 2 minutes, Lin Fan took a moment to acclimate himself to the dual powers of Shinwei, his excitement intensifying with each passing second. Truly, the might of Shinwei was unparalleled. His heart swelled with exhilaration. It is worth noting that Shinwei possesses passive abilities, however. It is regrettable that it is not an eternal kaleidoscope, as its use would gradually lead to blindness. Fortunately, having assimilated the cells of Hashirama, my body is now comprised entirely of Hashirama's cells, effectively allowing the dual eyes of Shinwei to reside within Hashirama's form. Blindness? Haha. I reckon such a scenario is highly unlikely to befall me. Shaking his head, Lin Fan grinned and spoke. What are you laughing at? The following morning, Liu arrived at the barrier just before dawn. Yet, shortly after entering, she witnessed 2 individuals hastily rushing out, their conversation mentioning Lin Fan. This piqued her interest, and she leaned in to listen. That rascal Lin Fan. He really ventured out of the barrier alone. Teacher, we should quickly go find him. Liu turned to the 2 women, both youthful and beautiful. One of them was Lu Yunshang, the school belle, whom she recognized. The other, clad in military attire, was presumably their instructor from the Tiandao class. It seemed these 2 were unable to reach Lin Fan and had come in search of him. With this realization, she turned away, no longer paying attention to the 2. At the entrance of the barrier, in the territory of the pig demons, Black Cloud Mountain, it seems he possesses a modicum of self-awareness, opting for this relatively safe locale for his training. Upon witnessing the training area left by Lin Fan, Suyuru felt a wave of relief. The pig demons, inherently lazy creatures, would disregard any passerby as long as they did not provoke them. Typically, individuals would shy away from such a place for training, as it yields little in terms of effectiveness. However, Lin Fan, being alone and of modest strength, found this choice quite fitting. Let us hasten to find him. This is the underworld, and even within the Black Cloud Mountain region, safety is not guaranteed. Lu Yunshang remarked with a resigned smile. Indeed, let us go? Suyuru nodded, retrieving an object resembling a compass from her pocket. Clearly, this compass would enable them to locate Lin Fan in the shortest time possible. Wait, he is not in the pig demon territory. Just after exiting the city gate, Suyuru abruptly halted her swift pace, her expression grave as she scrutinized the compass. What is happening? Lu Yunshang quickly came to a stop as well. Lin Fan is not in the direction of the pig demon territory. Suyuru gazed at the compass needle, her face pale as she swallowed hard, saying, this direction. It seems to lead to the realm of the fox demons. What? Lu Yunshang was utterly astonished. How could he venture into the fox demon territory? Is there a malfunction with the compass? The fox demons are formidable creatures, far surpassing the pig demons. Unless Lin Fan truly seeks his demise, It is inconceivable that he would venture into the territory of the fox demons. Let me check once more. Although Suyuro was aware that the compass was functioning properly, having inspected it prior to their departure, she nonetheless conducted a meticulous examination again. The compass revealed no discrepancies. Lin Fan may be in grave danger. After her inspection, a pallor washed over Suyuro's face. The two women exchanged glances, their hearts sinking in unison. If the compass was indeed accurate, it implied that Lin Fan was heading towards the fox demon domain. Should he have gone there of his own accord? His strength would hardly withstand an encounter with any fox demon for more than 3 seconds. Conversely, if he did not venture there willingly, it was highly probable that he encountered a fox demon unexpectedly in the pig demon territory and was subsequently devoured. In either scenario, his prospects seemed exceedingly dire. Let us proceed. Suyuro hastily made her way towards the fox demon region. Regardless of the outcome, one must either see him alive or find his remains. Lu Yunshang maintained a grave expression as she closely followed behind. At this moment, she felt utterly bewildered. Why had Lin Fan perceived the underworld? What had led him to appear in the direction of the fox demons? His urgent desire to acquire the wood-release bloodline limit. Could it be connected to his presence here? The questions swirling in her mind were incessant. She even pondered whether, should Lin Fan perish here, she would be complicit in his fate. If she had refused to exchange for the dust release, would he have refrained from coming here? Lin Fan was unaware that his abrupt departure had caused Zhang Xiaoming great concern, which subsequently prompted both Lu Yunshang and Suyuro to venture into the cavern in search of him, even leading them to fear that he might be dead. At this moment, he remained in the territory of the fox demons, within the area that he had flattened with his colossal Buddha. The near annihilation of the fox demon clan raised questions about how the beasts of this world would react, yet he could not ascertain their thoughts, as he was not one of them, and thus lacked the ability to comprehend their sentiments. Consequently, he chose to linger a while longer, intending to observe for a few more days before returning. Perched atop the mountain peak, he admired the masterpiece he had left behind while pondering a pressing question: how to eliminate the wasp. The task of vanquishing the wasp was not inherently difficult for him. The challenge lay in determining the method, the means, and the approach to undertake. Lost in thought, Lin Fan eventually succumbed to a drowsy slumber. To dare to sleep so soundly in a world teeming with beasts like this was a feat that perhaps only he could accomplish. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be struck with astonishment. Just ahead, Suyuro, sprinting through the forest, suddenly raised her hand. Both she and Lu Yunshang came to a halt, cautiously parting the dense underbrush, wary of startling the lurking fox demon that might devour Lin Fan. However, as they pushed aside the thick foliage, they were met not with the anticipated fox demon, but rather with Lin Fan himself. Lin Fan! Lu Yunshang exclaimed in excitement. You little rascal. Suyuro was equally elated, but her joy swiftly morphed into anger. With delicate hands, she brushed aside the wild grass obstructing her path and took large strides towards Lin Fan. Instructor Lu Yunshang? Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Fan turned around, momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly deduced the likely reasons for their unexpected presence, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. The source of his concern was undoubtedly Suyuro, though he understood that she was no match for him at present. The fear of her authoritative nature seemed to have seeped into his very bones. Instructor, what brings you here? Lin Fan swallowed nervously, his heart racing. Suyuro approached him with an intimidating demeanor, seemingly poised to deliver a sharp reprimand to make him aware of his missteps. Yet, in the next instant, her gaze fell upon the vast expanse of open plains in the distance, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her raised hand froze mid-air. She realized that such an open landscape appearing here was exceedingly illogical. If this were the aftermath of a fierce beast battle, the terrain would surely be uneven, riddled with craters. But if it were not a battlefield, how could this scene have manifested? Where had the towering mountains and dense forests vanished to? She rushed to the edge of the cliff, eager for a clearer view, and indeed, she discerned more intricate details. The soil was still fresh, as if it had only recently transformed into its current state. What on earth was happening here? A sense of astonishment surged within her, and she murmured to herself. In the next moment, Lu Yunshang joined Suyuro's side, gasping in disbelief. Their conclusions were remarkably similar, encapsulated in 2 words: strange. The situation was indeed exceedingly peculiar. Both understood the nature of the battlefield. Thus they were certain this could not possibly be the lair of monstrous beasts. It resembled the aftermath of an immense bulldozer's passage. But where in this world could such a colossal bulldozer exist? What could have caused this extraordinary scene before them? What is the meaning of this? Su Yuru and Lu Yunshang spoke in unison. Lin Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had never contemplated the presence of humans in this region. Even more so, he had no idea how to elucidate the spectacle unfolding before them. How did you come to be here? Su Yuru inquired intently. Instructor, I came for training. Training should not lead you here. This is the domain of fox spirits, with a perilous degree of danger. When I left the city, I noted that you had indicated the area of pig demons. I got lost. Lin Fan fabricated. The two women simultaneously facepalmed. Su Yuru, exasperated, questioned how one could possibly get lost in such circumstances, while Lu Yunshang expressed admiration for his ability to lose his way. Even so, how could you dare to enter the abyssal world alone? Are you courting death? Su Yuru retorted sharply. Lin Fan ceased to argue, bowing his head in contrition. Su Yuru sighed in exasperation. Considering that his original objective was the territory of the pig demon, she refrained from elaborating further on the matter, merely cautioning him against any future indiscretions. Lin Fan promptly nodded in agreement. Moreover, I must inquire, given the perilous nature of this place, what emboldens you to sleep here? Su Yuru squinted, her voice laced with incredulity. The scene before them was evidently not born of ordinary circumstances. There could be lurking, terrifying dangers in the vicinity. Yet Lin Fan dared to slumber atop this mountain? It was sheer recklessness. Having ascended to the peak, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. He mused that perhaps the most hazardous location could also be the safest, compounded by the absence of even a low-tier ferocious beast in the area, which allowed him to rest in peace. Lin Fan spoke without thinking. The two women were momentarily rendered speechless. Simultaneously, a flicker of doubt crossed their minds. For Lin Fan's statements were evidently not entirely truthful. However, at that moment, they deemed it unwise to press him further. The atmosphere was rife with the uncanny. It was far too dangerous to linger, and thus, they resolved to depart. Let us leave this place, Su Yuru declared. The three promptly descended the mountain, hastening away from the territory of the fox demon. Soon enough, they had completely vacated the domain. Nevertheless, the unsettling images they had previously witnessed lingered in the minds of Su Yuru and her companion. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Lu Yunshang and suggested, Yunshang, since Lin Fan has been located, you should return for now. Please convey my regards to Zhang Xiaoming, lest she worry. Isn't the teacher returning with us? Lu Yunshang inquired. In comparison to others, Lu Yunshang preferred to address Su Yuru as teacher, for Su Yuru possessed the unique bloodline limit of boil release, and her understanding of it was on par with that of Lu's family. She had imparted much knowledge in this area to Lu, who had greatly benefited from it. Do you not enjoy the abyssal world? Su Yuru did not respond directly, but instead turned her gaze to Lin Fan. Her tone tinged with a hint of irritation as she remarked, this time, I will take you along, allowing you to fully experience it at once. Lu Yunshang cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Fan, clearly realizing that this holiday would find him immersed solely in the abyssal world. She understood why Su Yuru had altered her previous decision and chose not to have her accompany them for the trials. It was evident that the scene witnessed in the territory of the fox demon had exerted considerable pressure on Su Yuru, and in the forthcoming trials, she could likely manage only Lin Fan's protection. Bringing Lu along would stretch her capabilities too thin. Thus, allowing her to depart was indeed the wisest choice. Having come to this conclusion, Lu Yunshang nodded, offering Lin Fan one last meaningful glance before turning to leave. Lin Fan comprehended the essence of her gaze, which conveyed the sentiment. The conditions in the abyss are harsh. You must fend for yourself. I shall take my leave. The three then parted ways. Lu Yunshang returned home, while Su Yuru led Lin Fan deeper into the abyss. Does this count as a sweet duo? Lin Fan mused with a mischievous grin. However, upon observing Su Yuru's displeased expression, he realized that this journey would undoubtedly lack any sweetness. Fortunately, he was no longer the person he once was. No matter what challenges Su Yuru presented or how she trained herself, he was confident in his ability to manage it with ease. With this thought, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Su Yuru squinted her eyes and glanced over. I can probably hold on for quite some time. Susan, a scout, was the youngest reconnaissance soldier dispatched by the barrier. His experience was insufficient. While tracking a wolf demon, he was discovered. He believed that death awaited him. To his astonishment, the wolf demon not only spared his life, but treated him with unexpected courtesy. Friend, come, have some water to calm your nerves. This fruit is quite delectable. It is a treasure for you humans, capable of enhancing your constitution. You wish to return, do you? Very well, I shall escort you. The wolf demon indeed guided him to the city gates. Susan was utterly bewildered. He couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that this wolf demon intended to cruelly devour him before the eyes of the crowd as a warning to humanity? Yet, the scene he envisioned never materialized. Friend, please convey to your general that our Tianlang clan has absolutely no connection with that troublesome fox clan. The wolf demon spoke at length, mostly assuring Susan that there were no intentions of invading Blue Star and that they had never collaborated with the fox demons. Susan was profoundly shaken. They had been sent to gather intelligence precisely because the Fox clan had shown signs of unrest. He was well aware of these matters. But what perplexed him was what could possibly instill such fear in the notoriously ruthless wolf demon clan. In the end, the wolf demon watched as he entered the city. It was only when he stepped through the city gates that he truly relaxed, finally assured that he had escaped the jaws of death. He collapsed onto the ground. What was the situation? Just arriving outside the city gates, Lu Yunshang happened to witness this scene and was filled with curiosity. Those who had transformed from ferocious beasts into demons often held humans in disdain. However, this wolf demon had surprisingly returned a human soldier to the city, displaying an unusually amiable demeanor. Was this not exceedingly strange? Could there be some hidden plot at play? She hurried into the city. Upon entering, she spotted the city's commanding general. The soldier, recently delivered by the wolf demon, appeared to be reporting to the general. Lu Yunshang waited momentarily until the soldier finished his report before approaching. I am Lu Yunshang of the Tiandao class. Honored to meet you, General Zhang. Although members of the Tiandao class were somewhat unique, they possessed little actual power or status compared to a general of his caliber. Nevertheless, General Zhang did not seem to take offense. He smiled courteously and remarked, "Ah, so it is the prodigy of the Tiandao class. General Zhang, I have just witnessed a wolf demon returning our soldier at the city gates. I find it rather peculiar and wish to understand the circumstances," Lu Yunshang inquired directly. Without hesitation, defending the city was a collective responsibility, and as a member of the Tiandao class, she was certainly justified in seeking clarification. This matter was indeed quite bizarre. Let us sit down and discuss this, he suggested. They both took a seat. General Zhang continued, saying, in recent days, several representatives from various demon clans have approached us, asserting that they harbor no ambitions of invading the mortal realm, while also emphasizing their desire to dissociate from the Fox Demon clan. Among them, the Wolf Demon clan stands out the most. The soldier we just encountered was sent to gather intelligence on the wolf demons, but was discovered due to his lack of experience. Remarkably, the wolf demons not only spared his life, but also kindly escorted him back, reiterating their disconnection from the Fox Demons. I surmise that something monumental must have transpired within the Fox Demon clan to elicit such behavior from the others. However, we have not dispatched anyone to investigate the Fox Demons, thus remaining unaware of the events unfolding there. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunshang's expression shifted dramatically. General Zhang, perceptive as he was, noticed the change in her demeanor and promptly inquired, Lu Yunshang, do you perchance possess some knowledge regarding this matter? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yunshang replied, Indeed, my teacher and I have just returned from the territory of the Fox Demon clan. Moreover what? He pressed. We did witness some peculiar occurrences during our visit, Lu Yunshang recalled, her expression reflective. Subsequently, she recounted everything they had observed. It seems that something indeed transpired within the Fox Demon clan that led other demon clans to mistakenly attribute the events to us. General Zhang pondered this revelation. Initially conflicted about sending someone to investigate the Fox Demon clan, he concluded that such action was now unnecessary. Thus it is well, regardless of their sincerity or deceit. As long as they refrain from causing disturbances and everyone coexists peacefully, I desire nothing more, General Zhang sighed. It appears to be the moment to summon back those reconnaissance soldiers. The general must not be complacent. Preparations should be made. For no one can ascertain whether this is merely a ruse orchestrated by those monstrous beasts. Lu Yunshang cautioned. The intelligence of those beasts is not inferior to that of humans. Fear not, General Zhang chuckled heartily. He was not offended by Lu Yunshang's remarks. Rather, he found joy in the prudence and attentiveness of these young individuals. Lu Yunshang felt her cheeks flush. How could such a formidable commander require reminders from someone like herself? A flower sheltered in a greenhouse. Perhaps this was the general's deliberate test. General Zhang, I shall take my leave now. She could hardly muster the courage to remain any longer, hastily bidding farewell to the general. What are you laughing at? At the same time, having arrived in another area, Lin Fan and Su Yuru had come to a halt, with Su Yuru gazing at him intently as she inquired. It's nothing. Just some happy thoughts crossed my mind, Lin Fan quickly replied. You weren't being truthful earlier, were you? Su Yuru narrowed her eyes and softly asked, what is the situation in that area? Do you know something? Instructor Su. Perhaps we should refrain from concerning ourselves with those matters, Lin Fan responded with a wry smile, shaking his head. I am merely curious. You must possess knowledge of some sort. Otherwise, how could you sleep so soundly there? Is there something you cannot share with me? Su Yuru was perplexed. Indeed. I am aware, but it is not that I am unwilling to speak. Rather, even if I did, you would not believe me. How can you ascertain my disbelief if you do not speak? Here we go again. Lin Fan felt somewhat exasperated and stated plainly, very well, I shall be forthright. The scene you witnessed was orchestrated by me. Su Yuru shot him an incredulous glance and retorted, if you do not wish to divulge, then so be it. Instructor Su, rest assured, there will come a day when you shall know. Lin Fan, feeling helpless, patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. This prompted Su Yuru to frown, feeling as though she were being coddled like a young girl. Has your mischief stirred? Enough of this idle chatter. Henceforth, you shall tread the path I have indicated. Unless faced with mortal peril, I shall remain absent, observing how long you can endure. With that, Su Yuru vanished without a trace. I believe I can endure for a considerable duration. Lin Fan mused. Why do you think he seeks to escape? A mere human youth dares to venture into the territory of my wolf clan? A fool's errand. In the depths of the forest, a few wolf demons caught sight of Lin Fan from a distance, preparing to rush forth and rend him to pieces for their meal. However, upon recognizing his visage, they stood frozen in their tracks. That youth, he bears a striking resemblance to the individual described by the elders of our clan. The very demon who single-handedly annihilated the fox demon tribe. Good heavens, what is happening? Why has he appeared here? Could it be that we, the wolf clan, are his next target? Yet, did not our clan proclaim that he merely sought to serve as a warning to others? Surely he would not act recklessly again. Furthermore, did we not already send a representative to the human realm to convey our intentions of peace? Enough of this. We must flee for our lives. Run. By a curious twist of fate, Su Yuru brought Lin Fan to a location for training that lies within the territory of the wolf clan. Intriguingly, the wolf demons in this area all recognize him. Upon sighting him, their faces contort in sheer terror, as if they have encountered a demon. Without a moment's hesitation, they turn and flee. Lin Fan finds himself in a state of exasperation. He certainly remembers the high-ranking wolf demon that had been paralyzed with fear during the slaughter of the fox demons a few days prior. It appears that wolf demon has spread word of my deeds throughout the entire wolf clan. If that is indeed the case, Su Instructor's hopes of training me here may very well be dashed. Lin Fan feels a deep sense of frustration. He had already envisioned how he would showcase his skills before Su Yuru, only to find that every fearsome beast he encounters chooses to flee without uttering a word. How can he possibly perform under such circumstances? What is going on? Su Yuru, who had been stealthily following Lin Fan, is now utterly bewildered. She is certainly no fool. Once or twice might be tolerable, but after encountering countless ferocious beasts, all of which flee in sheer terror upon sighting Lin Fan, it becomes abundantly clear that something is amiss. If she remains oblivious to this, she is unworthy of her role as an instructor in the Heavenly Path class. Bang! In the heart of the forest, a colossal silver wolf demon quakes at the sight of Lin Fan, its legs trembling with fear. Without a moment's hesitation, it prepares to flee. Is this not a high-ranking wolf king? What could possibly be happening that even a creature of such caliber is gripped by fear? Su Yuru is left bewildered, exclaiming, "Can someone please explain what in the world is going on?" Stay. Without a moment's pause, Su Yuru dashes forward, swiftly closing the distance to the Silver Wolf King. The Wolf King's expression shifts to one of despair, as if paralyzed by an unseen force, too frightened to move. After all, this human woman has commanded it to remain. As a formidable member of the Celestial Wolf Clan, it is acutely aware that the Fox Demon Clan was annihilated by a male and female duo. Although this woman does not perfectly match the descriptions, the boy accompanying her bears an uncanny resemblance. Thus, it dares not stir. Should it provoke these two, it fears that its own clan may soon face annihilation. Goodness, it truly has frozen in place. Su Yuru is momentarily taken aback. Could her words possess such formidable authority? Even a wolf king quakes in its presence? Doubts begin to creep in, Yet she is astute enough to recognize the improbability of such a notion. One's own abilities may only surpass those of such a wolf king beast by a slight margin. How could one possibly instill a sense of linguistic intimidation within it? Would it truly remain if it did not flee? Can you enlighten me? Suyuro gazed into the watchful, yet despairing eyes of the wolf king and inquired, "Why is it that upon seeing him, you flee?" Beasts that have attained the rank of wolf king are capable of articulating human speech and can undoubtedly comprehend human language. If it chooses not to escape, does it await its demise? Without a moment's hesitation, the wolf king replied, "What?" Suyuro suspected she had misheard. She instinctively cleared her ears and asked, "What did you say? Are you planning to annihilate my Tianlang clan?" However, the wolf king did not respond further, instead elaborating, "We are unlike the fox demon clan. We yearn for peace and have no connection with them. What on earth are you talking about?" Suyuro's mind was awash with confusion, deeming it utterly absurd. Who could possibly extinguish your Tianlang clan? Moreover, what is this fox demon clan you speak of? Is this wolf king deranged? Just then, Lin Fan's voice resonated. "Enough. We have no intention of eradicating your wolf clan. You need not worry." Suyuro was momentarily taken aback. What does it mean to say, "We have no intention of eradicating your wolf clan"? It sounds as though annihilation is within your grasp at will, and yet you assure me, you need not worry. How utterly preposterous. Is this truly the case? Do you truly harbor no intention of annihilating my celestial wolf clan? Thank you. Thank you. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the wolf king was overwhelmed with gratitude. Suyuro, momentarily bewildered, pondered the absurdity of the conversation. Lin Fan, are you defying fate? Or is this wolf king simply lacking in intellect? Dismissing Suyuro's confusion, Lin Fan addressed the wolf king. "It's all right. You may leave. We are merely wandering about with no malicious intent. After all, a peace agreement was in place. Should he have been here for training, he could have effortlessly vanquished a few wolf demons. However, he had now been recognized, and he symbolized the dragon nation. Thank you." The wolf king, as if granted a reprieve, promptly fled. Suyuro, who initially found the situation ludicrous, soon felt astonishment, and eventually, a realization dawned upon her, leaving her profoundly shaken and speechless. Countless wolf demons turned to flee upon sighting him, including the wolf king himself. Reflecting on their earlier exchange, and recalling how the fox demon clan reacted to Lin Fan, a coherent thread of insight flickered in her mind. Yet, the sheer improbability of it all rendered her hesitant to delve deeper into her thoughts. "Lin Fan, do you not intend to elucidate the situation to me?" Suyuro's heart roiled with tumultuous emotions, though her exterior remained composed. "In truth, I had no intention of concealing anything from Instructor Su." Lin Fan contemplated for a moment before shaking his head and smiling. "At that time, while in the stronghold, I heard that the Fox Demon clan was stirring up trouble once again, so I decided to pay them a visit and nearly apprehended their entire leadership. At that time, a formidable wolf demon was present, having witnessed the entire process of my annihilation of the Fox Demon's formidable members. Subsequently, upon returning to the wolf clan, it must have recounted my visage and exploits. This explains why those wolf demons flee at the mere sight of me and why I managed to capture the upper echelons of the Fox Demon clan in one fell swoop." When Suyuro heard this, her mind went blank, rendering her incapable of absorbing the subsequent words. After a prolonged moment of stupor, she finally regained her composure. You can't be joking with me, can you? You claim you nearly exterminated the upper echelon of the Fox Demon clan?" Suyuro gazed earnestly at Lin Fan, struggling to comprehend the veracity of his statement. Lin Fan chuckled softly and replied, "How could I, a mere underachiever in the Heavenly Path class, possibly achieve such a feat? Not even the instructors could accomplish something of that magnitude." "But the truth is precisely that," Suyuro countered. "Otherwise, what would explain my presence in the Fox Demon clan's territory? Instructor Su, do you genuinely believe I merely stumbled upon that place by chance? Do you recall what you observed upon encountering me? You were quite curious as to why I dared to rest so peacefully in such a place. The answer is quite simple. The scene you witnessed was indeed my handiwork," Lin Fan stated with calm assurance. "Impossible." Suyuro immediately shook her head in disbelief. That expanse of land, how could it possibly be the work of Lin Fan? How could it be that such feats are achievable by humans? In this world, nothing is truly impossible. Lin Fan chuckled softly and remarked, "I do not wish to raise the mountains of the wolf demons to the ground. Thus I shall refrain from allowing you to witness how the realm of the fox demons was transformed into such a state. However, I can certainly provide a glimpse of another technique to enlighten you on how I vanquished the Fox Demon clan." With a resounding clap, he declared, would release. The birth of the tree realm. Suyuru, taken aback, inquired, "How did you manage that?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's intention to demonstrate another ninjutsu, she fixed her gaze upon him intently. Suddenly, she witnessed him clap his hands together. Would release. Would release. Suyuru found herself questioning the reliability of her own ears. Was Lin Fan truly about to perform the wood release technique? It seemed implausible. Even if Lin Fan was concealing his true power, it should have been some other ninjutsu, shouldn't it? Wood release? Hadn't he only recently acquired the wood release Kekiai Genkai? The technique was inherently weak, and he had possessed it for merely a few days. Could he truly have developed it to the extent of exterminating the elite members of the Fox Demon clan? As myriad thoughts raced through her mind, Lin Fan completed his incantation. The birth of the tree realm. In an instant, it appeared as though a colossal entity was emerging from the earth, accompanied by the relentless sound of trees extending skyward. Before Suyuru's astonished gaze, the tree realm descended upon the world. In the depths of the forest, the Wolf King, having just prepared to pause and catch its breath after a harrowing escape from death, suddenly found itself on the brink of despair. The very next moment, its eyes widened in horror as innumerable colossal vines surged forth from the ground in the direction from which it had fled. This sight evoked memories of the young boy who had annihilated the Fox Demon clan with a particular skill. Was it not said that he would spare my celestial wolf lineage? Was it not promised that I would be granted mercy? Overwhelmed by dread, it succumbed to despair, devoid of any thought of resistance. The once mighty Fox Demon clan had been eradicated by the very force that now loomed before it. In the presence of such a terrifying power, what use was resistance? What merit did escape hold? Just as it had emerged from the abyss of hopelessness, joy had not yet graced its heart before it was plunged back into despair. According to the accounts of the prodigies within its clan, these vines possessed an innate suppressive power over demonkind. Thus, when the tendrils erupted from the earth, it relinquished all notions of defiance and struggle, closing its eyes to await its fate. But suddenly, a flicker of confusion sparked within it, and it opened its eyes to discover that the vines showed no inclination to attack. What was happening? What did that human boy mean? Was he deliberately toying with and humiliating it? Meanwhile, in another part of the Celestial Wolf clan, disbelief reigned. Could it truly be that a mere human boy had succeeded in obliterating the entirety of the elite Fox Demon warriors? Surely you jest. A massive spotted tiger spoke, its tone dripping with disdain. Among the demon clans, interactions are not uncommon. This particular tiger demon had just arrived within the territory of the wolf demons, intending to seek out a few foxes from the Fox clan for some amusement, while also discussing a significant matter. However, it was soon informed by the Celestial Wolf tribe that the Fox clan had been annihilated, and astonishingly, it was accomplished by a mere human youth single-handedly. Naturally, the tiger demon found such an outrageous and preposterous claim hard to believe. How could a mere human possess such strength? If that were the case, humanity would have long since dominated our world. Where would we find the audacity or opportunity to contemplate an invasion of the Blue Star? Accompanying the tiger demon was a lion demon, who wore a similarly disdainful expression. As the wolf demons nearby were about to voice their thoughts, suddenly, the ground trembled violently. The entire mountain range shook. All the demon beasts present turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion. To their astonishment, the once familiar forested mountains were now enveloped by an even larger expanse of forest. What on earth is happening? A wave of panic swept through the assembly of demons. It's over. It's truly over. At that moment, a pink fox demon cried out in horror. The wolf demon beside her was the very one who had witnessed the emergence of the tree realm and the arrival of the flower tree realm. Both she and the pink fox had personally witnessed the aberration of that human youth and the downfall of the Fox clan. Now, a look of sheer terror and despair crossed their faces. Oh heavens! This is the magic of that human youth. He has come. He has actually arrived here. How could this be? Why has he come here? Is he here to annihilate my Celestial Wolf clan? Upon hearing the terrified words of the two parties involved and gazing at the ominous forest that loomed ever closer, the surrounding wolf demons were left in no doubt as to the gravity of the situation. What is happening? The tiger demon and lion demon were both somewhat bewildered. That young man had used this very technique to control all the fox demons present at the time, leading to their extermination. Now, this individual has arrived at our clan's territory. The relatively composed leader of the Celestial Wolf clan explained in shock. Initially, they had found such an outrageous occurrence hard to believe. It was only after sending someone to investigate the situation with the fox demons that they finally confirmed the truth. In this moment, despair began to creep in. Flee. Quickly lead all our kin to escape elsewhere with all our might. In fact, before the leader could finish speaking, many wolf demons had already vanished without a trace. Is this true? A mere human can be so terrifying? Could it be that what you just said is indeed true? The two nearby tiger and lion demons exchanged glances, filled with incredulity. They had been sent by their clan to probe the reality of the fox demon tribe, yet before reaching their destination, they heard that the fox demons had perished. Most importantly, they had been warned by the celestial wolf clan to abandon any thoughts of invading the mortal realm, lest disaster befall them. This only fueled their already inflated pride, leaving them seething with anger and contempt. Thus, the words spoken regarding the celestial wolf clan were naturally met with skepticism. Now, however, the terrifying ninjutsu unfolds before their very eyes. The dread and despair of the celestial wolf clan are undeniably genuine. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Brother Lion, do you dare accompany me to uncover the truth? The tiger demon opened its fearsome maw. What is there to fear? I too find it hard to believe that such formidable beings exist among humans. I am eager to witness the master of this technique, to discern the nature of their prowess. Although the lion demon felt trepidation within, it responded with pride. The leader of the celestial wolf clan merely shook its head, choosing not to elaborate further. At this moment, it had more pressing matters at hand, leading its kin to safety. Time passed slowly, each second feeling like an eternity. At last, Suyuro gradually emerged from her state of shock. Her gaze appeared vacant, as if her soul had momentarily fled. Her body trembled slightly, still reeling from the recent horror and astonishment. Is this truly your wood-release ninjutsu? Good heavens! How did you achieve this? Did you not just recently merge with the wood-release bloodline limit? Moreover, from whence did you derive such terrifying chakra? No, wait. Just now. It seems you did not perform any hand seals. Help me convey a message. The implications of this are profoundly unsettling. Profoundly unsettling indeed. Suyuru had just emerged from the shock of her descent from the tree realm when, in the next moment, she found herself engulfed in an even greater astonishment. The fact that wood-release could reach such a level was remarkable enough, but Lin Fan, astonishingly, he had not even performed a hand seal. Such a colossal ninjutsu could be executed without the need for hand signs? How was he able to accomplish this? Was he even human? It was utterly absurd. For a moment, Suyuru felt her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. She fixated intently on Lin Fan's strikingly handsome yet remarkably serene countenance. Feeling as though he was a stranger, he was no longer the student she had personally guided for 3 years. Do not be astonished. This is my true strength. This is the extent of my prodigious talent. Lin Fan sighed and replied, I have long stated that with wood release in my hands, it would surpass dust release in might. Is that why you undertook such an action? To exchange dust release for wood release, only to be ridiculed across the internet? Time passed, and eventually, the tempest within Suyuru's heart calmed. She had not realized, even herself, the depths of his extraordinary prowess. How foolish she had been to think he was the weakest among the 7. How misguided she had been to consider providing him with additional training and opportunities. As she spoke these words, Suyuru felt a surge of joy and excitement within her heart. How could she not be elated to have such a remarkable genius among her students? Yet, simultaneously, there lingered a hint of melancholy. Lin Fan had been concealed for so long right beneath his very eyes, and she had failed to notice even the slightest hint. He chuckled awkwardly. It was not that he felt the need to put on airs in front of Suyuru. Rather, without such pretense, he could not elucidate why those ferocious beasts fled at the mere sight of him, nor could he explain why the formidable Wolf King was so intimidated by him. However, this situation had its advantages. Once Suyuru became aware of his talents and prowess, she would likely cease her attempts to coddle him, thus sparing him from the potential waste of time. Moreover, he would no longer need to perform theatrics, which was entirely unnecessary. This arrangement was indeed preferable. In the future, should he wish to undertake endeavors on his own, it was reasonable to assume that Instructor Su would not object. Suddenly, a tiger demon and a lion demon emerged from the forest. Humans, how dare you wreak havoc here? The tiger demon bellowed, its round eyes glaring fiercely. Although the lion demon stood beside it, it instinctively leaned back slightly, its eyes darting nervously, prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger. This human youth was the master of that formidable technique, even if he lacked the true power to annihilate the fox demon clan. He was certainly not someone they could afford to underestimate. The tiger, known for its volatile temper and foolishness, did not wish to risk its life alongside such a reckless companion. Tiger Clan, Lion Clan. Suyurua drew her sword, taken aback by the unexpected appearance of these two formidable races. What a remarkable coincidence. Lin Fan's gaze was slightly astonished, but then he smiled. Pleasantly surprised to encounter you here, as he happened to have a matter that required your assistance. Humph. You expect us to help you? Human boy, have you lost your senses? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Do you realize whom you are addressing? As these words were spoken, the tiger demon had already charged forward. Heh. Lin Fan smiled faintly, curling his fingers, and countless vines surged forth from all directions, enveloping the tiger demon in an instant, binding it tightly. The grip only intensified, akin to being constricted by a multitude of gigantic pythons. Crack, crack. That was the sound of bone shattering. Simultaneously, roar. A chilling scream resonated throughout the entire mountain range. The lion demon, of course, was not spared either. However, it did not enter the fray with such ferocity. Thus it was bound without sustaining severe injuries, though it was far from comfortable. At this moment, its face was flushed, and it could hardly utter a word. In the blink of an eye, both formidable tiger and lion demons had been subdued. Suyuru was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for Lin Fan's extraordinary strength. The control exhibited by this would-release ninjutsu was astonishingly overwhelming. Oh, then can you enlighten me on who I am speaking with? It was only then that Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the tiger demon, a broad smile adorning his face. Blood trickled from the corner of the tiger demon's mouth, its expression contorted in sheer agony. How could it possibly utter a word? Lin Fan manipulated the vines, lifting the two monstrous beasts into the air before him. What assistance do you require from us? Speak freely, and we shall fulfill your request. The lion demon, trembling with fear, struggled and pleaded. At that moment, it became painfully aware of the formidable power and terror embodied by the youth before it. It even began to entertain the notion that this young man might indeed possess the capacity to annihilate the formidable members of the Fox Demon clan. Excellent. Those who recognize the shifting tides are indeed wise. It seems you are well versed in the principle of survival of the fittest, Lin Fan remarked with satisfaction, loosening his grip on the lion demon. What is it that you wish for us to assist you with? The lion demon hastily inquired as it touched the ground once more. The powerful dictate the rules, while the weak must adapt. In the past, you beasts were superior to us humans, hence you established the rules and determined how we were to be contained. However, the times have changed. Now, I shall set the rules. You must choose to adapt or... At this juncture, Lin Fan clenched his fist. The method of grafting. In an instant, the tiger demon met its demise. Die. The ultimatum was clear. Adapt or face death. The lion demon quaked in terror, utterly unprepared for the sudden and violent execution of its brother. Did you not request our assistance? Why has he been slain? Convey these words to your kin. Lin Fan continued, his tone icy and indifferent. If you do not wish to follow in the footsteps of the Fox Demon clan, you should be aware of what actions are permissible and which are not. Was this the favor I was expected to render? The lion demon was drenched in cold sweat, his apprehension intensifying. Suyuru's heart surged tumultuously. She had never witnessed such a sight of Lin Fan. She had never imagined that he possessed such an aspect. He was merely an 18-year-old youth, yet he emanated a certain maturity. His words carried a masculine weight, bold, striking, and captivating. For a moment, she found herself entranced. Take its corpse and leave, Lin Fan said in a low voice. The lion demon felt as if a great pardon had been granted. He immediately hoisted the corpse of the tiger demon onto his back and swiftly vanished with a few leaps. Instructor Su, shall we return home? As Lin Fan turned his face, he instantly displayed a sunny smile, as if he had not just slain a tiger demon moments ago. All right, let's go home. Suyuru quickly averted her somewhat infatuated gaze, stammering, unaware that her cheeks had flushed. Zhang Xiaoming, stop touching. 2 days later, Lin Fan returned home, took a refreshing shower, and reclined comfortably on the sofa. This expedition into the underground realm had been remarkably fulfilling. Not only had he completely adapted to all the abilities of the pillar, but he also reassured Li Yu and uncovered the identity of the enemy behind her, the Wasp organization. Furthermore, he has inadvertently resolved a potential conflict in Cave Number 3. Regardless of how the Fox Demon clan was annihilated or how exaggeratedly tales of those strange occurrences spread, the eradication of the Fox Demons has become an undeniable reality, leading many beastly races to adopt a more subdued demeanor. for the next decade, or perhaps even longer. Cave number 3 shall remain free from strife. Ultimately, Instructor Su Yuru became aware of some of his capabilities, allowing him to gain greater autonomy moving forward. Buzz. Hardly had he settled onto the sofa when Lu Yunxiang called. Lin Fan, I heard you've returned? Yes, just got home and finished showering, he replied. I thought Instructor Su would have you training there for a while longer. I didn't expect you to return so soon, Lu Yunxiang remarked with a smile. The world of cave number 3 is rather tumultuous, so we came back early. Lin Fan utilized the excuse he had prepared in advance. Indeed, you must also be aware of the extermination of the Fox Demon clan, right? I wonder who could have done such a thing, even now. Thinking of that eerie plane sends chills down my spine. Lu Yunxiang lamented. Lin Fan nodded, then inquired, Lu, is there more to your call than just this? Is there something you wish to discuss? What kind of question is that? Can't I simply call you for a chat? Lu Yunxiang rolled her eyes from the other end of the line. Of course, that would be more than welcome. I was utterly astonished when the school bell took the initiative to call me. Lin Fan chuckled and said, Well, I just wanted to inform you that my grandfather wishes to invite you over to our home for a meal, as an expression of gratitude. May I ask if that would be agreeable to you? Of course, I cannot decline the invitation from the elder of the Lu family. I replied, Very well. Please let me know when you are available. I am free at any time except today. You may decide the timing, and just notify me, Lin Fan responded. Today. He simply wished to enjoy a peaceful day at home. All right, it's a delightful arrangement then. On a sudden shift of topic, Lu Yunxiang inquired. Regarding the payment for the dust escape, I have already transferred the funds to you. Do check your account. Lin Fan glanced at his account, astonished. 100 million. Is this for real? It seemed the transfer had indeed been successful, and Lu Yunxiang expressed her satisfaction. Lu Yunxiang, I never expected you to be so generous. Lin Fan exclaimed genuinely. I merely suggested a token amount, and you have given me 100 million? Are you a little wealthy lady with too much money to spend? 100 million in exchange for the dust escape is hardly excessive, Lu Yunxiang responded with a shake of her head. I was actually concerned that my offer might be too meager, but since you seem quite pleased, I am relieved. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. All right. I've received the money. Thank you, Boss Lu, for your generous tip. However, someone is knocking at my door, and I suspect it is Zhang Xiaoming here to confront me. I shall not prolong our conversation. Goodbye. With that, Lin Fan pressed the remote and opened the door. As expected, it was indeed Zhang Xiaoming. Lin Fan. Why didn't you respond to my messages? She stormed towards him, her fury palpable. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Changing from dust escape to wood escape is one thing, but how dare you venture into the underground alone? Have you lost your senses? At that moment, Lin Fan dared not retort. He stood obediently, allowing her to vent her frustrations. As Zhang Xiaoming's anger intensified, she pushed forward, swiftly pinning Lin Fan to the sofa, preparing to give him a thorough reprimand. Your body. Why does it feel so different all of a sudden? After just a few slaps, Zhang Xiaoming immediately sensed something was amiss. She then carefully examined Lin Fan's physique, growing increasingly astonished. Goodness, you've become so much more robust. What fortuitous encounter did you experience in the underground? She exclaimed in disbelief. All right, enough with the touching, Lin Fan said helplessly as he sat up. I realized that in a moment of panic, I neglected to inform you and Uncle Zhang before disappearing, causing you both concern. I apologize. It won't happen again. That's more like it. Zhang Xiaoming let out a soft huff and continued. By the way, didn't Lu Yunxiang mention that Instructor Su was going to give you special training? She said that you had upset Instructor Su this time and might face dire consequences. Possibly spending the entire holiday in the underground? How did you emerge so quickly? Do tell me, what extraordinary encounter did you experience? Your physique has transformed dramatically. It is no longer comparable to what it was before. If anyone knows Lin Fan best, aside from Liu, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Xiaoming. Indeed, both Lu Yunxiang and Lin Fan are members of the Heavenly Dao class. Instructor Siyu is their mentor, yet none of them understand him as well as Zhang Xiaoming does. For instance, when Zhang Xiaoming merely touched Lin Fan's body, she immediately sensed the difference. Others were oblivious to it. I did indeed have some extraordinary experiences. My physical fitness and strength have undergone significant transformations, which is why Instructor Su let me off the hook and allowed me to come out. Lin Fan fabricated. Knowing he could not disclose that he possessed a celestial body. Lin Fan, what incredible luck have you stumbled upon? Zhang Xiaoming continued to explore Lin Fan's physique, her curiosity intensifying with each touch, becoming increasingly enthralled. Your body is simply astonishing. Please, Enlighten me about the extraordinary experiences you encountered in the underground. Zhang Xiaoming's curiosity was insatiable. This is quite a sorrowful tale. Lin Fan began to weave a story, knowing full well that Zhang Xiaoming, in her naivety, would be easily deceived. Thus, I fortuitously acquired the inner core of the millennia-old demon dragon. Shortly after consuming it, I succumbed to slumber. Upon reopening my eyes, I beheld Instructor Su and Lu Yunshan. How astonishing! Zhang Xiaoming listened intently, her curiosity piqued, and remarked, "But does such a thing as the inner core of a millennia-old demon dragon truly exist? How do you feel now? You aren't going to sprout dragon scales or something, are you?" All right. Uncle Zhang has called us for dinner," Lin Fan responded, shaking his head, feeling somewhat fatigued. "Let us go. I am famished. We shall dine first, and then discuss matters thereafter. It is quite a distance from here to my home. Let us converse as we walk." As Lin Fan returned to the capital, his days were rather pleasant. On the first evening, he shared a meal with Zhang Xiaoming and her family. The following day, he basked in the sun while swimming in the pool of his villa with Zhang Xiaoming, indulging in sheer joy. On the third day, Zhang Xiaoming departed for her training. Yet Su Yuro came to visit him. Su Yuro had previously been a student of the Heavenly Tao class, much like Lin Fan, both lacking any significant family background. With no allegiances but to the nation, she continued residing in this unique villa area after becoming an instructor, making her Lin Fan's neighbor. "Is there a purpose for your visit, instructor?" Lin Fan inquired. "It is nothing of great importance. I merely passed by and thought to stop in for a visit," she replied. Suyuru lightly cleared her throat, striving to appear more at ease, and continued, "By the way, do you have any beverages? Is orange juice acceptable?" "Certainly," Lin Fan replied, and proceeded to prepare the juice. Suyuru settled onto the couch in the living room, surveying her surroundings. "Are you the only one living here? Haven't you considered hiring a couple of maids to assist with cooking or cleaning?" she casually inquired. Typically, members of the Tiandao class or instructors residing in this area would employ a few housekeepers, allowing them more time to focus on their training. Moreover, living alone in such a spacious villa could feel rather desolate. "It's just me," Lin Fan responded as he skillfully extracted the juice. "I enjoy cooking for myself. As for cleanliness, I schedule professional cleaning services periodically." Before long, he brought 2 glasses of orange juice into the living room. Suyuru found herself somewhat speechless. At their age, most people were racing against time to train or gain experience, yet Lin Fan seemed to lack that sense of urgency. He appeared to be living quite leisurely. However, considering Lin Fan's extraordinary talent, she could only sigh in resignation. Having only recently mastered wood release, he was already capable of performing formidable wood release ninjutsu without the need for hand seals. Such talent was truly otherworldly. "Actually, I came to seek your assistance." After a moment's hesitation, Suyuru spoke up. "Assistance?" Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback and couldn't help but chuckle. "What assistance can I possibly offer to Instructor Su now?" At this moment, he had become perceived as a useless individual in the eyes of others. Even within the Heavenly Path class, he would no longer receive any attention. Nor did he possess any connections. However, Suyuro was different. Consequently, Lin Fan was curious about how he could assist Suyuro. "During this expedition to the underworld, you revealed to me your wood release bloodline limit, exhibiting an astonishing level of control and a terrifying ability to suppress ferocious beasts. I believe you are the partner I have longed for. Therefore, there exists a secret realm. I wonder if you would be interested in joining me to explore it?" A playful smile appeared on Suyuro's face. Lin Fan furrowed his brows slightly, utterly astonished that Suyuro's request for his help pertained to such a matter. With Suyuro's strength and status, what sort of companions could she possibly lack? If it were about control, the imperial capital was home to 2 immensely powerful Uchiha clans. And among the instructors of the Heavenly Path class, 2 possessed the Sharingan. They too had formidable control and the ability to suppress ferocious beasts. "Instructor Su, what secret realm are you referring to?" Lin Fan did not rush to accept or decline. Instead, he wished to clarify the situation first. "The Heavenly Mirage Secret Realm." Suyuro grinned. "What? The Heavenly Mirage Secret Realm?" Lin Fan was utterly astonished. Any secret realm bearing the word heaven could not possibly be an ordinary one. There were numerous secret realms and ruins throughout the world, each more diverse and peculiar than the last. What kind of mysteries abound? Yet, the most enigmatic must surely be the Celestial Mirage. For within this realm, no one knows the circumstances that prevail. All who venture into this mystic domain emerge devoid of any recollection of their experiences. Thus, what perils lurk in this secretive haven? What is the nature of its environment? Are there ferocious beasts or other threats? No one possesses the faintest inkling. What is known, however, is that those fortunate enough to survive its trials invariably find their chakra reserves enhanced to varying degrees. In fact, one might experience an augmentation of up to 20 in their total chakra capacity. The greater one's initial chakra, the more substantial the enhancement. Lin Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. He could scarcely fathom the implications of a 20 increase on his already substantial chakra reserves. How extraordinary would that be? Instructor Su, where did you procure this ticket to the realm? Lin Fan inquired. This enigmatic sanctuary opens its gates only once every 5 years, and each occasion yields a mere 24 tickets. Given the vast population of Long Kingdom, with so many aspiring souls, the scarcity of tickets renders it evident that not everyone possesses the means or the merit to acquire one. Lin Fan and his contemporaries from the Tiandao class stand no chance. This is not a matter of wealth or influence. The realm belongs to the state, and only those who have made significant contributions to the nation may earn such a privilege. As students, they remain in the phase of consuming and enjoying the nation's resources, having yet to seize the opportunity to serve their country and achieve distinction. Even Lin Fan believed that Su Yuro was unattainable, yet he was taken aback when she indeed managed to acquire a ticket. It matters not. Just tell me if you're interested, and, if you dare. Observing Lin Fan's mixture of excitement and disbelief, Su Yuro felt an inexplicable joy within her. This secret realm is the most enigmatic of all. Everything remains shrouded in mystery. Oftentimes, the more unfathomable the unknown, the greater the fear it evokes. Thus, not everyone possesses the courage to venture into such a secret domain. Task: accept Su Yuro's invitation to enter the celestial illusion realm. Completion reward: 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. The Flying Thunder God of the 4th Hokage? Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that the system only offered rewards of SSS grade? Naturally, he was intrigued. Indeed, he dared. Lin Fan resolutely declared, "Excellent. Let it be settled then." Su Yuro instantly smiled. With Lin Fan's would release prowess combined with her own strength, she was confident of obtaining the highest 20 increase in chakra from this secret realm. Instructor Su, how did you come to think of me for such a fortuitous opportunity? Lin Fan inquired, momentarily curious. Because you are my student, Su Yuro replied. Aside from his formidable abilities, Lin Fan is also her student. The total amount of his chakra is likely exceedingly profound. Such a genius, endowed with such an immense reservoir of chakra, would be remiss not to enter the heavenly mirage secret realm to enhance his skills. It appears that the teacher places considerable trust in me, mused Lin Fan, a grin spreading across his face. Since Su Yuro referred to him as her student, it is only fitting for him to address her as teacher, thereby fostering a closer bond and deepening their emotional connection. It is noteworthy that previously, only Lu Yunshang had called her teacher. The trust Lin Fan speaks of stems from the fact that the 24 tickets do not permit entry for merely 24 individuals. Rather, they allow for 24 groups. The holder of each ticket may choose to enter the secret realm alone or to bring several companions, with a maximum of 5 individuals permitted per ticket. However, this secret realm is unique. Everyone who emerges from it will lose their memories of the experience within. This implies that within its confines, one is free to act as they wish. In this realm, no rules exist, nor are there any legal or moral constraints. Individuals are free to indulge in their desires. Thus, if one intends to bring companions, it is imperative to choose those who are utterly trustworthy. Otherwise, they will ultimately suffer the consequences of their choices. What alternative exists? Do you truly wish to engage in something untoward with me within the secret realm? Su Yuro raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Is it truly just the two of us? In truth, Su Yuro was merely in her early 20s, not older than Li Yu, making her contemporaneous with Lin Fan. Although she is predominantly serious and strict, she occasionally lightens the mood by sharing a jest or two with them, thereby bridging the gap. However, Instructor Su, your humor leaves much to be desired. Lin Fan dared not respond to Su Yuro's words. Just a moment ago, she had called him teacher, and now it was Instructor Su? Su Yuro scoffed dismissively before stating earnestly, the mortality rate in this secret realm is considerably high, yet I intend to take you alone. If you are frightened, now is the time to withdraw. Just the two of us? Lin Fan swallowed hard. He cast a glance at Su Yuro, and a wave of heat and unease surged within him. At this moment, she was clad in light summer attire, and her alluring figure was impossible to conceal, particularly her ample bosom. It was truly beyond the pale, undoubtedly the most extraordinary he had ever encountered. With such a figure and such beauty, Typically, Lin Fan and his spirited companions refrained from indulging in any thoughts, primarily because she was instructor Su and maintained a rather serious demeanor. Yet today, she raised an eyebrow and wore a playful smile. She was decidedly different from her usual self. Now, she declared that only he, Lin Fan, would be her partner in entering the secret realm. How could Lin Fan withstand her flirtation? A solitary man and woman embarking on an adventure in a secret realm. And in such an environment, did she truly not fear that something may transpire? Indeed, just the two of us. Sometimes, having more individuals is not necessarily better. Suyuru nodded and replied nonchalantly. Besides, I have no other suitable candidates whom I can trust. The reason she placed her trust in Lin Fan. There is indeed a reason for this. Firstly, Lin Fan is her student, and over the past 3 years, she has come to understand him quite well, knowing the essence of his character. Secondly, there lies Lin Fan's secret, his true strength and innate talent, of which, in Suyuru's eyes, she alone possesses knowledge. This secret, often, serves as the most effective means of bridging the gap between two individuals. Thus, Suyuru naturally feels a sense of closeness and familiarity with Lin Fan, perhaps without even realizing it. Ultimately, she has unconsciously developed profound trust in him. As for Lu Yunshang, Lin Fan nodded. You are curious as to why I included you in this benefit, but not Lu Yunshang, Suyuru inquired with a smile. Indeed, Lin Fan nodded. It is well known that Suyuru shares a close relationship with Lu Yunshang and has significant ties to the Lu family. Perhaps this is due to their shared heritage of the bloodline limit of the boiling escape. In any case, their connection is quite intimate. Now that she has chosen to involve me while excluding Lu Yunshang, I cannot help but feel intrigued. Yunshang has just acquired the dust escape, and in the forthcoming year or two, she will undoubtedly experience a surge in her abilities, an optimal period for her growth. This is not a suitable time for her to partake in such perilous trials in the secret realm. Even if I were to invite her, and she were to consent, the Lu family would certainly disapprove, possibly even suspecting me of harboring ill intentions towards Lu Yunshang. Why would I ever wish to engage in such treachery? Suyuru elucidated. Moreover, this secret realm is not a one-time opportunity. It will reopen in 5 years. By then, Yunshang's prowess will have undoubtedly strengthened, making a return to such a realm a more prudent choice. For her, the timing is simply premature. Does that imply it is not premature for me? Lin Fan instinctively rolled his eyes and blurted out a retort, only to realize his error moments later. As expected, Suyuru shot him an exasperated glance. Firstly, Yunshang possesses a formidable background, and in 5 years, she will surely secure a ticket. Even if she does not obtain one, her connections and capabilities will guarantee invitations from others to enter this secret realm. Lin Fan, I am aware of your strength. Yet do you possess a background as robust as hers? Suyuru cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fan, sneering. No, certainly not. Lin Fan shook his head decisively, not daring to argue. Perhaps this is the inherent pressure that comes from a teacher. Secondly, your current strength is formidable, and your chakra is unfathomable, far surpassing anything Yunshang can compare to. Suyuru continued, thus making your entry into this secret realm quite suitable. Most importantly, I believe your wood-release ninjutsu will significantly aid me in this trial within the secret realm, especially if the dangers posed are ferocious beasts. This is why I sought you out. Of course, if you are confident in your ability to enter this secret realm in 5 years, you are free to decline my request. I am not compelling you. Suyuru gazed at Lin Fan with a radiant smile. In her eyes, Lin Fan seemed to relish concealing his true capabilities. Unless absolutely necessary, he would likely refrain from revealing his prowess. Now that they had the opportunity to enter this secret realm together, he could not afford to wait 5 years to unveil his strength in pursuit of entry. Observing the half-hearted smile on Suyuru's face, Lin Fan felt a sudden chill. How could that be? To suggest coercion is an exaggeration. I am already immensely grateful for this opportunity you have bestowed upon me, and my sole desire is to enter this time. Thoughts of 5 years hence have not even crossed my mind. That is more like it. Suyuru nodded in satisfaction. Teacher, if it is just the two of us, might that be inappropriate? Lin Fan inquired once more. What is the matter? Do you feel uncomfortable or awkward? Suyuru replied, sipping her orange juice, her brow furrowed. After all, it was just the two of us in the cavern as well. Nevertheless, this celestial mirage secret realm is ultimately different from the cavern. Just the two of us. A young man and a young woman. How improper. Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly. What do you mean by a young man and a young woman? I am your teacher, and you are my student. What is inappropriate about that? Suyuru remarked nonchalantly. That does not seem right, Lin Fan. Given your character, you should not be acting this way. At this moment, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Furrowing her brow, she fixed her gaze intently on Lin Fan and inquired suspiciously. You wouldn't be thinking of sneaking in a couple of your acquaintances to share my ticket, would you? A sheepish smile crept across Lin Fan's face, for indeed, that thought had crossed his mind. He wished fervently that he could bring Li Yu along as well. Given Li Yu's somewhat unsavory background, she would never gain entry into this secret realm without his assistance. However, Lin Fan was acutely aware that Suyuru had graciously offered him this opportunity, and to exploit it in such a manner felt decidedly inappropriate. Thus, he hesitated, fumbling for words. That's not acceptable. Before Lin Fan could utter anything further, Suyuru promptly shook her head, resolutely declining. Numerous inquiries had been made of her, whether from those within the Heavenly Path class, other governmental departments, or even the Liu family, yet she had turned each one down, including those from friends. Despite their familiarity, she could not bring herself to trust them. Initially, she had intended to venture forth alone. Had Lin Fan not showcased his would-release ninjutsu and prowess in the subterranean world, she would never have sought him out. I have sacrificed so much for this ticket. If I fail to attain a 20% increase in chakra, it would truly be a grave loss. Bringing you along serves to better achieve this objective, yet it does carry some risk. I cannot afford to include anyone else. Suyuru's cautious nature had been instilled in her from a young age. Otherwise, this extraordinary beauty, devoid of support, would not have survived to this day. In this hidden realm, she could not even trust her own people, let alone Lin Fan's. Well, I understand. Lin Fan nodded apologetically, sensing Suyuru's attitude, and chose not to say more. As for his aunt, Li Yu, at worst, he could secure her a spot 5 years later. He was confident in this regard. Not only could he obtain a single quota, but even a ticket to the secret realm should not pose a significant challenge, for ultimately, this is a world governed by the law of the jungle. Here, strength reigns supreme. And Lin Fan, indeed, possesses great strength. Ah, you little rascal. It must be you taking the initiative. I was merely being kind, allowing you to benefit, and yet you audaciously wish for more. Upon leaving Lin Fan's residence, Suyuru quickly returned home, only to find herself increasingly infuriated. She had genuinely intended to assist Lin Fan by letting him use her ticket, yet he had the audacity to overreach, desiring to bring others along. Oh dear, it seems I have inadvertently overheard something I should not have. Just then, a teasing voice echoed from the living room. What do you mean by letting someone benefit? Yuro, have you started dating? When did this happen? How come I was not informed? Come, tell me all about it. Which handsome fellow is it? In Suyuru's home resided her close friend, who was now inquiring with lively curiosity. What boyfriend? What handsome guy? Suyuru looked at her best friend in astonishment and then realized what her friend had misunderstood. Her face flushed immediately. What are you thinking? I was just talking about using my ticket to the secret realm. Suyuru rolled her eyes and said, You silly goose. Every day, you come up with the strangest thoughts. Can you blame me for that? Her friend, who had been quite excited, lost interest upon hearing that it was about a ticket. She retorted, Who told you to say such ambiguous things the moment you walked in? Wow. Suyuru, are you blushing? What on earth are you blushing about? Oh my, could it be that something is really going on? Come on. Spill the beans and don't think about hiding anything. I've even shown you my entire chat history with that boy. Suyuru felt helpless. Under her friend's relentless questioning, she divulged everything about Lin Fan. As for his abilities, especially that would-release technique, you're now probably the second person in this world to know about it. Please, do not spread it around. Otherwise, we might not even remain friends. Suyuru warned sternly. She had even disclosed Lin Fan's would-release technique without reservation. She shared everything with her dear friend. If Lin Fan were present, one could only imagine how he would feel upon discovering this. Rest assured, if what you say is true, then Lin Fan is truly extraordinary. Having only recently mastered the art of wood-release, it is astonishing that one could develop such formidable ninjutsu without the need for hand seals. If this revelation were to come to light, it would surely cause an uproar, rivaling even the commotion surrounding his transition from dust release to wood-release. I am acutely aware of the gravity of this matter. Suyuru's close friend, Shenjing, immediately raised her hands in assurance, declaring, Rest assured, I will not speak a word of this to anyone. Her promise was fervent. Yet Suyuru could not shake the feeling that it was rather implausible. How foolish I was to have previously chastised him for his naivety. It seems that he was indeed speaking the truth. Shenjing's heart was tumultuous. He genuinely aspired to attain the would-release bloodline limit and had the capability to develop it. Recently, Lin Fan's shift from dust release to wood release had left countless individuals astounded. As Su Yuru's confidant, Xinjing was more familiar with Lin Fan and his companions than most, given that Su Yuru shared stories about them every day upon returning home. Friends share everything. After all, at one point, she had thought Lin Fan was merely a fool, or perhaps infatuated, captivated by Lu Yunshang. Yet now, what a pity it is that such a gifted young man, such a tender sprout, is destined to be consumed by an old bull like you. Reflecting on their upcoming secret realm duo, Xinjing couldn't help but exclaim, "What are you saying?" Su Yuru blushed once more. "In my estimation, you may indeed harbor genuine feelings for him." Xinjing let out a cold laugh, her expression serious as she analyzed, "As for his feelings towards you. Huh. An 18-year-old boy, isn't he merely at your mercy? Just a slight provocation from you. Who could possibly withstand the allure of such a natural enchantress like yourself? I am certain that within the secret realm, something will undoubtedly transpire between you two. You're getting more outrageous by the minute." Su Yuru rolled her eyes and retorted, "I am his teacher. What could he possibly dare to do to me? A teacher, you say? What of it? Are there not many instances of teacher-student romances nowadays?" Xinjing immediately countered, "The very notion of a teacher and student makes it all the more thrilling. As for whether he would dare to act upon his feelings, I cannot say. However, I am certain that you will find it impossible to resist doing something to him. Should you emerge from the secret realm and discover that you are no longer a maiden, do not doubt it, Su Yuru. It will undoubtedly be your own initiative." "Oh dear, my poor handsome Lin Fan. I can almost envision the scene of him being ravaged by you. Su Yuru, you devil. Xinjing, you are insufferable." With her expression already darkened, Su Yuru, unable to contain her anger, took a swift step forward and pinned Xinjing down onto the sofa, straddling her. The two immediately began to grapple with one another on the couch. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained oblivious, unaware that Su Yuru was currently engaged in a playful scuffle with her best friend. He could hardly fathom that the instructor he held in such high regard possessed such a playful side. He was acutely aware of his own fortune. Originally, while demonstrating his prowess to Su Yuru in the underground chamber, his intention was merely to secure a modicum of freedom during his forthcoming days in the Heavenly Path class. Little did he anticipate such an unexpected delight. The Celestial Mirage Realm, how intriguing. A smile graced Lin Fan's lips. Now, he possessed the entirety of Hashirama's peak power, coupled with Obito's dual divine might. The so-called Celestial Mirage Realm was but child's play to him. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, he could face them with equanimity. In the imperial capital, the Lu family awaited the arrival of the Feng family's guests. Lu Omping, the head of the Lu family, wore a beaming smile. "Grandfather, I merely wish to dedicate myself to my training, striving to master dust release at the earliest. And for now, I seek to set aside other matters." Lu Yunshang sighed gently. "The young master of the Feng family is quite an amiable person." Lu Omping continued to smile, saying, "I do not impose any strict expectations upon you. I merely encourage you to foster a rapport with him. Although the Feng family has aligned themselves with us, it is only through the marriage of their young master that true bonds may be forged." "I understand your intentions, grandfather," Lu Yunshang interjected, "but matters of the heart cannot be forced. They hinge upon fate. I have known Feng Yu for several years now. We are merely friends. I do not wish for you to regard me as a mere instrument for a political alliance." At this juncture, Lu Yunshang had adopted an exceedingly grave demeanor. "Throughout my life, I, Lu Yunshang, shall either remain unmarried, dedicating all my being to my country and family, or if I were to wed, it would only be to someone I truly cherish. I hope my grandfather can respect my sentiments." Given Lu Yunshang's exceptional talent, the Lu family naturally prefers that she does not marry, as inviting a son-in-law would be the most favorable option. Lu Yunshang is well aware of this. However, she does not wish for her life to be dictated by others. If Lu Omping had not broached the subject, it would have been better. But since it has been mentioned today, she must clarify her thoughts to her grandfather sooner rather than later. "Alas, my dear girl, of course, your grandfather will respect your wishes. Well, let us not dwell on this matter any longer." Lu Omping sighed with resignation and said, "Call Lin Fan. Tomorrow, perhaps, he shall no longer be Lin Fan. Hello, I am Yunshang's grandfather." Lin Fan, who was engrossed in a game at home, was taken aback when he answered Lu Yunshang's call, only to discover that it was her grandfather speaking. "Are you free tomorrow? We would like to invite you to our home for a simple meal." Elder Lu's voice was robust yet gentle. "Hello, Elder Lu. Miss Lu has mentioned you before. but I did not expect to receive a call from you personally. Lin Fan smiled and promptly replied, rest assured, I will definitely be there tomorrow. As Lin Fan conversed with the Liu family, he felt a mixture of anticipation and curiosity. On the other side, Suyuro and Shinjing were utterly exhausted. Collapsing onto the sofa, gasping for breath. A solitary male and a solitary female. Surely nothing could truly transpire between them? As she recalled the term both Lin Fan and Shinjing had mentioned, Suyuro's mind began to wander into unfounded thoughts. In the realm of the mysterious, anything could indeed occur. Yet, Lin Fan was her student. She was his instructor, his teacher. No, that cannot be. What on earth am I thinking? Suyuro shook her head, but the image of Lin Fan suddenly surfaced in her mind. The boy who, with a mere clap of his hands, summoned a forest. The one who effortlessly annihilated the tiger demon with a blink and instilled fear in the lion demon. In those moments, Lin Fan exuded an air of dominance, undeniably captivating. The most alarming part was his tender age, yet he displayed such formidable prowess. Truly enchanting. Suyuro, what folly is this? What absurd fantasies are you indulging in? He is your student. Upon this realization, her cheeks flushed crimson once more, her heart racing uncontrollably. After Shinjing's words, she sensed that perhaps she genuinely wished for something to unfold with Lin Fan in that mysterious realm, which was why she had invited him. Why she had only invited him? No, it cannot be so. In that unknown domain, everything is uncertain, as a delicate woman. It is only natural to feel apprehensive about entering alone, is it not? Suyuru shook her head vigorously, internally justifying her thoughts. Lin Fan is my student, and crucially, he trusts me enough to share his long-hidden secrets. Is it not entirely reasonable for me to place my trust in him? Yes, indeed. That's exactly it. Unbeknownst to her, these last two sentences slipped from her lips. Beside her, Shinjing furrowed her brow and asked, what are you mumbling about? Nothing. Jing. Would you consider joining us in this venture? Suyuru swiftly shifted the topic. Forget it, young lady. I am not like you, Shinjing replied, shaking her head. I'm just a salted fish. As long as I can live my life in peace, that is sufficient for me. I lack your lofty ideals and ambitions. In such a perilous realm, a novice like me would scarcely survive 3 seconds. I have yet to experience enough of life. In truth, Lin Fan's strength was indeed unfathomable. With the two of us here, safeguarding one of you should pose no significant challenge, Suyuru reassured her. I also do not wish to be a burden to you. Instructor Su, please, have mercy and spare me. Shinjing implored, shaking her head. Very well. The choice is yours, Suyuru shrugged nonchalantly. She had long anticipated Shinjing's refusal. It was merely a diversion of conversation, not a genuine desire to place her friend in peril. The following day, a luxurious car arrived at Lin Fan's residence. Hello, Lin Fan. I am the mother of Liu Yunchang. Descending from a luxurious vehicle was a stunning woman clad in a black gown. Upon noticing Lin Fan at the entrance, a smile graced her face as she remarked, Yunchang has encountered an unexpected matter, so I have come to fetch you. Good day, Andy. I truly appreciate your kindness in coming to collect me. If Liu Yunchang is unavailable, she could simply inform me, and I could make my own way there. I apologize for the trouble. What a polite child you are, the beautiful woman complimented Lin Fan, then added, let us converse in the car. Certainly. The two entered the vehicle, which soon set in motion, swiftly departing from the villa district towards the heart of the capital. Lin Fan felt somewhat uneasy, primarily due to the striking beauty of Liu Yunchang's mother. Her exquisite figure left him feeling a tad out of place beside such a captivating woman. Lin Fan, may I daringly inquire a few questions? My curiosity is quite overwhelming, she said with a slight smile, her gaze fixed on Lin Fan, filled with anticipation and eagerness. Of course, Lin Fan nodded, instantly surmising the nature of her inquiries. As anticipated, she proceeded to ask, surely, you can guess what I am about to inquire. Indeed. I am curious as to why, after acquiring the dust escape, you chose not to utilize it for yourself, but rather. Upon hearing this question, the driver in the front instantly perked up, for it appeared to be a query that intrigued everyone. Each individual who encountered Lin Fan seemed compelled to pose this very question. To speak candidly, Lin Fan was somewhat exasperated. However, today, the one posing this question was none other than Liu Yunchang's mother. Despite his silent frustration, he could only comply and respond dutifully. Auntie, what you truly wish to inquire is whether I harbor feelings for your daughter, Liu Yunchang, which prompted me to exchange for dust release, am I correct? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan began. Many people online hold such beliefs, leading them to mock me as foolish and dim-witted. Even if I were to elucidate that this is not the case, few would be inclined to believe me. Yet, this is the undeniable truth. When the investigation team questioned me, I answered with utmost seriousness. Allow me to reiterate to you, any, that my action stems solely from my admiration for the wood-release bloodline limit. It is merely because I desire the wood-release bloodline limit, nothing more. I assure you, I harbor no feelings towards the campus belle. Lin Fan could easily discern the true concern of the elegant woman before him. Perhaps she was indeed curious as to why he had not utilized dust release, opting instead to exchange for wood release. Yet her primary concern remained whether he had any intentions towards Lu Yunshang. A hint of embarrassment crossed her features. Originally, when they spoke on the phone yesterday, Lu Yunshang had mentioned she would personally come to fetch Lin Fan. However, today, she was summoned to attend to matters concerning the Feng family. And it was her mother who came to collect Lin Fan, ostensibly to ascertain Lin Fan's feelings toward her daughter. An uneasy silence enveloped the car. The driver seemed to chuckle softly, evidently skeptical of Lin Fan's words. Could you kindly share with Annie why you possess such a profound fondness for wood release? It is indeed a technique that is notoriously challenging to master. The notion that it is the weakest bloodline limit is not merely a saying, but an established fact. The elegant woman cast a sideways glance at the driver before turning her attention to Lin Fan. Her intention was to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. Lin Fan sensed her aim and responded with a smile, explaining, I simply like it, without the necessity for elaborate reasons. As for the weakest bloodline limit, perhaps in the future it shall no longer hold the title. The refined lady appeared taken aback by Lin Fan's response. Yet, observing his demeanor, she discerned no trace of jest. Could it be that wood release might no longer be regarded as the weakest bloodline limit? She pondered. Does he imply that wood release, under his command, could manifest differently, perhaps even surpassing dust release? Where does he derive such confidence? The woman was momentarily stunned into silence, while the driver in front displayed an expression of utter disdain. You have no idea how laughable you are, Lin Fan thought to himself. He was astonished by the sheer number of attendees at the Lu family gathering. As he stepped into the grand hall of the Lu residence, he found himself momentarily speechless. The hall was expansive, bustling with people and vibrant with activity. An array of delicacies, exquisite dishes, and fine wines adorned the space, reminiscent of an opulent ballroom. A diverse assembly of individuals donned their finest attire, gathering in small clusters to engage in hushed conversations, raise their glasses in celebration, or savor the intricacies of the delicacies presented. Elegant music reverberated through the air, as some individuals danced gracefully in tune with the melody. Lin Fan had presumed that the Lu family had invited him for a meal as a gesture of gratitude. However, he soon realized he had overestimated the situation. After all, how could a prestigious family from the capital possibly extend a private invitation to him? His association with Lu Yunshang, a wielder of the wood release bloodline limit, coupled with $1 million, merely constituted a mutually beneficial transaction that had already been established. Thus, an extravagant expression of thanks was unnecessary. A simple acknowledgement sufficed, and the fact that the elder Lu had personally invited him was already a considerable honor. Lin Fan quickly comprehended this and felt a sense of relief. Had the Lu family exhibited excessive gratitude, he would have been at a loss on how to respond. The current scenario felt just right and entirely appropriate. He was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. Today marked the 70th birthday of the elder. This gathering is meant for our generation. The younger folks are in the back, a beautiful woman explained with a smile. It dawned on Lin Fan that it was indeed the birthday of Mr. Lu, which accounted for the presence of so many notable figures. Zhao, this young man is Lin Fan, a friend of Yunshang. Please take him to the back courtyard. The beautiful woman instructed a nearby steward. Lin Fan, feel free to sit and have a bite, or wander about a bit. Remember to stay for the evening. The elder wishes to meet you. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be able to accompany you for now. By the way, Yunshang should be arriving shortly. Very well. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. What more could he say? He obediently followed Butler Zhao to the backyard. If the front hall was the venue for a grand ball, then the backyard resembled a lively gathering place for the youth. Inside, numerous young men and women were engaged in games or playing cards, while outside, some lounged on the lawn basking in the sunlight, and others swam in the pool. In truth, Lin Fan was acquainted with many individuals present here. Prior to his entry into the dimensional space, numerous families had sought to cultivate ties with him. And even earlier than that, after joining the Heaven's Path class, people began to approach him one after another. Naturally, it was not the prominent figures themselves who came. Those influential individuals had only interacted with him once, when he obtained the dust escape and exited the secret realm, and that was the final encounter. Initially, it was through the young scions and daughters of noble families before him that he made connections. For instance, friendships were formed, and one classmate would introduce him to another. Consequently, he recognized at least half of the attendees here, including some of his classmates. Lin Fan? I can't believe he also made an appearance. Some were astonished upon seeing him arrive. What was so surprising about it? He had even given the dust escape to Lu Yunxiang. What was peculiar about his presence here? Someone scoffed derisively. Everyone was aware that after Lin Fan exchanged the dust escape and integrated the would escape bloodline limit, this so-called genius of the Heaven's Path class had become utterly ineffectual. This was the very reason the entire internet mocked him for his folly. In principle, he should not have been qualified to appear in such a setting. Yet, here he was, among the Lu family. Indeed, he was now a friend of the Lu's. It was said that old Master Lu had long wished to invite him over for a meal as a gesture of gratitude. Some individuals cast scornful glances his way. Lin Fan calmly surveyed the crowd. Among those he once knew, a few returned his smile, while others merely nodded in acknowledgement, but soon turned their gaze away. The majority, however, chose to ignore him entirely, with some even sneering and shaking their heads. As for those unfamiliar to him, they couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance. He maintained an air of composure and indifference as he strolled onto the lawn outside, took a glass of chilled beverage, and settled into an unoccupied corner. In the past, he had feigned cordiality with these individuals, yet he had never genuinely desired their friendship. Deep down, they would never regard him as an equal, let alone a friend. Indeed, few would treat him with parity. He had never held such expectations. He merely wished to avoid offending anyone. Now, with these people leaving him in peace, he could not have wished for more. Alas, fate had other plans. Soon enough, someone approached him. Lin Fan, do you know Feng Yu? The young master of the Feng family, possessing the ice shield Kekiai Chenkai. The newcomer was Su Tsong, Lin Fan's classmate, holding a glass of red wine, mimicking the adults by swirling it and taking a sip. I don't know him, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head. He was certainly aware of the Feng family, once a prominent lineage known for their ice shield abilities. Regrettably, the family fell into decline, facing enemies that compelled them to seek refuge with the Lu family. Now, they must be considered an affiliated clan of the Lu family, I presume? Although he had heard of the Feng family, he was unacquainted with the young master of that household. My grandfather mentioned that the Lu family has intentions of marrying off their eldest daughter to the Feng family's young master. Su Tsong observed Lin Fan with a smile, adding that among the younger generation of the Lu family, the women are either already married or still quite young. The only suitable candidate for the Feng family's young master to marry into the Lu family is none other than Lu Yunxiang. Is that so? Lin Fan remained expressionless. Such matters bore no relevance to him. Perhaps Su Tsong believed that Lin Fan had given Qin to Lu Yunxiang out of affection, and now he intentionally spoke of this to elicit an unfavorable reaction from him, to witness his embarrassment. Unfortunately for Su Tsong, his intentions were destined to fail. Although Lin Fan felt a twinge of surprise, he also found it plausible. Considering Lu Yunxiang's talents and abilities, marrying her off would indeed seem like a loss. If they could secure a son-in-law instead, it would be even better. While he did not know Feng Yu personally, he was aware of his exceptional ice shield bloodline limit and equally outstanding talents. Perhaps this was a conclusion both families would welcome. Yet, what was Lu Yunxiang's perspective on this? Given her talents and character, who could truly decide for her? Who could dictate the course of her life? The Lu family likely wished to avoid the notion of using her as a mere pawn in a marriage alliance, never truly compelling her to undertake actions against her will. If Feng Yu were to marry into the family, his target would be Lu Yunxiang. Noticing Lin Fan's demeanor, Su Tsong assumed Lin Fan had not grasped this layer of the situation and thus felt compelled to remind him. Oh, is that so? Lin Fan smiled faintly and replied, what does it matter? What relevance does it hold for me? Su Tsong, you intentionally approached me to say this. What are you trying to convey? Lin Fan, spare us the pretense. You continue to act as if nothing is amiss. You handed over Qin to Lu Yunxiang, didn't you? Your intention was to pursue her, to become a part of the Lu family, wasn't it? Su Tsong laughed heartily, his laughter echoing loudly. Now, do you comprehend just how ridiculous you are? The surrounding crowd was drawn to his voice, their attention shifting in curiosity. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Su Tsong's amusement only deepened, revealing a hint of mockery at the corners of his mouth. Is it your turn to take the stage now? To the onlookers, It was evident that Lin Fan had exerted considerable effort, even sacrificing Qin Dun for Lu Yunxiang, all to win her favor and gain entry into the Lu family. Once he crossed that threshold, power, wealth, and status would be his for the taking. The crowd was convinced that Lin Fan had struck some form of deal or agreement with the Lu family. Otherwise, how could he have exchanged Qin Dun for the would-release Kekiai Genkai? However, now the young master of the Feng family had appeared. The patriarch of the Lu family intended for him to marry Lu Yunxiang and join their lineage. Thus, everything Lin Fan had done previously had transformed into a mere farce. Do you realize just how absurd you are at this moment? In truth, many present harbored the desire to pose this very question to Lin Fan. Su Song had merely vocalized the thoughts swirling in everyone's minds. Ah, I see. I now understand just how ludicrous I truly am. Lin Fan gazed calmly at Su Song, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, and then? Su Song was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a display of anger from Lin Fan. Yet his expression remained utterly unchanged. How could this be? He was aware that the Lu family intended to have Feng Yu marry into them. Did Lin Fan have nothing to say about it? Su Song, your name contains the character for intelligence. Do you fancy yourself particularly clever? Lin Fan cast a fleeting glance at him, a cold smirk curling his lips. You orchestrated this scene to see me humiliated, did you not? Whether I appear foolish or not remains uncertain, but you certainly will. From this day forward, it is unlikely anyone will remain unaware of that. What? Su Song momentarily failed to comprehend Lin Fan's words. What do you see here? Lin Fan raised his hand, and Su Song instinctively glanced over. Slap. At that moment, a resoundingly crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the courtyard. Su Song was sent sprawling by Lin Fan's strike. For several seconds, he stood there, utterly dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? As the mocking laughter of those around him reached his ears, and he observed the scornful expressions on their faces, he finally grasped the reality of his situation. Lin Fan had audaciously struck him in public. How dare he? What kind of place was this? What sort of gathering was this? Was there not a single person of stature and dignity present? To resort to violence over a mere disagreement, what brutish behavior is this? How could he dare act in such a manner in such a setting? To render such a situation so awkward and untenable, are you not unwell? What audacity you possess to stand before me in such a manner. This slap serves to remind you that there exists a phenomenon known as the jester. It is meant to enlighten you to what true absurdity is. Lin Fan retracted his hand and took a sip of the nearby chilled beverage. Speaking with indifference, do not utter another word in my presence. Stand up and leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our shared history. Su Song, consumed by rage, had just risen to voice his thoughts or take action when Lin Fan's words rendered him speechless. It was not merely the words but the entirety of Lin Fan's aura that instilled fear within him. In that instant, he realized that should he utter even a single additional word, Lin Fan might indeed take action, even amidst the birthday celebration of the patriarch of the Lu family. It appeared that at this moment, Su Song finally comprehended the essence of Lin Fan's character. He was typically amiable and jovial with others, recognized by all as the weakest member of this year's Tian Dao class. However, Su Song seemed to have forgotten that even the weakest among them belonged to the Tian Dao class. Given Su Song's own identity and background, he was not someone to provoke lightly. From the earlier slap, it was evident that he was no match for Lin Fan. Casting a glance around, he saw only faces of indifference and derision, with none willing to come to his aid. It was then that Su Song finally understood. Could it be that the true jester was, in fact, myself? Is it possible that I am the most laughable one here? Lin Fan uttered these words and no longer cast a glance at Su Kong. He seated himself, closed his eyes, and continued to relish his leisurely moment. Su Song ultimately dared not take the gamble. He departed in solitude, having already lost face today. Prolonging this ordeal would only lead to further embarrassment. The fury and regret within him could only be savored in silence upon his return. As soon as Su Song left, several individuals approached, led by a young man who clapped incessantly. This fool Su Song, he remarked, never seems to grasp the situation. He truly deserves a reprimand. Does he not realize the gravity of today's occasion, or which words are appropriate to utter? He deserves this slap. Lin Fan opened his eyes to regard the newcomers, among whom was the second young master of the Feng family, Feng Yuqing. Although he had not inherited the bloodline limit of the Ice Shield, his talent was commendable. Just over 20 years of age, he had recently secured first place in a Chunin examination at a university in the Magical City, marking him as one of the stronger Chunins. However, Lin Fan, Feng Yuqing then shifted his tone, stating, in such a setting, resorting to violence against your classmates is hardly commendable. To resort to intimidation is, frankly, quite disgraceful. Lin Fan reclined on his chair, unfazed as he regarded the promising youth before him. Is it now your turn to take the stage? He inquired. Lin Fan, Feng Yuqing replied. I speak to you for your own good. Regardless of how inappropriate Su Tsong may be, he has been your classmate for 3 years. He merely made a few sarcastic remarks. Why must you respond with such fury? This certainly portrays you as narrow-minded and lacking in tolerance. It is wise to leave room for reconciliation, for future encounters may be more pleasant. Feng Yuqing, feigning concern for Lin Fan, nonetheless disparaged him with every word. Even if you were outraged, a few retorts or simply ignoring him would suffice. Why resort to publicly slapping him? Stripping him of his dignity? For my benefit? Lin Fan chuckled. Do we know each other? Are we familiar? He sighed. Well, say what you will. However, since you are so concerned for my well-being, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Meddle less in matters that do not concern you, and speak less frivolously. Therefore, I kindly ask you to disappear from my sight at once and cease to bother me. Shaking his head, Lin Fan continued. The illustrious second son of the Feng family, endowed with both strength and a formidable background, would not be easily intimidated or driven away by Lin Fan's words. Unlike Su Kong considering the relationship between the Feng and Lu families, no one present believed Lin Fan possessed the audacity to confront the second son of the Feng family. Moreover, it was inconceivable that he could ever match Feng Yuqing in prowess. If Feng Yuqing were genuinely shaken by Lin Fan's words, that would indeed be a farcical scenario. Your audacity to speak to me in such a tone, relying solely on your identity as a member of the Tiandao class, is quite telling. Feng Yuqing chuckled coldly, gazing at Lin Fan with a disdainful expression. However, he articulated, the identity of the Tiandao class, when stripped of its embellishments, holds little significance. Should the Tiandao secret realm be unveiled, you might indeed embody the fortune of our dragon nation, perhaps even the fulcrum of its survival. Yet, in the absence of such an opening, your reliance on the Tiandao class identity is rather trivial. Today marks the 70th birthday of the patriarch of the Lu family, and you are but an invited guest, moreover, one who has transcended the mundane. Therefore, I have no desire to instigate conflict with you here. However, should we find ourselves outside? As he spoke, Feng Yuqing's voice deepened, laced with an ominous intent as he warned, dare to speak to me in such a manner and see what transpires. With that, he snorted disdainfully and strode away with his entourage. Such nonsense, Lin Fan remarked, rising to his feet as he twisted his neck. Leaving after throwing around threats like that leaves me rather embarrassed, you know? Oh, is that so? Feng Yuqing turned back, a mix of surprise and amusement flickering across his face as he spread his hands. What can I do about it? I cannot grant you face. To be honest, the matter of face is of little concern, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head, a faint smile lingering on his lips. What truly irks me is your demeanor. Feng Yuqing remained silent, yet that beaming smile spoke volumes. Displeased? If so, so be it. What is it to me? What can you possibly do? Ha, how amusing. A few onlookers could no longer contain their laughter, observing the spectacle with a sense of camaraderie. Feng Yuqing was also curious to see what Lin Fan would conjure next. Recently, I have come to grasp a profound truth about life. Lin Fan clenched his fist and declared, life is fleeting. One must indulge in its pleasures. Live as comfortably as one desires. If anyone dares to disturb my peace, I shall ensure they share in my discontent, making them regret their actions. Only then can I find joy. Only then does life feel fulfilling. Feng Yuqing, I do not even know you, let alone have I offended you. Yet, you deliberately seek to provoke me, to disrupt my tranquility. Thus, Feng Yuqing, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked at Lin Fan with a smile, his face a mask of mockery and challenge. Thus, I too shall bring you discomfort. Lin Fan displayed an innocuous smile, stepping closer to Feng Yuqing. Lin Fan, have you lost your mind? Do you truly wish to engage in a physical confrontation with me? Feng Yuqing laughed heartily, replying, engage in a brawl? Do you believe you are worthy? The smile vanished from Lin Fan's face. No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure appeared behind Feng Yuqing. What? Feng Yuqing turned in astonishment. Slap. A resounding crack echoed through the air. Lin Fan had delivered a forceful slap to Feng Yuqing. Hiss. A collective gasp arose from all present. Astonishment enveloped the onlookers. If Su Tsong's earlier slap had been unexpected, Then what transpired now was even more bewildering. Feng Yuqing had evidently been bracing himself against Lin Fan's assault, yet he still faced such an outcome. Could it be that Lin Fan's prowess had already surpassed that of Feng Yuqing? This was utterly inconceivable. The crowd's shock was fleeting, as Feng Yuqing, sent sprawling by Lin Fan's slap, struggled to regain his footing. Lin Fan reappeared and delivered another resounding blow. The sound of the slap reverberated through the air. One after another, the slaps echoed relentlessly. Lin Fan maneuvered Feng Yuqing from one location to another, leaving him no room to utter even a single word. Before he could even attempt to plead for mercy, Lin Fan's next strike arrived with unrelenting ferocity. Lin Fan offered him no opportunity to speak. Even the thought of surrender was rendered futile. Lin Fan was intent on delivering a thorough beating. Onlookers attempted to intervene, but Lin Fan deftly redirected Feng Yuqing away from interference, continuing his relentless assault. No one could impede him. At this moment, it became abundantly clear to all present the vast disparity in strength between the two. Who could overlook Lin Fan's terrifying might? Good heavens! Lin Fan was astonishingly powerful. How could he possess such formidable strength? The distinguished second young master of the Feng family, a paragon among the elite Nin, was rendered as defenseless as a child before him. A collective tremor coursed through the hearts of the onlookers, leaving them utterly astonished. Those who had once maintained a connection with Lin Fan, but had distanced themselves due to his mastery of wood release, now found their emotions in turmoil. They pondered whether, had they not acted as they did, their families might have had the opportunity to ally with such a remarkable individual. Some lamented, acknowledging his undeniable brilliance as a prodigy of the heavenly path class, astonished by the depths of his concealment. Regardless of the thoughts swirling among the assembly, Feng Yuqing, who was being mercilessly tossed about in midair, felt an overwhelming desire to perish. If Su Tsong had lost all dignity moments ago, what of his own situation now? How would he face others from this day forth? How could he continue to navigate the ninja circles? Today, he had not only forfeited his own honor, but had also tarnished the reputation of the entire Feng family. In this moment, a profound sense of regret washed over him. Finally got it out of my system. Who would have thought you had such thick skin, to the point that my hand is now swollen and burning? Lin Fan remarked as he sent him hurtling into the swimming pool with a final slap. After all, it was the celebration of old Master Lu's 70th birthday, and he was reluctant to cause too much upheaval. When the second young Master Feng was retrieved from the pool, his face was grotesquely swollen, stained with blood, presenting a pitiful sight. As he opened his mouth, it became apparent that all his teeth had been knocked out. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Lin Fan, tears welling up in his eyes. Oh dear, such a fierce gaze. It's enough to make even me feel a tad intimidated. Lin Fan shook his head, a hint of disdain evident on his face. Lin Fan, you. He seemed poised to charge forward, intent on harming Lin Fan. Naturally, he was restrained by his kin beside him. At this moment, Lin Fan exuded an air of madness that left them hesitant to provoke him further. They could only wonder what he might do next. You, what of it? Lin Fan scoffed coldly, retorting, you fool. You have already labeled me as narrow-minded and petty. Knowing my character, you still dare to provoke me. Are you seeking death? Yes. Our Tiandao class status may not be particularly impressive, but does your identity as the second young master of the Feng family hold any weight? With a dismissive shake of his head, Lin Fan expressed his disdain. What a ridiculous notion. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuqing spat out a mouthful of blood, the onlookers unable to bear witnessing his humiliation. Each of them lamented silently, yet none dared to step forward in his defense. No one would risk confronting Lin Fan on Feng Yuqing's behalf. Not a single soul. The Feng family was already a declining house. Who would dare provoke a genius of the Tiandao class for the sake of a mere second young master? Indeed, after this day, it would be universally acknowledged that Lin Fan was an undeniable genius, a peerless talent in this cohort of the Tiandao class, second only to Lu Yunshang, even though he had not employed any ninjutsu throughout. Let us depart. The young members of the Feng family promptly escorted Feng Yuqing away. At this moment, they could scarcely muster the audacity to remain in such a place. A collective murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd. No one had anticipated that the once spirited second young master of the Feng family would find himself in such a predicament. The events of today would etch an indelible memory in his heart. Was it not all due to his own provocation of Lin Fan? A case of self-inflicted suffering. To be frank, I cannot fathom his motivations. What could possibly compel him? Was it merely the desire to clear obstacles for his brother? Alas, who could have foreseen the depths of Lin Fan's concealment? To possess such formidable strength at the level of a senior ninja? The dignity he lost today is irretrievable. This exemplifies the harshness of life. Every decision may irrevocably alter the course of the future. Hence, one should never be overly confident in all endeavors. One must remain vigilant to avoid incurring irreparable consequences. The crowd buzzed with commentary, yet Lin Fan had already returned to his previous spot, indulging in delicacies and sipping on chilled beverages, his face a portrait of enjoyment, as if nothing had transpired moments ago. Many onlookers gasped in awe, their initial intent to approach and engage in camaraderie now daunted by the atmosphere. What had transpired here? Just then, the voice of Lu Yunxiang rang out. People looked up to find that she was not alone. Beside her stood none other than the eldest son of the Feng family, Feng Yu. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Lin Fan. It was truly exhilarating. Who would have thought that Lu Yunxiang would appear? Even more astonishing was the presence of Feng Yu. Just moments ago, the second young master of the Feng family had been carried away, and now, the eldest master was entering alongside Lu Yunxiang. It was remarkable, absolutely remarkable. Everyone's gaze fixated on Lin Fan, sensing that the unfolding events were becoming increasingly intriguing. Lu Yunxiang furrowed her brow slightly, sensing something amiss. Following the crowd's gaze, she inquired, "Lin Fan, you've arrived too?" While greeting the others, she approached Lin Fan and said, "I apologize. I had intended to pick you up today, but something came up unexpectedly, and I didn't have the chance to inform you. Oh dear, you have put me in quite a predicament. Had I known, I would have come alone instead of troubling my mother to come fetch me, which made me feel quite embarrassed." Lin Fan stood up, sighed, and reproached, My, did my mother give you any trouble?" Lu Yunxiang wore an apologetic expression. The surrounding crowd was momentarily stunned. Lin Fan was actually picked up by Lu Yunxiang's mother? Was that even possible? Just as they began to entertain a sense of absurdity, they recalled Lin Fan's prowess, which made it seem less far-fetched. Of course not. My mother is very kind. She kept thanking me for exchanging the dust escape with you. How could she possibly make things difficult for me? Lin Fan shook his head and smiled. That's a relief. What just happened here? It's such a mess. Lu Yunxiang inquired curiously, gazing at the disarray surrounding the swimming pool. I apologize. Two individuals came over to trouble me, and I couldn't restrain myself, so I taught them a lesson. Lin Fan chuckled, responding with a grin. No wonder everyone was looking at you just now. Lu Yunxiang nodded, her brow furrowing as she asked, "Who were they? How could they cause such a ruckus at this time and place? Don't they have any regard for the Lu family? One is my classmate, Su Tsong, and the other seems to be named Feng Yuqing. I'm not quite sure why they suddenly came to provoke me. But don't worry. I gave them a thorough lesson," Lin Fan replied with a smile. Those nearby gasped in astonishment. Feng Yuqing? Upon hearing that name, Lu Yunxiang paused for a moment. She glanced at Lin Fan, and then both turned to look at Feng Yu, the young master of the Feng family standing behind them. At that moment, Feng Yu had just finished listening to whispers from his clan members, his gaze sharp as he directed it towards Lin Fan, evidently aware of the events that had transpired. What is going on? Lu Yunxiang felt a bit dazed. She didn't recognize Su Tsong, but why would Feng Yuqing come to seek trouble with Lin Fan? The chaos around them had the two of them engaged in a confrontation, yet Lin Fan appeared unscathed. Where was Feng Yuqing? Lu Yunxiang scanned the area, but found no sign of him. My strike was perhaps a bit too forceful. He was rather severely punished by me and has seemingly already been carried away. Lin Fan, with an innocent demeanor, replied. Huh, what did you just say? Lu Yunxiang paused, momentarily unsure if she had misheard. Do not doubt your hearing. You heard correctly. That Feng Yuqing deliberately provoked me, which caused me to lose control and strike him rather hard. He has now been taken away, Lin Fan affirmed once more. Are you joking? Lu Yunxiang furrowed her brow. I am not jesting. There are so many witnesses present who can attest to this. If you don't believe me, you may ask them. Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Lu Yunxiang turned to the crowd, who all nodded in unison. Consequently, Lu Yunxiang was left utterly bewildered. How could you possibly defeat him? In truth, I possess a certain degree of strength, Lin Fan replied. A mere modicum of strength is sufficient to surpass Feng Yuqing? Does that not imply he is rather weak? Moreover, I am a prodigy of the heavenly path class. If I cannot overcome an imbecile who seemingly appeared from nowhere, would that not tarnish the reputation of the prodigies? Would it not bring shame upon the heavenly path class? Lin Fan spread his hands, asserting this as a matter of course. You. Lu Yunxiang was momentarily at a loss for words. Too weak? Imbecile? Just then, Feng Yu finally spoke coldly. You there? What did you just say about my brother? Have the audacity to say it again. Who is this person? Lin Fan feigned ignorance. Lu Yunshang held her forehead, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Feng Yu. The elder brother of Feng Yuqing, she clarified. Oh, are you truly the brother of that utterly weak and foolish individual? Lin Fan displayed an expression of sudden realization. Could you please repeat that? Since you did not comprehend, I shall reluctantly restate it. Crack. It is unclear what object Feng Yu held in his hand. But in that moment, he crushed it. This was a blatant provocation, a brazen challenge from Lin Fan. How dare he, a mere Lin Fan? This is outrageous. Enough, enough. This must be a misunderstanding. You are all my friends, so I implore you to grant me some leniency. Lu Yunshang could no longer remain silent. She feared that if she did not intervene, a fierce confrontation would ensue. I apologize for having struck your brother. However, I cannot be held accountable for this. Prior to today, I had neither known him nor had any grievances with him, yet he insisted on seeking me out for discomfort. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan took the initiative to ease the tension. It is essential to grant Lu Yunshang this favor. Lin Fan, is it? After today, I shall return to seek you out. Feng Yu's gaze was frigid. Though he was in his mid-20s, significantly older than Lin Fan, and ought to have been more mature and composed, the sight of his brother in such a wretched state, with the family's honor dragged through the dirt before so many esteemed young scions. No matter how composed he was, how could he possibly endure this? Were it not for the fact that today marked the birthday of old Master Lu, he might have been driven to commit murder on the spot. Upon hearing Feng Yu's exceedingly blunt remark, Lu Yunshang felt a twinge of displeasure. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Out of respect for Lu Yunshang, he offered an apology to ease the tension. Yet here you are, acting defiantly? You truly lack self-awareness, don't you? After striking the minor, you dare to provoke the major? Young Master Feng, should I decide to strike you as well, will your esteemed second uncle then make his entrance? Lin Fan chuckled. Do you even think you are worthy? Feng Yu scoffed disdainfully. Lin Fan smiled silently. Brother Feng Yu, it is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. Lu Yunshang frowned and spoke solemnly. This situation arose because Feng Yuqing sought trouble and provoked Lin Fan first. He is well aware that Lin Fan is a dear friend of mine, yet he chose to act otherwise. I do not wish to elaborate further. But since he is outmatched and cannot contend with Lin Fan, he must face the consequences alone. This matter ends here. I have no objections. Lin Fan wore a calm smile, indifferent to the unfolding events. Feng Yu's face darkened, and he chose to remain silent. However, a subtle glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Such a situation made it exceedingly difficult for Lin Fan and Feng Yu to coexist in the same space. Feng Yu maintained good relations with many present, yet none of them stepped forward to support his brother just now. Thus, even as he engaged in light-hearted conversation with them, the true sentiments in his heart remained a mystery. Lin Fan had always felt somewhat out of place here, and so he was led away by Lu Yunshang. Where does such formidable strength come from, that you can utterly defeat young Master Feng Air? Stepping away from the crowd, the two ascended to the balcony on the second floor. Lu Yunshang scrutinized Lin Fan from head to toe, even circling around him before asking with skepticism. Stolen, of course. Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Who would have thought you were concealing it so deeply? She remarked. Fortunately, it's not that profound. Noticing Lin Fan's reluctance to divulge more, Lu Yunshang refrained from pressing further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Even she had never revealed her entire prowess to others. Concealing strength and hidden trump cards is quite commonplace. Based on my understanding of Feng Yu, he is unlikely to let this matter rest, Lu Yunshang sighed, stating, you have inflicted severe harm on his brother, leaving him in a wretched state. The bond he shares with that brother is of utmost importance to him. Therefore, you must exercise caution moving forward. Caution against what? When soldiers come, we shall meet them with arms. When water arrives, we shall barricade it. Lin Fan replied, shaking his head. I will not proactively provoke anyone. But should anyone seek to disturb me, I will ensure they regret their actions, regardless of who they are. Much like Su Tsong, or perhaps Feng Yuqing. Lu Yunshang chuckled softly. Su Tsong was publicly humiliated with a slap, losing all face and regretting his decisions. Feng Yuqing faced an even graver situation, not only sullying his own reputation, but also bringing disgrace to his family. In the future, when people speak of the Feng family, they will undoubtedly reference today as calamity. If anyone embodies regret, it would be him, lamenting the entanglement with Lin Fan. Indeed, Lin Fan nodded. However, Feng Yu is a different matter altogether. Lu Yunshang sighed, remarking that Feng Yu was unlike anyone else. Not only was he immensely powerful, but the entire Feng family was soon to be entrusted to him. More critically, he was also affiliated with the police department. Regardless of whether one possessed strength surpassing his, the notion of confronting him was futile. Assaulting a police officer constituted a grave offense, irrespective of one's identity. Lin Fan grasped her implication, yet remained indifferent. He shifted the conversation, inquiring, "What is your relationship with Feng Yu?" "What do you mean?" Lu Yunshan was taken aback by a sudden question. "I heard he intends to marry into your family." Lin Fan responded, "My grandfather and his ancestors indeed share such aspirations. However, both Feng Yu and I harbor significant aversion to it. His inherent pride renders it impossible for him to marry into any family." Lu Yunshang replied, tilting her head slightly. "As for me, I would never be reduced to a mere pawn in a familial alliance." "What is he to you, then? Is he of any significance in your life?" Lin Fan probed further. "Why do you ask? You mentioned he would not let matters rest. He will undoubtedly seek me out. If you were in my position, what would you do?" Before Lu Yunshang could respond, Lin Fan declared resolutely, "I would kill him." Lu Yunshang was taken aback, stunned by his boldness. Murder. She did not ponder the source of Lin Fan's confidence. Instead, she questioned, how could it escalate to such extremities? It was merely a trivial conflict. How could it lead to the point of taking a life? In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed, where strength reigned supreme. Feng Yuqing, perceiving me as weak and easily bullied, sought to impose his will upon me. At that moment, it seemed as though everyone regarded me as a mere target for their whims. Consequently, I made an example of him, as you suggested. He instigated the conflict and, lacking the skill to prevail, must bear the repercussions of his actions. Now, with Feng Yu emerging, I wonder if I were to subdue him as well. Would it then be the turn of the elders from the Feng family to intervene? Would this cycle of confrontation never cease? Indeed, I comprehend his motivations for his brother. Yet that does not imply I must acquiesce to such behavior. I, Lin Fan, have never sought trouble with them. However, they persistently harass me, pressing their advantage. I too possess my limits. Clenching my fist, I spoke with gravity. I have learned a crucial lesson since childhood, to avoid being bullied. One must ensure that those who dare to oppress you pay a steep price. Only then can potential aggressors think twice before daring to provoke you. It appears that the incident with the second young master of the Feng family has not imparted this wisdom to Feng Yu. Should he seek me out again, I assure you, I will not hesitate to take a life. I will make it abundantly clear to all. If the Feng family harbors further intentions of vengeance and continues to trouble me, I shall annihilate the entire clan, thus sparing myself the annoyance of their incessant provocations. Lin Fan spoke with an air of tranquility, yet his words carried the weight of seriousness. Do not mistake my tone for jest. I am not in the mood for frivolity. Should he approach me, this is the trajectory that will unfold. What I wish to convey is that if he is truly an important friend or something else to you, I hope you can make every effort to persuade him, or find some way to prevent him from courting danger. Lin Fan, rare in his eloquence, expressed so much in one breath. Lu Yunshang listened in disbelief, not interrupting once. She was left with a singular question. From where did Lin Fan derive such immense confidence? What formidable strength did he possess that could vanquish Feng Yu? Even to annihilate the entire Feng clan? Do you believe that I am incapable of killing Feng Yu or obliterating the Feng family? Sensing the thoughts swirling in Lu Yunshang's mind, Lin Fan maintained a stoic expression, yet spoke with utmost sincerity. Trust me. To me, it is as effortless as eating or drinking. It is simply the most uncomplicated of tasks. Lu Yunshang's heart quivered. She found it inexplicably absurd. Yet she could not deny the earnestness in Lin Fan's demeanor. He was not jesting. Trust him, for he spoke the truth. Just then, a familiar voice echoed behind them. Teacher. Lu Yunshang turned to see Su Yuro, who looked quite astonished. Teacher, what did you just say? You mean to say that Lin Fan's words are true? I do not know what you were discussing, but I heard something about annihilating the Feng family. If it is merely the Feng family, then for Lin Fan, eradicating them is indeed as simple as eating or drinking. Su Yuro replied with a nod, her tone calm. In that moment, Lu Yunshang's heart was set aflame with astonishment. If even the teacher expresses such confidence, then Lin Fan undoubtedly possesses the capability to accomplish what he claims. Eliminating Feng Yu would be a trivial task, and annihilating the entire Feng family would be within his effortless reach. Yet, how could he possibly wield such formidable power? How old is he this year? Even with my mastery of the boiling escape bloodline limit and the formidable dust escape technique, I would hesitate to assert that I could achieve such feats. Could it truly be that Lin Fan has been concealing his true strength all along? Why have none of us perceived this? Moreover, when did the teacher become aware of Lin Fan's current prowess? Teacher, Lin Fan greeted. Suyuro, having deep ties with the Liu family, appearing here seemed quite natural. Teacher? Lu Yunshang exclaimed in surprise, her gaze darting between the two. Typically, she alone addressed Suyuro as teacher, all others respectfully referred to her as Instructor Su. Don't look at me like that. She insisted I call her that. Lin Fan deftly deflected the blame. In truth, during their time in the cave, Suyuro had jested with him to call her teacher just to hear it, to spare him a few days of training. Of course, he never did. It was only later, after he had benefited from her connections, that he reluctantly called her teacher a few times. Are you displeased? Suyuro furrowed her brow, expressing her discontent. Displeased? Not at all. You have been our instructor for 3 years, imparting invaluable knowledge that has significantly contributed to our growth. Addressing you as teacher is only fitting. Lin Fan replied with a grin. Now that sounds much better. Suyuro let out a cold snort, leaving Lu Yunshang momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Something feels amiss with these two individuals. When did their relationship become so amicable? Especially Lin Fan, who audaciously referred to Su Laoshi in such a familiar manner. Furthermore, Su Laoshi appeared utterly unfazed by it. They seem less like a teacher and student and more akin to longtime friends. What on earth is going on? Could it be that they developed this bond during their recent encounter in the cavern? Was that when Su Laoshi first recognized Lin Fan's capabilities? What transpired between them in the depths of the cavern? Yunshang, do not be too astonished. In a few days, Lin Fan may accompany me to explore the Celestial Mirage Realm. If he possessed no strength whatsoever, why would I take him along? Ah, the Celestial Mirage Realm? You intend to bring Lin Fan with you into the Celestial Mirage Realm? Lu Yunshang was once again struck dumb by shock. Judging by the tone of her teacher, not only is she taking Lin Fan, but it seems he is the sole companion. Has her trust in him truly reached such extraordinary heights? It is worth noting that typically one would only bring their closest kin into such realms. What truly unfolded in the cavern? How did they become so intimately connected in the blink of an eye? Handle it yourselves, you youngsters, he said. I'm sorry. In the hospital, Feng Yuqing wept bitterly. It is often said that men seldom shed tears, but today he felt utterly devastated. Upon encountering his elder brother, an overwhelming tide of grievances and resentment surged within him, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Do not worry. With your brother here, everything will be all right. Feng Yu gently patted his shoulder, his eyes reddened, and his voice laced with a palpable intent to kill. Brother, please, do not seek out Lin Fan. He is far too cunning, far too deranged. Feeling his brother's murderous intent, Feng Yuqing instantly regained his composure, trembling with fear as he gazed earnestly at Feng Yu, pleading. Brother, just consider this as a mere dog bite incident. Let this matter rest here, and do not pursue trouble with him, please. Feng Yu remained silent, his face darkened. He was unaware of the profound terror and psychological scars Lin Fan had instilled in his younger brother. All he comprehended was the fury boiling within him. Senior Feng Yu. Lin Fan is no ordinary individual. At that moment, several friends who had accompanied him from the Liu family to check on Feng Yuqing's injuries spoke up in unison. Indeed. When he struck your brother earlier, it was not that we did not attempt to assist. Rather, our abilities were simply too inferior to challenge him. We could not even graze the hem of his garment. This fellow has been concealing his true prowess and talents, outsmarting us all. Although he refrained from employing ninjutsu, relying solely on his speed and strength to dominate, he undoubtedly possesses the strength of a jonin, and he may even surpass the average jonin. At less than 20 years of age, he possesses such remarkable prowess. His talent undeniably justifies the title of genius bestowed by the Heavenly Path Academy. Such an individual. In my view, it would be prudent to bring this matter to a close. The esteemed school belle of the Liu family is correct. It is better to resolve enmities than to exacerbate them. Moreover, since both parties are friends of the Liu family, why create such an uncomfortable situation? Would you not agree? Those so-called acquaintances, who claim to have some bond, are all offering gentle counsel. As for how many genuinely harbor good intentions and how many are merely stoking the flames, that remains uncertain. Feng Yu maintained a stoic expression, though inwardly he was sneering. Yet, there was truly no need for others to fan the flames. He had no intention of sparing Lin Fan. If Lin Fan had merely struck his face or tarnished the family name, he could have endured it, perhaps even disregarded it. However, He could not tolerate the affront to his younger brother's dignity, leaving such a profound shadow upon him. If he did not thoroughly incapacitate or eliminate this adversary, his brother would never again hold his head high in life. As night descended, the banquet concluded, and nearly everyone departed, for the family dinner was to follow. Nevertheless, Lin Fan remained behind. Even as Su Yuru left, the elder Lu insisted that Lin Fan stay, indicating that his gratitude was sincere and not afade. "Are you Lin Fan?" Upon his arrival at the dining table, the venerable white-haired elder gazed kindly at Lin Fan. "Hello, Elder Lu, I am Lin Fan." Lin Fan responded with a smile. "Excellent, excellent." Lu Onping nodded repeatedly and said, "Although I have known of you for quite some time, today marks the first occasion I have had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Indeed, you are quite handsome. You are a dear friend of Yunshang, a companion in the Tiandao class, and a future comrade on the battlefield, brothers in arms. Thus, you need not feel overly constrained here." Lin Fan nodded in response. Among those present were the most significant members of the Lu family, and he felt distinctly like an outsider. To claim that he felt no anxiety or apprehension would be disingenuous. Though he could not fathom why he would offer dust release in exchange for wood release with his granddaughter, he was genuinely grateful. "You flatter me." Lin Fan quickly stood up and shook his head. "Lu Patriarch, the exchange of dust release for wood release between me and your granddaughter was merely a mutually voluntary and fair transaction. In fact, it was I who initiated the request. Therefore, I must also extend my gratitude to her, especially since I received $1 billion from her. There is truly no need for such thanks," he added. "Ha ha. Good lad." Lu Onping laughed heartily. "All right, enough of this. Let us sit down and enjoy the meal. Let this topic be put aside." At that moment, Feng Yu walked in from outside, evidently returning from a visit to his brother at the hospital. The Feng family currently relied on the protection of the Lu family, and Feng Yu, representing the Feng family, was particularly significant, especially since both families' parents wished to facilitate the prospect of a marriage arrangement. Therefore, Lin Fan found no surprise in his presence at this family banquet. Feng Yu cast a cold glance at Lin Fan before settling into the empty seat beside Lu Yunshang, who remained oblivious to his presence. As Lin Fan was unfamiliar with the others in attendance, he too chose to sit next to Lu Yunshang, creating a scenario where she found herself positioned between the two. Sensing the palpable tension between them, Lu Yunshang could not help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that every guest at this banquet harbored their own ulterior motives. Her siblings were already well aware of the discord between Lin Fan and Feng Yu. While they were astonished by Lin Fan's remarkable talents, they also regarded him with a degree of disdain. In the eyes of Lu family's younger generation, Lu Yunshang and Feng Yu epitomized the ideal couple, while Lin Fan was merely a toad aspiring to court a swan. Even with the knowledge of Lin Fan's considerable abilities, they still regarded him as inferior to Feng Yu. To them, Feng Yu was akin to family, much like their own siblings, which incited a sense of contempt towards Lin Fan, with some even dismissing him with scornful glances. Only a select few among them truly appreciated Lin Fan, and a handful even found themselves infatuated with him, believing him to be far more handsome than Feng Yu, seeing him as the true match for the enchanting sister of the school. Most of the older generation within Lu's family perceived Lin Fan's actions as excessively reckless and cruel, often remarking that one should refrain from striking a person's face, yet he seemed to disregard this entirely. His treatment of Feng Yuqin was particularly brutal, and he appeared utterly indifferent to the feelings of the Lu family. Regardless of the circumstances, the Feng family undeniably enjoys the protection of the Lu family, in a setting as significant as the patriarch's 70th birthday celebration. To publicly humiliate the second young master of the Feng family, to such an extent it raises questions about the Lu family's reputation. Consequently, the esteemed adults present naturally harbor a less than favorable impression of Lin Fan. However, due to the ties he shares with Lu Yunshang, they refrain from expressing their discontent, choosing instead to feign ignorance as it pertains to the younger generation's affairs. As the banquet neared its conclusion, the younger descendants commenced their festivities. A cake was wheeled out, accompanied by the singing of the birthday song. Following this, gifts and well wishes were presented in succession. Eventually, after the Lu family's members had bestowed their gifts, it was Feng Yu's turn. He produced a box and declared, "Grandfather Lu, this is the longevity fruit I obtained from the depths of the sea." At these words, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. This rare item is unattainable even with wealth. More significantly, the Feng family had already sent their congratulatory gifts earlier in the day. Thus, Feng Yu's present represents solely his own sentiments. You are most thoughtful. Lu Onping nodded, his face radiating a benevolent smile. Clearly pleased with Feng Yue's offering and with Feng Yu himself. As long as grandfather is pleased, Feng Yu replied with a smile before resuming his seat. However, his gaze shifted towards Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan was the only person present who had yet to offer a gift or congratulations. The younger generation of the Lu family now turned their attention to Lin Fan, as if anticipating an amusing spectacle. My apologies, I truly did not realize it was Mr. Lu's birthday when I arrived today, hence I came unprepared with a gift. Lin Fan stood and expressed his regret. Lu Yunshang stepped forward to mediate, saying, My grandfather and I merely invited you to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. If I had mentioned the birthday, it would seem as though I were deliberately seeking a gift from you. Lin Fan, there is no need for concern. Old Master Lu took over his granddaughter's words, chuckling heartily. Your presence alone brings me great joy. The exchange of the dust escape you gifted Yunshang is the finest present for this old man. Thank you for your understanding. Sir, Lin Fan expressed his gratitude, bowing his head, only to be met with a chorus of light scoffs. Even if you were unaware prior to your arrival, what of the lengthy day that has passed? Do not tell me you just realized it now, Feng Yu remarked coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. Lin Fan shot him a frosty glance, acutely aware that Feng Yu was deliberately provoking him. As the conversation turned to the events of the day, Lu Onping subdued his smile and said softly, Yunshang has indeed spoken to me about this. Feng Yu, it is true that your brother was at fault from the outset. Of course, it is also a reflection of our Lu family's inadequate arrangements and lack of attentiveness. Otherwise, such an incident would not have occurred. At that time, Feng Yuqing appeared to be advising, but in truth, he was intentionally tarnishing Lin Fan's reputation to provoke him. Youngsters are prone to impulsiveness, after all. It is said that one does not truly know another until they have clashed. Perhaps, in the future, they may even forge a friendship. Old Master Lu sought to downplay the situation, recognizing that Lin Fan is a friend of the Lu family. Would it not be preferable for this matter to conclude here? Brother Feng Yu, why must you persist in this matter? Lu Yunshang interjected. To his surprise, even Grandpa Lu had heard of it. Feng Yu disregarded Lu Yunshang and turned to the elder, lamenting, My brother indeed made a mistake, but must it come to this? To face such an outcome? The issues between him and me are in the past. However, my matters with him have only just begun. He even disrespected Grandpa Lu. The attendees exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed, including Lin Fan, who was taken aback. How dare he? Was he truly willing to disregard everything for that brother of his? Grandpa Lu, I hold you in the highest regard. Whatever you ask of me, I shall never refuse, nor have I ever done so. Yet this time, I must decline. I do not seek your forgiveness, but I hope you can comprehend my position. Feng Yu bowed deeply, expressing his sentiments. Ah, sighed Lu Onping. Though your Feng family has allied with my Lu family, you are not our subordinates, but our friends. Therefore, you need not heed my every word. Nor will I demand that of you. It seems I intended to mediate, but it appears that the matters of youth should be resolved by the youth themselves. Feng Yu represented the entirety of the Feng family. He certainly did not wish to impose his authority upon others, dictating their actions. After all, this was merely a trivial matter, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Supporting Lin Fan would not benefit any party involved. However, the affairs of you young individuals are of no concern to me. Today, Lin Fan is my invited guest. Feng Yu, you ought to understand what is expected of you. Correct? Upon hearing the somewhat displeased remarks of Old Master Lu, Feng Yu promptly nodded and replied, I understand. I shall not trouble him today. Good, Lu Onping sighed, closing his eyes, preferring to remain oblivious to the unfolding situation. Lin Fan, what do you think? At this moment, Feng Yu turned his gaze towards Lin Fan, sneering. What do you mean by what do you think? Youthful matters ought to be resolved by the youth themselves. What is your opinion? Lin Fan retorted with a playful grin. Feng Yu scoffed, adding, Isn't it rather absurd to seek the intervention of elders? In his view, what stature did Old Master Lu possess? How could he possibly intervene in trivial disputes among the younger generation? Such minor issues, unless Lin Fan sought his assistance, would hardly warrant the old man's involvement. Not only did Feng Yu think this way, but all those present shared the same sentiment, harboring a growing disdain for Lin Fan. In fact, a young lady could be heard mockingly whispering, seeking parental intervention is a child's act. Lu Yunshan's expression turned somewhat grim. She was about to offer an explanation, but was silenced by Lin Fan's gesture. Oh, so this is your perspective? Lin Fan regarded Feng Yu with a smile. What other perspective could there be? Feng Yu replied dismissively. Very well, Lin Fan shook his head, unconcerned. If you wish to avenge your brother and reclaim your honor, do as you please. In any case, I have but one statement. Bear the consequences of your actions. As the crowd snickered, he rose to address Elder Lu, stating that he had yet to finish his earlier remarks. Although I was unaware of your birthday prior to my arrival, I soon learned of it upon entering the estate. However, at that moment, I found myself unable to prepare a suitable gift, and I presumed you might not require one. Subsequently, I inquired with Yunshang, who informed me of your fondness for forests and your past desire to construct a manor castle within one. Fortuitously, having acquired Yunshang's wooden escape, I proposed to assist in beautifying this manor with greenery as a token of celebration. His deliberate use of such familiarity with Lu Yunshang was intended to provoke Feng Yu, for she had confided in him that, despite Feng Yu's reluctance to become an in-law, he harbored affections for her. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Fan refer to Lu Yunshang in such an intimate manner, Feng Yu's brow furrowed in displeasure. Nevertheless, this was merely a minor interlude. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, several young men and women could not help but laugh, mocking his notion that mere wooden manipulation could achieve landscaping. Lin Fan chose to ignore their laughter, focusing instead on Elder Lu's demeanor. If that were the case, it could not have been better. Elder Lu nodded and chuckled in agreement. Lin Fan promptly exited the dining hall and stepped outside, followed by the curious crowd eager to witness his actions. He knelt down, placing his palm upon the earth, and then, a transformation began to unfold. The flowers and grasses in the vicinity began to flourish and bloom. Countless delicate vines emerged, entwining into various shapes, with trees sprouting from the ground, both large and small, arranged in a harmonious and orderly fashion. In the blink of an eye, the entire estate was adorned with vibrant greenery. Among them stood towering trees, transforming the surroundings into a veritable forest palace descended upon the earth. Witnessing this miraculous scene, everyone inhaled sharply in awe. I hope you will appreciate this. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. It was not until Lin Fan had long vanished that the crowd regained their composure from their astonishment. The unparalleled prodigy stood before them. This spectacle undoubtedly showcased Lin Fan's absolute mastery over the wood-release bloodline limit, demonstrating an exquisite level of control. It is not to say that other wood-release ninjas could not achieve such a level. Rather, it is Lin Fan who accomplished it. Everyone was acutely aware that Lin Fan had only recently merged with the wood-release bloodline limit, and it had not been more than half a month since then. In less than half a month's time, he had already grasped the most elusive aspects of wood release to such an extent. This was the source of astonishment among those present. I had previously mocked him, only to find myself immediately struck by the truth of my own words. A young girl shook her head in self-deprecation, laughing softly. She was not alone. Many of the younger generation had also looked down upon Lin Fan, mocking and even scornfully deriding him. Yet now, they discovered that the very person they had just ridiculed was, in fact, a top-tier prodigy, someone they could only ever aspire to reach. What is a clown? Those who just mocked Lin Fan are the true clowns. They previously ridiculed individuals like Su Tsong, failing to recognize their own shortcomings. Now, what distinguishes them from Su Tsong? Lin Fan's innate talent for wood-release bloodline limit is already remarkable. How could he possibly be lacking in other aspects? Such a level of talent is likely unattainable even by the most exceptional member of his own family, Lu Yunshang, let alone them. How dare they still show their faces and mock him? Reflecting on Lin Fan's calm demeanor at that moment, these individuals felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Elder Lu Onping paid no heed to the astonishment and embarrassment surrounding him. With a beaming expression, he surveyed his surroundings, touching the trees and vines as if they were treasures. He felt a refreshing sense of tranquility amidst the scenery. "Haha, splendid," he exclaimed joyfully. Though surprised by Lin Fan's talent, he regarded it as rather ordinary. After all, it is not uncommon for prodigies to emerge from the heavenly path class. Lin Fan had merely been more reserved in the past, preferring to conceal his abilities. Now that he has revealed himself, the stark contrast has left everyone in awe. What truly occupies his thoughts now is the birthday gift Lin Fan has bestowed upon him, the enchanting forest estate. So, this is the true essence of you? Lu Yunshang murmured as she gazed at the spot where Lin Fan had disappeared. Earlier that day, Lin Fan had boldly declared that he could easily annihilate the entire Feng family, and Su Yuru had acknowledged this claim on the spot. At that time, she merely believed that Lin Fan had been concealing some other power, completely failing to connect it with the wood-release bloodline limit. Yet, at this moment, witnessing the scene before her, She was astonished by Lin Fan's absolute mastery over the wood-release bloodline limit, simultaneously gaining clarity on many matters. For instance, why Suyuro had suddenly brought Lin Fan out of the cave instead of allowing him to continue his training, or why she had chosen Lin Fan as her companion to enter that secret realm. It was undoubtedly due to Lin Fan's innate talent for wood release. The wood release bloodline limit possesses formidable vitality that can assist in healing. What Lin Fan exhibited at this moment was certainly not the pinnacle of his capabilities with the wood release bloodline limit. It was merely an effortless demonstration. So, to what extent had his wood release skills developed? Lin Fan's talent concerning the wood release bloodline limit was unquestionably beyond what people currently perceived. It would surely astonish everyone. In just over 10 days, he had progressed to this level of wood release. No wonder you would exchange your dust release for my wood release. I had foolishly thought you were interested in me. It turns out everything you said was true. You genuinely have a passion for wood release and the potential to elevate it to new heights. So, the unparalleled genius was right beside me. How exhilarating. What might that new height you spoke of truly be? Lu Yunshang felt an inexplicable surge of excitement and anticipation within her. Lin Fan, is this your way of asserting dominance over me? While others are filled with astonishment and admiration, only Feng Yu wears a gloomy expression. He asserts that matters concerning the youth should be resolved by the youth themselves. He harbors doubts regarding old Master Lu's involvement, suspecting it might have been Lin Fan's request. Yet, it appears that is not the case. In truth, he sensed something amiss when Lu Yunshang attempted to rise and offer an explanation, though he did not fully believe it at the time. Now, with Lin Fan presenting this display of authority, he is convinced that Lin Fan is innocent of such conduct. Given Lin Fan's remarkable talents and the character he has exhibited today, it is indeed plausible that he is too proud to engage in such actions. The responsibility should lie with Lu Yunshang, having always been kind-hearted. She perhaps thought Lin Fan was not a match for her and therefore sought her grandfather's intervention to persuade him, which seems reasonable. However, it is likely she no longer perceives Lin Fan as weak. As Feng Yu contemplates this, he steals a glance at Lu Yunshang, only to find her eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation, which irks him slightly. It is undeniably true that I recognized you first. We have grown up together. And we should be closer. The consequences are yours to bear. Feng Yu turns his gaze towards the direction Lin Fan departed, recalling Lin Fan's earlier words, and cannot help but smirk. I am eager to see how you intend to make me bear the consequences. In the days that follow, Lin Fan revels in a state of enjoyment. With the substantial amount of money Lu Yunshang has bestowed upon him, what purpose does it serve to withhold it from expenditure? In the end, he invited his cousin Zhang Xiaoming and her family to the beach for a holiday, to bask in the summer sun. After all, besides his aunt, it was only Uncle Zhang's family who had treated him well. Look at your ostentatious demeanor. Zhang Xiaoming feigned a derisive smile, yet inwardly she rejoiced. She was already aware of Lin Fan's endeavors within the Lu family. Regarding Lin Fan's sudden surge in strength, she was initially skeptical, for she knew him better than anyone else and believed that even if he concealed his abilities, he could not possibly deceive her. Nevertheless, after multiple confirmations, the truth was revealed. While she was astonished and elated, she also felt a surge of anger towards Lin Fan. Goodness, I considered you my cousin. During both your special training and trials, I took care of you, only for you to play the part of a cunning fox? How foolish do you think I am? Immediately, Lin Fan received several hard punches from her. Not until he took her on vacation did her ire subside. If I were you, I would save my money to purchase more potions or weapon scrolls to enhance myself, Zhang Xiaoming kindly advised. Those items are meant for the weak. I have no need for them, Lin Fan replied with a smug smile. What a joke. With a system in place, do I still need those? I am already invincible. Why would I need to cultivate? So does that mean we are all weaklings? Clearly, you believe you are the only one with extraordinary talent. Zhang Xiaoming was so enraged that she clenched her fists tightly, as two individuals chased and playfully tussled until they reached the distant shore. Zhang Taijun observed the scene from afar, a smile of contentment gracing his face. However, that smile soon froze in place, for before him appeared a contingent of law enforcement personnel, led by the beaming Feng Yu. Please cooperate with the investigation. On the sandy beach, Lin Fan and Zhang Xiaoming engaged in their spirited frolic, wrestling with one another. One moment, Lin Fan found himself pinned to the ground by Zhang Xiaoming, and the next, she was submerged beneath the water by him. Zhang Taijun, watching this delightful spectacle from a distance, felt a profound sense of relief. Yet, the same scene elicited a dark scowl from Feng Yu, whose clenched fists were stained with blood from his own biting rage. My brother lies in the hospital, unable to eat and too ashamed to face anyone. His life is effectively ruined. A once vibrant youth has been reduced to this pitiful state. While you merrily frolic with a beautiful girl, Lin Fan's heart burned with fury. Yet, when he approached Zhang Taijun, a radiant smile illuminated his face. Fengyu, what are you planning? Zhang Taijun's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Fengyu had previously stated that matters concerning the youth should be resolved by the youth themselves. Lin Fan had vehemently responded that he would bear the consequences. How could he not be aware of this? Yet, he had not anticipated that Fengyu would arrive so swiftly. Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. The critical point was that he was adorned in the official uniform of law enforcement, accompanied by his colleagues. If he were to approach as an individual or as the esteemed heir of the Feng family, intending to take action against Lin Fan, then even if Lin Fan were unable to defend himself, Zhang Taijun would have justifiable grounds to intervene. However, in the current situation, how could he possibly obstruct the officers from the police department? Thus, his earlier joy swiftly transformed into a countenance of profound distress. What is the purpose of my presence? I am the Deputy Chief of the Investigation Division of the Imperial Capital's Police Department, and my appearance here is, of course, for official business, not for leisure or amusement. Fengyu offered a mocking smile in response, then turned his attention away from Zhang Taijun, leading his team towards Lin Fan. The arrival of the officers from the police department instantly halted the playful antics of those around, as they turned their gazes to ascertain what had transpired to warrant such attention from the authorities. Lin Fan had long since sensed their approach, yet he remained still, observing Fengyu with a welcoming smile. Given that Fengyu was here in his official capacity, he was indeed curious to see what rationale Fengyu would employ to confront him. The only potential vulnerability he possessed was his aunt. However, the nature of Li Yu's relationship with him had always been discreet, and even during national background checks, nothing had been uncovered. He did not believe that Fengyu could truly uncover such information in just a few short days. My apologies for interrupting your holiday. Fengyu smiled pleasantly at Lin Fan. Zhang Xiaoming attempted to step forward to say something, but Lin Fan gently pulled her back, shaking his head to signal her not to worry. We are not well acquainted. I hope your disturbance is indeed for a significant matter, for otherwise, the consequences may be quite severe. Lin Fan maintained a stoic expression. For most individuals, even if disturbed by personnel from the Ministry of Public Security, it would merely be an inconvenience. Regardless of one's high-ranking status or pressing matters, none would dare to threaten a representative of the ministry, as it embodies the authority of the Dragon Nation. Who would dare to oppose the state? However, Lin Fan was distinct. He belonged to the Heavenly Path class. For the prodigies of the Heavenly Path class, time was of the essence and should not be interrupted. Thus, if Fengyu could not provide a legitimate reason, Lin Fan would be justified in retaliating against him, and Fengyu would suffer the consequences without recourse. The state would not utter a word in his defense. Naturally, given your affiliation with the Heavenly Path class, I understand. Although I believe those from the Heavenly Path class are, in fact, rather ineffectual when not present in the celestial secret realm, they are rendered inconsequential. Nevertheless, since the laws of the nation dictate thus, I must comply. Fengyu wore a broad smile and stated, therefore, my intrusion is indeed backed by a legitimate reason. Lin Fan remained silent, merely observing him. Fengyu, not one to withhold information, promptly produced a document and calmly declared, Lin Fan, based on our understanding of you, your strength has consistently been at the level of a low-ranking ninja. Yet, in recent times, it appears as though your power has surged overnight, reaching the echelon of an elite upper-ranking ninja. It is as if you have transformed entirely. Do not attempt to tell me you were concealing your true abilities. According to the testimony of your classmate Li Wei from the Tiandao class, your physical condition was rather mediocre 3 months ago, with a similarly unimpressive amount of chakra. This was a first-hand observation he made while training with you. However, on the day of the Liu family banquet, my brother claimed that your physical condition had become extraordinarily abnormal. This is highly irregular. We, the Department of Public Security, harbor suspicions regarding your situation. This is a confidential order issued by the Department of Public Security with the full endorsement of the Tiandao class. We request that you accompany us for an investigation. The Tiandao class has consented, which means that Lin Fan's greatest support has vanished. Fengyu, with a beaming smile, gazes at Lin Fan, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. This sensation is undeniably exhilarating. Now, it remains to be seen how Lin Fan will respond. Should he dare to resist, he could swiftly become a national criminal, and it would not be unjust to subdue him on the spot. Afterward, It could simply be claimed that he was killed in the pursuit of a suspect. Of course, ordinary individuals would never refuse to cooperate, especially since this is merely a request for him to assist in an investigation, not an arrest. Yet, Lin Fan possesses the potential to act otherwise. After all, during his time with the Liu family, he was known to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, showing no regard for the occasion, the Liu family, or even the celebration of the elder Liu's 70th birthday. Thus, Feng Yu has brought only the elite among the elite today, including a powerful shinobi who has been concealed within the Feng family for many years. He did not overestimate his abilities by employing this jonin. His side would possess two formidable jonin warriors, complemented by an elite law enforcement team. Subduing Lin Fan would be an unequivocal task. If Lin Fan were to return with him willingly, it would be a favorable outcome. Although this may be a suboptimal result, it remains the most likely scenario. And there is nothing inherently negative about it. Once they arrived at the law enforcement agency, Lin Fan would be at his mercy. At that time, he might even uncover the reason behind Lin Fan's sudden and extraordinary transformation. If so, not only would he avenge his brother, but he would also acquire a method for rapid enhancement. By any calculation, Feng Yu had already secured an invincible position. Lin Fan, Zhang Xiaoming, who had initially maintained her composure, was now genuinely alarmed. She was acutely aware that what Feng Yu had stated was indeed true. Lin Fan's physique had indeed undergone a remarkable change in the past few days. Initially, she believed it to be merely a slight enhancement. But after witnessing Lin Fan decisively overpower the second young master of the Feng family using nothing but his physical prowess, she realized that Lin Fan's physique had achieved a qualitative leap. However, in this world, no secret realm relics or technological potions could possibly induce such a dramatic transformation in a person's physique within such a short span of time. Could it be that Lin Fan truly harbored some hidden issue? Don't worry, everything will be fine. Lin Fan gently grasped Zhang Xiaoming's icy hand, offering her a reassuring smile. Oh, is that so? Feng Yu mocked with a grin. Lin Fan turned to face him, and the smile on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold gaze infused with a hint of intrigue. Feng Yu twisted his neck and clasped his fist to his chest. Eager to observe Lin Fan's next move, would he flee or meekly submit to being taken away? However, Lin Fan's subsequent actions took everyone by surprise. He neither turned to flee nor showed any signs of surrender. Slowly, he raised his right hand and took a moment to glance at it. Then, with a sudden and fierce motion, he struck. The sound echoed sharply as his palm landed forcefully against Feng Yu's face. In that instant, Feng Yu was utterly stunned. He could have imagined Lin Fan daring to turn and run, or perhaps hurling insults at him, accusing him with baseless claims. Yet, he never anticipated that Lin Fan would actually strike him in such a situation. He was truly bewildered. Even if Lin Fan returned with him, he might have faced nothing more than humiliation. After all, the state would never allow someone as talented as Lin Fan to come to harm. Thus, this was hardly a grave matter. Yet now, he had struck a member of the police department, had struck Feng Yu himself, and this situation would not be so simple. It was akin to a police officer arriving to request your cooperation in an investigation, knowing it was not a serious issue, only for you to strike the officer. How could Lin Fan dare to do such a thing? Beside him, Zhang Xiaoming gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Her mind racing, has he lost his mind? Lin Fan, have you truly gone mad? How could you dare to strike Feng Yu? Especially when he is clad in police attire? In the distance, Zhang Tiejuan's expression darkened instantaneously. The onlookers on the beach gasped in astonishment, hastily retrieving their phones to capture videos, thereby documenting the evidence of Lin Fan's assault on the police. Some lamented the decline of societal morals, expressing disbelief that anyone would dare to strike an officer of the law, let alone deliver a slap to the face. The officers accompanying Feng Yu swiftly encircled Lin Fan, poised to subdue him or even eliminate him at a mere command from Feng Yu. Lin Fan, how dare you strike me? Are you out of your mind? Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Feng Yu seethed with rage, yet a flicker of elation surged within him, for he understood that Lin Fan's fate was sealed. A sharp crack echoed as Lin Fan met his fury with a chilling gaze and delivered yet another emotionless slap. The moment Feng Yu's heart swelled with triumph, it was swiftly eclipsed by an overwhelming tide of humiliation and anger. In a flash, he drew his blade, disregarding all caution as he lunged at Lin Fan. The crowd reacted instantaneously, having already sensed his intent. The enigmatic shinobi supported by Feng Yu's family joined the fray, ready to strike. Lin Fan, Zhang Xiaoming gasped in horror, The scene before her was too shocking and sudden, a reality she had never encountered. Fearing for Lin Fan's life, she instinctively prepared to intervene. "Xiaoming, don't move," Lin Fan commanded, raising a hand to halt her. Then swiftly retreating and enveloping her in his embrace. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Zhang Taijun, saying, "Uncle Zhang, keep an eye on her. Rest assured. Just watch." After completing all of this, he finally turned around, casting a sweeping gaze towards Feng Yu and his group. Bang, 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 as his eyes scanned each individual. Thick, sturdy vines emerged from the ground, targeting each person. "Lin Fan, how dare you resist arrest and assault an officer? You are simply courting death," Feng Yu exclaimed, his anger palpable as he swung his blade, only to miss. In the next moment, the vines lunged forward. A mere bloodline technique of wood release, he scoffed, ready to sever the vines before him with a single stroke. However, before he could finish his words, his eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? These vines, they can't even be cut by my blade? Are these truly wooden vines? They must be forged from steel. It wasn't just him. Those around him also sensed the extraordinary nature of these vines. Without exerting their full strength, it was utterly impossible to sever them with ease. On the battlefield, mistakes are not tolerated. The consequence of a misstep is being ensnared by the vines, swiftly transformed into a helpless bundle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amid Zhang Xiaoming's astonished gaze, members of the police squad, due to a moment of carelessness, were suddenly immobilized, unable to move. From the moment they struck until they were captured, only a few breaths had passed. Lin Fan had just set her down, and before she could steady herself, it seemed the battle was already drawing to a close. How utterly absurd. Was he truly this formidable? What kind of wood-release ninjutsu was this? Were those vines not supposed to be easily shattered, effortlessly severed, and readily escaped from? It is merely a technique of wood release in the realm of healing. Yet how can it bind even the mightiest of warriors so tightly, rendering them immobile? At this moment, Zhang Xiaoming's heart raced with a myriad of questions. Glancing at Lin Fan before her, calm and composed, she observed that only 2 individuals remained unsubdued on the battlefield. Yet, those 2 were laboriously fending off the assaults of the vines, unable to approach Lin Fan at all. How could the figure before her possess such immense power? Would anyone believe that I had just pinned him down on the beach? Zhang Xiaoming found herself lost in thought, mesmerized by Lin Fan's silhouette. Beside her, Zhang Taijun was equally astonished. His brother's son had grown to such an extent. "Lin Fan, you dare to assault an officer. You are doomed, utterly doomed. No matter how strong your abilities or how high your talents, your end is nigh." Ha ha. Feng Yuzhuang appeared almost deranged, shouting wildly. Lin Fan's strength, his innate gifts. His mastery and development of wood release far surpassed anything Feng Yuzhuang could comprehend. Deep within, he had already experienced regret and even fear. Yet, at this juncture, there was no turning back. He could only resort to public opinion and grandiloquent rhetoric to contend with Lin Fan. So many people were recording the events on their phones. Everything that transpired today would inevitably spread. Perhaps it already had. Lin Fan's political career was finished. Even if he graduated from the Tiandao class in 2 years, it would be impossible for him to assume a significant role within the nation, let alone remain within the Tiandao system like Su Yuro. Lin Fan smiled faintly and waved his hand, causing the surrounding vines to retreat instantly. The 2 upper ninjas finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, they dared not make any further moves against Lin Fan, instead watching him warily, curious about his next intentions. Feng Yu glared at Lin Fan with a seething anger, his cheeks burning with evident handprints, even blood trickling down. "Arrest? How absurd. You never even had the authority to apprehend me. How could you speak of arrest? When have I ever claimed I would not return with you?" Lin Fan mockingly retorted. "Even without this charge, your assault on an officer is something witnessed by all." Feng Yu gasped for breath, speaking sternly. "Assaulting an officer? I merely slapped you twice. Yet you all rushed at me like madmen, disregarding the safety of Zhang Xiaoming from the heavenly Dao class by my side. I was merely protecting her, safeguarding our nation's pride. How can this be considered an assault on an officer?" Lin Fan chuckled. Very well. Even if you claim there was justification for your actions against them all, does that invalidate the fact that you slapped me?" Feng Yu covered his face and loudly questioned. "Are you really going to deny this? What of it if I slapped you twice?" Lin Fan's smile faded as he slowly approached Feng Yu, stating, "Do you believe I wouldn't want to strike you again now? Damn it. I am the Deputy Chief of the Investigation Division of the Capital S Public Security Bureau." Do you really wish to provoke me? Come on. Lin Fan, if you don't hit me, then you must be my grandson. Feng Yu bellowed in frustration. Do you think I'm jesting with you? You foolish thing. Lin Fan responded with a mocking smile, and then with a resounding bang, he launched himself towards Feng Yu. You want me to strike you? Then I shall. Do you wish to dance as well? In the Imperial City, within the Tiandao class, Su Yuru cast a cold gaze at several leaders before her. Who signed this? I did, one middle-aged military officer answered calmly. Lin Fan is under my guidance. He is my subordinate. Why was this matter not brought to my attention? Did you plan to keep me in the dark? If I hadn't accidentally overheard outside, would you have said nothing? Su Yuru's chest rose and fell in agitation, clearly incensed. Isn't this during the holiday period? Moreover, it is not a significant issue. The middle-aged man sighed. If the police department wishes to investigate, let them do so. Do you really think my Tiandao class fears their scrutiny? Furthermore, do you not find it peculiar? How did Lin Fan suddenly transform from a lower ninja to a higher ninja overnight? If there are doubts, they must be investigated. If there are issues within the Tiandao class, the threat to the nation would be far greater. Meanwhile, on the other side, witnessing Lin Fan take action without hesitation, Feng Yu felt a sense of disbelief. Wait, he really intends to hit me? You, Lin Fan, have clearly ceased your actions and provided extensive explanations, all to avoid bearing the burden of accusations such as arrest or assaulting an officer. Yet, here you are, ready to strike again? Truly bewildering. Is this genuine madness or merely an act? In an instant, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, and the next moment, his body was sent flying by Lin Fan's punch. The speed was astonishing. Lin Fan's assault was executed with such abruptness that he barely had time to react, let alone evade it. Bang, bang, bang. His form was violently propelled before crashing into the thick vines of the trees, shattering several enormous branches upon impact. However, being a remarkable individual with the strength of a seasoned ninja, he finally regained his composure in midair and unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, fire style. Alas, where was Lin Fan's figure to be found? Where could he be? Just as Feng Yu endeavored to stabilize himself and locate Lin Fan, the latter's voice resonated beside him. In shock, he turned to find Lin Fan's palm firmly pressing against his face, driving him down into the ground from midair. Boom. Dust erupted, and blood gushed forth. Ah. A searing pain radiated through his head as Feng Yu's cries of agony echoed. Did I not warn you? To dare trouble me comes with consequences that you alone must bear. Lin Fan hoisted him from the depths of the pit, gripping his neck with his right hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just as Feng Yu opened his mouth to speak, a sword materialized before Lin Fan's eyes. In an instant, it seemed that Feng Yu was poised to sever Lin Fan's arm. Do you wish to dance as well? Lin Fan slightly turned his gaze, observing another Jonin on the battlefield. As his words fell, a hardened, sharp wooden spike inexplicably emerged, piercing through the entirety of the man's shoulder, propelling his body upwards. All that remained was a scream of agony. With a mere flick of his wrist, he had dispatched 2 Jonin. The remaining members of the police force were left paralyzed, unable and unwilling to make the slightest movement. This scene left Zhang Taijun and Zhang Xiaoming in stunned silence, their hearts shaken to the core. Lin Fan, what? What do you intend to do? Do you wish to betray the nation? Feng Yu's heart was equally shaken, unable to fathom that Lin Fan's strength could reach such heights. In terms of power, speed, and would-release techniques, could this truly be the prowess of a mere Jonin? Surely, he had attained S-rank capabilities. How old could he possibly be? Betray the nation? Who do you think you are? Lin Fan smirked mockingly, leaning in to whisper. Do you believe that even if I were to kill you now, despite the ensuing complications, I would ultimately emerge unscathed? Feng Yu trembled with rage, a hint of fear creeping in. He found himself at a loss for words, refraining from provoking Lin Fan further. The man's actions were utterly unpredictable. If Lin Fan were to truly end his life here, what would it matter if he faced repercussions later? He would be dead. It must be said that, at this moment, he finally grasped the essence of fear. He could now comprehend why his younger brother had previously been so terrified of Lin Fan, pleading desperately for him not to confront Lin Fan. Do you know why I struck you? Lin Fan inquired abruptly. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated clearly enough for those present, still recording, to hear and capture every word. Feng Yu remained silent. It is because of your vendetta. Just a few days ago, your brother provoked me without cause and received a severe beating in return. You, unable to bear this injustice, sought to reclaim your honor. I am uncertain of the methods you employed to persuade the Tiandao class to agree to escort me for an investigation, but The directive clearly instructed you to discreetly invite me for a confidential inquiry. Instead, you brazenly appeared, creating a scene as if you were about to arrest me in front of so many witnesses. This is the reason for my retribution against you. And you all. Lin Fan sneered as he cast a disdainful glance at the officers present. You are fully aware that the procedure is flawed. Yet not a single one of you intervened. Instead, you joined him in attacking me, disregarding even the safety of Zhang Xiaoming from the Tiandao class. To strike you is merely a leniency. I could incapacitate you right here, and the police department would not dare utter a word. With each of his statements, the vines binding the officers tightened with increasing ferocity. A series of ominous cracks echoed, as the bones of countless individuals shattered, each one spewing forth blood. Am I not to return to the police department with you all? Observing the crowd's reluctance to utter another word, Lin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. Very well. We shall head back to the police department now. However, it shall not be you who escort me. Rather, I shall guide you back. I wish to inquire about the safety of my Heavenly Path class, and on what grounds do you dare to disregard such matters? With that, Lin Fan swiftly bound the group and, accompanied by Zhang Xiaoming, made his way toward the police department. Upon arriving at the entrance, Feng Yu had yet to utter a single word. He had indeed deviated from the proper protocol, choosing to make his appearance at the moment Lin Fan was most at ease, intending to cause him discomfort. Out of a desire for personal vengeance and to diminish the influence of the Heavenly Path class, he opted to publicly capture individuals. He had considered the possibility that Lin Fan or others might use this against him, and he had already devised a strategy to counter it. However, he never anticipated that Lin Fan would confront him directly or that he would be utterly outmatched. Even with the assistance of his family's concealed elite and several powerful officers from the police department, they were no match for Lin Fan. Having misjudged far too many factors, he was left to bear the consequences alone. Now, I come to question you. Feng Yu and his companions found themselves bound by Lin Fan's vines until they reached the entrance of the police department. There, he released the others, casting them aside at the door, and then, with determined strides, dragged Feng Yu into the building, closely followed by Zhang Xiaoming and her father. They were all present at the crime scene, being directly involved. Naturally, they had to partake in this commotion together. Lin Fan, do not overstep your bounds. Feng Yu, like a wretched dog, was dragged into the police department by Lin Fan, his heart heavy with frustration, shame, and fury. You have wronged me, so I shall wrong you in return. Such a simple truth. Have you yet to grasp it? Do not blame fate. The current predicament is of your own making. Lin Fan looked at him with a smile and said, Oh dear, I can't help but worry for you. Consider this. Your own disgrace is one matter, but now you've brought shame upon the entire police department. How will you navigate your future here? As he continued to drag him, others in the police department quickly gathered in a fury. Call for an ambulance. They are gravely injured. Someone rushed to the entrance, and upon witnessing the injuries of the others, their expression turned ghastly. Each one was covered in blood. Several had fractured bones. More alarmingly, one individual had a shoulder gruesomely pierced, suffering immensely. Lin Fan, what are you trying to do? Have you lost your mind? The speaker was the head of the investigation department. He certainly recognized Lin Fan and understood the purpose of Feng Yu and his group's actions. However, the outcome left him utterly astounded. Sir, I suggest we summon the highest officer in your department. This concerns the Tiandao class and its prodigies. I fear you may not be able to handle this matter. Lin Fan replied. Since I have emerged, I shall naturally take charge of this matter. Chief Tan Zhaoan of the investigation department narrowed his eyes and coldly huffed. Now, I shall pose my inquiries to you. I hope you can provide me with satisfactory answers. Otherwise, he cast a glance at the surrounding dismal state of the investigation department and the action team, his expression darkening. To insult the police department, to lay hands upon its personnel, shall be an unforgivable crime. Very well. Lin Fan nodded, revealing an innocuous smile. He then proceeded to recount in meticulous detail the events that transpired on the beach, backed by videos captured by bystanders. Before departing, he had instructed Zhang Xiaoming to copy several videos from the onlookers. Meanwhile, the injured were being treated one by the medical ninjas. Only Feng Yu remained tightly bound to the ground by vines, resembling a dead dog. Chieftain paid him no mind, fully aware of the conflict between Feng Yu and Lin Fan. Thus, even if he wished to intervene, he knew he must first comprehend the entire situation. Before long, Lin Fan finished his account, and Chief Tan had concluded viewing the videos. He was left astounded, rendered speechless for a considerable time. The sheer terror of Lin Fan's abilities, particularly the formidable prowess of his wood release, nearly shattered his preconceived notions. It is known that the wood release techniques of ordinary individuals, while capable of ensnaring a person, would be utterly futile against the elite of the police department. Not only could they easily break free with a mere exertion, but a single strike could obliterate such bindings. Yet, Lin Fan's vines were remarkably resilient. Moreover, Lin Fan's ruthless and frenzied tactics instilled a profound sense of dread within him. I truly cannot fathom why Feng Yu would provoke such a formidable individual. Thus, the situation unfolds. Now, allow me to pose a question to you. I sincerely hope for a satisfactory response. Otherwise, Lin Fan recounted the events with unwavering calmness, simultaneously retorting with the very words of Director Tan, the assassination of the prodigies of the Tiandao class. The charge against those who dare to strike at the prodigies of the Tiandao class. I fear your Kyoto Police Department cannot bear the consequences. A cold sweat trickled down Director Tan's back. He had long been aware, and had just experienced, that Lin Fan was not one to be trifled with. It was unexpected how formidable this individual truly was. He had returned Director Tan's words verbatim without omission. The crux of the matter was that Lin Fan spoke with righteous conviction. The video had captured the scene with crystal clarity. At that moment, when the crowd had targeted Lin Fan, Zhang Xiaoming stood right beside him, leaving aside Lin Fan's affiliation with the Tiandao class. The fact that the police disregarded her safety to confront Lin Fan meant that, had he not shielded her, she could have easily sustained severe injuries in the blink of an eye. This constituted indisputable evidence. In this moment, Feng Yu's heart sank. The individuals he had brought along were indeed his, yet they were members of the action team, unaware of Zhang Xiaoming's identity. The situation at hand offered them no time for contemplation, prompting their reckless charge. This was certainly not the outcome Feng Yu had desired. Now, he bore the brunt of this bitter fruit alone. To strike against the personnel of the police department? And the charges? I did not directly incapacitate them. I merely inflicted severe injuries, which I deemed a concession to your police department. As for the matter of humiliation, in an atmosphere charged with tension, I found myself publicly humiliated by the actions of others, which deviated from the established protocols. At that moment, when Director Tan was rendered speechless, Lin Fan turned his gaze towards him and continued, Director Tan, do you believe this was a deliberate act of humiliation on his part? Or is it the intention of your police department? Is it the investigative division's desire to undermine my dignity? Naturally, it was entirely his own volition. Director Tan's response was swift and almost instinctive. Then that settles it. He has disgraced me, and I shall surely return the insult. As a respectable member of the Tiandao class, I cannot tolerate such indignities. Thus, dragging him in here like a dog was an act of deliberate humiliation directed at him, not at your police department. Would you not agree, Director Tan? Indeed, Director Tan nodded emphatically. Therefore, in the future, Director Tan, I advise you to exercise a degree of filial piety in your speech, refraining from hastily assigning blame to others. Lin Fan, with an innocuous demeanor, spoke coldly. This is not acceptable. Director Tan felt a shiver run down his spine. Lin Fan was indeed relentless in his pursuit of justice, unafraid to intimidate anyone. However, considering Lin Fan's strength and talent, yes, I was momentarily flustered. My apologies, Director Tan hastily chuckled in an attempt to appease. Subsequently, Lin Fan and Zhang Xiaoming stood in silence, awaiting Director Tan's next course of action. Those individuals belong to the action team. I lack the authority to discipline them. Nevertheless, now that I am aware of the situation, they shall inevitably face appropriate consequences, Director Tan mused. There is no need to inquire further about the individuals involved. The video exists, and countless witnesses have seen it with their own eyes. These individuals now dare not utter falsehoods, thus simplifying matters considerably. As for Feng Yu, his personal vendetta renders him unfit to remain in the police department. Feng Yu, I hereby dismiss you from your position. Do you accept this? Tan Jiawen gazed coldly at Feng Yu. What could Feng Yu possibly say? At this juncture, would he dare to defy the division chief? What was merely a trivial matter had been relentlessly pursued by Lin Fan. Moreover, he and Zhang Xiaoming both belonged to the Tiandao class. They were also closely related as cousins. Offending Lin Fan was already a considerable transgression, to further provoke Zhang Xiaoming. She had just acquired the 100 treasures technique from the dimensional secret realm, even disregarding her status in the Tiandao class. She was not someone that an ordinary person could afford to provoke. The police department acted without regard for her safety, which could lead to significant consequences. The division chief was already grateful that he had not publicly incapacitated Feng Yu to quell the ire of these two prodigies. What more could he dare to say? Do you both find this resolution acceptable? Tan Zhaowen inquired cautiously. Let it be, Zhang Xiaoming replied with a cold snort. Lin Fan merely observed in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Tan Zhaowen continued. Our personnel in the police department did not adhere to orders, resulting in undue consequences for both of you. We will provide compensation and a formal response thereafter. Thank you for your efforts, Chief. Lin Fan finally nodded in acknowledgement. As for the compensation, that was another matter altogether. The events of that time were captured by numerous witnesses, thus the Chief of Police must undoubtedly bear the responsibility. As for the manner of handling the situation, that no longer concerns Lin Fan. Very well, this matter concludes here. Now, I kindly ask Lin Fan to accompany us back to the precinct for an investigation. Stated Chief Tan at last. I dare not pursue you any further. Lin Fan was escorted into the investigation department, ready to undergo questioning. Although the instigator, Feng Yu, had been rendered powerless, the procedures remained in place, even if merely for appearances. A process needed to be observed. Zhang Xiaoming and her daughter exchanged smiles before turning to leave. At this point, their astonishment regarding Lin Fan's abilities had transformed into delight, then tranquility. The personnel from the police department were taken to the hospital for treatment, leaving only Feng Yu behind, though Lin Fan had dragged him in earlier. The police personnel had stood united in their animosity. However, once the crowd learned of his personal vendetta that brought disgrace upon the police, not a single soul would spare him a glance. Lin Fan, with his grievously injured body, struggled to rise from the ground and slowly made his way out of the police department's entrance. Regret coursed through his mind. Not only had he been slapped several times, but he had also been publicly dragged into the precinct like a dog, obliterating any semblance of dignity he once possessed. In that moment, all remnants of honor dissipated, leaving only profound shame, an embarrassment far greater than when his brother had been humiliated before the public. The reputation of the entire Feng family had been tarnished by the folly of the two brothers, and they had also lost their positions within the police department. The role of Deputy Chief of the Investigation Department is certainly not one of insignificance, although he was merely one of several deputy section chiefs. It was this position that had secured untold benefits for his family. It was precisely because he ascended to this role at such a young age that he was so highly regarded by the elder of the Liu family. Now, everything had vanished. In the past, he possessed a sense of pride that made him resistant to the dictates and desires of their elders. He had no intention of marrying into the Liu family, as that would be a disgrace for any man. For Feng Yu, it was only fitting to bring home the daughter of the Liu family. However, now the notion of marriage seemed absurd. Not only was marrying her out of the question, but even the prospect of marrying into the family had become impossible. Even if he were to agree, and even if Liu Yunshang were to consent, the Liu family would never acquiesce, nor would the elder of the Liu family ever nod in approval again. Moreover, Liu Yunshang would never agree at all. All of this turmoil was instigated by Lin Fan. If he had heeded his brother's advice and avoided trouble with Lin Fan, if he had listened to Liu Yunshang's counsel about resolving enmity rather than deepening it, if he had given the elder some face and reconciled with Lin Fan, might today's calamity have been averted? Regret, lament, and remorse flooded his mind. As Feng Yu surveyed the gazes directed at him, some filled with confusion, others with disdain, and still others with aversion, he pondered when he had ever been subjected to such scrutiny. Lin Fan, Feng Yu silently vowed vengeance. Everything he now endured was the consequence of Lin Fan's actions. He is acutely aware that he cannot contend with Lin Fan at present, and that the forces backing him are no match for Lin Fan either. After all, Lin Fan is not only a prodigy of the Heavenly Path class, but also shares a profound connection with Zhang Xiaoming. Furthermore, even if his supporters were more powerful than Lin Fan's, what could they possibly do? Would they dare to confront Lin Fan on his behalf? Perhaps in the past, such a possibility existed, but now those individuals must surely recognize Lin Fan's true character and unparalleled talent. Who would still dare to provoke him? With the cautionary tale of the Feng Yu brothers in mind, who would be foolish enough to challenge Lin Fan? Therefore, if revenge is to be sought, it must solely rely on oneself. My goodness, has Lin Fan lost his mind? How audacious to lay hands on someone from the police department. This is utterly outrageous. Has he become so arrogant as to strike the face of the police chief directly? Who has bestowed upon him such audacity? Is it the Heavenly Path class? Are all its members so brazen? Is there no one to maintain order? Is there no law left? Good heavens! He evaded it. Unbelievable. This must be the would-release bloodline limit he is fused with, right? Is this the would-release ninjutsu? It is astonishingly strong. Can he truly control the personnel from the police department? Are these officers truly so inept? His speed. It's remarkable. Is he truly Lin Fan? Wasn't he supposed to be the underachiever of the Heavenly Path class? Even the students from the top-tier schools pale in comparison. How could he possess such formidable strength? The members of the Tiandao class, regardless of their seeming inadequacies or weaknesses, are products of the nation's rigorous training. It would indeed be astonishing if they lacked any measure of competence. While it is true that Lin Fan joined the Tiandao class merely 3 years ago, the nation has devoted immense resources to his development. Even an underperformer would emerge as a talent under such circumstances. Let us not compare him to ordinary individuals, shall we? Moreover, the disparaging remarks about him being at the bottom of the class are mere hearsay. Who can ascertain their veracity? Setting aside his capabilities for a moment, is it not preposterous for the police department to take action against him? What on earth transpired? Why is the police department targeting Lin Fan? In an unexpected turn of events, a bystander uploaded a video to the internet, which swiftly garnered significant attention. After all, the incident involving Lin Fan's transition from dust escape to wood escape is still fresh in everyone's memory, having dominated the trending charts for nearly half a month without abating. Naturally, any new developments regarding Lin Fan would create a sensation. However, those online are oblivious to Feng Yu's identity and are unaware that Lin Fan is confronting 2 elite jonin. Furthermore, the remaining personnel from the police department are elite shunin. Otherwise, their astonishment at Lin Fan's displayed prowess and his remarkable would-escape talent would have been even more pronounced. At this moment, everyone is rife with curiosity about why the police department has dispatched personnel to apprehend Lin Fan, eagerly awaiting a response. The police department, however, did not allow the situation to escalate further. That very evening, they issued an announcement. It is claimed that this matter involves the deputy head of the investigation division of the police, Feng Yu, who has overstepped his authority, exploiting his position for personal gain. He recounted the events in a somewhat convoluted manner, leading the public to a moment of clarity. To their astonishment, it became evident that there was a personal vendetta at play. The deputy head had leveraged his office to fabricate a charge against Lin Fan as an act of retribution. This provoked Lin Fan, who, unable to contain his indignation, retaliated with a slap. Indeed, how could there be any issues with the students of the Tiandao class? It was unimaginable that someone would resort to such absurd justifications to trouble Lin Fan, even disregarding protocol by apprehending him in public. Who could tolerate such an affront? Were I in his position, I too would have struck back. Unexpectedly, the situation took a surprising turn. To my astonishment, the enchanting woman by Lin Fan's side turned out to be Zhang Xiaoming, who had acquired the Baijiahao technique. Her figure is simply stunning, and her beauty rivals that of the campus belle, Lu Yunshan. Were Lin Fan and she on a vacation together? How enviable. The social dynamics of their circle seem quite tumultuous. Is Lin Fan aligned with the campus beauty, or is he paired with Zhang Xiaoming? What confusion is this? They are all from the same Tiandao class. Is it so strange for the 3 of them to share a close bond? I find it rather normal. Furthermore, although those officers from the police department may appear weak, Lin Fan's would-release ninjutsu is undoubtedly formidable, to some extent. Could it be possible that Lin Fan did not transfer his dust-release technique to the daughter of the Feiduan family merely out of affection? If this is indeed the case, then the previous statements made by the authorities warrant profound contemplation. The official announcement once declared that Lin Fan exchanged dust release solely out of his admiration for would-release bloodline limits. In the early hours, at the Department of Public Security, the shift in public opinion online occurs with astonishing swiftness. Chief Tan, holding a tablet, approached Lin Fan and remarked, "Look at these individuals. Just a moment ago, they were vehemently criticizing you, accusing you of arrogance and lawlessness, claiming that your identity as a member of the Heavenly Path class rendered you untouchable, even daring to assault those from the Department of Public Security. They were overflowing with sympathy for Feng Yu. I had only just issued my announcement, and yet they have swiftly turned their ire upon Feng Yu, rallying to your defense. Eventually, they seem more interested in gossiping about your entanglements with the campus belle Lu Yunshang and the prodigy Zhang Xiaoming. Is this not absurd? Chief Tan, are you truly going to confine me here without uttering a word of inquiry?" Lin Fan retorted, diverting the conversation. He remained indifferent to the discussions circulating online. What more was there to ask? Tin Zhaowen shook his head, jesting, "Those who sought to investigate you have met with such a fate. I dare not pursue your case any further. 37. The man in the tiger-striped mask. He chuckled. Are you genuinely engaging with me in discussions of ideals in life? Lin Fan scoffed internally, harboring his disbelief. Furthermore, I have faith in my country. Director Tan continued, I trust the Tiandao team. Their investigation into you must be far more meticulous and profound than ours, since they have refrained from making any accusations. We in the police department certainly have no intentions of probing further. This matter was merely instigated by Feng Yu, who was searching for trouble. Oh, is that so? Your discernment is truly remarkable, Director. Lin Fan replied with a smile. Then why am I still here? Ah, we must adhere to the procedures, after all. But rest assured, I shall release you by tomorrow morning. I cannot afford to squander the time of the elite from the Tiandao team. One night is already sufficient, Tan Jiawen explained. As he spoke, he turned off all the cameras and recording devices in the room. Although I want to be interrogating you, I remain genuinely curious. My young friend Lin Fan, may I inquire privately how it is that you seem to have transformed so dramatically? Despite Feng Yu's foolishness, the rationale he presented was indeed impeccable. Otherwise, the members of your Tiandao team would not have signed off on it. I have just learned that there was not only Feng Yu but another elite among those sent to apprehend you. You faced two upper ninjas yet handled the situation with ease. While they may have underestimated you, it nonetheless highlights the extent of your formidable strength. My curiosity is piqued. Tan Jiawen's gaze was intense, filled with anticipation. Lin Fan looked at him with a gentle smile. Of course, if you choose not to answer, that is perfectly fine. I am not interrogating you at present. You are under no obligation to cooperate with me. Seeing Lin Fan remain silent, Director Tan chuckled. What is there that cannot be said? I possess exceptional talent. Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly. In the past, those around me either sought to curry favor or endeavored to befriend me. No one ever dared to insult me. Thus I never had the opportunity to retaliate. However now, Director Tan quickly swallowed hard. It seems that now even less would dare to. What I mean to convey is that after I exchanged my dust escape, everyone assumed I had become useless, prompting a few to leap forth to trample on the so-called prodigy of the heavenly path for their own gratification, both internally and externally, Lin Fan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. That is why I chose to make an example of one to demonstrate a modicum of my strength. However, that does not align with the facts. Tan Jiawen narrowed his eyes. I reviewed the investigation dossier on you, and before entering the dimensional secret realm, your physique was rather ordinary. Yet, on the day of the Liu family's banquet, it was astonishingly transformed. That is the crux of the matter. That is what piques my curiosity the most. Director Tan? And you still claim you do not wish to interrogate me? Lin Fan observed Tan Jiawen with keen interest. Tan Jiawen exhibited a hint of embarrassment, and just as he was about to offer an explanation, Lin Fan raised his hand to halt him, saying, Rest assured. Section Chief Tan, I, Lin Fan, am not the sort of person who lacks understanding or reason. It is only fitting that you investigate and interrogate me. I have an obligation to cooperate with you. Naturally, even if your curiosity drives you, I am inclined to satisfy that curiosity of yours. At this juncture, Tan Jiawen's eyes brightened, revealing a serious demeanor. First and foremost, is the investigation conducted by Feng Yu truly accurate? Who can definitively assert that my previous physical condition was poor? I believe the individuals who know my physical condition best are not my teachers and classmates from school, but rather my comrades and instructors from the Tiandao class. For instance, Zhang Xiaoming, with whom I underwent intensive training the most, accompanied me on every mission. If you wish to validate this, it would be prudent to consult her first. Should you doubt her, you may also inquire with my instructor, who possesses a comprehensive understanding of my capabilities. Tan Jiawen nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the validity of this point. It was indeed difficult to fully trust the assertions made by Lin Fan's classmate, Li Wei. Furthermore, even if my physical condition was somewhat lacking in the past, I subsequently integrated the wood-release bloodline limit and developed it within a short period, resulting in an enhancement of my physical abilities. That is also a possibility, is it not? Additionally, after emerging from the dimensional secret realm, I entered the underground world, where I acquired certain enhancements that could be considered plausible. There are numerous reasons behind the strengthening of one's physique. If you wish to conduct a thorough investigation into my person, it would be prudent to begin with those who know me best, rather than someone with a name like Li Wei. Everyone harbors their own secrets. To divulge this much is already a concession to the investigation department and the police commissioner. Surely, the astute Tan Jiawen understands this principle? Ha ha ha, I jest. Why would we ever desire to probe into your affairs? Chief Tan, with a smile etched across his face, remarked, "You have already granted us enough face. And should I overstep, it would be my fault." With Lin Fan's words, he has provided an explanation regarding this matter. Furthermore, Lin Fan's mention of starting with those who know me best. Who might those individuals be? The prodigy Zhang Xiaoming, the instructor Su Yuru, perhaps even Lu Yunshang? Which of these individuals is not formidable? Which of them could the police commissioner question at will? Thus, this truly is but a jest. Meanwhile, at the Feng family residence, the second uncle, I am truly sorry. Feng Yu knelt upon the ground. The second young master of the Feng family, just discharged from the hospital, also knelt in supplication. It is we, the two brothers, who have brought calamity upon the family, tarnishing its reputation and reducing it to a laughingstock in the capital. No, it is not my brother's fault. It is entirely my own. Had I not been so arrogant in my strength and background, deliberately provoking Lin Fan, it would not have come to this. No, my brother acted out of concern for me. He sought to provoke Lin Fan, hoping to incite him into making a move at the banquet, thereby causing him to lose face before the esteemed elder Lu. Observing the two brothers bickering, second Master Feng let out a deep sigh. It was futile to speak further. The situation had already reached this point. Resolving to lead the entire Feng family into allegiance with the Lu family, he felt as though he had aged several years in an instant, his legs trembling beneath him as he declared, "From now on, our Feng family shall live with our tails tucked between our legs in the capital." With that solitary statement, the head of the Feng family departed, his head bowed in despair. In the grand hall, only the Feng brothers remained. "Brother, I am sorry." Feng Yuqing immediately broke down in tears. He could bear humiliation and shame, but he could not endure seeing his elder brother reduced to such a state. Everything stemmed from his own actions. From that day at the banquet, when he had arrogantly provoked Lin Fan, if only time could be reversed, how wonderful that would be. He would never have dared to provoke such a formidable adversary. "It is not your fault. You need not bear the burden of guilt." Feng Yu shook his head, his eyes filled with resentment. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall solely upon Lin Fan. Who could have foreseen that he possessed such power? A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Yuqing, we must etch into our hearts the humiliation Lin Fan has inflicted upon us today. In the future, I shall repay it tenfold. Brother, the current Lin Fan is not someone we can challenge. Feng Yuqing shook his head, his face suffused with despair, and lamented. His strength will only grow, his status will only improve, and his influence will only expand. We will never have the chance for vengeance, brother. That may not be the case at all. Feng Yu's gaze was resolute as he replied coldly, "Brother, do you have a plan?" Upon seeing Feng Yu's demeanor, Feng Yuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed. First, in a few days, I will publicly apologize to him in front of the media, even kneeling to beg for his forgiveness to win the sympathy of the public. After that, I will leverage Lu Yunshang and the Lu family to ease the tensions between us." Feng Yu promptly laid out his strategy. In summary, a direct approach would not suffice. One must resort to cunning. There are myriad ways to eliminate a person. Even the most simplistic methods, such as hiring an assassin or administering poison, can sometimes yield unexpected results. Feng Yu had several plans at his disposal. Hearing this, Feng Yuqing became exhilarated, seemingly envisioning Lin Fan's dismal fate. "Brother, you truly are remarkable," he exclaimed. My time in the investigation department was not in vain. I have a plethora of schemes for such underhanded tactics." Just as the brothers were rekindling their confidence, fantasizing about Lin Fan's impending demise, a strange voice echoed through the hall, "Excellent, excellent. Truly splendid." The two brothers widened their eyes in unison, gazing towards the source of the voice, where the very space seemed to twist and swirl, revealing a vortex. Then, a figure clad in black, adorned with a tiger-striped mask, appeared before the two brothers in a grotesque manner. "Who is this person?" the brothers exclaimed in shock, instinctively retreating. However, Sharingan, a low, resonant voice emerged from the masked man. As he lifted his head, locking eyes with the vigilant gazes of the Feng brothers, time itself seemed to freeze. At this moment, the man in the tiger-striped mask, present in the Feng family hall, could only be Lin Fan. More precisely, it was his would-release clone. Earlier in the day, while escorting Feng Yu and his companions back to the police department, he had discreetly left this would-release clone behind. As for the tiger-striped mask, it was of his own making. Meanwhile, his true self remained at the police department, undergoing scrutiny by Tan Jiawen, thus possessing an alibi. The appearance of the wood-release clone here was undoubtedly for the purpose of murder. Ever since Feng Yu had appeared on the beach, he had already been considered dead in Lin Fan's eyes, especially after disregarding Zhang Xiaoming's safety to strike. Sharingan. How could this be? Upon witnessing that crimson eye, Feng Yu could only let out a gasp of disbelief, and then everything fell into a profound silence. He had never anticipated that someone would appear in such a manner, let alone that this individual possessed the Sharingan. Therefore, his initially wary gaze towards this person had inadvertently become the medium through which he fell victim to the Sharingan's illusion technique. Do not underestimate someone like Feng Yu, who may not be considered a formidable jonin. Even a powerful figure like Su Yuro would likely fall victim under such circumstances. As for the nearby Feng Yuqing, he stood frozen in place the moment he beheld the Manjiki Sharingan. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan stepped forward, seizing the arms of the two brothers, and drew them into the Kamui space. In the next instant, he too vanished from sight. For him, taking lives was an exceedingly simple task. His intentions extended beyond mere murder. He sought to ensure that his victims comprehended the rationale behind their demise. Such retribution was truly gratifying. Within the Kamui space, Lin Fan dispelled the illusion conjured by the Sharingan. Feng Yu reacted swiftly, drawing several shuriken and launching them with precision toward the masked Lin Fan. Simultaneously, he pulled his brother's body and retreated, creating distance between them. Where's this place? He wondered, scanning his surroundings with uncertainty as he moved backward through the enveloping darkness. It bore no resemblance to any location in the real world. Rather, it felt akin to a scene from a video game. This space was utterly foreign. Whoosh, whoosh. The shuriken were aimed directly at the masked man's head, chest, and limbs. They appeared poised to strike. Yet, he seemed paralyzed by fear, remaining motionless without any intention to evade or defend himself. A flicker of delight crossed Feng Yu's mind. This person must surely be astonished that he could escape the grasp of the Sharingan so swiftly, only to launch such an unexpected counterattack. Just when Feng Yu believed that his kunai would finally achieve its purpose and severely injure the careless masked man, a resounding thud echoed. The kunai, without exception, embedded themselves into the figure of the masked man. However, they inflicted not the slightest harm upon him. The kunai aimed at his head was blocked by the mask, while the others, upon piercing his body, simply fell away as if striking ironwood. The sole kunai that managed to create a wound was calmly extracted by the masked man. And before Feng Yu and his companion's astonished eyes, that wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Self-healing without a trace. How could this be possible? Just as Feng Yu distanced himself and stabilized his stance, the bizarre scene filled him with dread. Even the most skilled medical ninja could not achieve such a feat. The only ones capable of such a miracle were those who had obtained the 100 treasures technique from the dimensional secret realm. Yet in the entire Dragon Kingdom, aside from Zhang Xiaoming, no one else possessed such a miraculous ability. Who exactly are you? Feng Yu's voice trembled with disbelief. At the same moment, Feng Yuqing also regained his senses. What on earth is this place? He asked in terror. Who are you? Have you forgotten even my voice? With a crack, the tiger-striped mask that had been struck by the kunai shattered, revealing Lin Fan's grinning face behind it. Initially, he intended to don the tiger-striped mask, paying homage to Brother Tuzi. However, when Feng Yu hurled a shuriken at him, he suddenly lost the desire to evade, allowing the mask to shatter and reveal his face. He yearned to witness the expressions of astonishment on the faces of the two brothers as they beheld him in that moment. Lin Fan, how could this be possible? Encountering this immensely familiar yet detested visage, the two brothers were utterly dumbfounded, their minds nearly short-circuited. Shouldn't you be undergoing interrogation at the police department at this very moment? Feng Yuqing's face drained of color. But that was no longer the crux of the matter. Feng Yu shook his head, despair evident on his countenance, and proclaimed, the crux is, he possesses the Sharingan. Moreover, it is the Manjiki Sharingan. Furthermore, he has even developed the art of Baijutsu to the level of self-healing without seals. At this point, how could he not comprehend? The two of them had no chance of survival. Beneath the Manjiki Sharingan, they had no capacity for resistance whatsoever. The Lin Fan with his self-healing abilities was an invincible entity. Besides, even if Lin Fan refrained from using the Manjiki Sharingan, even without the capability of self-healing, he could effortlessly overpower the two brothers with mere fundamental physical techniques, or even would release ninjutsu. It was over. Truly finished. Now, we are really going to die? Feng Yu grimly shook his head, a smile that was neither entirely joyful nor sorrowful gracing his lips. Since Lin Fan had revealed the concealed ninjutsu to the two brothers, he undoubtedly would not allow them to survive. Feng Yu swiftly grasped the essence of the matter. Feng Yuqing, not lacking in intelligence, immediately comprehended his brother's words. Plunging deeper into despair, it appeared that the two brothers had come to a clear understanding of their impending fate. Lin Fan smiled faintly and remarked, "It is all my fault." Feng Yuqing shook his head in despair, murmuring to himself, before raising his voice to Lin Fan, "Lin Fan, all of this is my fault. My brother merely sought to reclaim my dignity. Do not hold him accountable. You may slay me, or torment me at will, but I implore you, I beseech you, spare my brother." In a moment of desperation, he knelt before Lin Fan. At this juncture, regret consumed him, gnawing at his insides. He never anticipated that a fleeting whim to irritate Lin Fan would culminate in such dire consequences. Alas, Feng Yu sighed deeply, saying, "Yuqing, rise. At this point, there is no use in kneeling and begging. It is futile. The more you abase yourself, the more pleasure you afford him, yet it will alter nothing." Lin Fan. Feng Yuqing disregarded Feng Yu's counsel, remaining on his knees, and declared loudly, "My brother is destined to inherit the Feng family. If you spare him, the entire Feng family shall be yours. Is not Lu Yunshang your dear friend? My brother is also her good friend. If you were to take the life of my brother, the dear friend of Lu Yunshang, it would undoubtedly cause her great sorrow, and such an act would bring you no benefit whatsoever. The one who has provoked you is me. The entire situation stems from my actions, Feng Yuqing. Therefore, you may as well take my life alone, Lin Fan. I beseech you." Though he is acutely aware that he has reached a dead end, he still clings to the slightest glimmer of hope and yearns to fight for it. After all, he is destined to perish. So what does it matter if he kneels in supplication now? Does one still concern themselves with notions of dignity at this juncture? Speaking of Lu Yunshang, she did attempt to persuade your brother during the banquet, advocating for the resolution of enmity rather than its deepening. Lin Fan chuckled softly, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features as he shook his head, lamenting, had he heeded her words at that moment, the present circumstances would not have unfolded, and both of you would have enjoyed your own splendid and beautiful lives. Alas, it is a pity, too great a pity. In this world, there are no what-ifs. I am well aware that your brother was indeed a good friend of Lu Yunshang, which is why I, considering her sentiments, warned her that if Feng Yu dared to trouble me, I would assuredly kill him. I urged her to dissuade you both from courting death. Unfortunately, she could not sway your brother. Not only could she not persuade him, but even the elder of the Lu family was powerless to do so. Lin Fan's expression of disdain and amusement grew more pronounced. At this moment, Feng Yu could only manage a self-deprecating smile. In the past, he mistakenly believed that it was old Master Lu, requested by Lin Fan, who would mediate the situation. He had boldly declared that matters concerning the youth should be resolved by the youth themselves. Reflecting back now, he found his former self utterly ludicrous, akin to a mere clown. Lin Fan, should you take the lives of us brothers at this moment, everyone will cast suspicion upon you, especially Lu Yunshang. You had previously uttered such words to her, and if we were to perish, she would undoubtedly deduce your involvement. Feng Yuqing exerted all his strength, expressing earnestly, upon careful consideration, there exists no insurmountable enmity between us, merely a trivial disagreement, a minor issue that need not escalate to this extent. Lu Yunshang was indeed correct. It is better to resolve conflicts than to deepen them. Since we are all friends of Lu Yunshang, why not extend a hand in reconciliation? It is indeed better to resolve conflicts than to deepen them. Lin Fan nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Lu Yunshang's words. However, I believe that since a conflict has arisen, it must be resolved thoroughly. Must it not? What do you think? As he spoke, he had already drawn his blade, slowly advancing towards Feng Yu and the others. No, Lin Fan. Feng Yuqing shook his head and said, "The only one who has provoked you is me. You may kill me, but my brother merely wishes to do something for his sibling. His crime does not warrant death. If you release my brother and only take my life, with him as a witness, no one will suspect you. You will gain the entirety of the Feng family, a tangible advantage, a substantial benefit. Please, consider this calmly." "Fool," Lin Fan retorted with a chuckle. "If I were to slay you and spare your brother, do you honestly believe he would still collaborate with me? I have heard every word you uttered, about enduring humiliation, biding your time, plotting revenge from the shadows. You cannot truly think you have a chance to survive, can you? The reason I am engaging in this lengthy discourse is solely to ensure you comprehend the consequences of provoking me. I want you to know who is responsible for your demise. Such retribution is what brings me satisfaction. Otherwise, I could have effortlessly dispatched you moments ago. Why complicate matters? You kill us, and the Feng family will not spare you. Feng Yuqing, realizing that all hope was lost, broke down in tears. He indeed harbored such thoughts. As long as one of the brothers could survive this ordeal, enduring humiliation and biding their time, perhaps there would be a chance for vengeance in the future. Unfortunately, Lin Fan had overheard their entire conversation, leaving no room for such an opportunity. The Feng family will not spare me? Have you still not comprehended the situation? It is no longer a matter of whether the Feng family will spare me, but rather whether I shall grant you, the Feng family, any mercy. Do you understand? Lin Fan jested. Lin Fan, your actions will undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Feng Yucheng's eyes widened with fury as he bellowed and made a move. Yet, in the next instant, with a soft thud, a head was severed. His words were abruptly silenced. In contrast to Feng Yucheng's rage, Feng Yu appeared remarkably composed. He was not engulfed by terror, nor did he scream or retaliate. It seemed as though he awaited his demise with a strange calmness. If the chakra he was directing behind him had not been coalescing, Lin Fan might have genuinely believed that. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Kamui, Lin Fan, in his indifference, did not even draw his blade. He directly invoked Kamui. Feng Yu's pupils contorted grotesquely, his entire neck twisted, and with a resounding pop, he vanished, leaving only a head and a lifeless body behind. Truly, the power of the Sage of the Six Paths is remarkable. Utilizing Kamui appeared devoid of any adverse effects. After the killing, Lin Fan paused to keenly assess his eyes. By now, he had thoroughly experienced the capabilities of the Kamui. Typically, when employing the powers of a standard Sharingan, the user would suffer grievous consequences, akin to having the very seas bleed. However, at this moment, having severed Feng Yu's neck with Kamui, he felt not a trace of side effects. This further solidified his previous hypothesis. The combination of the Sage of the Six Paths and the Manjiki Sharingan nearly ensures one will not succumb to blindness. Even if one were to concede the possibility of side effects, even if it were true that blindness could ultimately ensue, he possesses a system at his disposal. And it is conceivable that he could soon acquire another pair of Sharingan, or perhaps even the Rinnegan. Thus, Lin Fan remains unfazed by such concerns. In an instant, he expelled the corpses of the two brothers from the Kamui space, casting them into the grand hall of the Feng family. After all, this is the imperial capital, and he is a prodigy of the nation. Annihilating the entire Feng family in such a manner would be rather inappropriate. Fortunately, he already harbors a plan. One wonders when the Feng family will uncover the presence of these two lifeless bodies. With a soft chuckle, Lin Fan swiftly vanished from the hall. The brothers, until their last breath, were oblivious to the fact that their killer was merely a would-release clone of Lin Fan. In the imperial capital, the Liu family. Is that Lin Fan? Lu Omping gazed in astonishment at the footage before him. Witnessing Lin Fan effortlessly seize control of the police department and manipulate Feng Yu as if he were a mere pawn left him utterly astounded. He was aware of Lin Fan's formidable capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have been able to easily suppress the elite Nin, Feng Yuqing, just days prior. However, he could scarcely fathom that Lin Fan possessed such terrifying power, effortlessly subduing even the talented Nin, Feng Yu. Lin Fan's speed, strength, and mastery over chakra surely rival that of the highest-ranking Nin, does it not? Lord Lu lamented. Perhaps even more than that. Lu Yunshang interjected softly, shaking her head. Recalling the confidence that Teacher Su had in Lin Fan, she sensed that Lin Fan's true abilities were far beyond what was apparent. Initially, she harbored a degree of disbelief regarding Lin Fan's assertion that he could effortlessly eliminate Feng Yu and obliterate the Feng family. However, she has now come to realize the depth of Lin Fan's prowess. Indeed, it is evident that he possesses capabilities that exceed mere appearances. Could it be that he has already attained the strength of an S-rank ninja? Lu Omping pondered with trepidation. He was acutely aware that his granddaughter had a deeper understanding of Lin Fan, making her words worthy of profound contemplation. It dawned on him why she had previously urged him to mediate the relationship between Lin Fan and Feng Yu. He had initially thought her concerns stemmed from a fear of Feng Yu posing a threat to Lin Fan, but the truth was, Lu Yunshang nodded with a sigh, acknowledging her worry that Lin Fan might indeed take drastic measures against him. I had warned Lin Fan that the bond between the Feng brothers was exceptionally strong. If the younger brother were harmed, the elder would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yet, to her astonishment, Lin Fan not only seemed unfazed but also declared that should Feng Yu dare to provoke him, he might resort to lethal action. Surely this is an overreaction? Lu Onping shook his head in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the mindset of today's youth, who seems so quick to invoke violence. It's merely a means of setting an example, Lu Yunchang replied with a wry smile. Despite the vitriol directed at him online, many believed that he had already fallen from grace. However, his identity as a member of the Heavenly Path class remains unchanged, and he continues to enjoy the resources that come with it. This certainty will undoubtedly provoke discontent and envy among many who deem him unworthy. Countless individuals, like Su Tsong and Feng Yuqing, may seek to undermine him at their whim in the future. Thus, he feels compelled to set an example swiftly. Lu Onping shook his head and smiled. In this world, if one wishes to avoid being bullied, one must instill regret in those who would dare to do so. Lu Yunshang remarked, these are Lin Fan's exact words. Indeed, Lu Onping nodded in agreement with this sentiment. It seems that Feng Yu may indeed face peril in the times to come. What does grandfather intend to do? What do I wish to do? Lu Onping shook his head, stating, I wish to do nothing and will do nothing. Did Feng Yu not say that matters concerning the youth should be resolved by the youth themselves? Yunshang, if you wish to mediate, that is your own affair. As for me and the Lu family, we shall not intervene, even if Feng Er seeks our assistance. Lin Fan's current talent and strength evidently surpass yours, and he is both your friend and comrade, having recently bestowed upon you the dust escape technique. The Lu family can no longer provide protection for the Feng family in this matter. Did the Feng family consult the Lu family before taking action against Lin Fan and the elite of the Heavenly Path class? On what grounds should the Lu family offer them support? Once again, the youth's affairs should be resolved by the youth themselves. If Lu Yunchang, as a mutual friend, wished to offer some persuasion, he had no objections and found it reasonable. However, he could not act on behalf of the Lu family. Lu Yunshang understood her grandfather's intentions. Grandfather, I comprehend, she nodded. Persuasion? That was utterly impossible. She was well aware of Lin Fan's temperament. Previously, Lin Fan had already warned her, granting her ample consideration. It was her own negligence in addressing the situation that allowed Feng Yu to act recklessly, disregarding even her grandfather's dignity, which led to the current predicament. Thus, how could she possibly face Lin Fan and urge him to relent? Lin Fan had bestowed upon her the Qin Dan. She owed him a favor, not the other way around. The fate of Feng Yu was no longer her concern. The choices he made should be borne by him alone. I shall retreat to my cultivation, she declared, shaking her head, dismissing such thoughts. At present, her focus must be on her training. She had initially deemed herself the unequivocal champion of this year's Tiandao class, and with the acquisition of Qin Dan, she believed she could measure herself against the prodigies of previous generations. Yet now, Lin Fan had already left her far behind. She realized she could no longer afford to be complacent. Holidays? What holidays? From this moment forth, they were no longer an option. Unbeknownst to them, while they deliberated on this matter, the Feng brothers had already met their demise. In their minds, even if Lin Fan were to commit murder, it would be a matter for the future. Regardless, it is inconceivable that it would be now, that it would be this very evening. The Zhang family. Zhang Xiaoming and Zhang Taijun had long since returned home. Ming, Lin Fan has become remarkably strong, hasn't he? Zhang Taijun murmured. If you inquire of me, whom should I ask? He continued. Did you notice his would release ninjutsu today? Zhang Taijun questioned again. Those individuals online, watching the videos, likely cannot discern much. However, we were present at the scene, and thus could truly perceive the might of his would release. Zhang Xiaoming nodded in agreement. Today, Lin Fan controlled the personnel of the police department using would release. To an outsider, it may seem as though any wielder of a would release Kekiai Genkai could accomplish this. Yet, no one comprehends the quality and strength of that would release. No one realizes that those police personnel are not ordinary individuals, but rather the elite of the action team. Now, I finally grasped the significance of his exchange of dust release for your school beauty-s would release, Zhang Taijun remarked, shaking his head in amazement. Zhang Xiaoming nodded, resonating deeply with his sentiments. The following morning, Lin Fan, look who has come to escort you, Chief Tin exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. As a frostily beautiful woman in military attire stood behind him, it was Su Yuru. Teacher Su, what brings you here? Lin Fan initially intended to address her as Instructor Su, but quickly amended it to teacher as the words left his mouth. I have come to investigate what issues may be afflicting our Tiandao class S prodigy. Su Yuru replied with a cold smirk, her gaze calmly sweeping over Tan Jiawen, who felt a chill run down his spine. How could there possibly be any issues with the members of the Tiandao class? This is merely the result of former Deputy Section Chief Feng Yugong's personal vendetta. Our public security department has already conducted a thorough investigation, and we will subsequently issue an announcement to apologize to both the Tiandao class and Lin Fan. Come. Here is the breakfast I just purchased as an act of contrition. Lin Fan, do enjoy it while it is still warm. Before long, a group escorted Lin Fan and Su Yuru away, nearing the exit of the public security department. It seemed that this matter was about to conclude, allowing everyone to return to their respective lives in peace. However, at that moment, a group of uninvited guests arrived. Leading them was the furious and menacing Feng Wuyin, the head of the Feng family. What do you intend to do, Feng Wuyin? Tan Jiawen shot him a sidelong glance, coldly surveying the Feng family entourage. Director Tan, I must file a report. The head of the Feng family glared viciously at Lin Fan. My future heir, Feng Yu, and his brother, the prodigious Feng Yuqing, were brutally murdered last night. I suspect Lin Fan is the culprit. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Feng Yu, dead? A death duel would be more fitting. Feng Yu, dead? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Just yesterday, everything seemed fine. How could it all change overnight? Tan Jiawen's expression was one of disbelief, but he quickly regained his composure. Such accusations cannot be made lightly. The head of the Feng family, since yesterday, Lin Fan and his companions have arrived at our police department, and up until now, he has not left our premises, remaining in my company while undergoing my scrutiny. Even if Feng Yu is truly deceased, how could Lin Fan possibly be the murderer? Chief Tan frowned deeply. I have witnessed it, nowadays. It seems that anyone can casually utter slander against the members of my Tiandao class. Su Yuru scoffed coldly, expressing her discontent. Can you be certain he has remained at the police department? Feng Wuyin inquired. Certainly. From 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon until 8 this morning, he was in the interrogation room. And I was by his side, with video evidence to prove it, Tan Jiawen replied without hesitation. Feng Wuyin was momentarily speechless. Upon arriving in the hall this morning, he had discovered the bodies of the Feng brothers and had come directly to the police department to ascertain Lin Fan's whereabouts. Recently, the Feng brothers and the entire Feng family had only crossed paths with Lin Fan. Given Lin Fan's erratic behavior, he was certainly capable of such brazen acts of violence. However, now Tan Jiawen asserts that Lin Fan was nearly always in his presence from last night until just recently, with video evidence to corroborate this. Could it truly not be Lin Fan? Is it really not him? Even so, he remains under significant suspicion. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Wuyin remarked, one must understand that sometimes, committing murder does not necessitate one's own hands being stained with blood. My two nephews have recently only offended Lin Fan. If you say this matter has nothing to do with him, I wouldn't believe it even if I were to die. Lin Fan, is this incident you're doing? In the end, his gaze was fixed intently on Lin Fan. Lin Fan chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. He had deliberately discarded the body in the foyer of the Feng family estate, waiting for this very moment. Initially, he had anticipated that the Feng family would come knocking at his door by midnight yesterday, yet unexpectedly, they only discovered the body now. Nevertheless, it no longer mattered. What are you laughing at? Are you too afraid to answer my question directly? Feng Wuyin clenched his fists, seething with anger. Are you foolish? Lin Fan regarded him coolly. What did you just say? Feng Wuyin was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom that Lin Fan would dare to utter such vulgarities towards him. Am I obligated to answer your questions? Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to interrogate me? Lin Fan scoffed repeatedly. He then turned to Tan Jiawen and said, if there is nothing further, I will take my leave with my teacher. Of course, if I uncover any evidence linking me to the affairs of the two young masters of the Feng family, I wouldn't mind if you, Chief Tan, were to take me back in for questioning. Having said that, Lin Fan brushed past the members of the Feng family. Su Yuru followed closely beside him, remaining silent. Lin Fan, are you truly too cowardly to answer my question directly? Are you feeling guilty? The deaths of my two nephews are indeed connected to you. Feng Wuyin shouted as he turned around. Lin Fan abruptly halted his steps, turning to face him with a calm demeanor. If you believe that the deaths of your two nephews are linked to me, then seek out evidence to bring me to justice. Otherwise, you may quietly attempt to take my life and see if you can avenge them. However, I must remind you that I hold no animosity towards your family. It was your second young master who first sought trouble with me, followed by your eldest. Though I have dealt with them accordingly, I shall not forget these transgressions. Lord Feng, the head of the Feng family, should you come to me again, once is permissible, twice is acceptable, but thrice is not. I, Lin Fan, am not one to be trifled with. Should it come to that, I will ensure your demise is most ignoble. Lin Fan openly issued this threat. Yet everyone appeared to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Of course, this understanding was predicated on the belief that Lin Fan was not a murderer. Humph. Do you think I am easily intimidated? Feng Wuyin scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. Lin Fan, if you do not clarify matters today, I will undoubtedly return with reinforcements. Throughout his life, he held his elder brother in the highest regard. On his brother's deathbed, he had promised to watch over these two brothers. Now that they had been brutally slain, how could he face his brother in the afterlife without having avenged them? Furthermore, the Feng brothers were not only the sons of his elder brother, but also the very hope of the entire Feng family. With their deaths, that hope had perished, leaving one to ponder the very necessity of the Feng family's existence. At this moment, Feng Wuyin was no longer afraid of death. How could he possibly fear Lin Fan's threats? If he were afraid, he would not have come to the police station today, nor would he have provoked Lin Fan. Instead, he would silently endure the pain of losing his loved ones and the bitterness of losing the future pillar of his family. But here he was, unafraid. The Feng family had nothing left to lose. Truly, the head of the Feng family was fearless. How admirable! Lin Fan chuckled, nearly unable to suppress his applause, and continued. Since you are convinced that the deaths of Feng Yu and the others are related to me, and since our conflict has become irreconcilable, why not have a life-and-death duel? A life-and-death duel? Lin Fan, do you take me for a fool? Though Feng Wuyin was enraged, he was not foolish. Others may not know the formidable forces Lin Fan faced on the beach yesterday, but he was well aware. One of the other elite shinobi was trained by the Feng family. Even against such a lineup, Lin Fan had easily suppressed them. A duel of life and death. What difference would it make to sending himself to his demise? Do not rush, head of the Feng family. I did not suggest that you face me alone. What do you mean? Feng Wuyin narrowed his eyes. My meaning is simple. I shall face your entire Feng family alone. Lin Fan smiled calmly and said, the number of people you can gather, the strength of the warriors you can invite, all reflect your own capabilities, and they may join you in the arena. Regardless of your numbers or the might of your companions, I stand here alone. In that moment, Feng Wuyin's heart shook violently. Do you not wish to know how I dispatched your two nephews? Lin Fan stepped closer, leaning in to whisper softly in Feng Wuyin's ear, defeat me, and you shall learn everything. In a duel to the death, the only fate for the vanquished is demise. Should one manage to overcome Lin Fan, leaving him on the brink of collapse, stripped of any ability to resist illusions, would it not be simple to unearth all his secrets? To uncover all truths? Ultimately, one could slay him on the dueling platform. This represented the Feng family's sole opportunity for vengeance. At this juncture, Lin Fan intensified his provocation, wary of Feng Wuyin's reluctance to take the bait. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to eradicate the roots of the problem. Only through this would he be able to extinguish the Feng family's power, both overt and covert. What say you, head of the Feng family? Do you dare accept? Lin Fan retreated a few steps and called out loudly. His earlier whisper had gone unheard by all. Yet Su Yuro understood that Lin Fan's words were designed to incite Feng Wuyin, compelling him to engage in this life-and-death duel, while others remained oblivious. She was acutely aware of Lin Fan's prowess. The wood release technique he demonstrated on the beach yesterday, alongside the tree realm descend he executed in the cavern. What significance did they hold? Thus, she recognized Lin Fan's intent to eradicate the problem entirely. Although she found Lin Fan's actions somewhat ruthless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. At times, if one does not exhibit a certain degree of harshness, there will always be those eager to trample upon you. Even if the other party cannot defeat you, they can still be an incessant nuisance. Lin Fan was likely truly enraged this time. At this juncture, Tan Zhaowen chose to remain silent. All eyes were now on Feng Wuyin's decision. Given that this individual had previously displayed a fearless demeanor, would he now dare to accept this duel? In this day and age, could the Feng family still summon formidable allies? Who would dare risk offending a ruthless character like Lin Fan? Or provoke the prodigies of Tiandao class to assist the Feng family? With a probability of 60 to 70%, we, the Feng family, shall accept this duel. Feng Wuyin did not keep everyone waiting for long. After a moment of contemplation and exchanging glances with a few strong members of his clan, He promptly agreed. We shall determine the time. You may select the location. What say you? Very well. Lin Fan nodded impassively, yet internally, he was elated. Having eliminated the Feng Yu brothers, it was indeed best for the Feng family to eradicate all traces. However, to do so quietly would be a blatant disregard for the law of the land. It was only within the arena of life and death duels that such actions could be deemed reasonable and legitimate. This was a plan he had devised prior to taking action against Feng Yu. Should the Feng family decline this life and death duel today, he had contingencies in place. But now, with the Feng family accepting, everything was proceeding according to his design. This was splendid. Since it is a battle of life and death, the time and place cannot be entirely decided by one party. The Feng family requires time to gather their forces, hence they opted to choose the time. The location, however, falls into Lin Fan's hands. Lin Fan is indifferent as to when the duel takes place, provided it does not coincide with the opening of the Heavenly Illusion Secret Realm. Today, Su Yuru came to fetch him, partly to convey the stance of the Tiandao class and exert pressure on the Public Security Bureau. Otherwise, everyone would come to believe that those from the Tiandao class could be summoned for scrutiny at will, which is unacceptable. Additionally, she informed him of the opening time of the Heavenly Illusion Secret Realm. As long as these two timings do not overlap, there is no issue. Thus, a life and death duel was established, and no one could alter this outcome. When the members of the Liu family received this news, they were all astounded. Lu Yunshang felt as though her mind was in a whirl. She had initially thought that even if Feng Yu were to be killed, it would at least take some time. To her astonishment, Lin Fan could not even wait a single night, sending the Feng brothers to their demise on the very day. Although many claimed that when the Feng brothers met their end, Lin Fan was still undergoing examination at the Public Security Bureau, Lu Yunshang suspected that it was indeed Lin Fan who had orchestrated their deaths. He truly acted on his threats, just as he had previously stated. As long as Feng Yu provoked him, Feng Yu would meet his demise. Should the Feng family dare to confront him, they would be annihilated. Now, was he not intent on wiping out the entire Feng family? What a life and death duel! What a solitary individual versus the entire Feng family. The intent to eradicate completely is glaringly obvious. The Feng family is truly on the brink of annihilation. Lu Yunshang was filled with boundless emotions. Alas, what kind of situation is this? Old Master Lu also shook his head in exasperation. Had he not invited Lin Fan to their home? Had the Lu family not acted so thoughtlessly, these subsequent events would never have transpired. It is evident that the Feng family, having allied with them, now seems to be on the verge of destruction. It appears that grandfather does not doubt Lin Fan's ability to obliterate the Feng family. Lin Fan is no fool. His audacity in taking such actions indicates that he must have already secured an invincible position. Lu Omping remarked, "It is either that Lin Fan possesses absolute strength, or he is certain that no one dares to assist the Feng family against him. Presently, without external support, the Feng family would be walking into the arena merely to meet their demise. Perhaps it is a combination of both." Lu Yunshang spoke solemnly. "I am merely curious about how he accomplished this feat, being in the police department yet managing to kill Feng Yu in the hall of the Feng family. If it were a mere shadow clone, then from the moment Feng Yu approached him on the beach to his entry into the police department, they were under the watchful gaze of the authorities, which suggests that using a shadow clone would have been impossible to overlook. Thus, I also believe that Lin Fan may not be the one who committed the murder." Old Master Lu shook his head and sighed. Perhaps he employed an assassin or has someone formidable backing him. Lu Yunshang shook her head and said earnestly, "But I have a strong intuition that he is indeed responsible for this matter." She was uncertain whether Lin Fan had any hidden accomplices, but she felt it was highly unlikely. As for hiring a killer, that seemed even more improbable. Throughout the entire journey, when would he have had the opportunity? Unless he had engaged a hitman before Feng Yu set out to capture him. Zhang Xiaoming shared a similar sentiment. When Lin Fan returned home, she immediately rushed over, exuding a bold demeanor. How audacious of him to openly challenge the Feng family. While Zhang Xiaoming teased him, a hint of concern lingered in her tone. Although the Feng family had fallen from grace, they were once an illustrious lineage within the Ice Shield clan. Who could say if there remained any hidden depths? Rest assured, if anyone seeks to assist the Feng family, I would welcome it, for it would allow for a thorough resolution. Lin Fan replied confidently, "Since you are so assured, I shall refrain from admonishing you further. Moreover, given the current situation, it seems that no matter what I say, it will not alter the outcome." Zhang Xiaoming sighed lightly. Edging closer to Lin Fan, her curiosity piqued. "Lin Fan, You didn't actually kill Feng Yu, did you? How did you manage it? Throughout the entire ordeal, she had been present and was well aware that Lin Fan had not employed any shadow clones. In the police department, it would have been even more impossible to use such techniques. With so many witnesses, even if he had, how could a shadow clone have exited the police precinct? Nevertheless, she felt convinced that Lin Fan was the perpetrator. Otherwise, it would be an extraordinary coincidence. Why would you ask such a thing? Lin Fan inquired. Even on the beach. I sensed your murderous intent towards Feng Yu, Zhang Xiaoming replied. What does murderous intent prove? I am a law-abiding citizen of impeccable character. Do not speak carelessly. Lin Fan retorted, somewhat irked. Moreover, I was engaged in conversation with Captain Tan in the police station cell at that time. How could I possibly commit murder? Am I to conjure a doppelganger? So it wasn't you? Not necessarily. What if it truly was my doppelganger? Lin Fan jested, revealing a hint of the truth. Heh. Zhang Xiaoming rolled her eyes, finding the jest utterly unamusing. A doppelganger? You lacked both the time and opportunity to employ such a thing. Furthermore, could a doppelganger possess such prowess? To infiltrate the Feng family hall and silently eliminate the Feng brothers without a trace? They were not weaklings, after all. Feng family, what have you discovered? Feng Wuyin asked anxiously. In the hall, the bodies of the Feng brothers remained untouched. As he awaited the arrival of professionals to conduct an investigation, he certainly would not place all his hopes on that duel. If before that, clues could be uncovered and evidence found, it would be most fortuitous. From the traces at the scene, it appeared they had been subdued in an instant. However, their expressions indicated some form of communication with the assailant. This was perplexing. If they had the opportunity to speak, why did they not cry out for help? The officer meticulously examined the crime scene, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, utterly perplexed. The only traces remaining were those of the Feng family's chakra. With no sign of the assailant, this raised a troubling possibility. Either the perpetrator possessed an extraordinary mastery over chakra, or the so-called murderer was indeed a member of the Feng family. How could this be? Feng Wuyin seethed with indignation. How could anyone suspect the Feng family? Would we truly sever our own limbs and obliterate our family's hopes merely to provoke the formidable Lin Fan? What kind of reasoning is this? Only under such circumstances could the scene begin to make any sense. These two brothers had never imagined that a trusted acquaintance would suddenly turn against them, leaving them completely unprepared for the betrayal. At that moment, all eyes turned to Feng Wuyin. If there were any truth to this theory, then among the Feng family, the only one capable of ending the lives of these two brothers would be none other than Feng Wuyin himself. Feng Wuyin thought, are you suggesting that the investigation has led to me? That I could have killed my own nephews? How utterly absurd. It was inconceivable that Feng Wuyin would be the murderer. He had no motive. The investigation continued, but it was clear to everyone that it would likely yield no fruitful results. Feng Wuyin understood this well, and he realized that the only path left was a duel to the death. That very night, a mysterious figure cloaked in black descended upon the Feng residence. I am willing to relinquish the entirety of our family's last secret realm, the Snow Eagle, to you, hoping only that you will assist us in sealing our clan's fate. Feng Wuyin knelt before the figure cloaked in black. How much stake do you still possess in the Snow Eagle realm? The dark figure inquired in a low voice. We hold 52, came the reply. If you find that insufficient, our family's arcane techniques, along with all research materials concerning the ice shield, can be yours. 52. The black-clad man murmured, pausing momentarily as if weighing his options. Feng Wuyin could do nothing but wait in silence, aware that now was the time to raise the stakes. Yet, their family had no more leverage to offer. He had already laid everything bare. This ultimate hidden realm was discovered by their ancestors 2 centuries ago, and countless clan members had perished in pursuit of it. Initially, the discoverers held an 80 ownership, with the remaining 20 belonging to the state. However, due to the shortcomings of the subsequent generations, only 52 remained. This was all that the Feng family possessed. Were it not for the immense significance of this battle, he would never have been so willing to part with it. Undoubtedly, the reason for surrendering the entire 52 at once was partly due to the notion that a man guilty of no wrongdoing might still suffer for possessing something precious. Countless individuals were undoubtedly coveting this asset in the shadows. Thus, trading it in this manner could also be seen as a means of self-preservation. Very well. In light of the considerable favor I once owed your father, I shall accept this transaction. The elder clad in black gazed at Feng Wuyin, who was nearly overwhelmed with joy. With the assistance of this venerable figure, his confidence surged to over 80%, just as he was engulfed in emotion. The elder abruptly changed his tone, stating, "However, you must first compensate me. I require nothing else. I only seek ownership of this secret realm." This left Feng Wuyin momentarily speechless. It was not that he doubted the wisdom of this esteemed elder, but Lin Fan was undeniably a genius from the heavenly Dao class. If he were to relinquish the ownership of this crucial secret realm now, what if, perchance, the elder had a change of heart? Would he dare confront him afterward? Rest assured, once I have made a promise, I shall not retract it. I do possess a modicum of dignity. Such actions are beneath me. As if perceiving his thoughts, the black-clad elder scoffed and remarked, "Do you think I would risk such perilous dealings if it were not for the chance to secure a better future for my descendants? I am indeed serious. I am well aware of Lin Fan's capabilities. When you summoned me with this favor, I was already cognizant of the stakes involved. Yet, I am still willing to engage in this transaction. Should we emerge victorious, the rewards are self-evident. Perhaps I might even uncover the secrets behind Lin Fan's rapid ascent in strength. And if we were to lose, well, I am nearing the end of my days. Even death would not be a loss." "Very well." Feng Wuyin gritted his teeth, ultimately conceding to the elder's terms. In a village beyond the borders of the Dragon Kingdom lies a clandestine stronghold of a notorious assassin organization known as Yamahal. Conceivably, this location was meant to remain undiscovered. Yet today, an unexpected visitor has graced the village. "Are you not Lord Luo Junxian, the master of the 10th Hall of Yamahal? How intriguing that you have managed to locate this place and even know my name. So, how do you wish to meet your demise?" The one who approached to summon an assassin from Yamahal was a slender man bearing a somewhat shrewd appearance. Faced with the imminent threat of death, he exhibited little fear or panic. With sincerity, he stated, "I am but a trivial individual, one whose existence you could extinguish with the mere flick of your finger. You may indeed choose to kill me, but before you do, might you allow me the courtesy of finishing what I have to say? Why would I squander my time listening to you?" Luo Junxian chuckled menacingly, slowly revealing a dagger as he advanced towards the frail man. "Yamahal conducts its affairs, and as a client." "Client?" Luo Junxian interrupted with a derisive laugh, dismissing the intruder who had disrupted his peace. "Alas, you have breached the established protocols. If you wish to enlist our assassins for a particular target, you ought to have placed your order through the ferrymen of the underworld. Typically, a deposit is required for assignments of Yama's caliber. You are, in fact, the first to come knocking at our door." In the blink of an eye, the dagger was poised to slice through the neck of the envoy from the Feng family. "Master Luo, do you not desire vengeance? Are you so well acquainted with my background?" Luo Junxian lowered the dagger and inquired coldly, "Who sent you here? Do you still remember the Feng family?" Feng Xian felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. Had he spoken any slower, he would have already met a grim fate. "Now, let us discuss the revenge you mentioned." Luo Junxian had already formed a conjecture and thus directly asked, "Are you aware of the prodigy Lin Fan from our Longhua Tiandao class? The fool who exchanged his wood escape for someone else's dust escape?" He chuckled. "It seems Master Luo has not kept abreast of recent online developments. He is by no means a fool." Feng Xian promptly divulged all pertinent information, even presenting videos of Lin Fan in combat, along with numerous high-definition images of the Lu family's forest estate. "Is this true? This fellow, is that formidable? This is precisely why the head of our family dispatched me to seek you out, Master Luo." Feng Xian began to lay his cards on the table. Lin Fan's rapid ascent in strength must be attributed to a monumental secret. Should we collaborate to uncover this secret, the Feng family could once again ascend to greatness, and you, Master Luo, may very well acquire the power needed for your revenge. Furthermore, we are willing to offer half of the Feng family's savings as your appearance fee. He is, after all, a member of the Tiandao class. The Lord of the Luo Hall declared, "In a fight to the death, no one can voice their objections." As for Feng Yu, this individual is exceedingly enigmatic, and the risk factor of this task is exceedingly high. What if I were to say that Elder Qi has already agreed to take action? What? Elder Qi? Luo Junxian was utterly astonished. Perhaps the present generation is unaware of who Elder Qi is, but back then, throughout the Dragon Nation, everyone knew of him. Though Luo Junxian is one of the 10 Yama lords of the Yinluo Hall, he is not a criminal of the state. However, this Elder Qi is a bona fide S-rank rogue ninja. In the past, he was capable of severely injuring a wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, even seizing one of the powerful individual's Manjiki Sharingan. One can only imagine the terrifying extent of this individual's power. If he were to join us, then this matter could indeed be accomplished. Excellent. I shall accept this business proposition from the Feng family. Without hesitation, Luo Junxian resolutely made his decision. Setting aside the fact that the Feng family's 50% stake is an extraordinarily substantial fortune, he must also acquire Lin Fan's potential secret to rapid enhancement. Otherwise, he would never be able to avenge his wife and children in this lifetime. As time passed day by day, the Feng family was discreetly assembling manpower. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained remarkably relaxed, to the point that even Zhang Xiaoming could no longer bear to watch. The Feng family is not to be underestimated. As the saying goes, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. Although their family has fallen from grace, the bonds of kindness and the secrets they once held are beyond what ordinary people can fathom. This battle is a matter of life and death, concerning the very survival of their entire lineage, and they will undoubtedly spare no effort. What I desire is for them to invest everything they have. Lin Fan grinned, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he had everything well in hand. Clearly, Zhang Xiaoming's warning had no effect whatsoever. These words, I presume, were spoken by someone else? Lin Fan inquired. To his surprise, Zhang Xiaoming looked at him with a hint of astonishment. Indeed, it was Lu Yinshang who urged me to remind you, she replied. Typically, prominent families conceal certain trump cards that are not immediately apparent. For instance, the goodwill of a particular individual or the secrets of another. Although they may seem insignificant, if wielded wisely, they can become invaluable assets or even lethal weapons. I found her reasoning quite compelling. Lin Fan, you must not be overly blindly confident. 2 days passed. Yet the news of Lin Fan's life and death duel with the Feng family had not spread within the ninja circles of the imperial capital. This was because the higher-ups of Long Country wished to keep the matter under wraps to avoid any unrest, and the Tiandao faction forbade its dissemination. After all, Lin Fan had undeniably become the most talked-about figure in Long Country. Anything related to him would instantly make headlines. The fervor surrounding his transformation from dust to wood, his assaults on law enforcement officials, and the vendettas involving the Feng family are all trending topics. Should a confrontation between Lin Fan and the Feng family occur, it would undoubtedly ignite the internet. Yet, when that fateful day arrives, surprisingly few people pay attention. In the outskirts of the imperial capital, Lin Fan and a grand entourage from the Feng family gather at the entrance of an ancient, secretive ruin. This location was chosen by Lin Fan himself. The ruin, a once abandoned site of the Dragon Kingdom, has traditionally served as a training ground for military exercises and ninja practices. Today, it is exclusively opened for Lin Fan and the Feng family. Given the life and death nature of this duel, an official witness is imperative. The state must appoint an individual to oversee the proceedings, and the representative chosen is Tan Jiawen from the police department, who has a vested interest in this matter. To ensure fairness, both Lin Fan and the Feng family have appointed their own witnesses. Lin Fan's choice is Su Yuro, while the Feng family has invited the esteemed elder, Lu Onping, from the Lu family. This highlights Feng Wuyin's profound trust in Lu Onping's character, as well as his formidable capabilities. Should the state or certain individuals from the Heavenly Path class attempt to alter the rules of this life or death duel to protect Lin Fan, Lu Onping possesses the strength and authority to maintain order throughout the event. Additionally, the Lu family maintains amicable relations with both parties. In the event that the Feng family finds themselves in dire straits, there exists a possibility that Elder Lu might persuade Lin Fan to spare his blade at the crucial moment. Thus, the Feng family wisely invited Lu Onping to act as the notary. Has the Feng family sold off all their properties? Why are so many people gathered here? Su Yuro gazed at the imposing procession from the Feng family, her thoughts awash with wonder. It matters not to me. It is all the same. Lin Fan replied with a serene smile. As the battle concluded, Old Qi, I didn't expect to see you here. Luo Junxian exclaimed with excitement upon spotting Old Qi amidst the throng. Despite Old Qi's inconspicuous presence, he recognized him at first glance, particularly because he wore a half-eye patch. One could easily surmise that beneath that patch lay the other eye, a coveted kaleidoscopic Sharingan, seized from a formidable opponent hailing from the illustrious clan of Sharingan users. Originally, this individual possessed an extraordinary level of strength, and with the addition of this Sharingan, Luo Junxian felt the impending mission had become significantly simpler. It was quite possible that he might not even need to reveal his identity or take action. A mere gesture would suffice to avoid offending the members of the Tiandao class and still uncover Lin Fan's secrets to power. It was simply perfect. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Who are you? Old Qi inquired softly. I am Luo Junxian, the 10th Lord of the Underworld Palace. While I am certain you are unfamiliar with me, I have long admired your prowess. Luo Junxian complimented. Old Qi smiled and nodded at him, recognizing that they would soon be comrades on the same battlefield. Moreover, the Underworld Palace is the largest assassin organization in the Dragon Kingdom, and it is said that the 10 Lords of Hell are all S-rank powerhouses. Whether this is true remains to be seen. If this is indeed true, with his addition, this endeavor is likely to proceed much more smoothly. Perhaps, by then, there will be no need to resort to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The two individuals had differing thoughts, yet their intentions were largely aligned, both contemplating how to conceal their plans and rely on one another. Old Qi, among the people here, aside from the two of us, the rest are utterly useless. I believe we need to deliberate on our tactics. Luo Junxian spoke again. The strategy for today had already been established by Feng Wuyin. Everyone was focused on providing cover for Old Qi. Since Luo Junxian had only just arrived today, he had not participated in any prior strategic planning and wished to propose a slight alteration to the tactic. Oh, what do you have in mind? Old Qi, wise and seasoned, inquired with a smile. I believe we must wait for the opportune moment to launch a series of surprise attacks against him. Lin Fan may suspect an ambush, but he would never anticipate that the Feng family could enlist the aid of two formidable individuals like us simultaneously. Therefore, he certainly would not foresee a follow-up ambush after the initial strike. The pressing question now was who among us would be the first to strike, and who would be the final one to claim the victory. As the two quietly deliberated within the group, everyone had already arrived at a certain valley within this desolate secret realm. This is the place, Lin Fan declared, coming to a halt. Upon turning around, he found himself facing a formidable assembly of over 100 members of the Feng family. The distinction between how many were actual members of the Feng family and how many had been coerced or paid to join was a matter of personal interpretation. Tan Jiawen immediately sprinted to a distant vantage point. Su Yuro and Lu Onping stood close together. You all should keep your distance. Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to perform effectively, Lin Fan reminded them helplessly. All right. Upon recalling Lin Fan's tree realm descent, Su Yuro nodded in agreement without hesitation. We're already this far away. Do we need to retreat even more? Lu Onping questioned, puzzled. What could Lin Fan possibly intend? They had already distanced themselves several hundred meters from the battlefield. Was it not sufficient? Come on, you will understand soon. Su Yuro teased, pulling him towards Tan Jiawen's direction. A breeze swept through the valley. Feng Wuyin stood at the forefront of the Feng family, observing the solitary figure of Lin Fan ahead, an inexplicable anxiety stirring within him. What is happening? Could it be that today will yield an unfavorable outcome? As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at the concealed Qi Lao behind him, which somewhat alleviated his unease. Are both sides prepared? At that moment, Tan Jiawen's voice resonated. As a representative of the nation overseeing the event, it was only fitting that he preside over this duel. Ready. Feng Wuyin griped the longsword in his hand and the scroll strapped to his back, inhaling deeply before responding. Very well, Lin Fan's voice echoed in kind. Then I hereby declare. Tan Kachong swept his gaze across the valley below. The duel begins. In an instant, the Feng family's formation was established, and countless kunai and shurikens flew toward Lin Fan like bullets. Fire release, lightning release, summoning technique. Simultaneously, dozens of ninjutsu surged forth, overwhelming like a tidal wave. In just a few days, the Feng family had not only gathered such a multitude, but had nearly trained them into an elite task force. Both the ninja tools and the release of techniques were executed with precision. Lin Fan, at this juncture, I simply wish to know whether the deaths of Feng Yu and the others are, in any way, connected to you. Feng Wuyin charged forth, brimming with fury. Would release, Flower Tree World. Lin Fan calmly clasped his hands together, offering no response to Feng Wuyin, nor even casting a glance at the incoming attacks. It's coming. It's coming. Witnessing Lin Fan's gesture of prayer ignited a familiar fervor within Su Yuru, filling her with exhilaration. Lu Onping, puzzled by Lin Fan's apparent inaction, found himself even more bewildered upon hearing those words. What is coming? It seemed to resonate with his inner confusion. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, immense trees erupted from the ground, soaring skyward as if to pierce through the heavens. Every member of the Feng family found themselves encircled by these colossal trees. Without exception, all previous assaults were entirely thwarted by the verdant giants. Astonishingly, they were blocked. Such a multitude of attacks had been successfully defended against. Tin Jiaowen's entire attention was fixated upon Lin Fan, eager to witness how he would respond to the relentless onslaught of ninjutsu akin to surging waves. To his astonishment, Lin Fan remained utterly still as countless trees erupted from the earth, shielding everything in their path. The sheer size of these trees was astonishing, far surpassing those he had conjured in his estate. Lu Omping's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming in horror, "How much chakra could this possibly require? This is beyond comprehension." Su Yuro, though momentarily taken aback, had prepared herself mentally for such a spectacle, yet even she found herself momentarily dumbfounded. The technique before her seemed remarkably different from what she had previously witnessed in the depths of the cave world. As anticipated, the next moment revealed colossal flowers blossoming atop the towering trees, releasing various types of pollen that permeated the air. "What is that? It appears to be poison." Su Yuro and the other two gasped in alarm, hastily retreating. Lin Fan, what on earth is this? The pain is unbearable. Lin Fan, may you meet a wretched end." The valley was soon filled with anguished cries. This ninjutsu was capable of defeating even Madara's Susanoo. What chance did this ragtag group stand against it? As he witnessed his kin fall one after another, Fan Wuyin's heart ached with despair, his spirit bleeding at the sight. He could scarcely fathom that Lin Fan possessed such a devastating trump card. Is this truly the wood release, often deemed the weakest of all bloodline limits? Despair. Regret. At this moment, even if the elder Qi, whom he relied upon, could eliminate Lin Fan, the members of the Feng family would still perish here. How could he not feel despair? How could he not feel regret? Luo Junxian trembled all over. Who exactly is this Lin Fan? How could he elevate the mere wood release to such extraordinary heights? Summoning technique. He hastily formed hand seals to summon his spirit beast, the fire python, and took refuge within its mouth. This way, the toxic powder would be unable to harm him. The fire python could also counter the wood release ninjutsu, allowing him to carve a path to safety. At this point, he had forgotten all strategies and tactics. All he desired was to escape. In a life and death duel, how could he retreat? Since you have arrived, you shall remain. Lin Fan gazed at him with a smile. With a mere thought, enormous vines surged towards the fire python. In no time, after consuming several vines, the fire python could no longer withstand the onslaught, bursting into white smoke and vanishing from sight. Luo Junxian was taken aback, his face pale with shock. Observing the endless vines encroaching upon him, terror and despair etched across his features. Yet, being one of the 10 Yama kings, he quickly activated a water release, submerging himself to avoid being ensnared, while painstakingly evading the tendrils reaching into the water. At this juncture, nearly everyone on the battlefield lay incapacitated, either ensnared by the vines awaiting death or already succumbing to the poison. The tide has turned. The tide has turned. Lin Fan, spare me. I can offer you anything. I beg you. I cannot die yet. I do not wish to perish. The words of Luo Junxian hung in the air, but before he could finish, he was ensnared tightly by the vines. In the next instant, he was yanked from the depths of the water ninjutsu. As he emerged, a sudden thrust of numerous wooden vines surged forth, piercing his body, leaving his eyes wide open in death. A dignitary among the 10 Yama kings of the underworld, even the last-ranked 10th Yama king was a rare powerhouse in this world. Yet, at this moment, he met such a humiliating end. Witnessing this scene, Feng Wuyin was plunged into utter despair. He had once harbored a flicker of hope that Elder Qi would eliminate Lin Fan, avenging the Feng family. Yet, the outcome was dire. Despite all of Luo Junxuan's efforts, he was still swiftly defeated. Indeed, Elder Qi was formidable, but that was in his youth. Now he was aged. And even if he retained some strength, how could he possibly surpass Luo Junxian? As for that kaleidoscope of his, after so many years, whether he could wield it again was uncertain. Feng Wuyin collapsed to the ground, the last glimmer of hope to see Lin Fan ambushed and killed extinguished entirely. Suddenly, as Lin Fan took Luo Junxuan's life, and as Feng Wuyin succumbed to despair, from beneath the earth emerged an elder clad in black. The Sharingan. The old man Qi's face was a mask of madness. In such a moment, Lin Fan would undoubtedly be astonished, followed by a disbelieving glance downward, only to meet the gaze of that kaleidoscopic Sharingan. As long as their eyes connected, even if just for an instant, even if it merely rendered Lin Fan momentarily dazed, in that fleeting moment, he could effortlessly sever Lin Fan's head from his shoulders. According to their prior scheme, they intended to exhaust Lin Fan's chakra to its last drop, then launch a surprise attack to completely subdue him. By that time, there would be no need for the Sharingan. Any practitioner of illusionary arts could easily extract all of Lin Fan's secrets. Ultimately, they would eliminate Lin Fan. In fact, his very body had already been earmarked by another group of assassins. Imagination is often a beautiful thing, but reality dealt a harsh lesson to all. Lin Fan's strength surpassed everyone's expectations. At such a critical juncture, what other thoughts could he entertain? Who would dare to subdue Lin Fan? Naturally, the moment an opportunity arose, they would strike to kill without hesitation. Old Chi seemed to believe he had triumphed. He envisioned Lin Fan's demise. For Lin Fan was truly caught off guard, seemingly ensnared by the kaleidoscopic illusion. After all, it was the kaleidoscope. Despite his young age, how could he possibly evade the meticulous ambush? A triumphant smile spread across Chi's face as such thoughts flickered through his mind. The blade in his hand had even grazed Lin Fan's neck. It was merely a millimeter away. Lin Fan's head was on the verge of falling. How could this be? Yet, that final millimeter loomed like an insurmountable chasm. When the elder Chi, taken aback, glanced down at his feet. Unbeknownst to him, his feet had been bound tightly by Lin Fan's wood-release technique. Are you here to amuse me? Beneath the ground lies my chakra, entirely composed of my wood-release bloodline limit, and you intend to ambush me from below? Lin Fan was nearly brought to tears by the foolishness of this old man. However, one cannot entirely blame this elderly fellow for his ignorance. The truth is, prior to Lin Fan, who could possibly develop and wield wood-release to such an extent? Who would regard mere wood-release with any seriousness? It was indeed a grave oversight. Ultimately, such carelessness leads to death. With a sudden cough, blood spewed forth as Elder Chi gazed in anguish at the gaping wound in his abdomen. In the next moment, his body fell backward, silent and lifeless. Regardless of the magnificence of one's life, death renders all the same. It was only in the final moments of his life that Elder Chi realized Lin Fan had not been ensnared by his illusion technique. This youth, possessing terrifying strength, had played along with him, feigning to be ensnared by the ninjutsu. What a peculiar sense of humor. The battle had scarcely begun, yet it concluded in an instant. The members of the Feng family had, without exception, met their demise. Lin Fan was uncertain of the strength possessed by these individuals. To him, they all appeared equally feeble. Among the three observers, Su Yuro remained relatively composed. She had long been aware of Lin Fan's formidable prowess and was merely astonished that his wood-release technique had ascended to yet another level. However, Lu Onping and Director Tan were not so fortunate. The two individuals stood in stunned silence, gazing at the breathtaking vista of the valley, their minds swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Lin Fan's attention was drawn to a particularly intriguing item, a kaleidoscope known as the Manjiki Sharingan. He reached out to the elder's eyes, deftly acquiring the coveted Sharingan. Other matters seemed trivial in comparison. This kaleidoscope was too precious to squander, for it might prove invaluable in the future. Although he lacked any potions to preserve the eye, his medical ninjutsu, or rather, the medical techniques of Hashirama, combined with Hashirama cells, would make it a trivial task to safeguard the Sharingan. If not for the discomfort it brought him, he would have considered implanting it directly into his own body. This elder was indeed remarkable. Lin Fan marveled at the fact that the Feng family could attract such an S-rank powerhouse. However, he remained unfazed. It was not surprising that the Feng family possessed some depth. Whether the elder was coerced or willingly embroiled in this murky affair was of little consequence. Yet, it was evident that this Manjiki did not belong to the elder, for he was utterly incapable of wielding it. This raised a question in Lin Fan's mind. From where had the elder acquired it? His curiosity piqued. He contemplated whether the head of the investigation department had any knowledge of such matters. With that thought lingering, Lin Fan began to carry the elder's lifeless body towards the trio of Tan Jiaowen and his companions. It was only when Lin Fan appeared before him that Tan Jiaowen finally regained his composure from the initial shock. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he recalled that their investigation team had set out to scrutinize such an extraordinary individual. The fact that he had spent an entire night interrogating this remarkable figure in a roundabout manner was enough to fill him with dread. What had the foolish Feng Yu been thinking? Who had he offended? Now, it seemed, not only had he jeopardized himself, but he had also brought ruin upon the entire Feng family. The once bright future of the Feng clan now seemed bleak, as these two brothers appeared to be its harbingers of doom. Lin Fan, who would have thought you were so formidable? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Faced with Lin Fan's penetrating gaze, he hastily began to apologize. I may have offended you earlier. Tankajong, do you know this person? Lin Fan interjected. Showing little concern for the perceived offense, Tan Jiawen mentioned. Perhaps Tan Jiawen believed he had wronged Lin Fan, but the latter did not share that sentiment. Tan Jiawen was merely fulfilling his duty, engaging in a bit of conversation and conducting a modest inquiry, which hardly constituted an offense. Tan Jiawen was momentarily taken aback before he realized that what he considered a slight meant nothing to the illustrious Lin Tianjiao. While feeling grateful, he quickly turned his attention to the individual Lin Fan had mentioned. I don't recognize him. After observing for a while, he still had no recollection. His right eye is a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Lin Fan pointed out, reminding him. What? Tan Jiawen was immediately astonished. Su Yuru immediately approached, while Lu Omping furrowed his brows in an instant. The recent battle had occurred at a considerable distance, thus they had not witnessed the elder's Sharingan. Hearing about it now, they were, of course, astounded. What astonished them even more was the fact that despite the elder possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, he was effortlessly defeated by Lin Fan in an instant. After all, it was the Manjiki Sharingan. This revelation drastically altered the trio's perception of Lin Fan's prowess. Do not regard me with such incredulity. This Manjiki Sharingan is not the elder's own. He has failed to unleash its true potential, Lin Fan remarked with a wry smile. Recognizing their shock, this Manjiki does not belong to him. The three were taken aback. Thus, I sought to inquire with Chief Tan, a prominent figure within the police department. I wonder if you possess any insights regarding such secrets? Lin Fan nodded and questioned. The Sharingan had fallen into the hands of outsiders, particularly the Manjiki Sharingan. There would undoubtedly be records within the police department, even if it were bestowed by a clan member. If not, that would render the situation even more intriguing. If this Manjiki is not his. I am reminded of an incident from several decades ago. Lu Omping spoke solemnly at that moment. Oh. Lin Fan looked at the elder with slight surprise, realizing that it was not Chief Tan who had spoken first, but rather Lu Omping. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Given the elder's age, he and Lu Omping belonged to the same generation. At that time, I was still quite young. In the imperial capital of Longhua, an extraordinary event transpired. Mu Tianqi, the most prodigious talent of the Mu family, had awakened his kaleidoscope Sharingan at the tender age of 21, only to have one of his eyes stolen. This thief subsequently became the most notorious S-class fugitive in Longhua. Could it possibly be this individual? Old Master Lu cast several glances at Old Master Qi, as if confirming the identity of the culprit. At this moment, Tan Jiawen spoke in a grave tone, prompting Lin Fan and the others to turn their attention towards him. I remember when I first joined the investigation department. I was consumed by thoughts of how to contribute and ascend the ranks. Yet, many cases were beyond the reach of a newcomer like me, forcing me to seek out opportunities within old cases. A nostalgic expression crossed Tan Jiawen's face as he self-deprecatingly remarked, at that time, I stumbled upon this case file, and my heart surged with excitement. How could such an important artifact as the kaleidoscope Sharingan be lost to the world? If I could make a significant contribution in this matter, even if it were merely a trace of evidence that could aid the nation and the Mu family in recovering this eye, it would be enough to elevate my status. Thus, I retained a certain impression of this S-class fugitive, though he had aged considerably and his appearance had transformed dramatically since his youth. I could still discern that this was indeed the same person. As Captain Tan narrated the story, Lin Fan began to piece together the identity of this individual. Qi Weigua, once a national prodigy, had been humiliated by the arrogant Mu family, who belonged to the esteemed lineage of Sharingan wielders. His girlfriend was ensnared by the nefarious machinations of a tyrannical young master from the Mu family, who employed illusions to perpetrate unforgivable acts. In a cruel aftermath, he dismembered her and audaciously summoned Qi Weigua to collect the remains. Thus, the seeds of vengeance were sown. Not long after, the Mu family produced an extraordinary prodigy with a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. At last, Qi Weigua took action. He not only ruthlessly eliminated all those who had previously tormented his girlfriend, but also utterly dismantled the foundations and aspirations of the Mu family, severely wounding this unparalleled genius and seizing one of his eyes. It was no wonder that his command over the Sharingan was so feeble. Lin Fan could not help but shake his head in lament, realizing that he had long harbored a profound hatred for the Sharingan. At that time in the Dragon Kingdom, the major clans held sway, with many young Saiyans committing heinous acts without fear of legal repercussions. The Mu family nearly faced annihilation as a result. Qi Weigua had indeed avenged himself, delivering a stark warning to all the clans. Thereafter, their offspring ceased to exhibit such brazen and lawless behavior. The Tan family remarked on the emergence of such a prodigy from the Mu family, noting that opposing forces hesitated to act against him. However, they took pleasure in mercilessly attacking a fallen adversary, and they executed this with great efficiency, nearly uprooting the family entirely. The sentiments among the onlookers were notably complex. To some, such individuals were notorious fugitives, while to others, they were heroes. It was no wonder the Feng family could extend an invitation to him. Perhaps it was the Feng family's influence that afforded him a chance at survival back then, Luomping mused with a chuckle. Perhaps it is the handiwork of the Feng family to seize the kaleidoscope of the Mu family's prodigy? These illustrious clans are perpetually embroiled in strife, yet it is we, the common folk, who ultimately bear the brunt of their conflicts. Tan Jiawen seemed to be lost in thought, feeling somewhat sentimental. The expression on Old Master Lu's face immediately turned a shade uncomfortable. Apologies, Old Master Lu. I did not intend to imply anything about your esteemed Lu family. Your family's reputation has always been impeccable. I was referring to those others. Tan Jiawen appeared to realize that Old Master Lu was present and found himself inadvertently criticizing the bloodline families. He hastily offered his apologies. Not at all, not at all. What you say is indeed the truth, Old Master Lu replied, shaking his head, seemingly unfazed. I wonder, does he still have any descendants? Lin Fan interjected suddenly. Lin Fan, do you truly wish to annihilate? Su Yuru exclaimed, taken aback. Both Tan Jiawen and Old Master Lu were equally startled. What are you thinking? Am I the sort to indiscriminately eradicate entire families at the drop of a hat? Lin Fan retorted with a chuckle, slightly exasperated. The trio simultaneously gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the Feng family strewn across the valley. Are you not? Lin Fan sighed, reflecting on the matters of the duel arena. What transpires within the confines of the duel arena remains there. I shall not extend it beyond those bounds. I was merely contemplating whether, if he has surviving family, we ought to return these remains to them. After all, this old man dared to confront the entire lineage of the Sharingan for the sake of his beloved, and ultimately achieved his vengeance. I hold a certain admiration for his courage and cunning. Only then did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. It was understandable that they harbored doubts about Lin Fan's character, especially with the bodies of the Feng family lying before them. Surely, a person with such cunning and calculative intent, who dared to wade into these murky waters, must have contemplated every possible outcome. Did he not consider the ramifications if he were to fail? Would his family be drawn into the chaos? If his Sharingan were to be exposed, what consequences would ensue? He treats his girlfriend with such care. Surely, he would be even more protective of his family. Thus, his presence here suggests he has few ties to worry about. Analyzed Tan Jiawen. Not necessarily, Old Master Lu interjected, shaking his head. Just a couple of days ago, the Snow Eagle's secret realm held by the Feng family was transferred to another individual's name. I suspect this individual is undoubtedly connected to Qi Weigua. Qi Weigua is already half buried in the ground. Why would he care about such a secret realm? It is highly probable that he is concerned for his descendants. But does he not fear that Lin Fan, upon discovering this lead, might hunt down his family to eradicate them? Su Yuro countered, shaking her head. Perhaps he genuinely believes that Lin Fan is not that kind of person. He also places his faith in the state and in Chief Tan. Old Master Lu cast a meaningful glance at Tan Jiawen. Here, both Su Yuro and Tan Jiawen, under certain circumstances or to some extent, can represent the nation. Not to mention that Lin Fan is not that kind of person. He would never carry the matters of the duel beyond the arena itself. Even if Lin Fan truly harbored vengeful intentions, seeking to eradicate the roots of his grievances, would Tan Jiawen, the head of the National Police Department's Investigation Division, simply turn a blind eye? As an esteemed instructor of the Celestial Path class, would the extraordinary Su Yuru permit Lin Fan to act in such a manner? This old fellow might be merely observing, or perhaps he has foreseen all outcomes. Or could it be that he genuinely believes it is best to lay him to rest here? Ultimately, Lin Fan merely shook his head and let out a soft chuckle. As Lin Fan emerged, one might ponder who would ultimately prevail, he or Feng Wuyin, in a quaint chamber of a small town outside the forsaken relics of the secret domain. Several members of the prestigious families from the capital engaged in casual conversation over tea. Indeed, the news of Lin Fan's life and death duel with the Feng family had not spread widely, and few were aware. However, those who needed to know were largely informed. Such as these members of the aristocracy. They were already attuned to each other's affairs, and if anything significant occurred within a particular family, they would likely learn of it even before the family itself. Thus, how could they remain oblivious to the events of the Liu family's banquet? How could they not be aware of Feng Yu's demise and the ensuing chaos at the police department? How could they possibly be ignorant of this duel? Is it even a matter of conjecture? Have they not observed the multitude from the Feng family? Even in a war of attrition, they could exhaust Lin Fan. What could a mere 18-year-old lad possess in terms of chakra? Would it suffice to withstand their onslaught? Moreover, the members of the Feng family could coordinate their efforts. Could you, in their stead, contend against such a formidable alliance? Moreover, it is entirely plausible that among these individuals, there lurks a cadre of elite assassins. Perhaps even S-class warriors. This Lin Fan, one wonders from whence he derives his audacity, daring to confront the entirety of the Ice Shield clan single-handedly, even permitting them to summon external aid at their whim. Although the Feng family has fallen from grace, a family of their stature remains formidable, particularly as they were once among the pinnacle of prestigious clans. Does Lin Fan truly comprehend the essence of bloodline families? I am nearly in fits of laughter. I initially intended to recruit him, yet now, alas, the ease with which he subdued Feng Yu suggests his prowess is extraordinary, possibly even reaching S-class. Perhaps this is the source of his remarkable confidence? Unfortunately, he is oblivious to the fact that no one dares to confront a prodigy from the heavenly Dao class for the sake of the Feng family. Unaware of the profound heritage of these families, he fails to grasp that the Feng family can procure S-class assassins through the exchange of secret realm relics. Ultimately, he is yet a reckless youth. Thus, his demise is inevitable. The crowd nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning sound. The Feng family has staked everything. Failure is simply not an option. It is just a pity. Given his current mastery and application of wood release, he undoubtedly has the potential to elevate it to unprecedented heights in the future. What a shame indeed. Yet perhaps, in this manner, it is for the best. After this battle, it is certain that the Feng family will uncover the secret behind Lin Fan's remarkable transformation and enhanced abilities in such a short span of time. There is even a possibility that they will discover how he managed to develop the wood release bloodline limit. These secrets, which once resided solely within Lin Fan, were untouchable and unapproachable for us. Yet, if they were to fall into the hands of the Feng family, the crowd exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts, yet all revealing lewd smiles. Unbeknownst to them, in an adjacent private room, a new group of guests had just arrived, overhearing all their discussions and mockeries. This group consisted of Lu Yunshang, Zhang Xiaoming, and 4 other members of the Tiandao class. One side of this battle was their companion, Lin Fan, and even Instructor Su had taken on the role of a witness. So how could they possibly refrain from coming to observe? These fools. How dare they covet the members of our Tiandao class? One rugged-looking youth exclaimed, his anger palpable. Let them be. Ultimately, they are merely the fantasies of clowns. Zhang Xiaoming scoffed. Lu Yunshang smiled, but remained silent. Ming, is Lin Fan truly that formidable? Inquired another girl with twin ponytails, her curiosity piqued. While the words spoken by those in the next room were indeed unflattering, they were not entirely unfounded. After all, the Feng family was once a prestigious bloodline clan. I will say but one thing. Lin Fan is the individual whom Instructor Su has invited to partake in the Celestial Mirage. Zhang Xiaoming, brimming with confidence, exclaimed that she had only recently learned of this development. The remaining 4 individuals displayed expressions of astonishment, soon grasping the implication that Instructor Su's invitation to Lin Fan signified his formidable prowess and substantial chakra reserves. Thus, even when facing the entirety of the Feng family, he would possess the capability to engage in battle, at the very least not succumbing easily to exhaustion. It was evident that Lin Fan had ascended to a different level compared to them. Among them, a youthful lad who often indulged in whimsical banter expressed his sentiments, pondering whether Lin Fan would still train with them or join them in executing missions to foster synergy. If they were to undertake missions together, would they not need to ascend to tasks of A rank or even higher? Upon hearing this, a rugged youth furrowed his brow and retorted, "While we are all concerned about whether he can emerge victorious, you seem preoccupied with the potential elevation of task rankings, don't you? Truly, you are a commendable teammate." The boy who enjoyed jesting shot back, "What do you know? My concern signifies that, like the school bell and Xiaoming, I have unwavering faith in Lin Fan and am no longer worried about his defeat. Do you comprehend?" The playful youth added with a huff, Do you think I am still on the first tier? No, I am already on the fifth tier. Do you understand? Alas, it seems you, foolish giant, are utterly oblivious. Go on and amuse yourself. As the two individuals appeared on the brink of confrontation, the well-meaning young woman with ample bosom hurriedly intervened, grasping the giant to prevent an actual altercation. Lu Yunshang, Zhang Xiaoming, and the girl with twin ponytails could only face palm, their expressions a mixture of exasperation and resignation. They were evidently accustomed to such scenes. Look, they have emerged. At that very moment, a gasp resonated through the air. The 6 individuals within the room swiftly turned their gaze outward. So soon? One voice exclaimed in astonishment. The entrance to this forsaken secret realm was situated within the town, which had, in fact, come into existence solely because of this very realm. Thus, when they emerged from its depths, it was only natural that everyone would be eagerly awaiting their return. In the elegant chamber reserved for the aristocratic youth, all stood with bated breath, their eyes fixed on the entrance of the secret realm. Naturally, they hoped for victory to be claimed by the Feng family, convinced that this outcome was inevitable. However, when they entered, there had been a grand throng of over 100 individuals. Yet now, only 4 emerged: Lu Onping, Su Yuru, Tan Jiawen, and Lin Fan. Lin Fan. How could this be possible? The scions of noble families widened their eyes in disbelief, each one astounded. Meanwhile, the 6 students from Tiandao class displayed expressions of unrestrained delight. 46. This secret I shall only share with you, they murmured. How could it be? How could Lin Fan be among those who returned? Good heavens! How did he manage that? Could it be that the Feng family was unable to enlist an S-class powerhouse? And what is the nature of the transferred secret realm? Could it be that the appointed notary has issues? Are you insinuating that there is a problem with old Master Lu? After all, Lin Fan has rendered a great service to the Lu family. What if, just what if, he were to exact vengeance on the Feng family because of Lin Fan? That could certainly clarify the Feng family's downfall. It seems implausible, especially with the Tan family's involvement. The Public Security Bureau has already overstepped this time, offending the Heavenly Dao faction. Now perhaps, they might turn a blind eye to appease the Heavenly Dao faction. That is a distinct possibility. No, that is simply unthinkable. While others may take such actions, I know Chief Tan well enough. He would never stoop to that. Moreover, if the Public Security Bureau were to fear offending others, what would be the point of its existence? What if Lin Fan were to exchange his secret to strength for something else? That is pure fabrication. I merely proposed a potential scenario. Within this elegant chamber of the aristocratic youths, hushed voices engaged in fervent discussion. Shock, horror, disbelief, a myriad of emotions surfaced. Ultimately, the debate nearly escalated into an argument. Setting aside these conjectures, what purpose do they serve? Old Master Lu is the notary appointed by the Feng family. They trust his integrity, and I believe in it as well. He is the strongest of the 3 notaries. Should he dissent, the other 2 combined would amount to nothing. If he consents, who can the Feng family blame but themselves? In summary, the outcome is now determined and cannot be altered, or rather, who among you dares to confront them directly? Someone remarked with a cold smile. Consequently, the crowd ceased their arguments. The 3 notaries, in this matter, are undoubtedly united. To question one is to question all 3. However, each of these individuals is not someone to be trifled with, even if one were capable of offending them. It would require considerable deliberation, let alone offending all 3 at once. Who would be foolish enough to provoke them? What was previously conjecture and speculation now gives way to a more formidable possibility. Lin Fan single-handedly annihilated the entire Feng family. If this is indeed the case, how formidable must his current strength be? The Feng family, with its multitude of members and numerous skilled fighters, how did Lin Fan manage to eliminate them? The pivotal question remains, did the Feng family truly enlist the aid of an S-rank powerhouse? Regardless of whether they did or not, I firmly believe that Lin Fan's strength must undoubtedly be S-rank now. From this moment on, you shall each rely on your own means. As for his secret, I have abandoned all hope and shall withdraw. When these aristocratic families sought to extract Lin Fan's secret from the Feng family, they presented a united front. But now that their aspirations have been dashed, they revert to their individual interests. Some retreat, while others scheme in the shadows. Alas, it is regrettable that when he exchanged dust escape for wood escape, we distanced ourselves from him. Now, attempting to rekindle a connection and win his favor seems exceedingly difficult. A profound lament escaped the lips of an individual, prompting the crowd to cease their discussions and nod in agreement, each harboring a sense of discontent. In times past, Lin Fan had rarely declined the companionship of these scions of noble families. However, ever since he had been ostracized, they sensed a transformation within him. Whether it was reclaiming his dignity by striking Feng Yuqing or confronting Feng Yu on the beach, to them, these actions appeared to be an expression of his pent-up frustration and resentment. Now, as they foolishly sought to ingratiate themselves, they were acutely aware of the impossibility of relinquishing their pride and honor as signs of bloodlines. Even if they could set aside their arrogance, it remained uncertain whether they could win Lin Fan's favor. With a collective sigh, they departed, as if to erase their presence from the day. Meanwhile, the 6 members of the Tiandao class observed them with disdain, unable to suppress their scornful laughter. Yet, when thoughts of Lin Fan crossed their minds, their expressions shifted dramatically. Do you think Lin Fan might leapfrog to become an instructor of the Tiandao class? One mused. If he were to become an instructor, what would he teach? Combat techniques? Or perhaps something else? Surely, it cannot be wood release, can it? Indeed, we are aware that he has grown immensely powerful. Yet we remain oblivious to the nature of his strength, remarked a rugged youth, awakening to this realization. Shall we request him to demonstrate his abilities later? Someone suggested eagerly. Demonstrate? How do you propose he does that? 6 against 1. That would be rather humiliating. Moreover, it would be even more embarrassing to be defeated. Xiao Meng, are you not Lin Fan's cousin? Typically, you spend the most time with him. Do you know what makes him exceptional? Xiao Meng, I heard that his physical prowess is particularly formidable. Is that true? How would I know if he is strong? I have never tested it myself. Zhang Xiaoming rolled her eyes and shook her head. The others present expressed their disappointment upon witnessing her reaction. In the next moment, their attention shifted towards Lu Yunshang. Yunshang, you have been quite close to Lin Fan lately. Not only did he grant you dust release, but he also visited your home to celebrate your grandfather's birthday and gifted you a forest manor. You must know him quite well, right? What ninjutsu does he possess? It is said that after acquiring wood release, he has mastered all chakra natures. Does that mean he has a plethora of abilities now? Lu Yunshang felt overwhelmed. She exchanged a glance with Zhang Xiaoming, both wearing wry smiles. In truth, they were no different from the others. They had hardly witnessed Lin Fan in action. Even during that incident by the beach, he only employed wood release ninjutsu. Their understanding was not significantly deeper than that of those who had only seen videos. As for other powerful ninjutsu, they had not encountered any. Perhaps when Lin Fan and Teacher Su arrive, everyone could inquire together. If all else fails, we could also ask Teacher Su. In this vintage tea house, numerous scions of esteemed families had reserved the most central private room, boasting the finest view of the entrance to the abandoned secret realm. However, they had quietly departed. Meanwhile, the members of the Tiandao class occupied the adjacent private room on the left. Yet, unbeknownst to all, there were others in the room to their right, 3 women, Li Yu, Huang Xiyu, and Xin Jing. This peculiar trio comprised Huang Xiyu, the heiress of the Rongduan family from the imperial capital, who was precisely the target of Li Yu's protective mission. They had just returned from their trials in the third cave world. As for Xin Jing, she was the close confidant of Su Yuru. Time advanced slightly. At the moment Lin Fan and the entourage from the Feng family entered the forsaken relic of the secret realm, Huang Xiyu, freshly back from her own trials, happened to witness this scene. Her curiosity piqued. After all, this secret realm was supposed to be in ruins. Furthermore, she recognized the elderly patriarch of the Lu family, his hair a shade of white. Swiftly, she called her father to inquire about the situation, thus unraveling the entire sequence of events, including Lin Fan's transformation from dust escape to wood escape. Initially, she was taken aback. Was there truly such a foolish individual in this world? Was this indeed a prodigy of the Tiandao class? As time passed, her astonishment only grew. She urged Li Yu, the sole companion still by her side, to check trending topics on her phone and watch the videos. Ultimately, she was astounded to discover Lin Fan's audacity, challenging the entire Feng family single-handedly. Such a spectacle was one that no one could afford to miss. Thus, she brought Li Yu to this vintage tea house in search of a cozy spot to sip tea while awaiting the final outcome. By a stroke of fate, they encountered Xin Jing at the entrance. Even more fortuitously, the two were acquainted. Hence, the current scene unfolded. As the young scions from the neighboring tables speculated about how Lin Fan would prevail, asserting his inevitable demise, Huang Xiyu found resonance in their sentiments, also believing that Lin Fan was doomed. However, Xin Jing merely chuckled, seemingly in stark disagreement with such assessments. In her eyes, it appeared that Lin Fan would ultimately emerge victorious. This revelation left both Li Yu and Huang Xiyu astonished. Li Yu was well aware of Lin Fan's capabilities and thus recognized the absurdity of the neighboring patron's remarks. Yet, how did this woman possess such insight? Who was she? Huang Xiyu's astonishment stemmed from a different angle. She understood the relationship between Shun Jing and Su Yuru, thus naturally presuming Shun Jing was also familiar with Lin Fan, perhaps even more so than anyone else. This sparked her curiosity. Was Lin Fan truly that formidable to evoke such confidence in Shun Jing? Ah, you are unaware, aren't you? In response to Huang Xiyu's inquiry, Shun Jing, without a moment's hesitation, divulged everything her close friend had shared with her, even embellishing it with a touch of exaggeration. Heavens! Would release? Is that for real? The birth of the tree realm. What kind of ninja technique is that? Is it truly so extraordinary? Does it even require hand seals? Huang Xiyu's small mouth was agape in astonishment. The expression hidden beneath Li Yu's mask was so somber that perhaps even she herself was unaware of it. If Su Yuru were present at this moment, one could only wonder what expression she would wear. Initially, with stern warnings, Shun Jing had assured her with unwavering confidence that she would keep this secret buried deep within. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she divulged it to others. Moreover, she did not forget to caution, I have only shared this secret with you. You are probably the third and fourth individuals in this world to know about it, so please do not spread it around carelessly. Now, returning to the present. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's emergence, Huang Xiyu was struck with profound astonishment. Did you see that? Was I not correct? Lin Fan is destined to triumph. Now you must believe what I just said. Shun Jing exclaimed with a playful smile. Not only did he win, but he did so without sustaining a single injury. The icy Li Yu, who had remained silent throughout, finally uttered her first words, and it was this very statement that deepened Huang Xiyu's shock. Instructor Su's persona has crumbled. Lin Fan and Su Yuru arrived at the tea house to meet with their classmates from Tiandao class. Section Chief Tan had to report the results and general content, so he departed as soon as they exited the secret realm. Old Master Lu, aware that the subsequent gathering belonged to the Tiandao class, did not wish to intrude, so he also took his leave. Lin Fan, how did you accomplish that? What ninjutsu did you employ? Fire release, earth escape, or perhaps body techniques? Instructor, as a witness, could you enlighten us? Upon entering the elegant chamber, the two were immediately surrounded by several members of the Heavenly Path class, primarily 4 individuals. Although Zhang Xiaoming and Lu Yunshang were also curious, they lacked the fervor and madness exhibited by the other 4. Su Yuru appeared somewhat helpless, her gaze directed towards Lin Fan, who had no choice but to step forward. All right, everyone, please take your seats. It is a rare occasion for our Heavenly Path class to gather, so it would be delightful to share a few words with you. The crowd fell silent, each face alight with excitement. Even Lu Yunshang and Zhang Xiaoming wore expressions of anticipation. As they enjoyed their tea, Lin Fan and Su Yuru took turns recounting the events that had just transpired. Lin Fan had never been concerned about his strength being revealed. He had long since reached an invincible status. In fact, one could assert that he was now free from any restrictions, devoid of fear. However, he had yet to find the opportunity to showcase his abilities and preferred a more gradual approach. There was no need to astound everyone by revealing his formidable would-escape technique right from the outset, as it would be too astonishing and unnecessary. To date, he had only demonstrated his would-escape technique in front of 4 individuals: Li Yu, Su Yuru, Lu Anping, and Tan Jiawen. The rest who had witnessed it were no longer alive. Of course, should there arise a sudden invasion by otherworldly beasts or if enemy forces threatened the borders of Long Kingdom, he would undoubtedly step forward without hesitation. Such opportunities were not entirely absent. Therefore, he did not place undue importance on this matter, and sharing with his companions from the Heavenly Path class posed no issue whatsoever. The arrival of the Floral Realm. Absolutely astonishing. Lin Fan, have you truly mastered would release in less than a month to such an extraordinary extent? Are you even human? Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in utter disbelief. Even Lu Yunshang and Zhang Xiaoming gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Everyone was left speculating how Lin Fan achieved victory. What ninjutsu did he employ? What power did he wield? Yet, who could have imagined that he was utilizing would release? Preposterous. It is simply outrageous. Initially, it was believed that the display he showcased beside the beach at the Lu family's estate was the pinnacle of his would release mastery. Little did they know, that was merely the surface. He had only revealed a fraction of his true capabilities, unbeknownst to those present. Even the ultimate technique known as the arrival of the floral realm was merely the tip of the iceberg of Lin fans would release ninjutsu. Even so, the mere glimpse had sent shivers down their spines. If they were to witness the great Buddha, one could only wonder what an extraordinary spectacle that would be. In the adjacent vicinity, Liu, who had previously encountered the great Buddha, wore an impassive expression. Meanwhile, Huang Xiyu was brimming with curiosity and admiration. Observing the young girl's expression, Shun Jing felt a sense of satisfaction. Borrowing someone else's brilliance is still a form of brilliance. Sister Jing, my dear sister, you must be quite familiar with Lin Fan, right? Could you possibly introduce us? Huang Xiyu exclaimed excitedly. Her cheeks flushed as she held Shun Jing's delicate hand, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. I am so eager to meet him. I am utterly fascinated. Can would release truly reach such heights? How did he accomplish that? Why does he not need to form hand seals? Furthermore, what is the chakra consumption of such a jutsu? Does he possess an abundance of chakra? Or is it merely fleeting after a single use? Sister Jing, my curiosity knows no bounds. I yearn to meet him immediately and engage in a deep conversation through the night. Shun Jing found herself struggling to contain her thoughts. Internally, she mused. I don't even know him, all right? He doesn't know me either. How can I introduce you? And why would I? The moment we meet, my secret will be out. Won't it? It seems I must hasten to have Yuru introduce us. Shun Jing contemplated this, yet the words that escaped her lips were, ahem. See you. Please refrain from acting that way. Lin Fan is my best friend's acquaintance. You must not harbor any thoughts about him. In an instant, Huang Xiyu's face registered shock and disbelief. Nearby, Liu widened his eyes in astonishment. What is happening? In just a few days, this guy already has a woman? Or did he have one all along? Why didn't he mention it to me? Liu's mind raced with confusion. Huang Xiyu, however, spoke up directly. Sister Yuru? Isn't she Lin Fan's instructor? Indeed, what of it? Shun Jing replied calmly. But that means she is essentially his teacher. So what? They are merely 5 years apart. Both young individuals. What issue could arise? Besides, isn't there a plethora of student-teacher romances? Is this truly so normal? It can't be. How could Sister Yuro possibly? Huang Xiyu appeared somewhat anxious, as if her perception of Lu Yunshang had been entirely upended. How could she not? In your eyes, she embodies the image of a towering sister, even a revered senior, yet she is merely a normal girl in her 20s. Isn't it entirely natural for her to have someone she admires? Shun Jing chuckled softly and replied, You little fangirl, with thoughts of engaging in all-night conversations with her. It's simply too tempting. I'm afraid Lin Fan, being so young, might not handle it well. If he were to falter, I would feel I have let down my dear friend. Therefore, do not harbor any hopes of me introducing you to each other. For a moment, Huang Xiyu found herself at a loss for words. After several breaths, she finally retorted, I wish to meet him solely out of curiosity and interest in him. Not because I have feelings for him. As the conversation continued, she almost got led astray by Shun Jing. Facing this rebuttal, Shun Jing smiled calmly, her gaze piercing through everything, and said to Huang Xiyu, Interest is merely the inception of affection. Xiyu, heed my advice. You cannot compete with Sister Yuro. Once she has claimed Lin Fan as hers, no one in this world can take him from her. Huang Xiyu is left dumbfounded. What do you mean by heeding your advice? When did I ever express a desire to compete with Sister Yuro for a man? What a perplexing situation this is. Very well, I must take my leave. Without waiting for Huang Xiyu to utter another word, Shun Jing rose to her feet, preparing to depart, and remarked, If you happen to encounter my dear friend later, please refrain from mentioning that we crossed paths. Moreover, it is paramount that the secret of Lin Fan, specifically his wooden ninjutsu and his ability to perform techniques without hand seals, remains confidential and not divulged to anyone else. With that, Shun Jing opened the door, ready to exit. However, at that moment, she halted in her tracks, for standing outside was none other than Su Yuru. Given the commotion from the Tianshu class's private room, shouldn't you be with them instead? I was just contemplating slipping away at this very moment. Shun Jing felt utterly flustered. However, her embarrassment deepened when she noticed Lin Fan standing behind Su Yuru. What a calamity! With her mind in a whirl, she hurriedly shut the door. Humph, I shall settle the score with you later. Su Yuru tossed a remark over her shoulder before striding away, leaving Shun Jing to exhale in relief. Who was at the door? Who were you talking to just now? Huang Xiyu inquired as she approached. The door had only been ajar, and they had not glimpsed the scene outside. Oh, it was nothing at all. Just the server. Meanwhile, Suyuru's face was flushed crimson. No, Lin Fan. Please allow me to explain. The person just now was my close friend. That night upon returning, I inadvertently let slip a secret. Eventually, under her relentless questioning, I divulged the details of your would-release ninjutsu. It's nothing. Lin Fan chuckled, shaking his head dismissively. My would-release ninjutsu is hardly a matter of shame. Revealing it poses no issue. Moreover, that which I did not declare. Suyuru felt a sense of embarrassment. What do you mean? Lin Fan questioned, puzzled. Although he had been outside the door, he had not overheard much and certainly not with clarity. Suyuru, however, had pressed her ear against the door to listen. Thus she had gleaned more information than he did and with greater clarity. Yet, Suyuru remained unaware. Assuming Lin Fan had comprehended everything. It is just. I never claimed you as mine. Suyuru believed an explanation was necessary. At that moment, she felt utterly mortified, her embarrassment palpable. She wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Furthermore, upon returning, I must ensure that Shun Jing faces dire consequences. What kind of friend is this? We grew up together. Now, my reputation is in shambles. What is the situation between you and your teacher? You are mine. I am yours. What nonsense is this? Lin Fan seemed momentarily taken aback, then could not suppress a smile. However, observing Suyuru's expression, he thought it unwise to laugh. It's fine. He could only shake his head awkwardly. This minor episode soon passed. As Lin Fan and Suyuru entered the room, the members of the Tiandao class had calmed considerably. Their expressions were no longer as exaggerated as before. Lin Fan, or rather, Brother Fan. The burly fool with pronounced features grinned at Lin Fan, playfully raising his eyebrows and suggesting, the abandoned secret realm lies before us. Why not take this opportunity to showcase your skills for us all? Our curiosity is piqued, and we are eager to witness the arrival of the Flower Tree Realm. What a terrifying ninjutsu it must be, and what a breathtaking sight it would present. Lin Fan glanced over, meeting the expectant gazes of 6 eager eyes, including those of Lu Yunshang and Zhang Xiaoming, who were equally intrigued. If you wish to see, then so be it, he mused, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Is it truly possible? Let us hasten. The group, upon hearing this, brightened, filled with excitement. However, Lin Fan shook his head, but merely demonstrating it would be rather dull. The crowd paused, puzzled. What do you mean? How would you prefer to showcase it? Lu Yunshang inquired with curiosity. Perhaps we should venture to the no. 2-foot cavern. Suyuru interjected. The beast horde there is most deserving of a lesson. It would be ideal for honing your skills. Lin Fan was taken aback, surprised that instructor Su had arrived at the same conclusion. The circumstances of the number 2 cavern differ greatly from those of the number 3. The beasts there are remarkably united, having formed a formidable horde centuries ago, yet they have suffered the most severe blows from humanity. This horde persists to this day, harboring deep-seated enmity that remains irreconcilable. There exists no semblance of peace treaties akin to those of the 3rd cavern world. They unleash war at their whim, devoid of purpose. Not to escape the cavern or invade the realm of the living. Rather, it seems their sole intent is to kill, merely seeking vengeance. Those unfortunate enough to fall into their clutches face a fate that is often excruciatingly grim. Being devoured outright may be considered a stroke of fortune. More frequently, it entails enduring daily mutilations, a piece of flesh severed for their libation. In essence, it is a relentless cycle of both physical and psychological torment. The fiends of this cavern are the most ruthless and perverse. The mere mention of the 2nd cavern sends shivers down the spine of most. Many of the nation's elite warriors, renowned for their prowess in group combat, occasionally venture there to hone their skills and diminish the strength of the monstrous legions. Suyuru often frequents this perilous domain. Thus, the thought immediately struck her. Instructor, isn't the Heavenly Mirage Realm set to commence soon? Are we truly heading to the 2nd cavern? Zhang Xiaoming inquired. With 5 days remaining until the initiation of the Heavenly Mirage Realm, there is ample time to reach our destination. Several of you have yet to experience the 2nd cavern. Since we have the rare opportunity to venture out today, let us consider it a chance for training. Suyuru remarked with a smile. The group instantly understood there was no evading this fate. Initially, they merely wished to witness Lin Fan's wood-based ninjutsu before returning to continue their cultivation of the treasures acquired from the dimensional secret realm. But now they found themselves compelled to engage in cavernous combat sooner than anticipated. It truly felt as though they had inadvertently struck their own feet with a stone. Their anticipation for Lin Fan's would escape ninjutsu remained undiminished. As the crowd exited the tea house, preparing to head towards cave number 2, Lin Fan's phone vibrated in his pocket, signaling a message. Tea house, 2nd floor, left side restroom. It was evidently sent by his aunt, Li Yu. I can't believe she's here too. She's out of cave number 3 so soon. Could something have happened? These thoughts raced through Lin Fan's mind. However, the next moment, he pondered, why the restroom again? He was taken aback. Their last clandestine meeting had also been in a restroom. That had been a necessity under duress, but now, with so many rooms in the tea house, couldn't they choose another? Moreover, wasn't the left side restroom on the 2nd floor designated for women? Was this intentional? Was she holding a grudge? You all carry on. I'll just step into the restroom and be right back. Lin Fan informed his companions from the Tiandao class before turning back into the tea house. Naturally, he first headed to the men's restroom on the right. In the past, he would have sent a message to inquire whether anyone else was present in the restroom, but now would clone. Divine might. Lin Fan promptly conjured a wood clone within the restroom. Time was of the essence. Who knew what Liu wished to discuss or how long it would take? Thus, he decided to leave a wood clone here while he would finish his business and depart with the Tiandao class. Once the wood clone emerged, it immediately activated Divine Might, entering the realm of Divine Might. Then he began to change his attire. Clad in a black stealth outfit and donning a tiger-striped mask, in box 7 on the 2nd floor, Lin Fan sent a message to his aunt before departing without hesitation. That brat. He's truly grown wings. Li Yu, waiting in the ladies' restroom, scoffed. Her irritation stemmed from a desire to retaliate against Lin Fan for having her enter the men's restroom, perhaps also fueled by some disheartening news she had heard earlier. In any case, she inexplicably sent Lin Fan that message, and after doing so, felt a twinge of regret. Now, witnessing Lin Fan's outright refusal to come and his unilateral change of venue, her displeasure deepened. Moments later, she opened the door to box 7. What met her gaze was a figure in a tiger-striped mask and black attire. It's me. Lin Fan quickly removed the mask and grinned. What else with this getup? Li Yu furrowed her brow. Just for fun, Lin Fan replied, putting the mask back on. He swiftly changed the subject. Aunt, why are you out so quickly? The way you say it makes it sound as if I've just finished serving a sentence. Li Yu retorted with annoyance. My apologies, Lin Fan laughed awkwardly. He sensed that Li Yu was harboring some grievances today, perhaps due to his absence from the ladies' restroom. I'm merely a bodyguard. If the young lady wishes to leave, I will accompany her. So that's how it is, Lin Fan nodded, relieved as long as nothing was amiss. By the way, what is going on between you and your teacher? Li Yu asked abruptly. His gaze was firmly fixed upon him. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. What teacher? What was happening? Your Su teacher, Su instructor. Su instructor? Lin Fan was momentarily bewildered. What did that mean? What does that have to do with me? If I say there is, then there is, he replied with a chuckle. As for your Su instructor, she has a rather troublesome best friend. At that moment, Li Yu seemed to recall something amusing, chuckling softly as she took a seat and remarked, I suppose she could be considered a close friend? However, whether they can remain friends in the future is uncertain. This person happens to be acquainted with my current target, and later we were in the neighboring private room. What? So you were in that elegant room too? Lin Fan exclaimed in shock as he hurriedly removed his mask, gazing at Li Yu in disbelief. He was well aware that in that private room, Su Yuro's best friend was bragging about something. However, at that time, like Su Yuro, he only noticed Shinjing and completely overlooked the presence of others inside. He could never have imagined that Li Yu was among them. Ah, so it turns out that the one eavesdropping on our conversation outside was not just Su Yuro, but you as well? Li Yu wore a look of surprise. She was no fool, judging by Shinjing's mortified expression at that moment. It was clear to her that the person outside was not a waiter but Su Yuro. Yet, she had not anticipated that Lin Fan was also present. So you must have heard everything, right? Your Su instructor has indeed told her best friend that you belong to her. TSK. You little rascal. You've grown up, haven't you? Even the instructor of the Tiandao class dares to pursue. Li Yu looked at Lin Fan with a smile that was not quite a smile. How could that be? Su's friend is quite the gossip. Can her words be trusted? Lin Fan shook his head in disbelief. How can they not be trusted? Your would release ninjutsu, the birth of the forest realm. She spoke of it as if she had witnessed it firsthand, Li Yu said with a hint of sarcasm. You don't think that I showcased this ninjutsu in front of Su just to impress her, do you? Lin Fan asked, suddenly enlightened, with a look of absurdity. Is that not the case? Of course not. Lin Fan clarified. At that time, she thought I was still the weakest in the Tiandao class and was considering giving me some extra training. That's why I had to demonstrate a bit. Lin Fan recounted the events in the underground cavern and concluded, "Oh, so it was she who took a liking to you." Liu nodded, unsure whether to believe it, but displayed no excessive emotion, merely stating, "That makes sense. You are so young and handsome, and your strength is remarkable. So it's quite natural for her to be interested in you." Lin Fan. No wonder she only wanted you to accompany her into the mystical realm. In the end, Liu cast a meaningful glance at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was even more speechless. Explain? What is there to explain? Can it even be clarified? To explain is to disguise. Moreover, why should he explain? Not to mention that he had nothing with Suyuru. Even if there were something, he had no obligation to clarify it to Liu. Speaking of the heavenly illusory realm, I initially intended to secure an additional spot for myself, hoping to bring you along as well. Lin Fan sighed and spoke solemnly. Unfortunately, there is nothing truly unfortunate about it. At this moment, Liu also retracted her teasing demeanor and said earnestly, "If it were me, I would gladly let you join. But if you were to bring along your entire family, that would be utterly ungrateful. I would certainly give you a piece of my mind." She was well aware of the peculiar nature of this realm. Who would dare to take a stranger inside? Nevertheless, these matters are trivial. You will be entering this realm in a few days. With your capabilities, I have no concerns. However, before that, I require your assistance, Liu stated. I knew she wouldn't seek me without reason. What is it? Lin Fan inquired directly. There is someone in our organization who has been particularly bothersome, Liu sighed. Should I simply eliminate him for you? No need for that. He is not a bad person, just someone who keeps pestering me, which is quite irritating. He is pursuing you? Yes. What is he like? A decent individual, though a bit of a nuisance. Liu chuckled and continued. Yet, the most crucial factor is that I simply do not like him. Indeed, if you are to seek a partner, it is essential to choose someone you genuinely admire. Someone of good character. I would not wish for you to dwell perpetually in darkness. I have always lived in darkness, Liu remarked with self-deprecating humor. She harbored a deep envy for Lin Fan and Huang Xiyu, for those who could bask in the warmth of the sun. During this period, Huang Xiyu had attempted several times to confide in her, to forge a friendship, yet she found herself compelled to decline, to maintain her distance. Once her mission was accomplished, she preferred to avoid any contact. Deep down, she was a gentle soul, fearful that her presence would endanger those around her. Of course, Lin Fan was an exception, for he was formidable enough not to be affected by her burdens. It won't be long. Once I emerge from the heavenly mirage, once I eradicate the wasp, Lin Fan remarked with a smirk, his words seemingly playful, yet resolute. Even if the wasp were no more, would that truly grant me the ability to live in the sunlight? I'm a killer of the Yamahal, leaving behind a multitude of shadows. Liu shook her head. In truth, she did not find such a life to be undesirable. Occasionally taking on tasks like the protection of the nation's prodigy, meeting new people, experiencing various events, it seemed rather appealing, albeit devoid of friendships. She could not savor that joy. What of being a killer for the Yamahal? Most of the tasks she undertook involved bodyguard duties, explorations of secret realms, or tracking down criminals, with the targets being those deserving of demise. If you deem the Yamahal too dark, then I shall illuminate it, transforming this assassin organization into the most radiant entity in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Fan stated calmly. But what if I have taken the lives of many who did not deserve it? Liu felt a surge of emotion within, yet wore a smile as she curiously inquired. I have read a Buddhist scripture, which contains a profound Zen saying. Heaven grants all things to humanity, yet humanity offers nothing in return. Thus, all men are guilty, and all may be slain, Lin Fan remarked. Is there such a Zen saying in this world? Indeed, there exists the doctrine of killing Zen. Lin Fan chuckled, saying, Do not refute me. If I assert its existence, then it is so. This statement held a certain truth. Liu pondered in silence, realizing that it wasn't the Zen saying itself that bore significance, but rather Lin Fan's assertion that if he claimed something to be true, it indeed carried weight. Although the Dragon Nation basked in sunlight, the world ultimately reveres strength above all. Lin Fan, being the most formidable, rendered his words, even devoid of logic, to possess a peculiar rationale. Thus, when he proclaimed something to be, it naturally came to pass. Are you suggesting that should I slay those unworthy of death, I might use this Zen saying to console myself? Not quite. I merely jest. Lin Fan laughed heartily, adding, For I know what kind of person you are, dear aunt. At least you possess a modicum of conscience. Liu shook her head in resignation, feeling a touch of self-satisfaction and joy. However, there is something I must convey to you. Lin Fan suddenly restrained his laughter, stating, "It won't be long before the world recognizes me. When that time comes, simply by declaring you as my aunt, no one shall dare to utter a word against you." Is the Heavenly Path secret realm about to open? Liu pondered, a sense of delight swelling within her, though her expression bore a hint of playful intrigue. How do you intend to make the world aware of your presence? She had witnessed the great Buddha and understood that Lin Fan's terrifying power would one day reveal itself. She eagerly anticipated that day. However, she was equally aware that, in the current Dragon Country, it would be exceedingly difficult for Lin Fan to find an opportunity to showcase such strength, thereby allowing the world to recognize him. Although wars erupted daily across the globe, the Dragon Country stood as a formidable force, as one of the 5 benevolent beings of Blue Star who would dare provoke it. The Dragon Country thrived in peace, with scarcely any conflict. The subterranean realms had been thoroughly suppressed, and even when disturbances arose, they were hardly monumental battles. Thus, how could there be ample opportunities for him to display the cataclysmic power of the great Buddha? There are many ways, Lin Fan remarked. For instance, by annihilating the mercenary assassin organization known as WASP? Liu interjected. Destroying WASP could indeed be one of them. However, the most significant matter is the signs of the Heavenly Tao secret realm opening. Lin Fan grinned widely, his face alight with anticipation. The Heavenly Tao secret realm. Liu was so astonished that he sprang to his feet. If the illusory secret realm is the most enigmatic realm in the world, then the Heavenly Tao secret realm is undoubtedly the most terrifying. Its level of danger is akin to that of national annihilation. The Heavenly Tao secret realm does not adhere to a fixed cycle of arrival. At times, it may manifest once every few decades, while at others, it could remain hidden for a century or more. Of course, there are instances when it reappears merely a few years later. As its name suggests, only those from the Heavenly Tao class of various nations may enter this realm. To be precise, it refers to those whose mental fortitude meets the standards of the Heavenly Path class, which is the origin of its name. Unexpectedly, in this lifetime, she truly encounters the opening of the Heavenly Path secret realm. Liu's heart trembled with excitement, a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation swirling within her. However, the thought of Lin Fan's strength quickly calmed her nerves. The opening of the Heavenly Path secret realm will be accompanied by the emergence of the Heavenly Canopy, which will showcase the real-time conditions of all participants within the realm. This means that the event will be broadcasted live to the entire world. Everyone around the globe will witness the experiences of the Heavenly Path class within the secret realm. If she were to truly enter this realm, it would undoubtedly present a splendid opportunity for the world to genuinely recognize her. Liu's voice grew louder as she spoke, her body brimming with excitement at the mere thought of such a spectacle. Imagining the moment she encountered that great Buddha, if the entire world were to behold such a scene, it would indeed be a most amusing sight. However, let's set that aside for now. Lin Fan chuckled softly, shifting the topic as he inquired, "You mentioned needing my assistance. How may I help you?" Initially, I intended to take you back to the Underworld Palace to let them know I have a partner. If we happen to cross paths with that fellow, it would be even better if you could lend me a hand in teaching him a lesson. Liu smiled and replied, "But for now, you should focus on preparing for the illusory realm. Since the Heavenly Path secret realm has shown signs of opening, your upcoming venture into the illusory realm becomes all the more crucial. I am aware of the vastness of your chakra reserves. However, the Heavenly Path secret realm is extraordinary. Should you manage to attain a 20 increase in your chakra here, it would significantly bolster your confidence in confronting this realm in the future. Therefore, this trivial matter is best handled by myself. You may return and prepare diligently. From this moment forth, I wish to refrain from disturbing you." "You have no idea how immense my chakra truly is," Lin Fan silently mused. He then spoke, "I would certainly desire that maximum 20 increase in chakra. Yet, in the Heavenly Path secret realm, everything remains uncertain. If the contest were based on strength, I would undoubtedly secure the highest. However, what if the competition involves other elements? Thus, there is little to prepare for." Liu paused, scratching his head. "I suppose that's true." Moreover, Lin Fan smiled and remarked, "The person before you is merely a wood clone." "A wood clone?" Liu stood up in astonishment. He scrutinized Lin Fan closely, touching here and there, only to be left even more astounded. He could not discern it was a clone at all. Is this truly a clone? Is this for real? How can it appear so lifelike? Quite difficult to distinguish, isn't it? Lin Fan chuckled with satisfaction. My true self is currently accompanying the Heavenly Path class in the second cavern world. Therefore, you are not capable of disturbing or delaying me in any way. Thus, let us proceed to the Hall of Yama. I have long wished to behold it. Yet, is it truly safe to rely on merely a clone? Liu expressed her hesitation. Certainly, there is no cause for concern. Even if my clone possesses merely a fraction of my original strength, it is not something an ordinary S-class warrior can easily contend with, let alone the fact that I possess considerably more than that. Would it not be more prudent to omit the terms class? Such a declaration may come across as somewhat arrogant, Liu remarked, rolling her eyes. I am merely stating a fact. This is not arrogance, Lin Fan replied, his expression stoic. Upon reflection, are my words not accurate? Liu pondered and conceded that he was indeed correct. Even if this clone cannot wield the might of the great Buddha or utilize the bug of self-healing, it still possesses formidable techniques such as the birth of the tree realm and the advent of the flower tree realm, which could pose a significant challenge to an average S-class warrior. But if you resort to would-release techniques, would that not reveal your hand? Liu inquired. Thus, I shall refrain from employing would-release this time. Then what will you utilize? This. As he spoke, Lin Fan's eyes transformed, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan. The moment Liu beheld those eyes, she was so taken aback that she stumbled backward. In that instant, she genuinely believed that the person before her was not Lin Fan at all. The Sharingan. How could you possess the Sharingan? She exclaimed in shock, staring at Lin Fan. A secret, Lin Fan replied with an enigmatic smile. Are you truly Lin Fan? I possess not only the Sharingan, but also a plethora of other abilities, and you shall gradually come to know them, Lin Fan replied, somewhat evasively. This is utterly inconceivable. Liu swallowed hard, grappling with the revelation. Is this truly inconceivable? This is merely the beginning. Lin Fan grinned slightly, and as his three-tomo Sharingan spun, it transformed into the kaleidoscopic variant. What in the world? Hey, kaleidoscope? Liu gasped once more, astonished to the point of expletives. Space-time ninjutsu indeed. After what felt like an eternity, Liu finally regained her composure. Unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. You were already so formidable, and now with this kaleidoscopic Sharingan. I can hardly fathom it. Lin Fan, is this a gift from the nation? This is, in fact, my own. Lin Fan shook his head, then suddenly smiled, adding, but if you find it too astonishing, you may consider it a gift from the nation. Your own, Liu murmured. She initially thought it was a precursor to the heavenly Dao secret realm, a sign that the nation underestimated Lin Fan's strength and bestowed upon him the kaleidoscopic Sharingan to prepare for the impending heavenly Dao secret realm. However, now Lin Fan claims it as his own. She realized that typically, the awakening of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan requires the host to suffer the loss of loved ones. If what Lin Fan asserts is true, then he must have inherited the Sharingan bloodline from a young age. And he had opened his eyes long before, only to awaken the kaleidoscope after losing his parents? That seems rather premature, does it not? Moreover, did his father truly possess such a bloodline limit? Liu was uncertain. She had merely been saved by Lin Fan's mother and could hardly claim to know her well. She had never even encountered Lin Fan's father, and thus her understanding of them was limited, with no inclination to delve deeper, as they were both deceased at that time. She assumed Lin Fan's parents were merely ordinary ninjas, especially given that their home was situated in a small town. Yet, upon reflection, how could ordinary ninjas possibly produce such an extraordinary descendant as Lin Fan? Perhaps they were far from ordinary? Lin Fan remained oblivious to the absurd, yet seemingly rational conjectures that Liu was weaving. Stop overthinking it, he thought. Speaking of the kaleidoscope, I actually possess one. Lin Fan retrieved the kaleidoscope Sharingan he had obtained from his true self. Liu was utterly flabbergasted. This is absurd. When did the kaleidoscope Sharingan become so commonplace? In mere seconds, she had encountered 3. Where did Lin Fan acquire so many kaleidoscope Sharingan? If the pair in his eyes belonged to him, then what of the one in his hand? How could that be explained? Had he killed to take it? With his strength, it was indeed within the realm of possibility. Lin Fan, what on earth have you done? Liu's mind screamed in turmoil, believing she had unraveled the truth. Yet Lin Fan paid no heed to her thoughts and continued, this kaleidoscope is one I just acquired today. Have you heard about the incident from decades ago when the Mu family's prodigy had a kaleidoscope taken from them? This very kaleidoscope is the one that was seized. Today, The Feng family has invited the individual who once snatched the kaleidoscope from the eyes of the Mu family's genius. Li Yu let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "It's astonishing that the Feng family could engage someone like this. But then again, a withered camel is still larger than a horse." Lin Fan presented the kaleidoscope he held to Li Yu and said, "I specifically brought this for you." "For me?" Li Yu was taken aback. "Indeed, it is still a kaleidoscope after all," Lin Fan affirmed with a nod. "As for the upcoming Tianhuan secret realm, it remains uncertain how long it will last. During this period of my absence, my sole concern is your safety. With this kaleidoscope in your possession, you will at least have a bit more means of self-defense, allowing me to feel somewhat reassured." When he initially acquired the kaleidoscope, he had not contemplated its significance. He merely intended to keep it on hand for a time when he might obtain forbidden techniques, like Izanagi, for use. However, upon Li Yu reaching out to him, he immediately conceived this idea and resolved to act upon it. For even with forbidden techniques such as Izanagi and Izanami, he found himself in little need of them, as he seldom encountered opportunities to utilize such powers. His strength rendered Izanagi entirely unnecessary, and as for Izanami, it was likely redundant as well. What of persuading others towards virtue? Such notions do not exist. If reasoning succeeds, then reason it out. If it fails, then eliminate. There is nothing further to discuss. Moreover, to utilize the kaleidoscope merely for consumption seems excessively extravagant. A few pairs of ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan would suffice. Once such forbidden techniques are acquired, who would fear the scarcity of Sharingan? I have heard that the land of Sakura boasts 2 or 3 formidable clans possessing Sharingan. At that time, it would not be a matter of wanting, but rather having in abundance. Thus, this kaleidoscope shall be bestowed upon Li Yu. Retaining it serves little purpose for now. Li Yu's breathing quickened in anticipation. This is a kaleidoscope. Who wouldn't he desire such power? You mentioned that this kaleidoscope has been with that old man for so long. Can it still be of use? Even if it can, for how long? Li Yu inquired. Initially, I shared your sentiments, yet upon acquiring this kaleidoscope, I could already sense its vitality. It appears to have been scarcely utilized. I surmise there are 2 primary reasons. First, the individual known as Chi Weigua possesses sufficient strength and likely only employs the basic abilities of the Sharingan, never needing the prowess of the kaleidoscope. Second, he harbors a deep disdain for the Sharingan, thus refraining from its use, considering it beneath him. Lin Fan elucidated. Is it truly such a stroke of fortune? Li Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, "Then I shall not hold back." Lin Fan smiled, remaining silent. "I wish to try it now. Please assist me in equipping it." Li Yu gazed intently at the kaleidoscope before him, his face aglow with anticipation. Lin Fan was capable of self-healing without hand signs. In Li Yu's eyes, his medical ninjutsu was undoubtedly top tier. Replacing an eye was a trivial matter. Moreover, this matter certainly cannot be disclosed to others. She herself is not well versed in such medical ninjutsu. Now that Lin Fan is beside her, should she not seize the opportunity to seek his assistance? Would she rather consult another medical ninja for help? Indeed, I am equally intrigued to discover what abilities this kaleidoscope possesses. Lin Fan nodded and promptly performed the eye exchange for Li Yu. To Lin Fan, it was as effortless as eating or drinking. Moments later, the procedure was successfully completed without Li Yu experiencing any pain at all. She opened her left eye to reveal 3-tomo. Is this the Sharingan? It feels as though the very fabric of the world has transformed. Li Yu was utterly astonished, taking a moment to acclimate and soon comprehending the power of her newly acquired left eye. Reverse journey. Life is akin to a reverse journey, and I alone am the traveler. In simpler terms, it allows for the reversal of time within a designated area. Astonishingly, it is a time-related technique. Lin Fan was taken aback. While this technique may not be overwhelmingly powerful, it is certainly not weak. Its effectiveness hinges upon the wielder. This only deepened his curiosity about the eye's former owner, Mu Tianqi, and what capabilities his other eye might possess. What abilities does your kaleidoscope hold? Once calmed, Li Yu gazed curiously at Lin Fan. Divine might, he replied. It is a space-time ninjutsu. Explaining it would be overly complicated. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Lin Fan approached Li Yu, and before her astonished eyes, he passed through her body. Is this a Kakashi-style maneuver? What is this ability? Li Yu suddenly turned around, her heart racing. Lin Fan had actually passed through her body. With uncertainty, she stepped forward, attempting to touch Lin Fan's face, only for her palm to pass through his cheek, as if it were mere air. His face was undeniably there, yet she could not make contact. Lin Fan smiled gently and grasped her hand. When she extended her other hand this time, she was able to touch Lin Fan's cheek. The seamless transition between reality and illusion was utterly astonishing. To transform one's body into nothingness, such a power is simply outrageous. In such a case, would you not be invincible? Others would be unable to touch you, let alone harm you. Liu exclaimed. This ability is indeed highly practical, and the capacity to shift between the tangible and intangible could easily bewilder an opponent. Just imagine when your adversary unleashes a powerful attack, intending to defeat you in one blow, only to strike at thin air. What a feeling that would evoke. Your kaleidoscopic ability is truly monstrous. This is merely one facet of it, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Just one facet? Relax, my dear aunt, Lin Fan said, placing a hand on Li Yu's fragrant shoulder before drawing her into the realm of divine might. In the next moment, he followed suit. What? What is happening? Where is this place? A flicker of panic crossed Li Yu's eyes as she surveyed her surroundings. This is the Shanwei space inherent in my kaleidoscope of divine might. In essence, the ability of my eyes is to facilitate the seamless transfer of any object between the realm of reality and this alternate dimension. The blurriness you perceive is merely a manifestation of my transferring the part of your body I am in contact with into this space, Lin Fan elucidated. Shanwei space? Carrying an alternate realm with me? Li Yu exclaimed, utterly astonished. This kaleidoscope is astonishing beyond measure. She felt a tingling sensation coursing through her scalp. Within just these brief minutes, she had been left in awe by Lin Fan countless times. It seemed that since their encounter in the underground cavern, each meeting brought her a fresh wave of astonishment, continually reshaping her understanding of the world. Presently, she felt almost numb. Even if Lin Fan were to reveal other extraordinary abilities or possessions, she would find it no longer surprising. Let me craft a new mask for you. And while I'm at it, I'll cover your left eye as well. Would you prefer a mask similar to yours? Roughly, or I can create whatever you desire. Never mind. This style doesn't suit me, Li Yu replied, shaking her head. Moreover, wearing a mask that only reveals my right eye feels overly deliberate. I think I should carve a couple of scars near my eye, so others know my left eye is injured, perhaps even blind. And then pull my headband down a bit to conceal the left eye. Such a guise, along with my mask, bestows upon me an air of mystery, while ensuring that those familiar with me do not feel overly startled. This arrangement seems rather reasonable. Doesn't it resemble Kakashi's appearance? Lin Fan mused silently. Nevertheless, she acknowledged that Li Yu had a point. Originally, she wore a mask-like visage. Suddenly switching to one akin to Obito's would indeed be jarring and decidedly unsuitable for her. You are correct. Simply lower the forehead protector to obscure your left eye. Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully. As for the scar, I believe it can be present. Then help me create a scar, Li Yu chuckled. It may sting a bit. Bear with me. Without hesitation, Lin Fan produced a kunai, infused with medical ninjutsu, and deftly made incisions on either side while simultaneously healing. In no time, a scar manifested, resembling a wound inflicted by an adversary across her left eye, leaving a distinct mark. Alas, from this moment onward, I shall behold the world with but one eye, Li Yu remarked as she adjusted her forehead protector to cover her left eye, taking a moment to acclimatize. I must admit, it feels rather unusual. You'll adapt in a few days. Now, shall you lead me to your organization, the Underworld Palace? I can assist in addressing your concerns along the way. Very well. Li Yu first exited the SHNWI space and greeted Huang Xiyu before being quietly drawn back into the SHNWI space by Lin Fan. As they departed for the Yama Hall, her task was solely to safeguard Huang Xiyu within the cavernous world, not beyond its confines. Once outside the cave, her mission was deemed complete. The timing of her departure was entirely her own prerogative. In the Dragon Kingdom, in the bustling city of Magic Capital, Lin Fan and Li Yu found themselves at a certain manor. Lin Fan was taken aback to discover that the Yama Hall, a notorious assassins organization, had its headquarters hidden within the very heart of Magic Capital. He mused that one would typically expect such clandestine organizations to dwell in the shadows, secluded in less populated areas or even deep within remote mountains. The notion of them establishing themselves in such a large metropolis was quite astonishing. After all, this was the second largest city in the Dragon Kingdom. The more unexpected the location, the more secure it seemed. Li Yu smiled and elaborated. I am currently one of the 12 premier assassins of the Yama Hall. Above the gold medalists are the Judge and Meng Pua, and ultimately, the 10 Yama Kings. Of course, I am not the strongest among these 12 gold medalists. My expertise lies in tracking, stealth, and evasion. which is why the majority of my assignments revolve around these skills. My codename is Flying Fish. Have you considered what your codename will be? As it is said, a name must align with its purpose. Since Lin Fan intended to involve himself in Liyu's affairs, it was prudent for him to register as an assassin within the Yama Hall. I have long since contemplated this. Lin Fan nodded affirmatively. As they spoke, the two had already stepped into the manor. Mr. Feiyu, you have returned, greeted several receptionists in the hall, all of whom were striking young women. They addressed Liyu as Sir, not due to a lack of awareness of her gender, but rather in adherence to the customs of the establishment, which deemed it a respectful form of address. Liyu responded coldly with a mere acknowledgement. Who is this beside you? The young women inquired, casting their gaze towards Lin Fan, who wore a tiger-striped mask. My man, Liyu stated expressionlessly. What? The young women gasped, their mouths agape in astonishment. Liyu is one of the rare beauties in the realm of Yanluo, even without the need to see her face, her figure, skin, and the elegance of her brows and eyes all hinted at her extraordinary beauty. Moreover, such a beauty was a prized gem. Countless suitors had pursued her within the halls, yet she remained an impenetrable fortress, allowing no one to approach. To learn that such a person had a man was shocking. When did this happen? What kind of man was he to have captured the heart of Feiyu? Curiosity piqued, the crowd scrutinized Lin Fan. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Is this how it begins? Furthermore, the label of man seems a bit excessive. Please assist me in registering a new identity for him, preferably a silver badge. Liyu continued, ignoring the astonishment of the young women. Certainly, no problem. The receptionist in the task hall nodded eagerly. As a gold badge holder, they had the authority to assign a silver badge identity to someone. What is your code name, sir? Ah Fei, came Lin Fan's response. Injured a single strand of my hair. Consider it your victory, Ah Fei. Liyu silently rejoiced within her heart, believing that Lin Fan had chosen this moniker because her code name was Flying Fish. Very well. Your registration has been successfully completed. The young lady extended a silver badge to Lin Fan, inscribed with the characters Ah Fei. Thank you. Lin Fan accepted the assassin's token. Simultaneously, Liyu was completing the handover of this mission with another young lady, receiving her rightful reward. Let us proceed. The true stronghold of our Yama Hall lies within. Liyu led Lin Fan away from the hall and into the depths of the estate. Assassins of Yama Hall generally fall into two categories. One comprises those cultivated by Yama Hall itself, like Liyu, while the other consists of externally registered individuals or those invited to join, such as Lin Fan. It is precisely because Liyu is an insider that Lin Fan's registration was so seamless, devoid of any scrutiny or examination. This path leads to the special training area. Over there is the conference room. The villa district within is where the various Yama reside, though they seldom stay here, shrouded in mystery. The residences of the rest of us are located in the outer areas. Additionally, there lies a basement, connected to an entrance to a secret realm, which is one of the pivotal reasons for the establishment of the Yama Hall headquarters in this location. As they traversed the premises, Liyu continuously enlightened Lin Fan about the intricacies of Yama Hall, and Lin Fan's understanding deepened progressively. Even the hidden ruins are present. Indeed, this is no ordinary assassin organization. Perhaps there are clandestine dealings or other connections with the state. This is my residence, where I typically reside. In the end, Liyu brought Lin Fan to her abode, a lavish suite spanning several hundred square meters. It occupies an entire floor, featuring complete amenities, including a swimming pool. I had always presumed that your life consisted of enduring hardships and dancing on the edge of a blade. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings, finding it comparable to his own villa, and couldn't help but exclaim, I never imagined assassins could appreciate such luxury. Isn't being an assassin merely a means to earn money? And isn't earning money fundamentally for the sake of enjoyment? Liyu shrugged and replied, in truth, many assassins invest in seaside villas, cruising in sports cars while surrounded by beautiful women, living life to the fullest. Lin Fan pondered this and realized she might be right. Assassins face life-threatening dangers daily, never knowing when their time might end. Thus, how could they not indulge in their earnings? I need to take a hot shower. Feel free to look around, she said, leaving Lin Fan in the hall as she headed to the bathroom. Shortly after, she emerged wrapped in a bathrobe, exuding an alluring charm. Lin Fan felt a hint of discomfort, although he was quite familiar with Liyu, having even shared conversations in a cramped restroom. This was the first time he had seen her in a bathrobe. Hey, what are you staring at? Liyu squinted her eyes at him. Is it not permissible for others to gaze upon beauty? Lin Fan murmured to himself as he quickly averted his eyes. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. They arrive rather promptly. Li Yu, seemingly foreseeing the visitor's arrival, remarked with a cold smirk. I shall change my attire. You assist me by answering the door. Very well, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. As he observed Li Yu retreat into the room, he donned his mask and rose to open the door. Outside stood a young man, appearing to be in his late 20s. Who are you? Upon laying eyes on Lin Fan, the man furrowed his brow, discontent etched across his face, and a surge of anger welled within him. Lin Fan cast a single glance in his direction before turning away, retreating to the living room without responding. You. Zhong Hainan seethed with rage. As the most formidable gold medal assassin of the underworld, he had never before been so disregarded. Even the lords of the underworld would not treat him with such disdain. Though infuriated, he refrained from resorting to violence. Kid, what is your connection to flying fish? Zhong Hainan inquired in a low voice. He had instructed that should flying fish return, he was to be informed immediately. The people within the hall had indeed notified him, but they also mentioned that flying fish had brought a man along, prompting his swift arrival. Your name is Zhong Hainan, correct? Lin Fan turned, his expression impassive as he gazed at him. You are the one who has long coveted and entangled yourself with my woman? Your woman? Zhong Hainan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous and cruel smile as he coldly replied. Who do you claim is your woman? Say it again in front of me. Do not come here to act mad. At that moment, Li Yu emerged from the room, wearing a mask that covered her face, with a headband obscuring her left eye. What happened to your eye? Upon seeing Li Yu, Zhong Hainan was initially overjoyed, yet his heart sank at the sight of the scar marring her left eye. It was merely the loss of one eye. To have survived was a stroke of fortune. Li Yu's expression remained impassive as she replied, Who did this? Tell me, and I shall make him pay. Zhong Hainan's countenance darkened to the utmost degree. A fox demon from the third cavern world, but it is already dead. A faint smile finally graced Li Yu's lips as she approached Lin Fan, wrapping her arm around his, and declared, It was slain by my man. In that instant, Zhong Hainan felt as if his world had shattered. He had never witnessed Li Yu smile before, nor had he ever seen her allow someone to draw close, let alone embrace another. He stood there, dumbfounded, his heart bleeding. Lin Fan swallowed hard, barely perceptible. The fragrance of the young girl beside him mingled with the subtle scent of her body wash, and he felt the delicate hand he held, along with the soft warmth against his arm. His expression became somewhat flustered. Fortunately, no one could see the face hidden beneath the mask. Moments ago, you had urged me to repeat myself in your presence. Lin Fan cast a cold glance at the man who stood foolishly in place, and said, Let me reiterate. So you grasp it clearly. Fei Yu is my woman. In the future, keep your distance from her. What if I don't? Before Lin Fan could finish his words, Zhong Hainan clenched his fist and shot him a fierce look. I have no desire to discuss any principles with you. Nor do I wish to engage in talk of love requiring mutual affection. Lin Fan chuckled, replying, I shall say this only once. If you wish to avoid death, distance yourself from her. Should you dare to approach her again, I will take your life. It is as simple as that. Kill me? Zhong Hainan erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. After several bouts of laughter, he finally calmed down. Very well. Since you assert that you are her man, let me see if you possess the strength to back that claim. If you can defeat me, I will wish you both happiness and refrain from troubling her again. Agreed. Lin Fan replied with a smile, recognizing the sincerity in Zhong Hainan's words. This revelation filled him with uncontainable joy. He had not anticipated that the matter could be resolved so effortlessly. While he was not averse to taking a life, Li Yu had informed him that Zhong Hainan was a decent person, at least in his treatment of her. Thus, she merely wished for Zhong Hainan to withdraw gracefully and not seek her out again. A confrontation where he could best Zhong Hainan convincingly, ensuring he would no longer pursue Li Yu, would indeed be the most favorable outcome. The specialized training base awaits. As Zhong Hainan turned to leave, Lin Fan called out to him directly, There's no need for such trouble. We can engage right here. What do you mean? Zhong Hainan frowned, perplexed. This is the home of the flying fish. How could a confrontation take place here? I will remain right here. Lin Fan brushed aside Li Yu's hand and stepped to the center of the living room, his expression serene as he declared, You may attack me at your leisure. For 10 minutes, I shall not retaliate. If you manage to harm even a single hair on my head, I shall concede defeat. What did you just say? Zhong Hainan's countenance darkened once more. He was astonished that this masked man would so brazenly underestimate him. Seeking death. The ominous tone of Zhong Hainan echoed ominously. He found it intolerable to be belittled in front of Li Yu. In an instant, a murderous intent surged within him. Bang! In the next moment, he propelled himself forward, drawing his blade as he charged at Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood there with a smile, unyielding, allowing the long knife to descend upon him. However, just as the blade was about to cleave into his skull, it halted abruptly. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Yet Zhong Hainan gazed at Li Yu, his eyes filled with conflict. He indeed yearned to rid himself of this pretentious masked man, yet he was acutely aware that this was Li Yu's partner. Should he truly slay him? Why are you looking at me? If you manage to injure him, perhaps I might regard you with newfound respect, granting you a chance to pursue me. Li Yu smiled and remarked. Lin Fan had mentioned to him that his phasing time far exceeded 10 minutes, thus within that time frame, Zhong Hainan could indeed not inflict even a scratch upon him. Very well, you have my word. Zhong Hainan had not anticipated that Li Yu would possess such confidence in this masked man. Once more, he turned his gaze toward Lin Fan, his expression devoid of any other emotion, save for solemnity. He was no fool. The very fact that Li Yu could utter such words indicated that this masked man must be a formidable expert. It was indeed possible that he could not harm him in the slightest. However, how could that be? Judging by his voice, he was merely a youth, certainly not exceeding the age of 25. For someone of such youth, no matter how talented they might be they prodigies from the Taoist class or the gifted scions of top-tier families, they could not possibly stand before Zhong Hainan, motionless, allowing him to strike without sustaining even the slightest injury. Swish! The glint of the blade flashed. Zhong Hainan's long knife narrowly missed Lin Fan's head, instead slicing toward his arm. A miraculous scene unfolded, one that upended Zhong Hainan's understanding. The long knife in his hand seemed to pass through the masked man's arm without inflicting any damage, as though striking nothing but air. This masked man's body appeared to have phased out entirely. How could that be? His pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively retreated. Despite having tasted blood from his blade since childhood and having faced countless life and death situations, the sight before him left his heart profoundly shaken for a moment. Fortunately, he was quite experienced in battle and understood that this was not the time for panic. As he stepped back, he sheathed his blade and swiftly formed hand seals, releasing a torrent of flames from his mouth. Fire release. Great fireball technique. He speculated that the masked man's phasing ability must have a time limit, so without hesitation, he unleashed a continuous stream of fire. He did not cease immediately. For a full 2 minutes, he maintained the assault until the surroundings of the hall were nearly overwhelmed. Only then did he finally stop. During this prolonged duration, he believed that Lin Fan must have made his move, and as long as he did, it would signify his victory. However, how could this be possible? Zhong Hainan was once again taken aback. As he concluded the fire release technique, the masked man remained standing there, motionless and unscathed. Could it be that his ability can truly endure for 10 minutes? Zhong Hainan thought in horror. Lin Fan had just mentioned standing still for 10 minutes. Did this imply that he could indeed phase his body for 10 minutes or even longer? How could this be? If such an extraordinary ability truly existed, would this person not be invincible? Who could possibly harm him? Water release. Water prison technique. Zhong Hainan, undeterred, formed hand seals once more. In the blink of an eye, he enveloped Lin Fan in a sphere of water. Simultaneously, he unfurled a scroll. Countless ninja tools manifested in his hands, which he then launched toward Lin Fan with precision, ensuring that there was no unnecessary gap between each weapon. The scroll contained a multitude of ninja tools. As the first scroll of ninja tools was exhausted, the second seamlessly followed. He exhibited no intention of pausing, seemingly intent on relentlessly assaulting Lin Fan for a full 10 minutes. If Lin Fan were to manifest physically even for a fleeting moment within this time frame, he could inflict harm upon him. Even at this juncture, he maintained his composure, striving for victory. He had already acknowledged that he was undoubtedly no match for Lin Fan, yet he still yearned for that final glimmer of hope, that last opportunity. If he could merely wound Lin Fan, he would emerge victorious. In the face of such circumstances, to remain composed and devise such a strategy was indeed commendable. Lin Fan's voice resonated from within the water prison. I must admit, you possess remarkable resolve. You are indeed the strongest among the 12 renowned assassins. Alas, it remains futile. You cannot harm me. If it were anyone else, witnessing their adversary in such an enigmatic and invincible state would likely shatter their composure. Yet Zhong Hainan appeared unaffected. It seemed he truly harbored feelings for Li Yu. Unfortunately, Li Yu did not reciprocate. Do you think I would be swayed by your deceptive words? Zhong Hainan persistently hurled shurikens and other ninja tools at Lin Fan, his gaze unwavering. It appeared he would not cease until the 10 minutes had elapsed. He would not relent. Truly a man of fortitude. Lin Fan mused. Were it otherwise, he would scarcely be worthy or dare to pursue someone like Li Yu. 13 minutes had passed, brother. Lin Fan glanced at the clock on the wall and shook his head. I have generously granted you an additional 3 minutes, and the opportunity has been bestowed upon you. Yet, at that moment, Zhong Hainan finally trembled to a halt in his actions. He was neither ungrateful nor incapable of recognizing reality. He understood that he had lost. The consequence of his defeat was the irrevocable severance of ties with Li Yu. As this realization dawned upon him, he exhaled a final breath and despondently sank to the ground. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Is someone else here? Li Yu furrowed his brow and turned to open the door. Moments later, 2 individuals clad in the garments of the underworld entered, one male and one female, both bearing expressions of grave concern. The Wheel King is dead. Without waiting for Li Yu to speak, they uttered in unison. What? Li Yu was taken aback. Zhong Hainan, who had been slumped on the ground, sprang up in shock, his face a mask of horror. What on earth is happening? He urgently inquired. The Wheel King, one of the 10 Yama Kings. How could such a figure have perished? There has been no news of any missions requiring the Yama Kings to mobilize recently. How could his death have occurred so suddenly? More importantly, he glanced anxiously at Li Yu. The Wheel King is the protector of flying fish. Several of the 12 gold medal assassins were nurtured by the Yama Hall, and thus, they are, to some extent, affiliated with the Yama King. Flying fish is directly subordinate to the Wheel King. Li Yu enjoys a level of freedom within the Yama Palace that surpasses that of all the elite assassins. He can virtually choose any mission he desires. Others, however, are not afforded such liberties, as the palace dictates the tasks assigned to them. Li Yu's unique position is undoubtedly supported by his formidable backing from the Wheel King, a fact that has stirred discontent among many within the palace. Had the Wheel King still been alive, no one would have dared to voice dissent, and the other Yamas would not risk offending one another over trivial matters. Yet now, the Wheel King is dead. However, as the wheels of thought turned in Zhong Hainan's mind, he cast a glance at the masked man behind him, feeling a sense of relief. With such an individual present, it is likely that Li Yu will remain unharmed. The specifics remain uncertain. The Yamas had just resolved to convene a meeting, possibly to swiftly elect a new Wheel King. We are here to inform you of the Yama Assembly, announced the 2 messengers from the Yama Palace, shaking their heads, clearly unaware of the unfolding circumstances. We must also notify others. By the way, those below the gold rank are not permitted to attend. As they departed, they cast a final glance at Lin Fan, who wore a tiger-striped mask, deliberately reminding him of his recent silver rank registration and his connection to Li Yu. Hello everyone, I am a Fei. What should we do? Zhong Hainan turned towards Li Yu. What should we do? Li Yu's expression remained impassive. It seemed that the death of the Wheel King had merely shocked her, failing to evoke any deeper emotions. Are you truly unaware that those golden tokens within the hall, as well as the judges, harbor discontent towards you? Zhong Hainan felt a surge of urgency and remarked, in the past, out of respect for the Wheel King, no one dared to voice their concerns. However, now that the Wheel King is deceased, all that he possessed will inevitably be divided. Even if it is not divided, it shall be inherited by the new Wheel King. Yet, with a new ruler comes new subjects. Will the new Wheel King allow Li Yu to continue in such a leisurely manner as before? Moreover, if nothing unforeseen occurs, the new Wheel King will be selected from among several judges, many of whom do not hold Li Yu in high regard. Are you worried that someone will target me? Li Yu smiled lightly. What else could it be? Even if there is no immediate threat, it is certain to arise in the future, Zhong Hainan replied matter-of-factly. What do you think? At that moment, Li Yu turned his gaze toward Lin Fan. Go ahead. Rest assured. Lin Fan uttered just 4 words. A smile immediately graced Li Yu's face as he turned to exit. Zhong Hainan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to look at Lin Fan, who vanished in a swirl, centered around his right eye. Zhong Hainan was startled by this display of skill, a shiver coursing through him, yet he could not afford to linger. He hastened to follow Li Yu, his mind racing with wildly audacious thoughts. What does this masked man truly intend to do? Could he possibly be heading to the Yama conference? What did Fei Yu mean earlier? What on earth do they intend to do? With a heart full of apprehension, he followed Li Yu to the hall of Yama. Along the way, the masked man did not reappear. He could not help but inquire of Li Yu. who merely shook his head in response, admitting his own ignorance. Zhong Hainan felt somewhat at a loss for words. Soon, they arrived at the hall, a venue for high-level meetings of the Hall of Yama, characterized by its vintage decor. Including Li Yu, there were only 11 individuals present in the Hall of Yama at that moment. Among the Yama, only 3 were in attendance, while out of the 7 judges, a remarkable 6 were present. Perhaps they all wished to vie for the position of Yama, hastily abandoning their pressing matters to arrive at this gathering with remarkable swiftness. As for Meng Pe, she had always remained the most enigmatic figure. Even individuals of Li Yu and Zhong Hainan's stature were unaware whether there existed but one Meng Pe or several. In any case, she did not make an appearance this time. Of the 12 elite assassins, 7 were affiliated with the Hall of Yama, yet only the 2 of them were present. The remaining 5 lacked even the privilege to know the location of the headquarters, let alone participate in such a high-level meeting. The 3 Yama sat upon the elevated throne of Yama. Their silence rendered others unable to speak. The judges occupied the lower seats, while Li Yu and Zhong Hainan were left to stand within this subterranean palace. After a brief interlude, 2 more elite assassins entered. Only then did the 3 Yama seated upon the throne gradually open their eyes. Very well, all are gathered. The third-ranked emperor of the Song dynasty spoke in a soft voice. As his words echoed, a thunderous sound resonated as the great hall's doors were shut. Although not all were present, those who could hasten here had already arrived. A series of faint sounds emerged, clap, 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 above the throne of Yama. Ethereal figures gradually materialized in the vacant seats. Video projections. The significance of this meeting was paramount. The presence of the judges and the golden badges was inconsequential. However, all Yama lords were mandated to attend. Even those unable to physically arrive had to participate in this manner. A total of 6 Yama projections appeared. Except for the deceased Wheel King, all other Yama lords were present. The assembly had officially commenced. The first to speak was the projected figure of King Qingguang, the foremost among the 10 Yama lords. The first order of business. The death of the Wheel King has been confirmed. His demise bears no relation to the affairs of the court. It was his own decision. No one within the court is permitted to investigate or inquire into this matter. King Qingguang's tone was calm and detached. He was not negotiating. He was issuing commands. The second order of business. To select a new Wheel King who will venture beyond the realm to continue the unfinished endeavors of his predecessor. Who aspires to occupy this position. Who is capable of assuming this role. His gaze swept across the 6 judges and the 4 golden badge bearers. The 6 judges' eyes sparkled with fervor, while among the golden badge holders, 2 were visibly eager to seize the opportunity. Zhong Hainan is certainly one of them. Esteemed Yama, what are your thoughts? King Qingguang's gaze eventually swept towards the remaining 8 Yama. Huh. The Song Emperor let out a cold laugh, casting a disdainful glance at King Qingguang, and languidly remarked, "What is there to discuss? It is, of course, a matter of strength. Let them compete, and the strongest shall ascend." The crowd scoffed internally. Who does not know that the judge under the Song Emperor's command possesses a bloodline limit, showcasing the most remarkable prowess? If a contest of martial skill were truly to occur, it is highly probable that this individual would claim the position of Wheel King. The Song Emperor has long coveted the title of the head of the 10 Yama. Should his subordinate secure another Yama position, it could potentially destabilize King Qingguang's authority, leading to internal strife. Thus, it is only natural that some would oppose his words. Regardless of the validity or reason behind his statement, the immediate response is to dissent. Unacceptable. Similarly, the 7th Yama, King Taishan, who also attended the meeting in person, shook his head and expressed a differing opinion. The various judges, including the golden judges, actually possess very similar levels of strength. If they were to engage in combat, it would likely be challenging to determine a victor. Furthermore, even if a winner were declared, it would inevitably result in mutual injury. Could any individual maintain their Yama position under such circumstances? We are all integral members of the Yama Hall. Regardless of who suffers severe injuries or who inadvertently causes another's demise, it would represent a significant loss for our Yama Hall. This is simply untenable. So what do you propose? Yama chuckled and inquired. Immediately, a cacophony of arguments erupted. It should undoubtedly be based on contributions. Whoever contributes the most to the organization should take the seat. Nonsense. If we are to discuss contributions, my subordinate, who discovered the signs of a hidden realm on a remote island, has a greater contribution than all the judges present. Should we then allow him, with his silver badge, to occupy Yama's position? In my opinion, It should be determined by capability. If one's strength is insufficient, there is no harm in gradually cultivating and growing stronger. Everyone here is a prodigy with ample resources. Is it not implausible that one's abilities cannot be enhanced? Lack of contributions is not an issue either. Simply provide more opportunities, and contributions will surely follow. However, capability is not something everyone possesses. Knowing how to manage subordinates, how to handle affairs, and how to take over the mess left by the Wheel King are not tasks that can be accomplished merely through strength or contributions. They require individuals with sufficient capability. What a farce! Everyone possesses some degree of ability. How do you assess whether one is capable or not? I could just as easily argue that those you deem incapable merely lack the opportunity to showcase their talents. Moreover, if all these responsibilities necessitate Yama's personal involvement, then our Yama Hall would suffice with merely 10 Yamas. What purpose do the judges serve? With so many individuals in this organization, what is the point of sustaining them? Ultimately, when it comes to Yama, what truly defines a Yama? It all boils down to raw strength. What constitutes true strength? We are merely an assassin organization. Yin Luo does not regard sheer might as paramount. Rather, it is the art of killing that truly matters. I believe that the one most adept at the craft of assassination should rightfully occupy this position. The so-called council is nothing more than a cacophony of disputes. The judges and elite assassins below seem quite accustomed to this, silently observing without daring to speak. Of course, not every Yin Luo engages in the debate. For instance, the second hall's king of Chujiang remains silent. It is well known that the king of Chujiang is notoriously indolent, caring little for matters beyond his assignments. Entirely disinterested in power, thus he keeps his eyes shut throughout, showing no desire to participate. The others find this unremarkable, as they have grown accustomed to it. Setting aside other matters, at this juncture, King Qingguang once again speaks. First, answer my question. Who wishes to occupy this position, and who is capable of doing so? His gaze falls upon the judges and the elite assassins. The assembly of Yin Luo falls silent. The 6 judges rise simultaneously. Among the elite, Zhong Hainan resolutely steps forward. The masked man he has long yearned for has not made an appearance here, and even if he were to show up, one cannot predict what might transpire. Furthermore, is this masked man truly a match for the esteemed Yin Luo? Hence, he must secure this Yin Luo position, otherwise, Li Yu's future prospects are bleak. Naturally, his motivations extend beyond his personal affections. As an internal member of the Yin Luo Hall, who would not aspire to claim such a position? Another elite assassin hesitates for a long while, but ultimately lacks the courage to step forward. The words of King Qingguang were exceedingly clear. Desiring something is one matter, but the crux lies in the ability to achieve it. He undoubtedly harbored such aspirations, yet he candidly acknowledged his own limitations. In terms of strength, contributions, and other attributes, he found himself lacking in comparison to the others. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and endure. In the arena, there were 7 individuals in total, 6 judges and 1 gold medalist, all vying for the position of Wheel King. The very instigator of this contention, Lin Fan, was presently concealed in the shadows, quietly observing the unfolding scenario. He was taken aback to discover that the inner workings of the Yama Hall were so intricate, with multiple factions and diverse voices even among the Yama themselves. It seemed that the words of King Qingguang, the foremost among the 10 Yamas, wielded little influence over the others. Upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. Each of those who ascended to the ranks of the 10 Yamas surely resented being subordinate to anyone else. Perhaps the original founders of this organization were indeed united in purpose, but as the Yama Hall evolved, the composition of its members had undoubtedly changed numerous times, leading to increased diversity of opinion. Nevertheless, these complexities were of little concern to Lin Fan. What truly mattered to him was the waning support for Li Yu. Among the judges and gold medalists, many harbored discontent towards her lackadaisical approach to work, be it out of jealousy or other sentiments. It was clear that her future circumstances would be precarious. Fortunately, Lin Fan had accompanied her this time. Since he was present, he was determined to eradicate all potential threats once and for all. Yet, the moment for him to take action had not yet arrived. He was keen to witness who would ultimately claim the coveted position of Wheel King. Just then, an unexpected event transpired. As everyone believed that only these 7 individuals would step forward, just as King Qingguang was about to utter more words, an unexpected figure emerged. Li Yu. Indeed. Li Yu calmly stepped forth. Zhong Hainan was instantly taken aback. while the 6 judges wore expressions of bewilderment, all convinced that Li Yu had lost his mind. How dare he act recklessly in such a situation? What audacity possessed him to stand up? Was he truly deserving of this moment? A person who merely muddled through day-to-day tasks, engaging in trivial matters. How could he possibly take a stand? Has he lost his senses? The 9 seated upon the throne of Yama also furrowed their brows at this spectacle. Among the golden ranks, in terms of combat prowess, only Zhong Hainan barely qualified. In terms of talent, perhaps 1 or 2 others might contend. Yet, no matter the criteria, it could never be Li Yu's turn. Not only the denizens of Yama Hall, but even Lin Fan, who observed from the shadows, was astonished. This was far from his expectations. Why had Li Yu decided to step forward? Did he truly aspire to occupy that position? Fei Yu, are you aware of what you are doing? The icy voice of Emperor Song resonated. The gazes of the others turned cold and piercing. Zhong Hainan, filled with urgency, yearned to speak but found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, to everyone's surprise, the king of Chujiang, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly spoke. Li Yu, do not hesitate to withdraw. This is not a place for your foolishness. His stern facade concealed a protective intent. Addressing her by name rather than by a mere title inherently signifies intimacy. The crowd was astounded, their disbelief palpable as they turned to gaze at the enigmatic lord of Chujiang. No one anticipated that this mysterious figure would advocate for Li Yu. Could it be that the support behind Li Yu was not the former Wheel King, but rather the current lord of Chujiang? Upon reflection, the two did indeed share similarities, both belonging to the category of those who indulge in idleness at work. Disregarding the astonishment surrounding her, Li Yu calmly directed her gaze towards the lord of Chujiang, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your reminder. However, my emergence signifies not merely my own presence, but that of flying fish. What difference does that make? Someone scoffed derisively. The distinction is substantial, she replied, for flying fish embodies not only my identity but also my partner, a Fei. Li Yu's gaze swept steadily over the assembled Yama Kings, while she had never bothered to regard those beneath them. At this juncture, nearly everyone was left utterly perplexed. A Fei? Who on earth is that? A person of our Yama Hall? I've never even heard of them. Only Zhong Hainan seemed to grasp the implications of her words. Meanwhile, Lin Fan instantly understood Li Yu's intentions, though he felt a twinge of helplessness, contemplating whether she had misconstrued the meaning behind his earlier glance. This diverged somewhat from his original thoughts. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he felt compelled to cooperate. Without waiting for the crowd to voice their thoughts, Li Yu spoke again. Allow me to introduce my partner, a Fei. As his words fell, the space in the center of the grand hall twisted, and then Lin Fan made his entrance. Greetings, everyone. I am a Fei. The truth lies beneath the blade of the fist. Lin Fan appeared, waving and greeting those present. The 3 prominent figures, King Chujiang, King Song Di, and King Tai Shan, who had come in person to this meeting of the Yama, immediately rose from their seats, their faces etched with wariness. In the heart of the Yama's stronghold, a stranger had emerged in such an uncanny manner. How could they not be startled? More alarmingly, this individual seemed to have been concealed here since the inception of the assembly, only revealing himself upon Li Yu's summons. Yet, astonishingly, none of those present had detected his presence beforehand. This was the Yama, the most elite assassin organization in the Dragon Kingdom. Each attendee was a master of sensitivity and stealth. How could it be that not a single person had sensed the hidden figure before them? Such a reality was profoundly unsettling. Aside from the 3 Yama, the expressions of the remaining 6 were equally grave, and the judges appeared as though facing a formidable adversary. They had retreated towards the 3 Yama, drawing their blades in evident preparation for battle. Amidst the tension, only Zhong Hainan maintained a semblance of normalcy. Yet, to the eyes of the others, his composure was anything but ordinary. The gaze of Emperor Song immediately fell upon him, filled with astonishment and uncertainty. From Zhong Hainan's expression, it was evident that he recognized this individual, a Fei, and possessed some knowledge about him. He might have even suspected or known that this person had been lurking in the shadows all along. Thus, he was not taken aback by the bizarre manner of the masked man's appearance. However, the emperor pondered, why was he unaware of this? Is it not true that Zhong Hainan is one of my trusted subordinates? There is no need for alarm, no need for alarm. We are all on the same side. Observing the crowd's demeanor, Lin Fan quickly raised his hand with a chuckle. On the same side, one of the judges scoffed. We are unaware of when you became one of us in the Hall of Yama. Ah, he truly is one of us. He is a newly registered Yama assassin, Zhong Hainan interjected at that moment. I heard he was brought back by Liu, which piqued my curiosity and prompted me to seek him out for more information. Everyone understood that he was clarifying the situation for Emperor Song. At this moment, the emperor indeed nodded in acknowledgement. Who does not know that Zhong Hainan is a suitor of Liu? It is quite normal to inquire about a man she has brought back, and it is likely that they have already crossed paths. Thus he is aware of this individual's capabilities and surmised that he would appear here. He just registered today? Am I not mistaken, dear friends? Liu, have you lost your mind? This is the headquarters of our Yama Hall, and can anyone truly be brought here? As Zhong Hainan's words fell, a judge let out a cold laugh, stating, even those few elite assassins not trained by our Yama Hall cannot know the location of the headquarters. This person, Fei, not only knows it, but brazenly walks in and appears in such a crucial meeting place. Liu, what is your responsibility in this matter? At that moment, nearly all eyes turned to Liu. If I recall correctly, all judges and our 7 elite assassins are qualified to bring anyone they trust into the headquarters, right? Liu calmly regarded the judge, his tone unwavering. Indeed, that is true, but it must be someone from our Yama Hall. Yet this individual hadn't even registered as an assassin before arriving. Another judge stepped forward to support the argument. Is it said that only Yama Hall members can enter? Liu curiously retorted. Although it was not explicitly stated, is this not an unwritten rule of our Yama Hall? You are merely quibbling. Since entering the Yama Hall headquarters, it is only permissible to bring Yama Hall personnel. Otherwise, do you mean to say that if you trust your brothers and sisters, friends, and family outside, you could also freely bring them for a visit? Thus, this is indeed an unwritten regulation. Liu was clearly trying to argue his way out. The other judges nodded in agreement, affirming the words of the judge. Oh, so that is how it is. Liu nodded, as if grasping the unspoken rule at that moment, and then remarked, if that is the case, it seems I have not committed any grave error. I have already mentioned that he is my partner. His name is Fei, with Fei representing the flying fish. This codename signifies not just my individuality, but embodies the partnership between Fei and myself. Therefore, although he had not registered as a killer of the Yama Hall prior to his arrival, he has, in essence, always been one of us. Is there any issue with that? Not all individuals associated with the Yama Hall are required to have formal identities, for some are destined to dwell in the shadows. However, the judges were evidently not prepared to let Liu off so easily and seemed poised to interject. Enough. The voice of King Chu Jiang resonated from the throne of Yama, stating calmly, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Liu consulted me prior to bringing him into the Yama Hall. Moreover, he is a member of Flying Fish, thus his presence at this meeting poses no complication. The 6 judges were instantly taken aback. The others in the Yama Hall displayed a mix of shock and confusion, though many remained speechless. Since King Chu Jiang had spoken, what further objections could the others possibly raise? At this juncture, the voice of King Qin Guang echoed. Then, Liu, what is the meaning of your presence here? Is he vying for a position within Yama, or do you both seek it together? Such a scenario has never occurred in the annals of Yama Hall's history, where a duo has stepped forward to contend for the role of Yama. Lord King Qin Guang, subordinate, has an objection. Before Liu could respond, one of the judges stood up to voice dissent. Oh, what objection do you have? King Qin Guang, unconcerned, tilted his projected figure toward the speaking judge and inquired with a smile. I believe Flying Fish is unqualified to contend for the throne of Yen Luo. It is well known that Flying Fish has always been carefree and is the most adept at slacking off within the organization, consistently undertaking only the most trivial tasks. What right does such a being have to stand alongside us in this election? Is that so? King Qin Guang expressed curiosity, glancing at Liu and Lin Fan. Do you have anything to say? How absurd. Just because we do not engage in your cutthroat competition, we are deemed unworthy to compete? Liu, exasperated yet amused, retorted, allow me to inquire of this esteemed judge, is Flying Fish not a gold medalist? Did Flying Fish not earn that gold medal through her own efforts? Has Flying Fish not diligently fulfilled the annual task requirements set by the organization? If not, please do enlighten me. If so, on what grounds do you claim Flying Fish lacks the qualification to run? Exactly. The tasks assigned to each Yen Luo by the organization are determined by the Yen Luo themselves. Has she ever failed to complete the assignments given to her by the Wheel King? Has she not contributed to the organization's revenue? Zhong Hainan similarly scoffed. The 6 judges were rendered speechless. The judge who just stood up to voice his dissent shot an irritated glance at Zhong Hainan. embodying a sense of disappointment akin to that of a mentor watching a wayward pupil. Brother, we are both under the aegis of the Song Emperor at this moment. We ought to unite and collaborate, excluding this unforeseen variable, a fey. How can you allow yourself to be so beguiled by this woman, Liu, that you find yourself defending her? Ahem. Realizing his faux pas, Zhong Hainan turned to the Song Emperor, only to meet his icy gaze, which left him feeling rather awkward. Indeed, it was prudent for him to remain silent now. It seemed that no one else harbored any objections. King Qin Guang smiled faintly and inquired, "Is everyone in agreement?" "I find it inappropriate," the Song Emperor interjected personally. From Lin Fan's recent appearance, he sensed that the situation was precarious, believing that a fey would undoubtedly be the greatest variable in this assembly. Without Flying Fish, the chances of his subordinates securing the position of Will King would be significantly higher. Therefore, it was imperative that Flying Fish be prevented from truly participating. Otherwise, the outcome of the election might very well fall into the hands of Flying Fish. The Song Emperor was convinced that Flying Fish lacked the qualifications to partake in this contest for the position of Yama. King Qin Guang, with a jovial demeanor, turned his gaze toward the Song Emperor. If we must speak of qualifications, Flying Fish does possess a tenuous claim to such. The Song Emperor, seated upon his throne, maintained a stoic expression as he remarked, "I merely find it somewhat inappropriate. After all, Flying Fish, as several judges have pointed out, is most adept at evading responsibilities. Can we truly entrust someone like this with the position of Yama? Can we truly bear the burden left by the Wheel King? If we indeed consent to the candidacy of the Flying Fish, and they ultimately prevail, is it not conceivable that those within the hall might perceive that diligent efforts yield no rewards, while those who languish idly are exalted? In such a scenario, who among us would continue to strive for excellence? Would it not be tempting for everyone to recline at home, indulging in leisure? What say you all?" The Emperor Song cast a glance toward the other lords of hell. The 6 judges present represented not just the 6 lords, but potentially more. If we could secure their agreement and join forces, even the support of King Chu Jiang would be of little consequence. At that moment, Liu interjected once more. The lords of hell turned their frowns upon him, taken aback by his sudden interruption. How could a mere mortal dare to speak among such esteemed company? The Emperor Song's displeasure was particularly palpable. "I believe there is a flaw in what the Emperor Song has stated." Liu raised his hand, feigning ignorance. "Oh, what flaw?" The ever-inquisitive King Qin Guang, relishing the unfolding drama, inquired with curiosity. "Since Emperor Song acknowledges our qualifications, we should be allowed to participate directly in the election. To claim that we are idling is unjust. We simply prefer tasks of adventure and investigation, and it so happens that the Wheel King tends to favor us. There is no idleness in our pursuits. As for the notion that we might undermine the decorum of the hall, I believe that is an overstatement. Otherwise, why have we not seen others in the palace emulate the Lord of Chujiang, who typically adopts a hands-off approach? Furthermore, the matter of whether one can shoulder the burdens of the Wheel King is hardly a concern. As the Emperor Song has previously stated, it fundamentally hinges upon true strength. As for the trivialities beyond this, they can certainly be delegated to competent subordinates." Liu's remarks momentarily astonished all present. To invoke the name of the Lord of Chujiang in such a manner, it must be acknowledged, that is indeed audacious. Turning to the Lord of Chujiang. Strangely, there is no hint of anger, as if entirely indifferent. Extraordinary. The dynamic between these two seems to transcend the typical relationship of patron and subordinate, appearing far more intimate than anyone had imagined. Could it be that the Lord of Chujiang has taken a liking to Liu? Were it not for the knowledge that Liu had mentioned the Lord of Chujiang is, in fact, a woman, Lin Fan might have shared the same misconception as the others, believing the Lord was enamored with Liu. Well spoken indeed. Your arguments seem quite persuasive. However, the Emperor Song remains unfazed by such matters, sneering coldly as he gazes at Liu, indifferently stating, "But have you considered whether you possess the qualifications to speak on reason? At this moment, before us? What does that imply?" Liu appeared momentarily taken aback. "I believe today, you must comprehend a certain truth." The Emperor Song rose, his eyes widening, revealing a pair of crimson orbs. "The Sharingan. What truth?" Liu frowned slightly, yet internally, she was filled with derision. With Lin Fan by her side, the efficacy of the Sharingan, even in its kaleidoscopic form, was rendered moot. Not only was the Emperor Song a mere figure among the crowd, but collectively, they were all of the same ilk. The Emperor Song cast a sweeping glance over all present, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Li Yu, as if addressing her specifically, yet simultaneously conveying a message to all. When one's strength is insufficient to uphold their principles, it is prudent to refrain from espousing them, particularly when the counterpart is the king of hell. Such a blatant threat sent a shiver down the spines of the assembly. How had it come to this? It was merely a matter of qualifying for a competition, not the determination of hell's dominion. Moreover, for a dignified king of hell to suppress a renowned assassin, would that not tarnish your reputation, Emperor Song? Many instinctively turned their eyes towards King Chujiang, seeking to discern his stance. Would he intercede on Li Yu's behalf? However, King Chujiang remained with his eyes closed, reclining upon his throne, exhibiting the same indifference as always, detached from the affairs at hand. It was over. Had everyone misjudged the situation? Was Li Yu merely a subordinate of the wheel of reincarnation, with no ties to King Chujiang? Or perhaps, even if there were some connection, it was insufficient to warrant a confrontation with a king of hell? Upon reflection, it made sense. After all, this was Emperor Song, a figure capable of matching the king of Qin in a battle of wits. The crowd turned their attention back to Li Yu, eager to witness her response, to see if she would concede. Yet, was she smiling? She was indeed smiling. What on earth was happening? Just then, Lin Fan stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Li Yu, effectively obscuring the Emperor Song's line of sight. He chuckled softly and remarked, "So, what the monarch of Song implies is that the one with the mightiest fist holds the truth. The concept of impure world reincarnation, the complete body of Susanoo." Time rewinds slightly. Just as the monarch of Song voiced his dissent, and Li Yu stepped forward, a sudden voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Task: win hearts through virtue. Ascend to the throne of Yama. Time limit: 1 hour. In truth, this matter could be effortlessly resolved. There was no need to engage in endless chatter with these individuals. He could simply overwhelm them with sheer strength. However, Lin Fan initially refrained from taking such action, choosing instead to remain in the shadows and observe the unfolding situation. Beyond his desire to gain further insight into the Hall of Yama, he was also waiting for a potential opportunity to trigger some task or another. It was only when he was compelled to reveal himself that he realized, as expected, he had indeed waited for a momentous occasion. The previous 3 tasks had yielded astonishing rewards: the Hashirama Cell, dual god techniques, and the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God. Although he had yet to complete the 3rd task and acquire the Flying Thunder God technique, its acquisition was inevitable. He merely awaited entry into the Heavenly Mirage secret realm. 3 tasks, 3 rewards, each one a pinnacle treasure. What, then, would be the reward for this current task? Just as curiosity enveloped him, the system's voice resonated once more. Task completion reward: Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Kabuto Yakushi, Impure World Reincarnation Technique? Lin Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated this forbidden technique. Intriguing. This is a technique invented by the 2nd Hokage, later popularized by Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. Notably, Kabuto has excelled in the research and application of the reanimation jutsu, perhaps surpassing even Orochimaru and the 2nd Hokage. This reward is indeed remarkable, for in this world, such a technique has never before existed, nor has anyone conceived something akin to it. When your strength is insufficient to uphold your principles, it is wise to refrain from imparting your reasoning to others. As Lin Fan pondered these thoughts, Emperor Song stood up to threaten Li Yu. It was then that Lin Fan approached Li Yu, confronting Emperor Song directly, and coldly remarked, "So, does this mean that Emperor Song believes that the larger the fist, the greater the rationale?" When Lin Fan first appeared, the attendees were taken aback, some even feeling a sense of impending danger. However, as he spoke in a relaxed and somewhat whimsical tone, they gradually began to overlook him. Yet at this moment, standing before Li Yu and calmly gazing at Emperor Song while articulating such a tranquil statement, an inexplicable sense of pressure enveloped the crowd. Indeed, Emperor Song coldly retorted to Lin Fan, "This is a world governed by the law of the jungle. What purpose do empty words serve?" Naturally, the one with the mightiest fist prevails. At that instant, his 3-tomo Sharingan began to slowly rotate into the form of the Manjiki Sharingan. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the grand hall. Sensing something amiss, King Chujiang slightly opened his eyes, taken aback as he gazed at Lin Fan. She had indeed received a request from Li Yu, stating the intention to bring someone to the Yama Temple to admonish Zhong Hainan, urging him to cease his incessant entanglements. She had paid little heed to it and readily consented. However, at this moment, this individual dared to meet the gaze of Emperor Song, who possessed the Sharingan. That was no ordinary Sharingan. It was the Manjiki. In the entirety of Long Kingdom, those who wielded the Manjiki were scarcely a handful. Who among the common folk would dare to provoke such an existence? This young man, this masked figure, how intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. Heh. Lin Fan grinned coldly. Raising his head to face Emperor Song, he inquired, "Do you believe your fist is sufficient to uphold your principles?" As he spoke, a sudden flash of red appeared within the eye socket of his tiger-striped mask, revealing yet another Sharingan. Huh, Sharingan. Emperor Song immediately sprang to his feet, his heart pounding with astonishment. The other Yama officials also gazed at Lin Fan in disbelief. The remaining judges and gold medalists felt a surge of tumult within their hearts. What was happening? This masked individual possessed a Sharingan as well? Could he possibly be a prodigy from one of the capital's esteemed Sharingan clans? Particularly Zhong Hainan, who never anticipated that Lin Fan would possess such an extraordinary ability. When I just clashed with him, I couldn't discern his eyes. The eyeholes of his mask seemed perpetually shrouded in darkness. Daring to confront the Emperor Song head-on, does his Sharingan possess the same kaleidoscopic power? The kaleidoscope holds unique abilities. Could this fellow's phasing power be the manifestation of his Sharingan? In that fleeting moment, myriad terrifying thoughts flickered through Zhong Hainan's mind. Ha ha ha. No wonder he dares to speak to me in such a manner. So this is your source of confidence? The Emperor Song, with a disdainful smile, looked down with an air of superiority. I merely wish to ascertain whether the fist of the Emperor Song is sufficient to uphold your principles. Lin Fan smirked mockingly, then turned to scan the other 8 Yama. Esteemed lords of Yama, do you have any objections? The Yama present remained silent, some watching the spectacle, others casting cold glances. What does the Emperor Song's affairs have to do with me? Very well. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, his gaze once more fixating on the Emperor Song. Let us dispense with idle chatter. Let us see how many minutes you can endure at my hands. If you can satisfy me, I may spare your life. The minds of all present were left in bewilderment. What is this? Endure for a few minutes? And under your control? Wait, who do you think you are? Do you realize who you are addressing? Zhong Hainan's eyes widened. Lin Fan's defense may be invincible, but what of his offense? Is there finally a chance to witness it? The Emperor Song was left dumbfounded. He had encountered arrogance before, but never such audacity. A mere 3-tomo Sharingan dared to provoke me, a wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan? What emboldened you? You insolent brat, you shall pay dearly for this. Bang! The Emperor Song was equally hot-tempered. The Susanoo was immediately summoned, and not just any form, but his strongest manifestation. It was the 3rd form of Susanoo, awkwardly adorned with the Yatagarasu armor, towering at several dozen meters despite only covering the upper body. In an instant, the entire hall of Yama was shattered and leveled. Both King Chujiang and King Taishan had already sensed the impending doom and retreated to safety. The remaining skilled individuals had long since vanished into the shadows. Only Liu stood expressionless behind Lin Fan. Pay a price? First, let us figure out how to survive this encounter. Lin Fan let out a hearty laugh. With a twist of the 3-tomo, the Manjiki Sharingan activated. Buzz, the 1st form of Susanoo, a skeletal figure, enveloped both him and Liu. Huh, Emperor Song sneered, his face a mask of disdain. Yet, the very next moment, meridians and flesh surged forth, chakra coalescing into form. Emperor Song's laughter turned to astonishment, his brows furrowing. Snap! The Yatagarasu armor was donned. It mirrored the 3rd form of Emperor Song. How could this be? Emperor Song's expression turned grave. The personnel of the Hall of Yama, who had just regained their footing, were now struck with terror. They had thought him an inconspicuous character, only to discover he was a terrifying entity akin to Emperor Song. Both wielded the Manjiki Sharingan and could summon Susanoo. Did you think this was the end? Observing the unsightly expression of the Song Emperor, Lin Fan twisted his neck, and his Susanoo suddenly ascended. No, it did not merely ascend. It manifested its lower body and legs. Simultaneously, a long sword appeared at the waist of the Susanoo. This was the 4th form of Susanoo, a manifestation that few in this realm could achieve. Oh my heavens! The distant King Chu Jiang exclaimed loudly. This was the first time in her life she had witnessed such a state of Susanoo. She was overwhelmed with astonishment. Who exactly was this young man that Liu had brought back? At such a tender age, how could he attain such a level? The Song Emperor gazed up at Lin Fan's Susanoo, his steps involuntarily retreating. Others were already paralyzed with fear, rendered speechless. Just then, not enough. Lin Fan's cold and domineering voice resonated throughout the heavens. Upon hearing this, everyone's minds went blank, utterly dazed. What? What was he saying? What had he just uttered? Not enough? What could possibly be lacking? Good heavens, this must be over 140 to 50 meters. The Song Emperor's Susanoo could merely reach his knees. Was that insufficient? Not enough. The Song Emperor felt his legs weaken. Then he beheld Lin Fan's fist clench. That immense chakra, surprisingly stabilized in an instant. A towering figure nearly 200 meters high emerged. A complete Susanoo. King Chu Jiang was left dumbfounded, while King Taishan sensed his own legs trembling. The remaining Yama kings, having just completed their projection, were utterly captivated by the spectacle before them. Their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. Zhang Hainan felt a disorienting haze cloud his mind. Just a short while ago, I dared to confront such a terrifying entity? He pondered, overwhelmed by disbelief. How on earth am I still alive? At that moment, cold sweat trickled down his back, and a profound sense of dread enveloped him, leaving him collapsed on the ground, his heart racing as if he had just returned from the brink of death. Li Yu stood shoulder to shoulder with Lin Fan within the protective embrace of Susanoo, her heart surging with emotion. She could scarcely believe that Lin Fan had managed to manifest a complete Susanoo. Who exactly was Lin Fan, human or divine? What extraordinary feats had he accomplished? What other abilities remained hidden from her? Thankfully, she had witnessed the great Buddha before. Otherwise, she would not have grasped the magnitude of the shock she was experiencing at that moment. Upon witnessing this scene, Emperor Song felt as if a colossal hammer had struck him on the head, leaving him momentarily stunned and bewildered. He could hardly fathom that such an overwhelming chakra had stabilized so completely. It was unfathomable that this masked youth, merely a greenhorn, could possess such outrageous strength. It defied all reason. He was witnessing a complete Susanoo for the very first time in his life. Emperor Song, Lin Fan called softly, now? Let us see whether you live or die, and whether you are strong or weak. The headquarters of the Yama Palace was situated some distance from the urban center. Within a few kilometers of this vicinity lies the domain of the Underworld Palace. This location serves as both the headquarters and conceals a secret relic. Thus, a significant number of guardians are stationed here at all times. At this very moment, a towering figure, 200 meters high, has emerged, causing the ground to tremble ever so slightly. The inhabitants within several miles have all been roused from their slumber. What on earth is happening? Is it an earthquake? Has an enemy invaded? Goodness gracious! What is that? Is it a Susanoo? How could there be a Susanoo of such exaggerated proportions? Whose Susanoo could it be? The Emperor of Song? No, that cannot be correct. The Emperor of Song's Susanoo should not have reached such a terrifying magnitude. This is beyond comprehension. Look quickly beneath that Susanoo. That half-formed Susanoo. Could it be the Emperor of Song? Oh my goodness. It truly appears to be the Emperor of Song. Hiss. Is this an invasion from an external foe? What is the situation here? Who is this person across from us? From the imperial capital? Or sent by the state? What has the Emperor of Song done? What has our underworld palace done to provoke such an assault on our headquarters? Shadows continue to materialize atop the surrounding buildings. Gazing at the complete Susanoo not far away, every face reflects shock and terror, especially when they recognize that the figure standing before them, towering nearly 200 meters high in Susanoo form, was none other than the exalted emperor of the Song dynasty. Their hearts were filled with even greater astonishment. The Emperor's Susanoo was already an imposing presence, standing at least 20 to 30 meters tall, ample enough to instill awe in others. Yet, at this moment, his Susanoo appeared diminutive in comparison to Lin Fan's complete form, akin to a mere toy. The Emperor, at the forefront of this encounter, was suddenly enveloped by a suffocating sensation, which was swiftly followed by an overwhelming fear. In his lifetime, he had seldom experienced such terror. It was reminiscent only of his initial confrontations with ferocious beasts and the first time he struck one down. Since then, such feelings had been absent. Now, after several decades, he was once again engulfed by this soul-stirring tremor. Whether life or death, let us see who is stronger. The Emperor was thoroughly roused by Lin Fan's words, awakening from his state of shock and fear. At this juncture, the only course of action was to confront with all his might. Otherwise, he faced only a path to demise. Kill. A deep, resonant roar escaped the Emperor's lips as he drew his sword and charged forward. True to the nature of the King of Hell, even when on the brink of internal collapse and fully aware of the odds stacked against him. He dared to unsheath his sword and engage. There was no plea for mercy, no hint of submission. Clang! The Emperor leaped before Lin Fan, swinging his sword horizontally. Lin Fan, with a clenched fist, countered. Bang! In an instant, the Emperor was violently propelled backward, and along with him, the chakra sword wielded by his Susanoo was shattered. The fist even cracked his Susanoo. As the Song Emperor was sent flying, his Susanoo form began to regress, ultimately reverting to its initial state. With a spurt of blood, the Song Emperor was severely wounded. A single blow had inflicted grave injuries. This was under the protection of Susanoo. Without it, the thought was too terrifying to contemplate. Such power. This masked man, the one brought back by Li Yu. He was nothing short of a monstrous entity, terrifyingly strong. Summoning his spiritual beast, the Song Emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while suspended in midair, forming the necessary hand seals to call forth a massive blood eagle. At that moment, his body steadied in the air, having abandoned the unstable Susanoo, which had been reduced to its first form. He resolved to forego its use. With man and eagle, after shedding some inertia, they spun and charged forward once more, evoking a sense of tragic heroism. As they surged ahead, the Song Emperor invoked the summoning technique again, calling forth a gigantic ape of formidable size. Astonishingly, this giant ape was nearly equal in stature to Lin Fan's Susanoo. In this world, ferocious beasts roamed abundantly. What people lacked the least were spiritual ninja beasts. The giant ape descended from the heavens, landing behind Lin Fan with a resounding impact that shook the surroundings. It seemed momentarily startled by Lin Fan's Susanoo, but that was fleeting. In the next instant, it raised its hand and struck towards Lin Fan's Susanoo with tremendous force. If only he had retained a few fox demons as spiritual ninja beasts back then, Lin Fan mused with a touch of regret. However, at that moment, he was overly inflated with pride, having associated himself with the Nine Tails, and found himself utterly disdainful of those inferior fox demons. With a clang, Lin Fan drew his sword and pivoted. He intended to strike directly at the giant ape's fist, but the creature unexpectedly took a sudden step back, retracting its fist with remarkable agility. Upon its arrival, it had quickly grasped the situation and, before it could fully process the shock, it attempted a sneak attack. Little did it anticipate Lin Fan's swift reaction. Thus, it decisively retreated. What astonished everyone was that as the giant ape withdrew, it audibly declared, "Brother, your moves are quite sharp. I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourself." With that, it vanished with a resounding thud. In that instant, all were left bewildered. They had expected to witness an epic battle between man and ape, and yet, was that truly all? After a failed ambush, it retreated without a trace of hesitation. This was a far cry from its earlier imposing entrance. What kind of pact had the Emperor Song forged? Why was this giant ape so fearful of confrontation? The Emperor Song himself appeared momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure, well aware of the nature of this giant ape. After a brief moment of hesitation, he returned to normalcy, continuously forming hand seals. Streams of fire dragons surged forth, aimed at Lin Fan. Yet, how could mere fire techniques contend with the fully realized Susanoo? At that very moment, the Emperor covered his eyes as blood trickled forth. The kaleidoscope. 4 or 5 fire dragons expanded in size, their crimson flames transforming into a sinister purple inferno. Lin Fan had already turned around. However, he had just been captivated by the colossal ape, and due to his unwieldy size, he found himself unable to match the speed of Emperor Song. Thus, the purple demon dragon crashed into his Susanoo, entwining and igniting it. How intriguing. Is this the power of your kaleidoscope? Lin Fan grinned widely. With a swift stroke of his long blade, the body of the purple dragon he touched twisted in a bizarre manner before vanishing completely. In mere moments, the several purple dragons transformed into fragments, clinging to Lin Fan's Susanoo. In that instant, the damage inflicted upon Lin Fan was reduced to a minimum. Simultaneously, with a flick of his other hand, the remaining remnants were entirely eradicated. To his surprise, it proved to be somewhat effective. What kind of fire is this? Lin Fan observed Emperor Song with keen interest. At that moment, Emperor Song's resolve began to waver. The kaleidoscope ninjutsu he took such pride in seemed to have only a marginal effect in the presence of this masked man. It appears you have no other powers to display. Witnessing Emperor Song succumb to self-doubt, Lin Fan shook his head in disappointment and then unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. Both man and eagle were instantly driven into the ground. As the dust settled, a massive crater emerged before the eyes of the onlookers. The giant eagle had vanished, leaving behind only the pitiful form of Emperor Song. This scene would undoubtedly cast a long shadow in the hearts of many. In a fleeting moment, the once mighty Song Emperor, who possessed the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, was utterly vanquished. The summoned beast, a colossal ape, was so terrified that it turned tail and fled, not daring to linger. Who could this individual be? What manner of person is he? When did our Dragon Kingdom give rise to such an unparalleled powerhouse? The members of the Underworld Hall were engulfed in trepidation. Will King, I implore you to show mercy. The voice of King Chujiang echoed at that moment. Presently, she was the only one in the entire Underworld Hall capable of stepping forward, given her connection to Liu. The Wheel King she referred to was none other than Lin Fan. At this juncture, who could dare to contend with Lin Fan? Who would even consider challenging him? The position of Wheel King was indisputable. What? Will King? Upon hearing King Chujiang's call, the surrounding members of the Underworld Hall were left in utter bewilderment. The Wheel King of the 10 halls of Yama? This individual is actually one of us in the Underworld Hall? How could we possess such a formidable ally? Why then is he only ranked 10th? Moreover, if he is one of our own, why did he strike against the Song Emperor at headquarters? I am not the Wheel King. Lin Fan retracted his divine powers and, alongside Liu, descended to the ground, standing before the deep pit opposite King Chujiang. Employing a wooden clone to manifest the complete form of Susanoo was, indeed, somewhat strained. It barely reached 200 meters. Now you are. King Chujiang's face twisted in bitterness as she shook her head and forced a smile. No, you have yet to grasp my meaning. Lin Fan shook his head and stated, I believe the title Song Emperor possesses a certain grandeur. Do you understand? Now that the cards are laid on the table, in this realm governed by strength, he need not extend courtesy to anyone any longer. King Chujiang was momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend, a judge approached, more accurately, one bearing a projector. Indeed, I believe it is more fitting for Brother A Fei to occupy the position of the 3rd Hall Song Emperor. The voice of King Qin Guang resonated from the projection. As for Wu Fei, the other judges lacked the requisite strength. It would be more prudent to assign him the role of the 10th Hall's Will King, to manage the mess left by the previous Will King. What say you? The Wu Fei he referred to was none other than the fallen Song Emperor, lying in a pool of blood within a deep pit. Or rather, he ought to be called the former Song Emperor. This Wu Fei is the most conspicuous rebel within the realm of Yanluo, often opposing King Qin Guang. It was unexpected that King Qin Guang would plead for him on behalf of Lin Fan at this moment. Following Qin Guang's words, the other judges of Yanluo turned their gazes toward Lin Fan. The surrounding individuals from the Luo Hall had long been kept at bay by the judges and the golden badges. This was an internal affair of the Yanluo Hall, and could even be deemed a scandal. Thus, it was imperative to keep it from the knowledge of too many. Liu subtly tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve. After all, the Yanluo Hall had shown her kindness. For Liu's sake. Very well. Lin Fan pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Instantly, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The masked man nodded, ensuring that Wu Fei's life was spared. After all, he was a valuable high-tier combatant in the Hall of Yama. Although everyone harbored their own intentions, they could not merely stand by and watch him perish. Having been thoroughly chastised, it was likely that he would no longer exhibit such rebelliousness in the future. From now on, he would assume the role of the new Wheel King, and this enigmatic masked figure was none other than the new Song Emperor. Yet, an air of unease lingered among the crowd. With such a formidable individual ascending to the position of the Song Emperor in the Hall of Yama, one could only speculate about the future dynamics of this realm. Quickly escort the Wheel King for treatment. The rest of you, find a place to continue the meeting, commanded King Qin Guang, his expression grave. Next, we address the third matter, which pertains to the Sakura Nation. During this assembly of Yama, the first order of business was to announce the death of the Wheel King. The second was to elect a new Wheel King and expedite his appointment to rectify the ensuing chaos. Now, we arrive at the third matter. The former Song Emperor was carried away for treatment, while the judges and the esteemed officials led the disciples of the Hall of Yama in tidying up the aftermath. Liu, citing Lin Fan's unfamiliarity with the Hall of Yama, chose to remain by his side. Under the guidance of King Chujiang, they entered a spacious conference room. Once the projections of the Yama figures descended, King Qin Guang began to speak. The third matter is quite straightforward. It involves the elimination of an individual. Who is this person? An official from Yama inquired. Just yesterday, an S-rank powerhouse from the Sakura Nation suddenly defected. It is rumored that he has taken many lives. This morning, news arrived that this individual has joined the WASP organization. Are we to assassinate this S-class traitor? King Taishan furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is not a traitor from our Dragon Nation. Why should we be concerned? Let them handle their own affairs. Why must we assist in eliminating this traitor?" The official also expressed confusion, and the remaining few Yama were similarly perplexed. I then declared that what I was about to say must remain confidential. King Qingguang, seemingly unfazed by the previous queries, spoke with utmost seriousness. The Heaven S Path secret realm has shown signs of activation. What? Upon hearing this revelation, everyone was taken aback. Li Yu also exhibited a look of astonishment. She had previously learned of the Heaven S Path secret realm from Lin Fan. But that was only because Lin Fan was affiliated with the Heaven's Path class. How did King Qingguang come by such intelligence? This information should ideally be kept from public knowledge at this stage. Lin Fan's expression remained hidden beneath his mask, revealing no discernible reaction. King Qingguang continued, "To betray the nation neither early nor late, but precisely at this moment, and with Sakura Nation allowing this individual to escape successfully. If this were mere coincidence, it would indeed be too fortuitous. Are you suggesting that this individual's betrayal is a facade? That he feigned treachery to facilitate certain endeavors, hence joining the WASP? There are speculations among the higher echelons of our nation. Consequently, a substantial price has been offered for us to eliminate this S-class traitor from Sakura Nation. Regardless, let us proceed with the elimination. As for the individuals from the land of cherry blossoms, I am willing to offer a discount." The various lords of hell exchanged remarks with one another. Ahem. Thus, the pressing question now is, who shall carry out the assassination? King Qingguang cast his gaze upon the assembled lords of hell, stating, "While the reward is indeed substantial, one must act within their capabilities. We must not allow ourselves to falter, for a failed mission is but a minor inconvenience. Yet alerting the adversary could lead to significant complications. Should this individual possess any unique tasks upon the attempt on their life, they might very well choose to vanish without a trace. The subsequent actions of such a person would be utterly unpredictable. Therefore, this mission must be executed flawlessly." Initially, several lords of hell were eager to take on the challenge, but upon hearing these words and grasping the gravity of the situation, they restrained their impulses. After all, this person resides abroad and is affiliated with the Hornet organization, making the task far from simple. After surveying the room, King Qingguang ultimately fixed his gaze upon Lin Fan. "In truth, I had originally intended for the former Emperor Song to undertake this task. However, he is currently gravely injured and unlikely to recover within a few months. Furthermore, he must also contend with the mess left by the Wheel King. Emperor Song, do you have any interest in this matter?" "Such trivialities should not trouble me," Lin Fan replied, shaking his head languidly. A chill of apprehension swept through the crowd. This newly appointed Emperor Song proved to be rather difficult to engage with. "I shall take on the task," King Chujiang said with resignation, stepping forward. "Yet, who will guard the stronghold in my absence?" In accordance with past conventions, among Qingguang Wang, Chujiang Wang, and Song Di Wang, one must inevitably remain behind to oversee the headquarters and manage affairs here. Given that Qingguang Wang has pressing matters to attend to, and the former Song Di Wang has been temporarily deposed, should Chujiang Wang depart, who will guard this place? The crowd could not help but turn their gazes toward Lin Fan. "Do not look at me." Lin Fan rose calmly and stated, "My purpose here is not merely to guard the premises." With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance. Li Yu cast an apologetic glance at Chujiang Wang and Song Di Wang before following suit. What was initially presumed to be a significant matter turned out to be merely a task of eliminating an individual. Utterly tedious. Shaking his head, Lin Fan opened his system backpack and directly fused with the alchemist's technique of Edo Tensei. "I did not expect that even a clone could trigger a quest. It seems I can create more clones for amusement in the future," Lin Fan mused with quiet delight. "Lin Fan, you just claimed your purpose here is not to guard the house. So what is it?" Li Yu inquired casually as he walked beside him. "I have yet to determine that," Lin Fan replied, shaking his head. His ascendance to the position of Yama was due to Li Yu's assistance and the activation of a system quest, which led him to this juncture. Lin Fan, what is it? You cannot possibly be just a mere clone, can you? "Of course," came the reply. "Is that true? A wooden clone of yours can wield the complete form of Susanoo?" Liu felt a jolt of astonishment, struggling to believe it. What else would you think? Lin Fan shrugged. The scene shifts to the second underground cave. On a small hill, Lin Fan and Su Yiru stood side by side. Is it truly wise to provoke so many ferocious beasts? A hint of concern graced Su Yiru's face. They had only just arrived at cave number 2 yesterday, discovering this optimal location. Subsequently, the 6 members of the Tiandao class formed 3 pairs to lure the surrounding hordes of beasts. This served as a valuable experience for the 9 individuals. Lin Fan even expressed his desire to see which of the 3 groups would attract the greatest number of beasts. If they did not come, so be it, but since they were here, they might as well resolve the matter thoroughly. With a smile, Lin Fan remarked, regardless. We must instill a lasting fear in this horde of ferocious beasts, ensuring they lack the ability, and even the courage, to confront us in the years to come. Do you know what I am thinking right now? Su Yiru suddenly flashed a smile and inquired. Perhaps you are pondering whether I was responsible for the scene we encountered in the Fox Demon territory within cave number 3, Lin Fan replied. So was it you? Yes, Lin Fan stated calmly, without a trace of hesitation. Su Yiru fell silent. The memory of the Fox Demon territory still sent shivers down her spine. How did you accomplish that? Su Yiru's heart raced. If the horde of beasts they were about to provoke was sufficiently large, perhaps Su Yiru would have the opportunity to discover the truth. Just then, a resounding thud reverberated through the ground. The summit appeared precariously unstable. Suddenly, Lin Fan's keen gaze sharpened as he noticed a thick cloud of dust rising in the eastern sky. It seemed that a formidable horde of beasts was advancing from that direction. Concurrently, disturbances began to emerge from the west as well. I hope nothing has happened to Xiao Meng and the others, Su Lin Fan mused, furrowing his brow. With both the eastern and western factions luring the beasts toward them, why was there no sign from Lu Yunxiang and Zhang Xiaoming, who had ventured north? If they could not even accomplish this minor task, it would only signify that their 3 years of rigorous training had been in vain. Su Yiru shook her head and remarked, the Heavenly Dao secret realm is about to open, and time is running short. Only through genuine combat experience can one avoid an untimely demise within the realm, endangering both themselves and others. If something has truly gone awry, Su Yiru's words trailed off, but Lin Fan understood her implication. Yet, he speculated that their silence might herald a remarkable revelation. Su Yiru's expression shifted dramatically. Having been serious just moments ago, she now broke into a smile. Let us hope for the best, Lin Fan said, observing the gathering beasts below. He felt little concern for Lu Yunxiang, but his anxiety for Zhang Xiaoming began to surface. He regretted not having created a clone to discreetly follow them. Just then, as Lin Fan's thoughts wandered, his gaze suddenly focused. Lu Yunxiang and Zhang Xiaoming had inexplicably appeared behind him. They had returned even faster than the other 2 groups. What on earth happened with you 2? Lin Fan swiftly inquired. We have eliminated the last 3 direct descendants of the leader of that ferocious beast legion, and after leaving the time and place for the duel, we hastily returned to save ourselves. Lu Yunxiang gasped. Goodness, those were the only 3 offspring the great leader cherished dearly. How did you manage to accomplish that? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. The manner of execution is of little consequence now. What truly matters is that the leader is likely to go mad. Su Yiru remarked gravely. Isn't it a competition to see who can attract more ferocious beasts? We intend for it to go berserk. Only in madness will it rally its legion, Lu Yunxiang explained. Rest assured, even if it is the great leader, it cannot command every legion. Especially for its own personal matters, Su Yiru retorted, exasperated, gazing at the 2. This is not my concern. I was merely on lookout outside and had no idea what she had done. Zhang Xiaoming decisively threw her teammate under the bus. Su Yiru facepalmed. However, observing Lin Fan's confident demeanor, she suddenly contemplated that perhaps there truly was an opportunity to unravel the mystery that had been troubling her heart. What had transpired in the territory of the Fox Demon clan? As anticipated, the situation unfolded much like Lu Yunxiang had predicted. The great leader indeed summoned the warriors of the main force to emerge. A vast multitude, an assortment of ferocious beasts, had gathered, and there were no other branch legions present. The beasts from both the east and west had already arrived. However, they seemed to have received some command. Remaining poised beneath their feet, refraining from pursuing the members of the Heavenly Dao sect, they awaited the arrival of the great leader's legion from the north. At this point, the Heavenly Dao sect members had gathered, albeit with a sense of trepidation. Despicable humans, How dare you slaughter my son? I shall make you pay dearly, and I will raise your strongholds to the ground." A terrifying voice erupted from the great leader, reverberating through the heavens. What shall we do next? Zhang Xiaoming felt a twinge of anxiety. It was her first encounter with such ferocious beasts. "Fear not. Just watch my performance," Lin Fan reassured her, giving her a gentle pat on the shoulder before turning away. With a clap of his hands, he exclaimed, "Ha! What escape? The realm of flowering trees has descended." Boom! In an instant, terrifying vines shot up towards the sky. What now? This range is excessively vast. Su Yuru's heart trembled at the sight of the colossal vines erupting around her. Just days ago, when Lin Fan used this technique against the Feng family in that desolate secret realm, it was nowhere near as astonishing. If the area of effect at that time was limited to merely the size of a soccer field, now it had expanded to encompass dozens, if not hundreds, of such fields. If one were to liken this domain to a small county, it felt as though the entire county was enveloped beneath the realm of flowering trees. Vines stretched out to the horizon. Such power, such awe. It was astonishing that when he dealt with the people from he had not even utilized a third of his strength. No, he hadn't even exerted a mere tenth. It was utterly ridiculous. Su Yuru stared at Lin Fan in disbelief, seemingly attempting to decipher the very nature of his being, pondering how such a prodigy could exist in this world. It appeared that she would never have the opportunity to witness the scene within the territory of the Fox Demon clan. Yet one thing was certain. It was undoubtedly Lin Fan's doing. The adage to capture the thief, first capture the king, rang true. Lin Fan summoned the Flower Tree realm, his gaze fixated on the leader of the ferocious beast legion at the center. Before it could utter another insult, countless vines surged from all directions. Although it spewed forth energy trees to shatter the encroaching vines, its efforts were in vain. The sheer number of vines was overwhelming. After a brief struggle, it was soon engulfed. With the leader's fall, chaos ensued among the troops. What had once been a well-ordered legion swiftly descended into disarray, their resistance waning. As the flower pollen descended, enveloping all surrounding space, the ferocious beasts could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to collapse one after another. The students of the Heavenly Tao class watched in stunned silence, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Is this truly the arrival of the Flower Tree realm? Lu Yunshang's extraordinarily ample bosom rose and fell with intensity, her voice trembling with fear. It was terrifying. So many ferocious beasts had been dispatched in an instant, all with a single ninjutsu, and it was a wood-release technique at that. Zhang Xiaoming felt as though she were in a dream. Is this truly my cousin? Is this truly the same individual who has undergone rigorous training with me over the past few years? The most feeble student of the Heavenly Tao class? The one at the very end? Zhang Xiaoming gazed incredulously at Lin Fan before her, as if she was seeing him anew. My goodness, is this the so-called arrival of the floral realm? Is this truly the wood-release ninjutsu? Can wood-release ninjutsu actually be so astonishing? The most astonishing part is that he doesn't even need to form hand seals. Has he only acquired wood-release a few days ago? Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Is he even human or a deity? The rugged youth was utterly astounded. OMG, this is simply amazing. It's unbelievable. The boy who often spoke in a nonsensical manner appeared somewhat dazed. The other two young women were equally stunned. It turns out he is so extraordinarily powerful, so formidable. No wonder Instructor Su invited him to enter the illusory realm. This is utterly preposterous. I previously thought of him as our burden, the weakest in the Heavenly Tao class. I never imagined his strength had already surpassed that of the instructors. He is no longer on the same level as us. If anyone were to witness this scene, would they still dare to mock him for exchanging dust release for wood release? It is simply inconceivable. Time flew by, and 2 days passed. Lin Fan and his companions returned to the imperial capital. Lin Fan, teacher, I will not come to see you off tomorrow as you enter the Tianhuan secret realm. Lu Yunshang's eyes ignited with determination. Yes, time is precious. From this moment on, there will be no so-called holidays for you. Those who need special training will undergo it, and those who must refine their ninjutsu will do so. Su Yuro nodded in agreement. She could perceive that Lin Fan had instilled varying degrees of motivation in the other 6 members of the Tiandao class. A fervent desire to grow stronger now burned within all of them. Moreover, signs indicated the imminent arrival of the Tiandao secret realm. Naturally, the holiday for the Tiandao class was announced to end prematurely. Starting tomorrow, these 6 individuals would be subjected to the rigorous special training of the Tiandao class instructors. As for Lin Fan, He no longer required such training. Of course, entering the Tianhuan secret realm could also be considered a form of experience. The group bid farewell and returned home, leaving only Su Yuro and Lin Fan. Shall we go to my house or yours? Su Yuro inquired. Huh. Lin Fan momentarily failed to comprehend. All right, let us go to your house. Su Yuro, recalling her close friend, couldn't help but shake her head and pout. Okay. Lin Fan replied with an awkward smile. With tomorrow's venture into the secret realm approaching, it was indeed time to converse. Moments later, Lin Fan led Su Yuro through the door. Women's shoes? However, upon entering, Su Yuro frowned. She noticed a pair of women's shoes situated in the living room. Lin Fan immediately thought of his wood clone and recognized the approximate size of the shoes. They must belong to Li Yu. Li Yu is home? What is going on? What is this clone doing? How could it bring Li Yu here? Do you have a woman at home? Su Yuro glanced over. Ahem. Lin Fan coughed a few times, attempting to remind certain individuals inside, but calmly shook his head, saying, it must have been left behind by Xiao Meng. Oh. Su Yuro nodded, seemingly harboring no suspicions. What are you drinking? Lin Fan hastily shifted the topic. Anything is fine. Su Yuro reclined on the sofa in the living room, gazing at the ceiling, lost in her thoughts, responding lazily. Before long, Lin Fan brought her a cup of coffee. Instructor Su, what are you thinking about? I was thinking of you. Su Yuro sighed, blurting it out. After a full 2 seconds, it seemed she finally realized what she had said, quickly adding, what I meant was, I never knew you were this strong. I used to think I could battle with you, and even believe that no matter how strong you became, you wouldn't be able to overpower me. However, now, Lin Fan understood her implication. Instructor Su, are you regretting it? Regretting inviting me to enter the Tianhuan secret realm with you? In the past, Su Yuro had invited him into the secret realm, not only because she trusted him sufficiently and found his would-release jutsu extremely useful, but also because she believed she could keep him in check. Yet now, she was acutely aware that she was not his match at all. If he truly intended to do something to her within the secret realm, she would likely be unable to resist. Hence, she must be grappling with this realization. Fortunately, the Tianhuan secret realm had yet to be opened. Regret now? Yet it is not too late, Lin Fan stated calmly. Su Yuro gazed intently into his eyes, as if trying to peer through to understand the essence of his character. If I were to grant you a 20% increase in chakra, but the condition is that you must kill me. Su Yuro fixed her stare on Lin Fan and inquired, would you take my life for that 20% chakra? Do not rush to answer. Contemplate this carefully. No one will ever know, not even you afterward. No, Lin Fan interjected firmly before she could finish. You responded too swiftly. Su Yuro expressed her dissatisfaction and continued, consider this. The Heavenly Path secret realm is about to open. It is a perilous domain of national annihilation. If you were to possess an additional 20% of chakra, it would not only benefit you, but also yield immense advantages for the entire Dragon Nation. Thus, if you were to kill me for that 20% chakra, it would not solely be a selfish act. It would be for the greater good of the Dragon Nation. No, Lin Fan maintained a shake of the head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Why not? If it were for the Dragon Nation, perhaps I would. Su Yuro asked with curiosity. Firstly, the Heavenly Path secret realm, even if it poses the threat of national destruction, is no different to me than any other secret realm. For regardless of the circumstances, there exists nothing that could harm me or pose a threat to my life. I am a force capable of toppling nations. Beneath Lin Fan's calm and serene smile lies an unparalleled confidence, dual divine might, an immortal physique, and self-healing without signs. How could one possibly meet their demise? To wish for death is a challenge in itself. Even in battle, with the Susanoo and the great Buddha, who among us can truly obliterate a nation? A mere 20% of chakra, though immensely tempting, is insufficient to distort his true nature and essence. You consider yourself a nation destroyer? Su Yuro almost laughed, yet suddenly, images of the Fox Demon clan flashed through her mind, causing her expression to grow grave. To be candid, how strong Lin Fan truly is remains a mystery. Do I truly comprehend it? No, I am utterly in the dark. From beginning to end, Lin Fan has only revealed 2 ninja techniques in my presence. The birth of the tree realm and the arrival of the flower tree realm, both performed without hand seals. Throughout, he has maintained an air of nonchalance, showing no signs of exertion or struggle. Moreover, she swallowed hard and continued her inquiry. Furthermore, as for the others in Dragon Country, I must confess my indifference. I tend to be rather narrow-minded, caring more for those close to me. In our roles, we are sustained by the state. Thus, it is our duty to serve the nation, yet this does not imply that we must sacrifice everything. We need only strive to the best of our abilities and remain true to our conscience. Hence, I could never sacrifice my loved ones for those I do not know, for the so-called dragon country, or for such a hypocritical notion of grandeur. Thus, if it necessitates your demise to acquire that 20% of chakra, I would rather forego it. Very well. On this matter, you have indeed persuaded me. Suyuru nodded, contemplating for a moment before continuing. However, aside from this, I have another question. Ahem. Although this inquiry is somewhat awkward, I feel compelled to pose it. Please proceed, Lin Fan replied. You are aware that during an exploration of a secret realm, with only a man and a woman present, there are occasions when it may lead to. Suyuru's cheeks flushed as she awkwardly inquired. Ahem, what if, hypothetically, you were to lose control and act forcefully towards me? And I found myself unable to resist you. What do you suppose we should do? What should we do? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Am I truly perceived in such a manner by you? What happened to the trust we spoke of? And now you ask me what to do? Should we simply leave it be? What should I say, my friends? I await your guidance, urgently. Curiosity indeed killed the cat, Instructor Su. I believe I am not that sort of person, am I? Lin Fan smiled helplessly. Am I? Suyuru revealed a look of intrigue. Oh no. It is not a matter of should be. I, Lin Fan, am not that kind of person. Lin Fan hastily affirmed. You ask, should I trust you? I believe it is possible. Are you truly worthy of that trust? Or perhaps not. Lin Fan retorted, as if it were a matter of course. Suyuru was at a loss for words. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. Your word manipulation can even subdue ferocious beasts with your presence. Acquiring a mere 20% of chakra should pose no challenge. The crux of the matter, however, is that you are still quite young. Even if, by some chance, you were to best me in the secret realm, it doesn't seem I would suffer greatly. Ah, what am I thinking? Suyuru quickly averted her gaze, avoiding Lin Fan's eyes. Well then, let us leave the conversation here for today. Rest well. For tomorrow we shall enter the heavenly mirage secret realm together. With that, she stood up and walked out. Just leave it at that? I had thought Teacher Su would require me to make some sort of solemn vow. Lin Fan jested as he accompanied her to the door. It was only after watching Suyuru's figure disappear that he shut the door and returned to the living room. Come forth, he intoned in a deep voice. Immediately, the space distorted, and Liu along with his doppelganger emerged from the divine realm. What brings you here? Lin Fan inquired, then quickly shook his head, adding, Never mind, I shall investigate myself. With a mere thought, his doppelganger transformed into a puppet. In that moment, everything the doppelganger had experienced over the past few days flooded into Lin Fan's mind. To his astonishment, he truly was merely a doppelganger? Liu was utterly astonished. It was only at this moment that she genuinely confirmed this was Lin Fan's doppelganger and not his true self. Previously, she had asked and received an answer that had left her shocked and awestruck, but upon further reflection, she had doubted its veracity. A mere doppelganger can achieve such a feat? Nevertheless, at this moment, she witnessed the scene unfold before her eyes, watching as Lin Fan, who stood by her side, transformed into a lifelike puppet. Despite her disbelief, she had no choice but to accept the reality of the situation, for seeing is indeed believing. The mere existence of a doppelganger capable of summoning a complete Susanoo was unprecedented. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable and defied the laws of science. It was simply absurd. Yet, upon reflection, everything that transpired with Lin Fan was, in fact, remarkably outrageous. Thus it became clear. Lin Fan finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Firstly, he remained astonished that a doppelganger could trigger a system task. Secondly, Liu had appeared here because she was aware that he was to enter the heavenly illusion secret realm the following day, so she had come to bid him farewell. Naturally, she was also eager to discern who was the doppelganger and who was the true self. After all, with divine might at play, their presence here would go unnoticed by anyone, allowing them to approach freely. Emperor Song, how intriguing. Lin Fan grinned, reveling in this novel experience. Your teacher is indeed quite fascinating, he mused. Liu settled beside Lin Fan, in the very spot previously occupied by Suyuru, and remarked, While I am concerned that your formidable strength might pose a threat to her within the secret realm, I also recognize that such power is essential for securing the ultimate prize for her. Lin Fan was well aware that she had overheard the entire conversation he had with Suyuru. Thus, He preferred to avoid discussing this topic with Liu. And, henceforth, the matters concerning the king of Taishan shall rest upon your capable shoulders. You shall represent me in meetings, and, should you find it burdensome, feel free to enlist the assistance of a messenger. Ah, how adept you are at diverting the conversation. Liu could not help but chuckle coldly, saying, all right, I understand. You are a significant figure in the heavenly Dao class, after all. Who has time to concern themselves with the trifles of a mere assassin organization? Rest assured, I shall report to you as needed, and I will reach out when your input is required. That suffices. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Very well. If there is nothing further, please escort me out, Liu said. Are you leaving already? Lin Fan inquired, surprised. I merely wish to ascertain which of your personas is the genuine one. Now that I have seen, why linger? What purpose does it serve? Liu replied. Fine. As you wish. Lin Fan acquiesced, realizing the validity of her words. With that, he placed his hand on Liu's shoulder, drawing her into the realm of divine might. Shortly thereafter, Lin Fan brought her outside. They then casually sought a place to dine before taking a leisurely stroll through the park to aid digestion. As the moon ascended into the night sky, Lin Fan declared, I must take my leave now. You should return home and rest. Liu halted her steps, and Lin Fan nodded in response. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a tiger-striped mask. Take this mask. It may prove useful at some unforeseen moment. Very well. Liu accepted the mask, contemplating that it might only serve as a fade during the meetings of the underworld. In the Tiandao class, within the confines of a villa district, two students clad in combat uniforms were making their way toward Lin Fan's residence under the moonlight. The senior remarked, Is Lin Fan truly as formidable as they say? Is he worthy of your personal approach? The worthiness remained uncertain for the moment, yet it was evident that he possessed some remarkable qualities. The senior's assertion rang true. Lin Fan had previously appeared weak. So how could he suddenly become a rival even to seasoned Jonin? Such a transformation was indeed peculiar. I surmise he must have uncovered some secret to strength or perhaps acquired a hidden treasure. If only we could persuade him to share it. The two exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Lin Fan, having just emerged from the Shenwei space, furrowed his brow in annoyance. Who could possibly disturb him at this hour? Upon answering, he swiftly changed his shoes and opened the door to find two familiar faces, Senior Mu Yang and Junior Lu Xian. What brings you both here together? He inquired, inviting them inside with warmth. Although they were both members of the Tiandao class, they belonged to different cohorts, and Lin Fan had only met them a handful of times before, leaving him puzzled about their unexpected visit. I specifically came to find you, one of them replied. Mu Yang smiled and said, Junior Lu Xian is someone I encountered along the way. Upon hearing that I was coming to find you, he decided to accompany me. Did you come specifically to see me? Senior, is there something on your mind? Lin Fan led them to the living room. Actually, it's nothing of great consequence. Mu Yang replied. I heard that you annihilated the Feng family, and I was rather curious to see for myself. Curious about what? Lin Fan inquired. Naturally. I am curious about how you single-handedly eradicated the entire Feng clan. Mu Yang remarked with a grin. It's astonishing that such a multitude could be dealt with by you alone. Lu Xian chimed in, equally astonished. Indeed, I am genuinely curious about your method. After all, a centipede, even when mortally wounded, does not easily perish. The Feng family still possesses some legacy. Ah, I see. So, do you think I resorted to underhanded tactics? Lin Fan chuckled as he posed the question. Not at all. Mu Yang shook his head. With 3 impartial witnesses present, cheating should be out of the question. We are merely intrigued by your prowess. How you managed to eliminate so many members of the Feng family without sustaining a single injury. Exactly. Do you possess some secret to becoming stronger, Senior? I heard you were quite weak before. In just a few days, you seem transformed, as though you have mastered some extraordinary technique. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. A chuckle escaped his lips as he mused, after all this chatter. Have we finally arrived at the crux of the matter? Lin Fan thought to himself, a cold smile forming within. Curiosity, of course, is not unwelcome. However, there are instances when certain matters warrant a degree of discretion. Each individual harbors their own secrets, and curiosity may indeed lead to one's demise. Mu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, while the smile on Lu Xian's face began to fade. Lin Fan, Lu Xian remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Senior Mu Yang has come to visit you out of respect. If you were to align yourself with the Mu family, perhaps you would be inclined to divulge this secret. Lin Fan scoffed, his disdain evident as he averted his gaze from the pair. Regardless of how you vanquished the Feng family, the mere fact that you effortlessly triumphed over Feng Yu and toyed with him as you pleased renders you a valuable asset for the Mu family. Would you consider joining us? Mu Yang asked earnestly. Regrettably, I must decline, Lin Fan replied calmly, shaking his head. Yet, just as he finished speaking, a thought struck him regarding the Yama Hall. No. The Yama Hall and the Song Emperor. That is but a matter for a fey, and bears no relation to me, Lin Fan. He paused, contemplating. Furthermore, when the time is right, I shall meticulously organize this assassin organization. At that juncture, it will not be I who joins the Yama Hall, but rather the Yama Hall that aligns itself with Lin Fan. Indeed, that is the way of it. Lin Fan mused inwardly. Mu Yang squinted slightly as the three-tomo Sharingan manifested in his eyes, his tone tinged with displeasure. Do you not realize that even among the members of the Heavenly Path class, not everyone is deemed worthy to join the Mu family? At this moment, however, I believe you possess such worthiness. Have you truly considered your decision? Thank you for your kindness, but I must decline, Lin Fan responded, shaking his head and rising to his feet. His intention to dismiss was unmistakable. Humph, how audacious. Lu Xian scoffed, also standing up. Senior, let us take our leave. Mu Yang chuckled lightly, pausing in contemplation before rising as well. Yet, just as the two were about to exit, he abruptly turned back. Lin Fan, could you enlighten me on how your strength has surged so dramatically? Sharingan, Jinjutsu. At that moment, even Lu Xian, who stood beside him, revealed a look of astonishment. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Mu Yang would resort to such tactics, directly employing illusionary techniques against Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was also a prodigy of the Heavenly Path class. Senior Mu Yang, have you considered what fate may await you for using the Sharingan's Jinjutsu against a prodigy of the Heavenly Path class? Lin Fan calmly met his gaze and inquired serenely. What? The sudden onset of the Sharingan's illusionary technique appeared utterly ineffective. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, Lu Xian's face betrayed an expression of disbelief. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of Mu Yang's illusions. At this moment, he was caught off guard, striking when least expected. Logically, even those who could typically resist the Sharingan's Jinjutsu would fall prey. Yet, to his astonishment, Lin Fan appeared unscathed. At that instant, Mu Yang's heart raced, sensing impending trouble. However, the next moment, as if a revelation dawned upon him, a serene smile graced his face as he remarked, "What nonsense are you spouting, Lin Fan? This jest of yours lacks humor. Why would I employ illusions against you?" Mu Yang maintained his calm demeanor with a smile. Lin Fan, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed at him with a grin, remaining silent. All right, Mu Yang sighed, shaking his head. I concede that I did employ an illusion against you, but so what? Do you possess any evidence, Lin Fan? Of course, you may report it at will, and let us see if I will be punished as you desire. Ha! With that, he turned on his heel, ready to depart. He had approached this encounter with a mindset of mere experimentation. After all, who would willingly share such secrets? Now, with even the unexpected illusion proving ineffective against him, there was no point in lingering any longer. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? Lin Fan's voice suddenly resonated from behind. Mu Yang scoffed, turning to look at Lin Fan with a mocking gaze. What punishment could I possibly need from anyone? As for evidence, do I, Lin Fan, require such trivialities? Lin Fan's words had yet to be completed when his fist crashed into Mu Yang's face. Mu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Lu Xian's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. To strike here? In this place? This was the territory of the Tiandao class. Mu Yang was not merely a member of the Tiandao class. He was also part of the esteemed Uchiha clan. Had Lin Fan lost his mind? 62. I have taken note of your eyes, he thought, utterly stunned. He could not fathom that Lin Fan would dare to launch an attack against him, especially here. Madness. His mind could only scream those two words. In the next instant, with a resounding thud, Lin Fan's fist struck with disdain, causing Mu Yang's entire face to cave in. He was sent flying with tremendous force. Blood erupted into the air. Bang! In the blink of an eye, his body slammed against a nearby wall, embedding him within it. Gasping, Mu Yang struggled to cough up blood. The searing pain brought tears to his eyes, and his cries of agony persisted. The commotion drew the attention of the neighbors nearby. What was happening? What was the situation? Had they gone mad? Who dared to cause trouble in the Tiandao class? A few neighbors rushed over, some being Lin Fan's juniors and others his seniors. Although Su Yiru and Zhang Xiaoming lived nearby, they were far enough away that they likely could not hear the chaos. Lin Fan, Muyang, what on earth was happening? Upon witnessing these two individuals, the neighbors were left utterly bewildered. They had originally prepared to roll up their sleeves, ready to see who dared to act recklessly in the Tiandao class, poised to administer a manual lesson. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered it was Lin Fan and Senior Muyang, both esteemed members of the Tiandao class. Yet, to their astonishment, these two were embroiled in a fierce confrontation. What was even more shocking was that Muyang, the pride of the Mu family, was not a match for Lin Fan. He was a prodigy who had awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 5, possessing illusionary techniques that surpassed all other young heirs of the Sharingan clans in the Dragon Kingdom. Logically speaking, Lin Fan, no matter how formidable, should have been easily subdued by Muyang with just a mere glance. Yet now, it was Muyang who had been driven into the wall. Muyang finally regained his senses, his three-tomo Sharingan fixated intently on Lin Fan, his eyes brimming with rage. Just as he was about to utter a few cutting words, his eyes widened in shock. Lin Fan had suddenly appeared before him, a cold, emotionless hand gripping his neck, rendering him utterly speechless. You likely never anticipated the dire consequences of employing illusionary techniques against me. Lin Fan regarded him with an eerie calmness, akin to gazing upon a lifeless corpse, and remarked, "Indeed, right?" Muyang had never considered such a possibility. The art of ninjutsu, particularly illusion techniques at the level of the Sharingan, generally leaves scant traces, without evidence. Who would dare to take action against a member of the Tiandao class? As for Liu Xian, he would merely serve as Muyang's witness. Only the three of them were present, all prodigies of the Tiandao class. Could it be that anyone would dare to employ torture against these three? Even if the situation escalated, it would merely result in a few reprimands or warnings directed at the Mu family, utterly inconsequential. This low-risk approach contrasted sharply with the high reward of obtaining Lin Fan's secrets. Muyang was certainly not foolish. Why would he not pursue it? Regrettably, Lin Fan did not succumb to his illusions as he had anticipated. Even more unexpectedly, Lin Fan boldly retaliated with ferocity. Before Muyang could react, he was struck squarely in the face by a powerful punch. The pain was excruciating. How long had it been since he had experienced such agony? Lin Fan's strength surpassed all his expectations. With a single blow, he was gravely injured, rendered powerless to retaliate. As Lin Fan seized him by the neck, he found himself unable to utter a single word, utterly humiliated in front of so many junior classmates. Let me reveal to you what your fate will be. Since you have not contemplated it, allow me to enlighten you. In that moment, Lin Fan flashed a bright, innocent smile, sending shivers down Muyang's spine. Your eyes. I shall claim them. What? Muyang was momentarily stunned by these words. The others present were equally bewildered, particularly Liu Xian, who felt as though he were in a dream. Just a moment ago, when he witnessed Muyang suddenly using his illusions, he was shocked yet ecstatic, believing that Lin Fan's secret was within reach. However, in the next instant, the tables turned. Now, Muyang's eyes were to be taken by Lin Fan as a form of punishment? Ah, but it is Muyang, the hope of the Mu family's current generation. Is this for real? Lin Fan, are you serious? Lin Fan, have you truly lost your mind? Lin Fan, Jr., please don't. Lin Fan, Sr., remain calm. Oh my. It's all over. A few individuals attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. With a swift motion, Lin Fan grasped Muyang's neck with one hand while his other hand sliced through Muyang's eyes. In the next moment, two eyeballs fell into his grasp. Ah! The anguished cry of Muyang echoed through the air. Logically, with his throat constricted, he should have been unable to produce such a scream. Yet, at this moment, his voice rang out without hindrance. Clearly, Lin Fan had intentionally relaxed his grip at that moment. It remains uncertain whether he desired to hear Muyang's cries or wished for all present to bear witness. You ought to be grateful. Just moments ago, you bore no ill intent towards me. Otherwise, you would now be nothing more than a lifeless corpse. Securing the Sharingan, Lin Fan turned away with an impassive expression, no longer casting a glance at Muyang. The greatest reliance of Muyang throughout his life had been his eyes. Now that they were gone, he was rendered utterly worthless. This is the fate that befell him for employing illusions against Lin Fan, a conclusion he had never envisioned. As Lin Fan slowly approached the doorway of his home, he suddenly turned his face, gazing at Liu Exin, who was now engulfed in profound terror. Liu Exin, as if awakening from a deep slumber, was struck with sheer horror upon meeting Lin Fan's gaze. He nearly collapsed to his knees. Liu Exin, earlier, you claimed that I was being ungrateful for your kindness? As Lin Fan's words reverberated, they struck Liu Exin with the force of a sledgehammer, causing his legs to buckle and him to collapse to his knees. No, no, I. Liu Exin stammered, an inexplicable dread enveloping his entire being. He was well aware of Lin Fan's volatile nature. How else could he have dared to cause such a scene at the Liu family banquet, showing no regard for anyone? How else could he have erupted on the beach, assaulting Feng Yu and trampling the police? How else could he have single-handedly annihilated the entire Feng family? And how else could he have uttered the arrogant words, "Feel free to call whoever you want"? Lin Fan was unhinged. This he knew. So why had he come to provoke such a madman? Had he lost his mind? Everyone suspected that Lin Fan possessed a secret, and everyone wanted to obtain it. Why were he and Mu Yang the only ones who dared to approach him? Did they think they were smarter than everyone else? At that moment, infinite regret welled up within Liu Exin. He never imagined that Lin Fan would be so utterly deranged as to directly gouge out the Sharingan of the Mu family's young master, Mu Yang. I don't need anyone to grant me face. Lin Fan stated. You better remember this. Today is the first time, and it's also the last. In the future, don't ever speak to me in that tone again. You are not worthy, understand? I understand, Liu Exin nodded profusely, like a chick pecking at rice. He thought he could escape this calamity. But in the next moment, Lin Fan's voice resounded once more. This slap is your lesson. Liu Exin's mind went blank. A resounding slap landed squarely on his face. With a sudden clap, his body was flung away. And it was not until he hit the ground that he found himself momentarily disoriented. Ever since he had joined the Heavenly Path class, everyone had treated him with utmost courtesy. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Under normal circumstances, he would have been consumed by rage. Yet, at this moment, he discovered that he could not summon even the slightest trace of anger. Rather, he felt an inexplicable acceptance of Lin Fan's slap, as if it were entirely justified. What was happening? Liu Exin was suddenly engulfed by a sense of absurdity. Had he truly been reduced to this state by Lin Fan's intimidation? A sharp sound echoed as Lin Fan closed the door. Stunned, he glanced around. Mu Yang was being rescued from the wall by several members of the Heavenly Path class. Receiving first aid, seemingly oblivious to his predicament, he needed to inform the instructor. And the Mu family, this incident, had escalated. The expressions of those individuals were grave. Mu Yang's cries of agony had not ceased. Liu Exin's heart raced. As if a voice within him was whispering, do not presume that being a member of the Heavenly Path class grants you any privilege. Look at Mu Yang. He is the hope of the Mu family's generation, and yet, what has become of him? That night, some could not find rest. For instance, the members of the Mu family, who accompanied Mu Yang to the hospital, summoned every available medical ninja. Liu Exin, standing by, recounted the entire sequence of events without any concealment or exaggeration. Both Mu Yang and Liu Exin's instructor were present. Upon hearing the account, their expressions fluctuated between turmoil and uncertainty. Should an outsider dare to employ the Sharingan illusion technique against a member of the Heavenly Path class? Even if he were the head of the Mu family, the two instructors would not hesitate to apprehend him or even execute him on the spot. However, the individual in question is also a member of the Heavenly Path class. Particularly, Mu Yang's instructor appeared exceedingly grim. If one were to delve into the matter, he too bore the guilt of insufficient discipline. Logically, Su Yuruwa should have been present as well. Yet, it was well known that she was to enter the Celestial Mirage secret realm the following day, hence her absence went unremarked. The two instructors exchanged glances. How do you propose we handle this matter? Inquired a member of the Mu family. Silence enveloped the instructors. This situation was far from simple. They were uncertain whether this was Mu Yang's own volition or a directive from the Mu family. Clarity had yet to be attained, and there was no need to rush. Let us first ensure Mu Yang's recovery, one instructor remarked with a stern expression. At present, it was solely Liu Exin's testimony. Who could ascertain whether the two had committed further transgressions against Lin Fan? It was indeed naive to ponder how to resolve this issue at such a juncture. We are aware that Mu Yang was at fault, succumbing to unwarranted greed, yet he is but a youth, naive and unknowing of the gravity of his actions. His punishment should not be so severe. We hope to reclaim his eyes. The Mu family, acutely aware of their own shortcomings, dared not make extravagant demands. merely requesting Lin Fan to return Mu Yang's sight. Not deserving of such a fate. I would inquire of the Mu family. What audacity granted him the confidence to act so recklessly within the Heavenly Path class? Another instructor immediately scoffed, while others remained oblivious. They were acutely aware of the significance of the impending opening of the Heavenly Dao secret realm for Lin Fan and his cohort. The actions of the Mu family against Lin Fan had undoubtedly transgressed the boundaries set by the nation. Should it ultimately be revealed that this incident stemmed solely from Mu Yang's personal intentions and actions, all would be well. However, if it were to be established as the Mu family's directive, then the existence of the Mu family would likely be rendered superfluous. Did they truly believe they could reclaim the Sharingan? Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. Did the Mu family think that, because they were the instructors of Mu Yang and Lu Xin, they would show favoritism? That was even more absurd. Following this incident, how could Mu Yang and his companion possibly remain in the Heavenly Dao class? As the saying goes, the tree that stands out will be felled by the wind. Sensing the instructor's stance, the members of the Mu family felt a chill in their hearts. Lu Xin, in particular, lamented his earlier decisions. He had thought that associating with Mu Yang would yield favorable outcomes, but now he faced the prospect of losing his identity within the Heavenly Dao class. Mu Yang had long since succumbed to unconsciousness, his eyes brimming with anguish and regret. He had originally intended to graduate from the Heavenly Dao class, perhaps even becoming an instructor, and after a few years, return to his family to inherit the position of clan leader, wielding great power and enjoying a transcendent status, reaching the pinnacle of life. Now all of that was lost. He had even lost his own eyes. Were it an ordinary person, their resolve might very well shatter. It was hard to fathom how he would react upon awakening, realizing that Lin Fan had faced no repercussions and that his Sharingan might never return to him. Would he not utterly collapse? Mu Yang's parents, their faces etched with sorrow, gazed upon their unconscious son lying on the hospital bed, their hearts heavy with anguish. That night, the Mu family was enveloped in an unbearable silence, with no one able to find solace in sleep. As dawn broke the following morning, a delicate hue of pale light graced the eastern horizon. Warm sunlight streamed in, and Lin Fan awoke, blissfully unaware of whether others had found sleep. For him, it was the most restful slumber he had experienced in quite some time. Perhaps it was the result of acquiring a pair of Sharingan the previous night. System Father, when might you bestow upon me a forbidden technique such as Izanagi or Izanami? Lin Fan mused internally. Although the likelihood of needing them was slim, that did not diminish his desire. After all, it is often said that possessing a multitude of skills is never burdensome. One never knows when they might prove useful. However, to his surprise, the Mu family had not sought him out the previous night. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback. He had anticipated that they would storm into his home in a fit of rage, rousing him and providing him with a reason to act, perhaps even to acquire another pair of Sharingan. Ahem. It seemed such fortunate occurrences were no longer in store for him. He dismissed the thought and proceeded to wash up and have breakfast before heading out, leaving without even a single exploration backpack. After all, the Heavenly Fantasy secret realm allowed nothing to be taken within. I wonder if the items in my divine might space can be brought along. Lin Fan pondered as he made his way to Su Yuro's home, contemplating the clothes, food, and ninja tool scrolls he had stored in his divine might space. They are all exceedingly inexpensive items. After all, it stands to reason that such things should not be brought in, akin to the immutable laws of nature, which permit only one to enter clad in their ordinary garments. To attempt to introduce overly extravagant items would surely result in their destruction by these very rules, resulting in a grievous loss. Even the wealthiest among us cannot indulge in such folly. Before long, he arrived at Su Yuro's residence. Within her abode, she was not alone. Shinjing, her close confidant, was also present. However, it appeared that Shinjing bore a faint red mark on her forehead, likely a remnant of Su Yuro's admonishment. "You've arrived," Su Yuro remarked. "Allow me to introduce Shinjing, the very woman who was gossiping about you the other day. She was once my dear friend, but from now on, she shall merely serve as my housekeeper." Su Yuro's tone was laced with irritation. Are you both all right?" Lin Fan inquired, a hint of awkwardness in his voice. "We're fine. She merely gave me a light thrashing," Shinjing replied with a hearty laugh, stepping forward to extend her hand toward Lin Fan in a gesture of apology. "I apologize. I tend to be a bit too inquisitive. Please do not take offense." However, her delicate hand was swiftly brushed aside by Su Yuro. Enough of this. Lin Fan wasn't even concerned. Su-yuro declared dismissively, making her way toward the exit. "All right, Miss Su," Shen-jing responded, her expression a mixture of confusion, innocence, and a touch of indignation as she turned her head slightly, as if to silently question. "You weren't bothered, yet you still reprimanded me?" Shen-jing gritted her teeth. "Your bond with your close friend is truly remarkable." Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words and could only respond casually. Having grown up together, there exists a phrase that encapsulates their relationship, dependent on each other for survival. Perhaps that is how it is. Su-yuro let out a sigh. "I originally intended to dedicate my heart to the bright moon, yet alas, the moon only illuminates the ditches. Her dear friend has undoubtedly betrayed her countless times." Sigh. "Speaking of it only brings tears. Are you really planning to enter the secret realm dressed like that?" Su-yuro skillfully shifted the topic. "This outfit is simply more comfortable," Lin Fan replied with a smile. Today, he donned a casual black ensemble, rather than the combat attire of the Heavenly Path class. Su-yu, too, was not in military uniform, but she at least wore combat gear, a form-fitting black suit. Such attire is practical, resistant to dirt, and conducive to combat and survival in the wild, while simultaneously accentuating her exquisite physique and alluring curves. Though she expressed concerns about Lin Fan's intentions, she herself wore an even more enticing outfit, and one could hardly find any flaws in her reasoning for it. As the two engaged in conversation, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Tianhuan secret realm. A considerable number of people had already gathered there. The spots were limited, and not many would be entering the secret realm. Most were merely family members, coming to bid farewell. Su-yuro led Lin Fan to a side where they sat down. Opposite them, two teams seemed to have gathered, surrounded by their relatives and friends, creating a lively atmosphere. In stark contrast, the area where Lin Fan and Su-yuro sat remained unusually tranquil. Due to their shared lack of close friends and family, it was expected that Lu Yunshang and Zhang Xiaoming would come to bid farewell, especially considering the perilous nature of the secret realm. This could very well be their last meeting. However, with the imminent opening of the Heavenly Dao secret realm, the intensive training for the past 2 sessions of the Heavenly Dao class had become the most significant matter in contemporary Longhua. Starting today, they were to begin their special training, leaving no time for farewells. Furthermore, they were acutely aware of Lin Fan's formidable strength from their expedition to the No. 2 cavern, which alleviated any concerns for the safety of the two. They had already exchanged farewells in advance. Thus, at this moment, the atmosphere surrounding Su-yuro and Lin Fan felt rather desolate, starkly contrasting with the growing crowd. Before long, Uncle Zhang and the elder of the Lu family arrived together. "Isn't that old Lu?" someone remarked in surprise. "I never expected him to come as well. Who is he here to see off?" Just as the crowd pondered over old Lu's purpose, they noticed him approaching Su-yuro. "Since Yunshang and Mengming cannot come to see Instructor Su off, we have come on their behalf," the elder of the Lu family said with a warm smile. "Lin Fan, I have heard from old Lu that your strength is astonishing," Uncle Zhang added, his face equally bright with a smile. "No wonder Instructor Su extended an invitation to you. Make sure to protect her well in the secret realm." Although their words were merely pleasantries, the underlying concern was palpable. The group exchanged a few jovial remarks as more people gathered, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Until a certain moment, members of the Mu family unexpectedly arrived. What is going on? Why is the Mu family here? And why are there so many of them? Wasn't this secret realm devoid of the Mu family's participation? The crowd was filled with curiosity. As they observed the members of the Mu family approaching Lin Fan, their intrigue only deepened, prompting whispers among themselves. Some individuals, privy to certain details, suggested that the Mu family's young master had been blinded, possibly in connection with Lin Fan. Consequently, a few could not help but rise from their seats, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Accompanying the Mu family were 2 instructors from the Tiandao class. Lu Xin was certainly among them, while the others remained unaware. The 2 instructors were somewhat informed, as today Lin Fan was set to enter the Tianhuan secret realm with Su-yuro. Therefore, it was imperative to confront him directly and clarify the situation. "How come you two are here? And why have you brought so many members of the Mu family with you?" Su-yuro stood to greet them, seemingly unaware of last night's events. The 2 instructors exchanged knowing smiles, shaking their heads in resignation. "What exactly happened last night?" Su-yuro paused, momentarily taken aback. After having dealt with her friend the previous evening, she had slept soundly, even indulging in a rather embarrassing dream. Thus, she remained oblivious to the commotion outside. "Teacher Su, they must be here to see me. Without waiting for a response from the others, Lin Fan awkwardly stepped forward. To see you? Su Yuru turned around in astonishment, her mind immediately conjuring the image of Mu Tianqi, the current head of the Mu family. Lin Fan had indeed acquired one of his eyes. But how did Mu Tianqi come to know this? Was it possible that the individual from the police department had divulged the information? Indeed, we have come in search of Lin Fan. Regardless of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Su Yuru's mind, the two instructors remained oblivious, stepping forward to declare, however, it is nothing of great concern. We merely wish to confirm a few matters with him. At that moment, the instructors instructed Lu Xian to recount the events of the previous night in detail. Lu Xian spoke in a hushed tone, rendering his words inaudible to the onlookers. Yet, as they attempted to draw closer, they were thwarted by the Mu family's guards. Perhaps the Mu family had summoned such a crowd today solely to prevent others from overhearing? While many failed to grasp the full context, the esteemed elder Lu, Su Yuru, and Uncle Zhang were all ears, comprehending every word with clarity. Elder Lu cast a penetrating glance at Lin Fan, his heart racing with disbelief. Uncle Zhang's heart also pounded with intensity. When had the Mu family's prodigy, a genius from the Heavenly Path class, become so easily manipulated by Lin Fan, to the extent that he had even gouged out his eyes? Su Yuru was equally taken aback, initially relieved to learn it was not a matter concerning the head of the Mu family. She soon found herself shocked to hear that Lin Fan had indeed removed Mu Yang's eyes. She was undeniably shaken. Although Mu Yang's use of illusion against Lin Fan provoked her ire, Lin Fan's act of gouging out his eyes seemed rather barbaric. Yet, she found a peculiar delight in such savagery. However, as Su Yuru slowly turned her gaze towards Lin Fan, she pondered silently whether he harbored some strange obsession with extracting eyes. Previously, he had removed a kaleidoscopic Sharingan from Chi Weigua, and now he was indulging again with the eyes of the Mu family's prodigy. It seemed he had developed a penchant for this, hadn't he, classmate Lin Fan? Was there any inaccuracy in his words? After Lu Xian concluded, the two instructors turned to Lin Fan and inquired. The high-ranking officials from the Mu family, who had accompanied, now displayed a hint of anxiety as they looked towards Lin Fan. Even Mu Yang, who had been blinking, exhibited a listening demeanor. Today was meant for him to confront Lin Fan. Should Lin Fan dare to make baseless accusations? That seemed unlikely. Lin Fan replied calmly. Unlikely? The two instructors frowned. At least during the time he has spent in my residence, his statements have neither exaggerated nor distorted the truth, Lin Fan asserted. Very well. In that case, your act of gouging his eyes is deemed justifiable. We shall expel both of them from the Heavenly Path class as a form of punishment. Do you have anything further to add? The instructors promptly decided the fates of Mu Yang and Lu Xian. Mu Yang lowered his head. Lu Xian slumped to the ground, as though all strength had left his body. Nothing more to add. Lin Fan shook his head. As the aggrieved party, he certainly could demand a harsher punishment from the Heavenly Path class for these two. However, that was simply unnecessary. The desired punishment has been personally received. At this moment, everything can be deemed settled. In other words, Mu Yang's Sharingan now belongs to him, and he may dispose of it as he pleases. The two instructors expressed their satisfaction, offered an apology to Lin Fan and Su Yuru, and promptly departed with Mu Yang and Lu Xian. This matter, of course, is far from concluded. Ultimately, whether it was indeed at the behest of the Mu family remains to be investigated. However, that no longer concerns Lin Fan. Classmate Lin Fan, I am Mu Chun. At that moment, a man in his 30s emerged from among the Mu family. The name Mu Chun was not unfamiliar to the crowd. Although the head of the Mu family is Mu Tianqi, he generally does not involve himself in affairs. The real authority lies with this young Mu Chun, who often represents the Mu family. Ordinarily, one would expect such a figure to be addressed with utmost respect by a student like Lin Fan. Even Su Yuru would typically be more polite in his presence. However, the atmosphere was markedly different now. Lin Fan remained silent, while Su Yuru regarded him with cold indifference. Old Master Lu squinted his eyes, seemingly dozing off. Uncle Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, but the next moment, he too relaxed, mimicking Old Master Lu by closing his eyes in repose. We sincerely apologize. Regarding Mu Yang's incident, we truly had no knowledge of it. Subsequently, our Mu family will certainly provide compensation and extend a formal apology. This young man has come to realize his mistake. Classmate Lin Fan, might we consider reconciling and returning his eyes? With a forced smile, Mu Chun entreated. Although Mu Yang was not his son, he was currently the only member of the Mu family capable of succeeding him in the future. I'm afraid that's not feasible, Lin Fan demurred with a smile, shaking his head. Only by losing his eyes will he truly learn a lesson. I'm doing this for his own benefit. This isn't about letting you off the hook. Mu Chun, undeterred, persisted. Lin Fan, what price do you require us to pay? We can negotiate. The two instructors who escorted Mu Yang and Lu Xian away cast a distant glance in their direction. Upon witnessing Mu Chen's obsequious demeanor, they couldn't help but sigh. However, they couldn't interfere and didn't wish to. If Mu Chun could retrieve the Sharingan from Lin Fan, that would be his achievement. With Su Yuro present, they weren't concerned about Lin Fan being taken advantage of. I apologize, but I believe I've made myself abundantly clear. Please refrain from further entreaties, lest you find yourself in a more awkward position, Lin Fan replied impassively, shaking his head. Furthermore, I hope the Mu family comprehends that the era in which you could act with impunity has passed. Henceforth, if you wish for your family to endure, you should exercise greater restraint over your kin, lest one day you follow in the footsteps of the Feng family. These words carried significant weight, even a hint of menace. Mu Chun furrowed his brow, indignation flaring within him. He had assumed that his status and willingness to humble himself would at least offer a glimmer of hope, or at the very least, cause no harm. Yet, he had never anticipated that Lin Fan would be so dismissive, even uttering such a severe admonition. These words were not spoken softly. While not thunderous, they were certainly audible to everyone nearby. At that moment, Mu Chun truly wished he could crush Lin Fan right then and there. Alas, if that's the case, so be it. A smile, albeit a strained one, remained on Mu Chen's face. He nodded and lamented, I shall heed your words, Lin Fan. With that, he prepared to depart with his remaining kin. However, after only a couple of steps, he turned back. Lin Fan, he said, your advice to our Mu family from an outsider's perspective has indeed benefited us greatly. Therefore, allow me to offer you a word of counsel in return. Speak, Lin Fan responded calmly. Lin Fan, don't you think you've been rather arrogant lately? Remember, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind, Mu Chun said with a smile. The menace in his words rivaled even Lin Fan's earlier warning. Su Yuro narrowed her eyes slightly. The onlookers gasped. This Mu family truly had gall, threatening Lin Fan right in front of Su Yuro? Did they truly think the heavenly Dao class was merely ornamental? Thank you for the advice. However, I have no need for it, Lin Fan scoffed, responding with disdain. Mu Chun sought to regain some semblance of dignity, but he would not grant it to him. Given Mu Yang's audacity in employing illusions even against prodigies from the celestial Dao class, one can only imagine the extent of his disregard when pursuing matters of personal interest. Does Mu Chun truly believe he can reclaim the Sharingan from such an individual? A fool's errand. And after a well-intentioned warning, he takes umbrage? Ingrate. Oh, Mu Chun responded with a smile of his own. At that moment, the celestial illusion realm opened. Let's go, Su Yuro said impassively, stepping into the teleportation array. Lin Fan rose as well, and to the astonishment of all present, walked to Su Yuro's side and into the array. He was not there merely to bid farewell, but to enter the celestial illusion realm alongside her. The crowd was aghast. This act signified not only Su Yuro's trust in Lin Fan, but also her recognition of his strength. Just how formidable is Lin Fan then? The realm's entrance token was held by Su Yuro. As the pair was about to vanish, Lin Fan finally turned to face Mu Chun, his countenance radiating an air of supreme dominance. His tone dripping with disdain. The tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind? Nay, a tree that supports the heavens shall weather the storm itself. With a hum, the two disappeared. As Lin Fan vanished into the teleportation array, his final words reverberated in the hearts of all those present. The spectators were universally awestruck. Mu Chun, after all, is a person whose status is so high that even the instructors of the celestial Dao class treat him with deference. However, this Lin Fan shows no regard whatsoever. Su Yuro refuses everyone, yet exclusively brings Lin Fan along. This young man is indeed extraordinary. No wonder he dares to compare himself to the towering tree that supports the heavens. Whether he truly possesses such stature remains to be seen. Yet his confidence is undeniably robust. If he lacked such assurance, how could Mu Yang, a fellow prodigy of the heavenly Dao class, so easily dig into him? Young prodigies are often like this. The sons of our dragon nation should sometimes embrace a bit of audacity. After the initial shock, the crowd cannot help but offer their praises. At this moment, to commend Lin Fan is unequivocally to disparage Mu Chun and subtly mock the Mu family. The elder of the Liu family commands respect, but the same cannot be said for the Mu family and Mu Chun. Perhaps they would not confront them directly. Yet seizing the opportunity to deliver veiled jabs is equally satisfying. How arrogant was the Mu family in the past? How many enemies did they make? How long have they been subdued? Now, that haughty nature has resurfaced, daring to employ the Sharingan illusion technique against the heavenly Dao class. Frankly speaking, such a family is hardly worthy of respect. Hearing the crowd's laudatory remarks, Mu Chen's expression darkens, and his eyes narrow slightly. A towering tree, able to withstand tempests? Huh. Were it not for your affiliation with the heavenly Dao class, you would not even know the meaning of peril, yet you dare provoke my Mu family? And speak of withstanding storms? Truly laughable. Mu Chen silently mocks him. Although many are astonished by Lin Fan and Su Yuru's entry into the illusory realm, he remains indifferent. This indicates that while Lin Fan possesses considerable strength, it also suggests that he is not yet powerful enough, particularly when compared to Su Yurua. Otherwise, given Su Yurua's temperament, how could she dare to take him in alone? This sentiment resonates not only in Mu Chun's mind, but also among all present, and they are firmly convinced of it. Among those gathered, perhaps only the venerable Lu Onping holds a differing perspective. Despite his youth, Lin Fan's remarkable prowess, coupled with his fearlessness in the face of the Sharingan, indeed grants him a certain audacity. However, this is merely a display among the trees. He still has a considerable distance to traverse before he can become a towering pillar of strength. Mu Chen's gaze turned slightly frigid. Although Mu Yang had asserted that Lin Fan's physical combat skills were indeed formidable, excelling in both speed and strength, it seemed that was the extent of his capabilities. Had Lin Fan not suddenly launched an attack, Mu Yang would not have sustained such grievous injuries, rendering him incapable of resistance. As for Lin Fan's immunity to the Sharingan, that, too, signifies little. As a prodigy of the Tiandao class, it is not overly challenging to comprehend the Sharingan and devise countermeasures against its illusions. In summation, Mu Chen believed he had formed a comprehensive assessment of Lin Fan's strength. Now, let us see if you can survive this secret realm. Mu Chen scoffed inwardly and departed with his clan members. Should Lin Fan perish within this mysterious domain, there would be no need for further discourse. However, if he were to emerge alive, Mu Chen could never bear to witness Lin Fan evolving step by step into a towering figure of strength. After a brief spell of dizziness, Lin Fan and Su Yuru found themselves in an unfamiliar forest. Is this the Tianhuan secret realm? It appears to bear little distinction from other secret realms, Lin Fan mused as he surveyed the enigmatic surroundings. Indeed, he remarked, the good news is that upon entering the secret realm, we have not been separated. Su Yuru, her gaze cautiously scanning the area, felt a wave of relief wash over her upon spotting Lin Fan by her side, a smile of joy illuminating her face. Though logically, individuals entering with the same ticket should remain together, the uncertainty lingered in her mind. Initially, she had harbored some concerns, despite her considerable strength. The thought of traversing such a realm alone was somewhat unsettling. Hence, having a companion was undoubtedly reassuring. The scenery here is quite splendid. With Lin Fan confirmed by her side, she relaxed and began to appreciate the beauty around them. I wonder if other teams will also find themselves in this same vicinity? Perhaps we should pause here for a moment and observe, she suggested. That sounds good, Lin Fan agreed, his indifference evident. Meanwhile, ding. Task completed. Acquired the 4th generation Flying Thunder God technique. Would you like to merge? At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Lin Fan's mind. After a prolonged wait, the Flying Thunder God technique had finally arrived. Merge. Without hesitation, he silently invoked the fusion. Subsequently, a surge of information flooded his mind. It was as if he had been transported back to the past, witnessing his arduous training in the Flying Thunder God technique from a young age. In the blink of an eye, he had matured, and the technique had been mastered to an extraordinary degree. Indeed, it is the Flying Thunder God of the 4th Hokage. The successful fusion meant that all the mastery of the Flying Thunder God possessed by the 4th Hokage resided within him. Upon opening his eyes, they sparkled with brilliance. Is this the mark of the Flying Thunder God? Lin Fan crouched down, pressing his right hand against the ground, which then manifested the mark of the Flying Thunder God. In truth, the mark of the Flying Thunder God could take on various forms. Now, after merging with the 4th Hokage's technique, he had the ability to modify his own mark. However, he had no intention of altering it for the time being, as he found this particular mark quite satisfactory. What are you doing? Is something amiss? Noticing Lin Fan crouched down, seemingly engrossed in some study, Suyuru cast a curious glance his way. Nothing, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head as he rose to his feet. Leaving the mark of the flying thunder god here was not only an opportunity for him to experience it, but also because this was their landing point, which was theoretically safe. Observations confirmed this notion. Thus, by placing the mark here, he would be able to teleport back here effortlessly in the future. The sword of enduring love. What on earth? Suyuru leaned in to take a glance, unable to suppress a giggle as she remarked. Shouldn't it say Lin Fan was here instead? Lin Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes, decisively shifting the topic. It appears that no one else will be teleported here, he remarked. Suyuru nodded, sighing. I wonder how we can acquire that 20 chakra. Regardless, we should first explore this secret realm to ascertain the situation. Indeed, Lin Fan replied. However, prior to that, we must craft some weapons to carry with us. Suyuru added, this secret realm does not even allow the entry of a kunai. Without weapons, exploring the realm becomes quite inconvenient. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. He had also checked his divine space, discovering that all his belongings had vanished, as if the rules prohibited their existence. This is simple. I can utilize wood-release ninjutsu to create some wooden ninja tools. While wooden tools may not inflict as much damage as conventional ones, they are not solely meant for dealing harm. Half an hour later, a collection of ninja tools and several special scrolls crafted from tree bark were ready. Lin Fan had no need for these, as he could create them at any moment. So he handed them all to Suyuru. She gratefully accepted, acknowledging that although the conditions were somewhat lacking, having something was better than nothing. This bizarre secret realm. At least we can wear a set of clothes upon entry. Otherwise, would everyone have to enter here bare? As Suyuru tidied up the items given by Lin Fan, she shook her head and remarked. This statement was indeed difficult for Lin Fan to respond to. Ahem. Well, let us set off. It seemed that Suyuru realized she had inadvertently misspoken, her cheeks slightly flushing as she hastily stood up. However, before we proceed, Teacher, I must first leave a mark on you. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and spoke. Given the uncertainty of this secret realm, what if we were to be suddenly separated and unable to find each other? Thus, it was essential to leave a flying thunder god mark on Suyuru. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves. Upon witnessing this, Suyuru was momentarily taken aback, completely misunderstanding Lin Fan's intentions. Wait, what do you mean by leaving a mark? On me? Lin Fan, what do you intend to do to me? She clutched her ample bosom, retreating repeatedly. Her gaze filled with disbelief and wariness towards Lin Fan, resembling a pitiful woman on the verge of being violated. Lin Fan was instantly bewildered. Teacher, what are you implying with that posture? What is the matter with you? Teacher, what on earth are you thinking day by day? Lin Fan, at a loss for words, shot her an exasperated glance and said, the mark I referred to is, of course, a technique mark. How could you? Where did your mind wander to? A technique mark? Suyuru was momentarily rendered speechless. Lin Fan, was that what he meant? Then why did I suddenly think of that place? What on earth is going through my mind? In an instant, she came to her senses, realizing she had misunderstood Lin Fan. Her round and delicate face flushed crimson. At this moment, she wished she could just disappear into the ground. What kind of mark is this? She hurriedly asked. Flying Thunder God. You probably haven't heard of it, Lin Fan replied. This world doesn't have such a ninjutsu, and no one has ever obtained it from the dimensional secret realm. So, of course, Suyuru didn't understand, and Lin Fan had to explain the general capabilities of the Flying Thunder God. You can perform such a ninjutsu? Such a technique exists in this world? Suyuru was momentarily stunned, but then she suddenly understood. Oh, the mark you left on the ground earlier, was that it? Exactly. This place is relatively safe. Leaving a mark here means if we encounter any emergencies later, we can teleport back instantly. Lin Fan nodded. So that's how it is. Suyuru fully grasped the situation and quickly nodded, saying, then quickly leave a mark on me. Where do you plan to place it? Lin Fan looked her over from head to toe, her body almost entirely wrapped in a tight combat suit. For safety, this mark needs to be on your body, not your clothes. Moreover, this mark, once imprinted, shall endure a lifetime. So perhaps you should contemplate where you would prefer it to reside upon your body. Lin Fan directly posed the question to her. Well, it seems that placing it on the neck or face is evidently out of the question. Suyuru fell into deep thought, recalling the phrase, the sword of enduring love. She continued to shake her head, concluding that her palms were also unsuitable. It appears it must be placed in a location that is not easily visible to others. A blush began to creep onto her neck. Have you decided? Where shall it be? Lin Fan inquired calmly. There is a technique I wish to try. This mark, once it is on the body, it truly will not fade away? Suyuru pondered for quite some time, seeking to confirm once more. Certainly, Lin Fan nodded. Even after exiting the secret realm, will it remain? She pressed on. I suspect so, Lin Fan replied thoughtfully. This secret realm indeed does not allow one to take anything out. Yet my flying thunder god mark is not an artifact of this realm. Just as if you sustained an injury within the secret realm, your wound will still exist after you exit. What is the extent of this technique's range? Suyuru inquired, contemplating. Quite extensive. How extensive is quite extensive? Lin Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How should he respond to that? The flying thunder god technique primarily relies on perception. If one can sense the location of the mark, instantaneous teleportation to that spot becomes possible. However, if one is in a different dimension or too far away to sense the mark directly, teleportation is unfeasible. When inheriting the flying thunder god from the fourth Hokage, he also acquired his remarkable perception abilities, which can extend over considerable distances. Yet, as he has only recently obtained this ability, he is uncertain of its precise range. While he cannot make grand claims, it should be manageable within the entire realm of the Dragon Kingdom. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Fan grinned. Suyuru found it difficult to discern whether he was jesting or speaking earnestly, yet considering Lin Fan's extraordinary talent for developing would release, it could very well be a possibility. Does this mean that as long as I have your mark on me, you could teleport to my side at any time and from anywhere? It can be stated as such, Lin Fan affirmed, adding, if you have reservations, I can forego leaving a mark. I am indifferent to it. No. Given the high mortality rate of this secret realm, although everything appears fine at present, who knows what challenges lie ahead? It is prudent to leave the mark, Suyuru insisted. Have you made up your mind? What's the rush? Suyuru retorted, exasperated. Your mark. In any case, I must give it considerable thought. Lin Fan's mark could potentially be left on many individuals in the future, especially with the imminent opening of the Heavenly Dao secret realm, when it would become common knowledge in the blink of an eye. She had already contemplated these issues and had considered several locations for leaving the mark, though they were somewhat difficult to articulate. Thus, one finds oneself in such a state of hesitation. Why not simply address the matter directly? Lin Fan stated candidly. He could clearly discern that Suyuru had already contemplated this, yet felt too bashful to voice her thoughts. Since you are reluctant to speak up, allow me to articulate it on your behalf. Once you don your undergarments, no one will be the wiser. However, should you eventually wed, explaining this to your husband may prove quite the challenge. Lin Fan gestured with open hands. Suyuru was somewhat taken aback by Lin Fan's audacity in broaching such a topic. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed rather logical. This was not Blue Star, but rather the heavenly illusion realm. Once outside, he would scarcely recall the incident. What was there to fear? It was as if Suyuru had stumbled upon a new revelation. Her face instantly transformed, shedding the earlier hesitation and turmoil, just as she was about to nod in agreement. Or perhaps the soles of your feet. Lin Fan's voice suddenly interjected. The notion of the soles of your feet, would that not be prone to damage? If inadvertently pricked or injured, would not the mark be obliterated? Suyuru blurted out instinctively. Upon uttering those words, she wished to chastise herself. How foolish of me to hastily oppose. The soles may be vulnerable, yet is the posterior exempt from harm? What compelled me to voice such a thought? Suyuru, what on earth are you contemplating? Do you genuinely desire for him to place the mark upon your shapely Dariri? Do you yearn for his touch upon your backside? Suyuru's mind was a tempest of thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained blissfully unaware. What you propose does hold merit. For the sake of safety, why not leave a couple of additional marks upon your person? He found Suyuru's words to be quite reasonable, and thus suggested, all right then, let us proceed swiftly. Leave one mark on each of my feet, and also leave one here. Suyuru's face flushed as she replied, but, Su teacher, your trousers. Couldn't you simply reach in? Suyuru frowned slightly, contemplating the implication of touching while simultaneously observing. After several breaths, the matter was concluded, and Lin Fan had left 3 marks on her body. This should provide ample security. After all, it was unlikely that all 3 marks would vanish simultaneously. Regardless of what transpired, do not feel embarrassed. This is for my safety, and I shall not mind, Lin Fan reassured her. Despite the evident awkwardness etched across Su Yuru's face as she attempted to persuade the composed Lin Fan not to feel uncomfortable. Moreover, once we exit the secret realm, none of us will remember. Enough, enough. Let us go forth and embrace the adventure. Lin Fan, we must acquire that 20% chakra. Indeed. Lin Fan replied with a calm nod, uttering not a word more. For a moment, Su Yuru felt an urge to commit violence. Goodness, could you not maintain such serenity? Yet, how could Lin Fan truly be at ease? This was merely the onset of their venture into the secret realm, and, sigh, what would they do in the future? He merely feigned composure, while internally, a tempest had already begun to brew. In the imperial capital, at the Mu residence, second grandfather. Woe is me, my eyes. Mu Yang returned home, lamenting to Mu Tianqi. After thorough investigation, it has been revealed that this matter solely reflects his personal sentiments and does not represent the intentions of the Mu family. Consequently, he was swiftly released. Mu Chun, who had been summoned for questioning, returned to the Mu residence alongside him, and now both find themselves within the grand hall. Is it now the case that anyone can brazenly trample upon the dignity of the Mu family? The one-eyed Mu Tianqi revealed a fierce glimmer in his eyes as he declared, "Rest assured, although I failed to protect my own eye in the past, I shall undoubtedly devise a means to help you reclaim yours. Such an occurrence must never again transpire to any member of our Mu family. Not a single one." Second grandpa, however, Lin Fan acted in legitimate self-defense and is affiliated with the Tiandao class. We find ourselves utterly powerless against him. Mu Yang lamented, his heart heavy. Having lost his sight, his entire world had succumbed to darkness. The beauty of all things was now beyond his perception. Most grievously, he had been rendered a shell of his former self, a humiliation he could not endure. Second brother, Yang possesses the greatest potential among our generation to awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Should he succeed, he is likely to acquire abilities pertaining to illusions, rendering his eyes of utmost significance. Not only to him, but to our entire Mu family. Mu Chun spoke solemnly. What are your thoughts? Mu Tianqi inquired. The Tianhuan secret realm forbids the entry of any possessions. Lin Fan must have concealed a Yang Sharingan somewhere within his home. I intend to conduct a search. Not necessarily at home. Can you think of it? Could he not? In any case, we must search thoroughly. What if he is not at home? Mu Tianqi remarked. Lin Fan's social circle is rather limited. Thus I believe the places he could conceal himself are few. His own residence, the home of Lu Yunshang, Zhang Xiaoming's house, and Su Yuru's abode. As long as we eliminate each possibility, if none are found, it can only mean that it is in the possession of certain individuals from the Tiandao class. Mu Chun analyzed. Should that be the case, we can only wait for Lin Fan to emerge from the secret realm, to reclaim those eyes, and then devise a strategy to negotiate with him. Or, perhaps, take action stealthily and seize it directly. Very well. Then let us search each place one by one. Remember, we must not alert anyone, nor allow anyone to become aware. Mu Tianqi pondered for a moment, finally closing his eyes and nodding. Rest assured, second brother. Mu Chun nodded and withdrew. This matter cannot be entrusted to others. Only the members of the Mu family can handle it personally. However, I do not feel at ease entrusting it to others in the Mu family. I must undertake this myself. Mu Chun exhaled a heavy breath, resolving inwardly. In the Tianhuan secret realm, Lin Fan and Su Yuru had only just ventured into the forest when they encountered a formidable fire-breathing dragon. The already awkward Su Yuru immediately volunteered to engage in battle. Not only is she proficient in dissolution and boiling techniques, but her mastery of water techniques is also exceptional. After a fierce and exhilarating confrontation, they finally vanquished the fire-breathing dragon. Do you feel anything? Lin Fan inquired as he approached. They had previously speculated on various possibilities, one of which was whether defeating the ferocious beasts would yield a chakra enhancement or something of the sort. However, it seemed rather futile. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuru shook her head, a hint of worry etched across her brow. Alas, what kind of predicament is this? Fear not, where there is a will, there is a way. Let us press onward. Lin Fan responded with a resigned shake of his head, offering a reassuring smile. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A resounding buzzing sound erupted from all around them. In an instant, a swarm of venomous bees descended from the horizon. Upon closer inspection, each bee was nearly the size of a small fist. What kind of exotic creatures are these? I have never even heard of such things on Blue Star. Dread filled Su Yuru's heart as her expression shifted dramatically. She had just engaged in a battle that served as a form of catharsis, exhausting nearly half of her chakra reserves. Though she still retained a portion, the sheer number of exotic beasts approaching was overwhelming, too numerous to count. Lin Fan, swiftly utilize your Flying Thunder God technique and retreat to our previous location. It should still be safe there, she urged urgently. The best course of action now was to withdraw and conserve their strength. She was also eager to witness the Flying Thunder God technique Lin Fan had mentioned. However, hold on. There is a technique I wish to attempt. Lin Fan extended his hand, grasping the palm of Su Yuro, and drew her close to him. Su Yuro gazed at Lin Fan in astonishment, only to find him with his eyes closed. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes flew open. To Su Yuro's horror, Lin Fan's eyes had transformed into a pair of Sharingan, radiating a crimson glow. No, to be precise, they were a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Susanoo, can I witness the strength of your doppelganger? Kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Susanoo. Su Yuro's pupils dilated in shock. Before she could even process her astonishment, she felt her body being lifted by some unseen force. In the blink of an eye, she soared to a height surpassing the distant mountains, over 230 meters. Is this my current limit? Lin Fan mused quietly, taking in the altitude of his complete Susanoo. The last time he utilized his wood clone, the full form barely reached 200 meters. This time he aimed to test his true self, yet the outcome seemed not to differ significantly. It appeared that his proficiency and mastery over these eyes had not yet reached a sufficient level. Lin Fan reflected on the reasons. He had acquired this kaleidoscopic Sharingan, yet the system had not specified it as Abido's. Hence, during the fusion, he had not inherited Abido's control over these eyes. Unlike the rewards of Hashirama's template, the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God, and the Edo Tensei, Yao Shirdo, which were accompanied by character names, allowing the inheritor to gain the experience and various developed abilities of those characters. The dual Manjiki Sharingan felt akin to a blank slate, possessing only the most rudimentary abilities. For instance, he had not inherited the ninjutsu Fire Release, Storm Dance, which fused Kamui with Fire Release, as utilized by Abido. However, given his current grasp of Kamui, he might manage to employ it, albeit with uncertain lethality and range compared to Abido's formidable prowess. Is this the complete body of Susanoo? Su Yuro felt her legs weaken, collapsing against Lin Fan, grasping his shoulder in astonishment, exclaiming, "Over 200 meters, and you still claim to lack mastery over these eyes?" "Indeed, it is rather insufficient," Lin Fan replied solemnly. "If one can achieve over 200 meters with such limited proficiency, how vast might the scale be with true mastery?" "Lin Fan, where did you acquire this Manjiki Sharingan? Could it belong to that rascal Muyang?" "No, wait, he should not have awakened the Manjiki," Su Yuro questioned, her face a picture of confusion. "It is my own," Lin Fan stated calmly. "Your own? Please do not tell me that you originally possessed Sharingan and merely concealed it all along." Su Yuro felt increasingly incredulous. "You may interpret it that way." Lin Fan nodded, adding, "In any case, my Manjiki Sharingan was not taken from anyone else's body." Su Yuro struggled to comprehend. Yet, there were countless inexplicable occurrences surrounding Lin Fan, such as the sudden transformation of his physique into something remarkably formidable, with his martial arts prowess exceeding that of ordinary elites by several tiers. For instance, how could he elevate the most feeble bloodline limit, would release, to such an astonishing degree in merely a few days? Moreover, from where does he draw such an immense reservoir of chakra? Whether it be the extensive floral realm that descended upon the second cavern or the current complete form of Susanoo, who could achieve such feats without a significant amount of chakra? Furthermore, he executes these formidable and terrifying ninjutsu without even forming hand seals. It is incomprehensible, utterly baffling, and perplexing. Who could have imagined that such extraordinary abilities would manifest in a mere 18-year-old youth? Suyu shook her head, unable to fathom it, thus opting to accept the reality without further contemplation. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. Such a remarkable prodigy, a future powerhouse destined to astonish the world, was right beside her, and he was her student. She was currently so close to him. In that instant, her gaze towards Lin Fan shifted into something rather peculiar. Were she in public, she would undoubtedly restrain herself from exhibiting such an expression, demeanor, and posture. Yet here, she felt no reservations. She simply wished to express her feelings honestly. A woman's interest in an exceptional man is akin to a man's fascination with a stunning beauty. From the inception of the floral realm's emergence to the present moment of complete Susanoo, Lin Fan seemed to continuously breach the walls of her heart, to the extent that her eyes and heart could now accommodate nothing else, having been entirely filled by Lin Fan. Lin Fan, however, paid little attention to Suyu. As they were within the confines of the celestial mirage, he felt no compunction about revealing the full extent of his abilities to Suyuro, even to the point of disclosing his status as a transmigrator. After all, her memories would be expunged upon their departure. His attention was now riveted upon the swarm of venomous bees encircling them, each one thwarted by the Susanoo armor. They were in a frenzy, driven by an insatiable desire to pierce the armor and tear them asunder. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards the horizon. The adage, the higher the vantage point, the farther the view held true. The sudden manifestation of the complete Susanoo form was, in part, an endeavor to survey the surrounding terrain and assess their predicament. Could that be the ocean? Lin Fan mused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Prior to this, the dense foliage had obscured their view. Now, elevated to a height surpassing that of the mountains, he beheld a vast expanse of sea beyond the forest's edge. Paying no heed to the persistent bees, Lin Fan propelled himself upward. The colossal, 200-meter-tall Susanoo took flight. "Ah!" Suyuro exclaimed, startled by the abrupt movement. Lin Fan turned his gaze towards her. "Why didn't you forewarn me of your sudden leap?" I am somewhat acrophobic," she confessed, her voice lacking conviction as she averted her gaze. This plausible explanation only served to draw her closer to him. Lin Fan, acutely aware of the heightened proximity of the two soft mounds against his arm, replied with a hint of discomposure, "I intend to ascend to the higher peaks to gain a clearer perspective of our surroundings." In the ensuing moment, the complete Susanoo landed with a resounding thud atop the mountain range. "It appears we are indeed stranded on a solitary island." Surveying his surroundings, Lin Fan ultimately confirmed that he was on a solitary island. He couldn't help but furrow his brow in contemplation. "Let us not dwell on whether this is indeed a deserted isle," Lin Fan mused. "We must first address the immediate predicament." Suyuru, glancing at the relentless pursuit of the venomous bees outside, responded, "Very well. It is the perfect opportunity to test the technique I just mentioned." Lin Fan nodded in agreement. The technique you spoke of, is it not the complete body Susanoo?" Suyuru exclaimed in surprise. "Of course not," Lin Fan replied, shaking his head. He had previously employed the complete body Susanoo through a clone, so there was no need to test it again. "Then what technique do you wish to try?" Suyuru's heart raced, her eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. Each technique Lin Fan had utilized thus far was nothing short of terrifying, and the prospect of another filled her with eagerness. Suddenly, with a clap of his hands, Lin Fan elicited a spark of realization in Suyuru. She immediately thought of his birth of the tree realm and arrival of the flower tree realm, both formidable wood-style ninjutsu. Indeed, is it yet another technique of that caliber? Suyuru's eyes gleamed with fervor. No, it may be something even greater. In that moment, her heart trembled with astonishment, for unlike before, Lin Fan was currently wielding the complete body Susanoo, and astonishingly, his Susanoo mirrored his every action. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, colossal trees surged forth from the earth. Then, from the towering trees, slender wooden needles were launched like raindrops, sweeping towards the dense swarm of venomous bees. The enraged bees, upon being struck, vanished without a trace. The bees trailing behind sensed something amiss and attempted to flee, but alas, it was too late. Where the wooden needles passed, everything dissolved into nothingness. They had nowhere to escape, nowhere to hide, and no time left. In the blink of an eye, the sky was rendered clear, and not a single venomous bee remained. Hiss! Suyuro inhaled sharply, her mouth agape in disbelief. What kind of ninjutsu is this? How did those bees simply vanish? You should have guessed by now. That is the power of my kaleidoscope, Lin Fan replied, gazing at her. He then swiftly drew Suyuro into the realm of divine might. Upon entering this unfamiliar and dimly lit infinite space, she instinctively panicked. Fortunately, Lin Fan appeared by her side, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She began to survey her surroundings and soon beheld a multitude of bee carcasses not far away. Some were still alive, struggling. So, the things that had just vanished were all transported here? What is this place? The power of my kaleidoscope is called divine might. And this is the divine might space of my eyes. Lin Fan then succinctly explained the abilities of his kaleidoscope. Just now, I was attempting to merge the abilities of Wood Release and Kim Yui, which is the reason for the scene you witnessed. Very well, let us converse outside. Lin Fan released Su Yurua. The Susanoo had vanished, and they found themselves before a waterfall in a mountain canyon. Su Yurua patted her ample bosom, clearly taken aback. She had heard of several types of kaleidoscope abilities, but this was the first time she had encountered one that possessed its own alternate space. It was simply preposterous. Then, she pondered that Lin Fan's ability was unknown to anyone, enabling him to accomplish numerous deeds. For instance, he could ensnare her within the Kamui space and confine her. The world would merely assume she had vanished, never suspecting that she had been held captive next to Lin Fan, within his gaze, in his alternate realm. This ability could facilitate countless nefarious acts without fear of detection. Lin Fan, did you kill the Fengyu brothers? She suddenly inquired. Yes, Lin Fan nodded, admitting without hesitation. So it was you. Despite having surmised the truth, Su Yurua was still astonished upon receiving confirmation. Initially, people had speculated whether Lin Fan had utilized a clone or something similar. However, firstly, the clones that ordinary individuals envisioned lacked such power. Secondly, from the moment Feng Yu located Lin Fan on the beach to the time Lin Fan escorted Feng Yu to the police station, the entire process unfolded under the watchful eyes of the authorities, leaving no room for the possibility of him using a clone. However, at present, Su Yuro is aware of Lin Fan's extraordinary ability, rendering his alibi nearly invalid. Of course, the primary reason lies in the fact that, at that time, no one truly comprehended the extent of his strength. Thus, they failed to realize that his clones would also possess considerable power. Lin Fan, may I witness the might of your clones? Su Yuro's curiosity surged, her eagerness to uncover the truth palpable. Certainly, Lin Fan mused for a moment, then broke into a smile. Would release, clone technique? In the next instant, 10 wooden clones erupted from his body, each landing at various locations among the surrounding mountains. Moments later, 10 towering figures emerged. Each clone manifested as Susanoo nearly 200 meters in height. I am unafraid. What do you fear? Su Yuro stood there, utterly astonished. The realization struck her that all 10 wooden clones could summon a Susanoo. She had envisioned Lin Fan's clones being formidable, yet she never anticipated they could be this powerful. Is this even human? Lin Fan you. Su Yuro's eyes widened as she sought to comprehend the very essence of Lin Fan's being. Su teacher, please try to remain composed. I understand you are currently in shock, but do not be overly astonished, for there may yet be more revelations that will astound you. Lin Fan chuckled heartily, then seated himself cross-legged. Now, let us take a moment to calm our spirits. Since I have employed the wood clone technique, let us allow the clones to ascertain the situation of this island first. We shall remain here and wait. Before he could finish his statement, 10 clones dispersed in various directions. Although the island is vast, it should not take long to grasp the general circumstances. Su Yuru forcefully patted her chest, suppressing the astonishment within her, before finally settling beside Lin Fan. 10 clones, each capable of manifesting Susanoo. Lin Fan, could this still not be your ultimate limit? Observing Lin Fan's tranquil demeanor and recalling his earlier words, Su Yuru couldn't help but inquire in astonishment. Of course not, Lin Fan replied with an air of confidence. We are still unaware of the true nature of this domain. How could I possibly engage in extreme maneuvers right from the outset? You need not worry about my chakra. Rest assured, this amount of chakra has been merely a drop in the ocean for me. I must admit, your display indeed impressed me. Su Yuru felt a flutter in her heart and gave him a thumbs up. 10 clones capable of summoning Susanoo, merely a drop in the ocean? Lin Fan, just how extraordinary is your chakra? After that, Lin Fan fell silent, while Su Yuru gradually processed her astonishment. Time passed, and eventually, she managed to regain her composure. Lin Fan, do you possess any other abilities? She inquired, leaning closer to him, curiosity evident in her voice. She was certain that Lin Fan had more to reveal. Regardless of what he had just said, that was even more astonishing were the scenes she had witnessed earlier in the territory of the Fox Demon. This is the celestial mirage realm. Once I leave, I will forget all of it. Why not? Why not reveal everything to me at once? She widened her enchanting eyes, blinking with anticipation. Would release, Sharingan, Flying Thunder God. Lin Fan shook his head and remarked, you have essentially encountered the most formidable abilities I possess. Beyond that, it seems there is little left. By the way, I haven't. Suyuro was about to mention that she had yet to experience the Flying Thunder God technique. Lin Fan immediately extended his arm, drawing her close. With his other hand, he tossed a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal high into the sky. Flying Thunder God. In the blink of an eye, the two were transported back to the very spot where they had initially descended into this realm. Suyuro glanced around, still unable to process the shock, when in the next moment, Lin Fan whisked her back again. Simultaneously, the kunai landed perfectly in Lin Fan's grasp. Incredible. It truly is instantaneous teleportation, she exclaimed in excitement, letting slip an expletive. Furthermore, my medical ninjutsu is, in fact, of the highest caliber, Lin Fan added. Medical ninjutsu? Of the highest rank. Suyuro was once again taken aback. At this point, she no longer questioned a single word Lin Fan uttered. Additionally, would release inherently leans toward healing and support. The strength of Lin Fan's would release further implied that his healing abilities were equally impressive. Thus, Suyuro was genuinely astonished. Perplexed, Lin Fan pondered how one could possess such an array of abilities while still finding the time to cultivate medical ninjutsu and study medicine. To what extraordinary degree could this individual be deemed a prodigy? Lin Fan, I happen to have an old injury that never seems to heal, and at times, it causes a faint pain at night. Would you be so kind as to examine it and allow me the opportunity to witness your medical ninjutsu? Suyuro contemplated before grinning. Let us see what you deem to be the epitome of excellence. What old injury? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. It dates back a couple of years when I was wounded while exploring a secret realm. The injury itself isn't severe, yet it remains stubbornly unhealed. Oh, where's the wound? Allow me to take a look. The wound is located. Suyuro suddenly became bashful. Lin Fan observed her expression and deduced that the injury must surely be situated in a rather sensitive area. What a predicament. As anticipated, it's on the inner side of my thigh. A moment of silence enveloped them. Having touched your backside, what's the fuss about examining your thigh? Come on, don't be so hesitant. Suyuro cleared her throat, standing up decisively as she began to remove her trousers. Besides, if I'm not afraid, why would you be? You must have been accidentally pricked by some poisonous plant, correct? Indeed, the doctor mentioned that the residual toxins are difficult to eradicate, and I can only wait for them to gradually dissipate over time. Indeed, it is but a trivial matter, yet the remedy is rather straightforward. Simply sever it. Though one might fear the agony it entails. Should surgery be necessary, time would be required for healing, and alas, time is a luxury we currently lack. Suyuro shook her head and adjusted her trousers. These were form-fitting combat pants, and rolling them up from below was evidently unfeasible. Thus, she had removed them from above earlier. As for healing, I could indeed facilitate instantaneous recovery of the wound, Lin Fan stated candidly. Instantly heal the wound. Suyuro gasped in surprise, exclaiming, What? Do you possess the 100 treasures technique? In this world, it seems that only this medical ninjutsu can achieve such miraculous healing. I have no need for such things, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head. Suyuro recognized he was not jesting, and a chill ran down her spine. However, she had become somewhat numb to the situation. After a moment of serious contemplation, she resolutely decided to remove her trousers once more, declaring, All right, then do it. I fear no pain. With that, she closed her eyes. Lin Fan felt a flush of embarrassment. The way Suyuro expressed herself, to an outsider, it might seem as though he intended to commit some impropriety. Wood release, wooden bed technique. Lin Fan wasted no time, conjuring a wooden bed forthwith, and laid Suyuro upon it. Nearby flowed a waterfall, providing an ideal setting for the procedure. Before long, anguished cries echoed. The pain of flesh being cut. Who could endure such torment? At this juncture, Suyuro had completely surrendered herself to the situation. Regardless of the secret realm that one emerges from, memories fade away. She surrendered herself completely, unleashing a cacophony of cries, letting out the loudest wails possible. Lin Fan, it hurts so much. Ugh. I think I'm dying. Suddenly, Suyuro opened her eyes. Why has the pain vanished so abruptly? A glance at her lower body revealed. The marks of injury were completely gone. This is unbelievable. She looked incredulously at Lin Fan. The old injury that had plagued her for over 2 years simply vanished? What else could it be? Don't tell me you still haven't had your fill of screaming and wish to continue? Lin Fan spread his blood-stained hands and shrugged. No, that's enough, truly enough. Suyuro, still trembling, was terrified of pain above all else. Then stop dawdling. Hurry and put your pants back on, Teacher Su. As Lin Fan washed his hands, he remarked. Oh, only then did Su Yuru gradually raise her pants, her brow slightly furrowed. Feeling a twinge of frustration, could it be that my figure is not alluring enough? This fellow didn't even spare a few extra glances? After all, this is the Heavenly Illusion secret realm. What is there to be hesitant about? Ah, Suyuru, what on earth are you thinking? Shaking her head to clear her mind, which seemed muddled, she stood up and inquired, Lin Fan, where did you learn this medical ninjutsu? I taught myself, Lin Fan grinned. Is that for real? Do I, Lin Fan, need to learn from anyone? Such words are indeed quite audacious. However, recalling his innate talent for the would-release bloodline limit, Suyuru found herself somewhat at ease. It seemed he truly did not require anyone's guidance. Those Sharingan are uniquely yours, but what of Mu Yang's Sharingan? Surely you haven't left them at home? Suyuru initiated the conversation. Yes, they are indeed at home. What? You really left them at home? Aren't you concerned that the Mu family might secretly take them? Or perhaps, you simply do not care? In the imperial capital, Mu family. Enough of the tears. Your uncle just stated he would assist in retrieving them, and he will undoubtedly succeed, Mu Tianqi stated solemnly. Second uncle, that Lin Fan has reduced A Yang to this state. Should we merely focus on reclaiming A Yang's Sharingan? Mu Yang's mother immediately knelt down, tightly embracing Mu Yang as she wept. Indeed, second uncle, even if our A Yang was at fault, he never caused any harm or loss to Lin Fan. If Lin Fan was truly aggrieved, he could have simply given A Yang a beating, but instead, he not only struck him but also gouged out A Yang's eyes, even causing him to be expelled from the Tiandao class. This resentment is unbearable. Mu Yang's father wore a grim expression, his fists clenched tightly, filled with profound hatred. Absolutely. Second granduncle, must the Mu family truly swallow this indignation? At this moment, Mu Yang knelt upright, unwilling to accept the situation. If that is the case, anyone dare to bully our Mu family in the future? He lamented. Mu Tianqi let out a deep sigh. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, rest assured, this vendetta will undoubtedly be avenged. Do they truly believe that our Mu family is easily trifled with? Mu Yang felt a sense of injustice brewing within him. He was acutely aware of the mysterious and perilous nature of the Tianhuan secret realm, as well as its high mortality rate. If Lin Fan were unable to emerge from this realm, how could they possibly take revenge? The thought of not being able to personally torment Lin Fan weighed heavily on his mind. If that were the case, Zhang Xiaoming's family was quite close to him, wasn't it? Mu Tianqi seemed to recall the enchanting figure and licked his lips. Ever since he had lost a kaleidoscope in his youth, his psyche had twisted, and now it had become grotesque. To label him as a pervert would be no exaggeration. Second uncle, but that is Zhang Xiaoming. Upon hearing this, Mu Yang was taken aback. How could Zhang Xiaoming, who had acquired the 100 treasures technique, be someone that could be trifled with? If even the slightest mistake were to occur, the ruthless members of the Tiandao class would undoubtedly come charging in with blades drawn. An annihilation of their clan would be a matter of mere moments. He had previously heard his parents speak of this second uncle's occasional madness, but he had not believed it. Now, however, he felt a twinge of fear. Indeed, second uncle, there is no need for such actions. There is truly no need. At this moment, Mu Yang's parents were also drenched in sweat. How could they be unaware of Mu Tianqi's intentions? Over the years, he occasionally preyed on even the attractive daughters and granddaughters of his own kin. He was simply a pervert. Yet, due to his immense power and high standing within the family, no one dared to utter a word against him. So what if it's Zhang Xiaoming? As long as we are discreet, even if the heavenly Dao class suspects us, without evidence, they wouldn't dare to touch me. This eye of mine has rendered great service to the Dragon Kingdom. What can they do without proof? Mu Tianqi frowned, displeased. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed. Here in the Mu family's main hall, only Mu Tianqi, Mu Yang, and Mu Yang's parents were present. Even Mu Chun had departed, and none of them had moved. Nor would they applaud at such a moment. Then, where did this sudden applause come from? Instantly, Mu Tianqi's kaleidoscope eye darted around. Cease your futile searching. A voice whispered from directly behind him. How is this possible? Mu Tianqi's eyes bulged as he turned back in astonishment, but a hand seized his neck, preventing him from turning his head completely. I shall relieve you of this eye of yours. Thwack. Without granting Mu Tianqi any time to react, Lin Fan's other hand simultaneously gripped his kaleidoscope eye, and in the next instant, violently extracted it. From the moment the applause resounded, to the eerie appearance behind Mu Tianqi, and then the removal of his kaleidoscope eye. The entire sequence transpired in under 2 seconds. Mu Yang remained in a state of utter bewilderment. His parents were utterly horrified. No. Mu Yang's father struck with tremendous force, his palm aimed directly at Lin Fan, who wore a tiger-striped mask. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Fan's form became ethereal. Boom. Mu Yang's father's blow failed to retract in time and landed brutally on Mu Tianqi instead. Uncle. Mu Yang's mother swiftly caught Mu Tianqi's flying body, her face a mask of panic. With this, the dual kaleidoscopes were finally complete. Lin Fan's figure appeared ominously above Mu Yang, one foot firmly planted upon his head. Yang. Mu Yang's mother hastily relinquished Mu Tianqi's body and soared over, desperate to reclaim her son. However, in the next instant, Lin Fan exerted force with his foot. Crack. Mu Yang's entire head exploded. The gruesome scene was horrifying as blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Mu Yang's mother, rushing towards the chaos, witnessed this horrendous event unfold before her eyes. Her body froze as if time itself had come to a standstill. She stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the reality before her, her pupils dilating and her lips quivering uncontrollably. Finally, a heart-wrenching scream tore through the air, sweeping over the entire Mu family like a tidal wave. That scream was laden with immeasurable sorrow and grief, shattering the hearts of all who heard it. No. Mu Yang's mother cried out in heart-wrenching despair, her tears gushing forth like a deluge breaking through a dam. In a frenzy, she lunged towards Lin Fan, only for her form to pass through him, collapsing directly into the pool of her son's blood. Yang. Simultaneously, Mu Yang's father, consumed by grief, let out a piercing howl and rushed forward. Yet Lin Fan did not spare him a glance. Throughout this ordeal, the couple remained invisible to him. As he tucked away the kaleidoscope, Lin Fan leaned slightly forward. And in the next instant, with a resounding boom, he shot forth directly towards Mu Tianqi. Kill. Mu's father, his eyes ablaze with fury, unleashed an attack, his Sharingan spinning wildly. However, his efforts proved futile against Lin Fan. Their bodies brushed past one another as Mu's father reached out in a desperate attempt to seize Lin Fan, only to grasp at thin air. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had grasped Mu Tianqi's head firmly. Who are you? What do you want with the Mu family? Mu Tianqi, blood streaming from his eyes and coughing up blood, struggled against Lin Fan's grip, yet his defiance remained unwavering. Do you wish to die with clarity? Lin Fan turned his head slightly to regard him, shaking it mockingly. Unfortunately, I intend for you to die in utter confusion with that. A tremendous crash reverberated through the air as the ground trembled beneath them. Mu Tianqi's head was forcefully crushed into the earth. Uncle. No. Mu's father stood there, utterly stunned. In a fleeting moment, the head of the Mu family, Mu Tianqi, who possessed the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and the second uncle of the Mu family, had perished just like that. He was the pillar of the Mu family. Son. The voice of Mu's mother was hoarse and choked, each word laden with profound agony and regret. She knelt before her son's lifeless body. Yet no matter how fervently she called out, Mu Yang would never again respond to her pleas, having departed from this world forever. The voices of the couple resonated simultaneously, truly, somewhat exquisite indeed. Who are you? Why have you done this? What grievance does my Mu family hold against you? Mu's mother, her eyes filled with fury, glared fiercely at Lin Fan. Mu's father likewise cast a menacing gaze upon the enigmatic masked figure. Why? Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle, replying, "This is all thanks to the fine son you raised." As he spoke, he drew out a kunai, stained with Mu Tianqi's blood, and applied it to a scroll, while simultaneously etching a bizarre symbol upon the ground. Yango. The couple exchanged terrified glances, their disbelief evident as they stared at the masked man. Impossible. Who are you? Or rather, what is your connection to Lin Fan? In recent times, the only person their son had offended was Lin Fan. These matters can be discussed later. You are Mu Yang's father? Come, assist me with something. Lin Fan said with a calm smile directed at Mu's father, who was now drenched in cold sweat. He was utterly perplexed by the bizarre symbols the masked man was inscribing on the ground before him, yet an inexplicable dread gripped him, causing him to tremble. This overwhelming emotion compelled him to take several steps back. I am not here to negotiate with you. After completing the intricate design for the impure world reincarnation technique, Lin Fan seated himself upon the lifeless form of Mu Tianqi, leisurely observing Mu's father as if awaiting his cooperation. as if he expected him to approach willingly. What do you intend to do? At that moment, Mu's father felt his legs weaken beneath him. He yearned for vengeance for his son, for Mu Tianqi. Yet he was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess and the uncanny abilities possessed by this masked figure. Not only was retribution a distant dream, but even the thought of reaching out to confront him seemed utterly futile. Now, even if they wished to flee, escape was an impossibility. Mu Tianqi, reduced to a mere puppet in Lin Fan's grasp, exhibited no resistance whatsoever. What could they, as a couple, possibly achieve against such overwhelming power? Alternatively, shall I first eliminate your wife before your very eyes? Lin Fan uttered in a chilling tone. Trembling, Mu's father was compelled to step closer, inching towards the intricate pattern drawn by Lin Fan. That's right, Lin Fan grinned, advancing to seize him, directly employing the impure world reincarnation technique. Mu's father began to wail in agony. Moments later, Mu Tianqi was resurrected. He opened his eyes in bewilderment. Mu Yang's mother, as if confronted by a specter, nearly succumbed to madness on the spot. Simultaneously, the commotion had attracted the attention of others within the household. The first to respond, having only recently departed, was none other than Mu Chun. Elder brother, what on earth is happening? Who is this masked figure? He gazed in astonishment at the gruesome scene within the hall, his mind reeling, and questioned with a loud voice. Oh, you finally arrived. Mu Tianqi remained silent, but Lin Fan removed his mask, revealing an innocent smile. What? Lin Fan? Mu Chen's eyes widened. Impossible. Didn't you enter the heavenly illusion realm? The rest is up to you. Lin Fan, disinclined to spare Mu Chen another glance, simply patted Mu Tianqi on the shoulder, issuing a command. Mu Tianqi immediately soared into action. Simultaneously, Mu Yang's mother, upon seeing Lin Fan's face, finally comprehended everything. However, what use was it to know the masked man's identity at this juncture? Her son was dead, and her husband too. She collapsed to the ground in despair. Mu Tianqi swiftly approached her, pinning her to the ground, forcing her beneath the floorboards, crushing her to death. Second brother, you're insane. Mu Chun was utterly stunned, filled with terror. No, what have you done to my second brother? He quickly discerned that Mu Tianqi was not himself. That Lin Fan must have manipulated him, taken control. He turned to Lin Fan, his expression a mix of anger and fear. Lin Fan ignored him, leisurely taking a seat, preparing to watch the spectacle unfold. Fire style. Phoenix, immortal fire technique. Having slain Mu Yang's mother, Mu Tianqi turned and formed hand seals, spewing forth a torrent of flames towards Mu Chun. Second brother, wake up quickly, Mu Chun exclaimed anxiously. Yet he had no choice but to employ the same technique in response. However, he understood that in order to rouse Mu Tianqi, he must first confront the masked man, who may or may not be Lin Fan. Thus, after unleashing a fire technique to shield Mu Tianqi, he decisively rushed towards Lin Fan. At that moment, someone arrived at the door once again. Dad, what happened? It was Mu Chen's daughter, who had just been in the same room with him, arriving only moments later. Hurry, don't come here, Mu Chun exclaimed in alarm, immediately pivoting to change direction. However, Mu Tianqi was swifter, having already darted to her side in an instant. His large hand clutched her neck tightly, lifting her off the ground, her feet dangling. Second brother, Mu Chen dared not make a single move. This was because Mu Tianqi did not strike immediately, but instead turned his gaze towards Lin Fan, seemingly waiting for a nod of approval. Lin Fan, I beg you, spare my daughter. Mu Chen pleaded, looking desperately at Lin Fan. By now, he was acutely aware that this Mu Tianqi was no longer the Mu Tianqi he once knew. The corpse of Mu Tianqi in the hall might elucidate this. The true Mu Tianqi had perished. He had merely overlooked the details upon entering, mistakenly believing that the corpse belonged to Mu Yang's father. Lin Fan, do you even realize what you are doing? If people were to find out, the Heavenly Path class would be powerless to protect you. Mu Chen exclaimed urgently. You are still wondering if I am indeed Lin Fan of the Heavenly Path class, aren't you? Lin Fan raised his gaze to meet Mu Chen's eyes, a cold smile creeping upon his lips as he replied. Yesterday you threatened me with the saying that the tall trees are bound to be uprooted by the wind. Today I have come. I simply wish to witness how you intend to bring me down. By what means? With Mu Tianqi? Or perhaps with other members of the Mu family? Or is it just you? You truly are Lin Fan. Mu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. If this individual before him is Lin Fan, then who was the one that entered the secret realm with Su Yuruo? Foolishness. I am merely a doppelganger. A doppelganger? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mu Chen gasped in astonishment. How could a mere doppelganger possibly kill Mu Tianqi? And how could it have created a puppet that possesses both the strength and appearance identical to that of Mu Tianqi? If it truly is just a doppelganger, then Lin Fan would have an alibi. Furthermore, you need not worry about what would happen if anyone were to find out. Lin Fan disregarded him, slowly donning his mask, and chuckled softly, because no one will know. The one who will annihilate your Mu family is Mu Tianqi. What does it have to do with me, Lin Fan? As his words fell, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The neck of a young girl was crushed. No. In that moment, Mu Chen's eyes brimmed with rage, as if struck by a thunderbolt. At that instant, he felt a mixture of regret and hatred. Regret for provoking Lin Fan and threatening him. What is utterly detestable is that Mu Yang, that worthless fool, has provoked such a harbinger of death. And I loathe my own powerlessness to protect my daughter. Kill. Mu Chun, consumed by boundless hatred, charged towards Lin Fan. However, Mu Tianqi suddenly appeared behind him, his hand piercing directly through Mu Chun's chest. Reluctant tears streamed down as life ebbed away in that very moment. Meanwhile, the other clan members began to arrive one after another. Upon witnessing this scene, some were rendered speechless while others screamed in horror. Yet, Mu Tianqi offered them no chance to react. His crimson eyes whirled with madness, and without waiting for Lin Fan to utter another word, he surged out of the hall. Thus, a chorus of anguished screams reverberated through the heavens. In the ethereal realm of the heavenly mirage, Lin Fan's numerous avatars detected nothing amiss. They could only continue their ventures on the island, slaying numerous ferocious beasts and sampling every fruit they encountered, yet none proved useful for augmenting their chakra. They remained devoid of any leads and could not conceive a method to acquire chakra. However, as nightfall approached, a grand ship emerged upon the surface of the sea. In just a single day, those who had recently been transported here could not have possibly constructed such a vessel. After all, they were not Lin Fan. Thus, this ship was likely a creation of the indigenous people of this world. To their astonishment, there were indeed natives within this secret realm. Su Yuro gazed from a distance, her heart filled with trepidation. In the past, countless secret realms were inhabited solely by fierce beasts and demonic entities. Never had one encountered human beings or other races within such domains. One cannot help but wonder if the inhabitants of this world possess the ability to wield ninjutsu. Might the requisite 20% of chakra be derived from them? Let us conceal ourselves for the moment and observe the native abilities at play, assessing whether they are formidable or feeble, Su Yuru suggested. Her implication was clear. Should these natives also practice ninjutsu, there would be little cause for concern. However, if their power system proves to be superior to ninjutsu, it would be prudent for us to exercise discretion. Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly, unperturbed. He harbored little anxiety. Regardless of the power system at hand, his abilities in would release. Healing and space-time manipulation afforded him a measure of self-preservation. To take a hypothetical step back, even if misfortune were to befall him, he had left a clone on Blue Star and had entrusted Liu with the Earth reincarnation technique and some of his cells. Should he indeed perish in this secret realm, Liu would resurrect him through the technique. Of course, it is quite plausible that the power system in this world is either inferior to or on par with that of Blue Star. Father, must we truly embark on such a perilous venture? This is a death island, after all. It harbors numerous terrifying beasts, particularly those murderous wasps. Who could possibly survive an encounter with them? I fear that the entirety of our ship's crew would scarcely suffice to fill their toothy maws. The sky dimmed ominously as the grand vessel approached the shore, and a group disembarked. Jia Xuanyuan's face was etched with fear. Attempting to persuade her father to cease his actions, hidden in the shadows, Su Yuro and Lin Fan, dressed in ancient attire, listened as they spoke fluent Dragon Country dialect with a hint of Sichuan Yunnan accent, utterly astonished. It felt as though they had traveled back in time to ancient Dragon Country. Su Yuro gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Lin Fan was equally startled. He had even begun to doubt whether this was the Earth of his previous life. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that Earth didn't have the demonic beasts they had encountered earlier. Let's go. Let's check out that ship first. Lin Fan placed his hand on Su Yuro's fragrant shoulder and whisked her into the divine space. Moments later, they appeared on the ship. The group had left one person to guard the vessel. Lin Fan searched the ship but found no useful books or other information, so he approached the guard, activated his Sharingan, and began extracting intelligence. From the demeanor and conversation of the group earlier, It was clear that regardless of this world's power system, the strength of the people on this ship was certainly not high. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so fearful of this island. Therefore, at this moment, he had no reservations. Not long after, he retracted his powers. Chuck continent? Could it mean chakra? Lin Fan frowned. This person was merely a lowly cabin cleaner, and the information obtained from him was minimal. For instance, the origin of the term Chuck in Chuck continent was completely unknown to him. In this mystical realm, the inhabitants of Blue Star can only acquire chakra, and intriguingly, this very realm is known as the Chakra continent. It is quite fascinating. This world astonishingly lacks any extraordinary powers. Suyuru found it somewhat unbelievable. According to the intelligence gathered about this individual, it appears that this world resembles the ancient Dragon Kingdom, still entrenched in a feudal dynasty, firmly situated in the era of cold weaponry, devoid of any firearms or supernatural abilities. If that is the case, how could it be named the Chakra continent? Why do those from Blue Star lose their memories upon departure? What accounts for the enhancement of their chakra? Furthermore, if the humans in this world possess no extraordinary powers, how do formidable beasts exist, seemingly not weak at all? Setting aside the venomous bees that Lin Fan has eliminated, can one truly contend with the ferocious beasts she has vanquished today? Without extraordinary powers, would humans in this world not be at the mercy of these beasts? Perhaps not. Lin Fan shook his head, stating, to draw such conclusions now is somewhat premature. This person does not even know their purpose for being here. Perhaps, even if extraordinary powers exist, he is not entitled to that knowledge. Indeed, Suyuru frowned and nodded. In light of this, let us directly inquire with the owner of this vessel. Whoever possesses such a grand ship surely knows far more than this individual. She declared. Yes, Lin Fan nodded, taking Suyuru's hand, and they vanished without a trace. Father, this island is vast, and with so few of us, it may be quite difficult to find them. Sighed Joshiner on the beach. Regardless of the challenge, we must continue our search. Other nations have already located their travelers 3 months ago. It is only our country that remains unsuccessful. Should we fail to find them, our nation will be in peril, Jia Yunzhou declared, his mood equally somber. Father, forgive my impertinence, but given the protracted duration without any results, the travelers who have arrived in our land may face dire consequences, Jia Xiner lamented. Jia Yunzhou's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened with displeasure. He was about to reprimand her when suddenly, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Buzzing. Before them, the air shimmered as if it were rotating. Oh, are you travelers? Have you come in search of us? Lin Fan and Suyuru appeared simultaneously. The term travelers stirred a memory within Lin Fan, reminiscent of a game he had played in a past life. How intriguing, how utterly fascinating. What sort of world is this? Thud, thud, thud. As Lin Fan and Suyuru materialized in an extraordinary manner, the crowd was initially taken aback, then fell into a stupor, only to subsequently erupt in jubilant exclamations, kneeling before them. Heaven bless our great Chi. Long life. Lin Fan and Suyuru exchanged glances, momentarily bewildered by the sudden reverence. Dare I inquire, esteemed messengers, have you descended from another realm? Jia Yunzhou asked, overwhelmed with excitement and trepidation as he bowed deeply. Suyuru furrowed her brow slightly, instinctively becoming wary. She was utterly oblivious to this world. Yet it seemed that the world was already aware of their arrival. It appears you are indeed searching for us, Lin Fan remarked with a gentle smile. Yes, my lord, came the response. But how did you come to know of our existence? Suyuru inquired. Historical records and word of mouth. Every 60 years, a divine envoy descends upon the various nations of the Chak continent to vanquish demons and save the people. Every 60 years, Lin Fan and Suyuru exchanged glances, both reflecting their astonishment. 60 years is a significant span, yet the celestial mirage realm opens every few years. Could this discrepancy be attributed to a divergence in the passage of time between the two worlds? Or perhaps, each instance of the celestial mirage realm is inherently different? I recall you mentioning that 3 months ago, individuals like us had arrived in this world, Lin Fan queried. Indeed, my lord. Initially, it was 3.5 months ago when the first batch of envoys arrived in Jing Kingdom. Subsequently, within half a month, other nations also witnessed the arrival of divine envoy squads. Yet, 3 months have passed, and only our Qi Kingdom remains without an envoy. The others knelt in silence, too fearful to move, while only Jia Yunzhou dared to respond. The hearts of the nation are in turmoil. His Majesty has dispatched us to seek. Why the unrest? Lin Fan interjected, inquiring. Because soon, ferocious beasts will ravage the land, and only the divine envoys possess the power to eradicate them completely. Only we can eradicate them completely? Lin Fan smirked, questioning the rationale behind aiding them in their pursuit of extermination. Moreover, even if they could not locate us, did you not comprehend that in the span of 3 whole months, you could have sought emissaries from other nations? It is futile, as they are unattainable. Jiayu Zhao shook his head and sighed, stating that the divine envoys of other nations were already preoccupied with their own affairs. Why would they lend their assistance to a rival nation? Furthermore, the divine envoys themselves would likely be unwilling to do so. It is only when they ensure the safety of the countries they descend upon, or minimize the damage sustained, that they can acquire greater chakra when they depart. Oh, so you are aware of what chakra is? Su Yuru inquired, a rather redundant question. Lin Fan could not help but rub his temples. It was rather peculiar not to understand chakra in a realm known as the chakra continent. Nevertheless, Jia Yunzhao addressed both of their inquiries in one go, finally revealing the answers they had been seeking, enlightening them on how to attain, or rather contend for, that coveted 20% of chakra. To safeguard the nation of descent from harm, you would not dare to deceive us, would you? Su Yuru gazed at Jia Yunzhao with a playful smile. Jia Yunzhao's corpulent frame trembled, bowing once more. How could a mere mortal show disrespect to a divine envoy? And he would never dare to deceive. The divine envoy need only accompany us back to the palace to uncover all truths. Now, why did you refer to us as divine envoys, when previously we were called travelers? Lin Fan posed a question that, while not particularly pivotal, lingered in the air. The divine envoy is indeed a traveler through time and space. These words were once uttered by a certain divine envoy and have been passed down through the ages. Jia Yunzhao responded with utmost respect. Very well. You may rise. Lin Fan nodded, beckoning them to stand. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Once they were on their feet, they cautiously stole a few glances at Lin Fan and his companion. For those of their age, witnessing such an event occurring once every 60 years was merely a tale they had heard. They had never seen it with their own eyes. Now, experiencing it firsthand, they were filled with immense excitement and curiosity. Moreover, Lin Fan's strange display upon his entrance had utterly captivated them all. Now, what is the situation in your Qi kingdom? As the crowd had just risen, Su Yuro immediately inquired. Reporting to the esteemed divine envoy, Jia Yunzhao quickly knelt. No need to kneel. Just speak plainly, Su Yuro replied. Her expression impassive. Very well. Currently, all nations are preparing for war. It is uncertain when the ferocious beasts will arrive, but it is likely to be within a month or two. Perhaps they have already descended as we speak. In any case, when we departed, everything in our homeland was well. Su Yuro nodded. The two pondered for a moment before deciding to return with them to this so-called Qi kingdom. Esteemed envoy, are there only the two of you? After much hesitation, Jia Xin'er finally mustered the courage to step forward and ask. Indeed, is there a problem? Su Yuro inquired, turning her gaze towards her with a smile. None at all. I have heard that the envoy teams from other countries typically consist of 5 or 6 individuals. Jia Xin'er remarked. Jia Xin'er, such disrespect is intolerable. Jia Yunzhou stepped forward, reprimanding her while pulling his daughter back, simultaneously bowing in apology to Lin Fan and his companion. My apologies, esteemed envoys. My daughter is but a child and does not understand her manners. I hope for your forgiveness. In his eyes, the fact that 2 envoys had survived on this desolate island was already a stroke of good fortune. How could Jia Xin'er dare to touch upon such a sensitive subject? It was utterly reckless. Lin Fan smiled calmly, fully aware of Jia Yunzhou's thoughts. It is quite all right. We were originally just 2 in number. Su Yuro added with a gentle smile. Oh, I see. So you have been on this island for 3 months and have yet to encounter those deadly bees? Jia Yunzhou exclaimed in astonishment. What incredible luck you possess. Su Yuro furrowed her brow. Indeed, the passage of time in these 2 realms and the arrival of individuals appeared to differ significantly. But why were she and Lin Fan so uniquely distinct? With a disparity of over 3 months in their experiences, Lin Fan too felt a stir of confusion within. Yet, he dismissed such thoughts. After all, how could he possibly comprehend the intricacies of time? The deadly bees? Is this what you refer to? He chuckled, glancing at Jia Yunzhou. Simultaneously, a multitude of the poison bee corpses surged forth from his gaze, cascading onto the beach and forming a small mound in the blink of an eye. Each one, Utterly tragic. The crowd present could not help but scream in terror. Jia Yunzhao and his daughter felt their scalps tingle with fear. They were most acutely aware of the horrors that this creature could unleash. Yet, at this moment, it appeared that all had been slain. The two turned their gaze once more towards Lin Fan and his companion, as if beholding deities.